Chapter 1. The Strange Interstellar. In a whimsical tale of romance, if this does not suit your taste, feel free to scroll past. The endeavor of writing is not easy, so please refrain from maliciously giving low ratings. Harsh words can wound the heart. How can something so small be so filthy? Is this part of the shipment? Shinzi Jean felt herself being forcefully dragged by a large hand before being unceremoniously thrown onto the ground. Though a bit dirty, the texture is exquisite. I can only imagine the pleasure it would bring compared to those androgynous beings. In a haze, she sensed a foreign hand adjusting her face with an unsettling gentleness. Such beauty, a voice exclaimed in astonishment, more stunning than any beast man I have ever encountered. Before she could process this, a heavy weight bore down upon her, compelling Shinzi Jean to open her eyes. Above her loomed a tall, male figure, his limbs pinning her down as his head nestled into the crook of her neck. She struggled desperately, but his arms were like iron, holding her fast. "Let me go! Release me!" Shinzi Jean screamed, her voice laced with despair and anguish. The beast man, captivated by her soft whimper and the glistening tears in her eyes, only grew more exhilarated. "You are so soft, and you smell delightful. Just stay still, don't resist, and try to enjoy it. Follow me to planet N18. Even the beast men, who had previously encountered females, were taken aback. The delicate creature beneath them had skin so tender, her voice and scent igniting every nerve in their bodies with fervor. This only intensified their desire to possess her. He wrapped his arms tightly around her slender waist, pinning her legs down securely. Shinzi Jean's expression shifted dramatically as realization dawned upon her. "Ah, get off me!" With all her strength, she pushed against his chest, but her feeble attempts were utterly futile. Shinzi Jean was bewildered. She had awakened to find herself overpowered by a towering man, her mind buzzing and heart racing, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside. Then, with a resounding bang, the door was kicked open. A strikingly handsome man stood at the threshold, donned in a stern military uniform, exuding an air of authority that demanded respect. His cold gaze fixated on the beast man ravaging Shinzi Jean. The beast man froze momentarily, and before he could react, a series of thuds sounded as he was hurled across the room, colliding with the wall, producing a dull thud. Shinzi Jean lifted her gaze to the newcomer, who radiated an icy demeanor, his presence chilling her to the bone. His eyes were like ancient ice, piercing and unyielding, sending shivers down her spine. He crouched down to assess Shinzi Jean, ensuring she was unharmed before casting a disdainful glance at the beast man on the floor. His lips parted. "Bind him." At his command, over a dozen robust youths in military attire surged forth. "Yes, sir." They complied, retrieving steel ropes from their gear to secure the beast man tightly. "Ugh!" Shinzi Jean opened her mouth, but no sound emerged. She felt utterly dazed. The whirlwind of events left her in a stupor. The towering beast man, the unexpected violation, the foreign words, the unfamiliar surroundings, and the cacophony of their discussions filled her ears. Perhaps the strangeness of this environment rendered Shinzi Jean momentarily paralyzed. One of the beast men approached her, bending down courteously. "You appear frightened. Would you like me to carry you away?" "Carry?" She gazed at the beast man, who possessed a youthful and strikingly handsome visage, though his cheeks were flushed with an unusual redness. He was tall and well-built, clad in a pristine military uniform, as were the others who had entered. Even the one who had attempted to assault her bore an attractive countenance. Shinzi Jean shook her head. "Can you take me away from here?" "Where is this?" "I want to go home." Finally finding her voice, it came out hoarse yet melodious, her delicate features marred by a hint of distress. The beast men were momentarily entranced. The beast man blinked in surprise, then nodded. "Miss, may I inquire where you reside? How did you end up on planet N18? Hearing the name of this unfamiliar planet, Shinzi Jean was momentarily stunned, memories flooding back. She was a nameless figure in the entertainment industry. Not entirely accurate, she had gained notoriety through her beauty after starring in a historical drama, rapidly gaining endorsements and opportunities in various media. Then, she had received a summons she could not refuse for a hiking event, only to find herself pushed off a cliff, awakening to this bizarre reality. Noticing her dazed expression, the tall man leaned closer, his warm fingers brushing against the back of her ear, a stark contrast to the coldness of the beast man. His fingertips bore calluses as he explored gently, yet his touch was tender. Shinzi Jin was momentarily shocked this beast man bore a military insignia of a higher rank than the others, and his features were even more striking. He was the first to rush in and save her. However, an air of cold authority surrounded him, making her hesitant to draw near. You are unscathed. He did not succeed in his violation. Violation? Was he referring to what she thought he was? But shouldn't such a thing be located below? Why was he speaking of it in relation to her ear? Shinzi Jin instinctively reached behind her ear, finding nothing amiss. Do you not have a protective covering? The beast man, who had offered to carry her, gazed at Shinzi Jin with concern before his expression shifted to indignation. Those vile creatures must have torn away your protective covering, hoping to witness your shame. He then produced a transparent adhesive strip resembling a bandage and slowly extended it towards Shinzi Jin, urging her to apply it. Only then did she notice that a similar strip was affixed behind the right ear of the beast man. It was nearly invisible unless inspected closely. Please apply it quickly. Prolonged exposure of your glands to the air can lead to arousal upon sensing the presence of males. Though he was uncertain whether androgynous beings reacted to male or female pheromones, he deduced that Shinzi Jin, with her feminine appearance and development, likely leaned toward the female side of androgynous beings. Thus, she was likely attracted to males. Given that she was surrounded by them now, it was imperative to conceal her glands. Shinzi Jin felt bewildered. She was human. Her body unlike their show. Could she possibly experience such arousal? Yet, she sensed she had entered a strange and advanced world, and failing to adapt might render her an outsider. Chapter 2. Return to the Federation. Tearing open the protective strip, she carefully affixed it to the back of her ear, mimicking their placement. Once applied, Shinzi Jin found the material incredibly soft. Lacking the plasticity she expected instead, it felt like her own skin, cool and soothing, invigorating her senses. After applying the protective covering, Nair introduced himself. Greetings, miss. My name is Nair, a soldier under Lord Asocius of the 1st Legion of the Federation. This is our esteemed Lord Asocius. Could you share how you were sold to planet N18? The cold beast man was named Asocius. Perhaps his icy demeanor stemmed from years on the battlefield, for he displayed little emotion since his arrival. I am Shinzi Jin. I am unsure how I ended up on planet N18. My memory is hazy. Those despicable beings must have drugged you to induce amnesia, Nair exclaimed indignantly. Asocius, we must leave. At the command of their leader, Nair respectfully turned to Shinzi Jin. Miss, please follow us. Shinzi Jin regarded the unfamiliar beastmen with confusion. She was still grappling with the situation. Can you provide me with more details? What will happen to the inhabitants of planet N18? Where was she headed? Do not worry, Miss Zijing. The Federation has a zero-tolerance policy for these slave traders, whether buyers or sellers. Once we return, they will be brought to justice and swiftly executed. We shall escort you back to the Federation, where the government will ensure your well-being. Execution, you say? The federal government's administrative system is indeed commendable. Human traffickers, whether in the previous Blue Star or in this unfamiliar star system, are universally despised. It is astonishing that such decisive measures are being taken here. Upon boarding the starship, I was taken aback by the scene before me. Every facility on the vessel seemed to be in line with futuristic interstellar architecture, equipped with a plethora of instruments. It is truly alarming to witness the extent to which human technology has advanced in this age of interstellar travel. The recent expedition resulted in the complete annihilation of the insectoid invaders on the Ymor planet. Our forces sustained 163,560 injuries, with 36,591 fatalities, the Luminous Interface reported. Indeed, Colonel Asocius of the 1st Legion of the Federation has proven his mettle. In less than a month, he has managed to eradicate the insectoid menace on Ymor with minimal casualties. The response continued. There was also a notable apprehension while passing by planet N18. We detained a small organization involved in the trafficking of orcs, totaling 863 individuals. Among them, 53 were orcs being sold, including 52 juvenile males and one adult asexual female. The luminous interface paused for a moment, clearly taken aback, before responding with a hint of indignation. How can there still be those vile traffickers of orcs? Are they not afraid of facing the death penalty? Asacius replied with a tone of indifference. These orcs are desperate individuals. The profits from trafficking orcs are substantial, compelling them to take such dangerous risks. The interface inhaled sharply. I cannot believe there exists an asexual female among them. Is she the only one? In the hands of over 800 shameless individuals, how is she faring? It was evident that these orcs were all solitary beings without female partners, and the consequences of an asexual female falling into their clutches were all too easy to imagine. I have examined her glandular membranes. They remain intact. We arrived just in time, Asacius reassured. A palpable sense of relief emanated from the interface. That is good to hear. I have full confidence in your First Legion. As for the 53 captured orcs, please hand them over to the government upon your return to the Federation. Regarding the asexual female, although she is classified as a female, she is not a true female. Please make the necessary arrangements for her as well, and observe whether she exhibits any psychological trauma. If she shows signs of distress or suicidal tendencies, send her directly to the first hospital of the Federation's psychiatric department for counseling. Understood. As the call ended, Asacius retracted the interface, and the delicate, pitifully beautiful visage of Entices surfaced in his mind. Regrettably, she was an asexual being. With such beauty, had she been a true female, one could only imagine how many dignitaries would seek her out. In the world of orcs, asexual individuals are not particularly valued. They not only possess inferior physical strength compared to other orcs, but also lack any mental prowess. Neither their physical capabilities nor their societal contributions are exemplary, as they do not belong to either the male or female categories, but rather to a third gender. Due to their physique and capabilities, many asexual beings are relegated to the lowest tiers of societal labor, earning meager wages. Furthermore, many of the asexual females, owing to their physique and appearance, are often subjected to servitude under powerful orc lords. Consequently, asexual individuals are reviled and scorned by the Federation, the Empire, and many planets. Although the Federation prides itself on providing equitable education and legal protection, offering the best treatment for many asexual beings, orcs inherently prioritize strength and capability. Can such a frail and diminutive asexual being truly find a decent life within the Federation? As he recalled the soft and delicate sensation of his fingers brushing against Entices' ear, he realized she was the most exquisite asexual individual he had ever encountered. Due to the starship's spatial jump, they remained on board for only half a day before Entices was brought to a city. Upon disembarking, a cold wind swept through, and the thin garment she wore caused her to shiver involuntarily. At that moment, a coat was draped over her shoulders. Looking up, she met Asacius' strikingly handsome yet stern and aloof face. "Thank you," Entices stammered momentarily before smiling and nodding in appreciation. "You're welcome. A soldier cannot casually remove his uniform. This is my everyday attire, albeit somewhat thin," he replied, implying the chill in the air. Though light, it was the only clothing available, and a soldier's uniform was not something to be freely given. Entices understood and smiled in acknowledgement. Entices, a voice called out, and turning around, she saw Nair. She held a fondness for this shy boy who had offered her protection. "What is it, Nair?" she responded. Nair scratched his head awkwardly. "It's getting late. The Federation government won't resume work until tomorrow. Where are you headed? By the way, are you an orc of the Federation?" Entices was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, in this unfamiliar place, surrounded by strangers, the only familiar faces were those who had rescued her. "I am not a Federation citizen." "No worries. Thank you for saving me." However, they had already gone above and beyond in their kindness, and she did not wish to trouble them further. "Why don't you stay with me for the night? Tomorrow, I will take you to the government registration office. There, you can log into the Federation system, and they will arrange accommodations for you," Asacius suggested, surprising both Entices and Nair. Not one to be overly sentimental, Entices simply replied, "All right." Chapter 3. Neither rave nor despair Asocius brought Exizagine to the residence of their First Legion Federation office, where there were still numerous matters to attend to, and they did not rush to return home. "What's wrong?" she inquired. That a melodious female voice floated from behind her, perhaps because she had never heard a member of the opposite sex call her name in such a manner. Nair's face flushed crimson. Nair awkwardly turned around, feeling somewhat shy as she gazed at the beautiful girl before her. Although she had seen this face before, its beauty still left her astonished. It was simply exquisite, even though she was draped in Asocius's ill-fitting black coat. It did little to conceal her allure. "How much is that protective film?" Exizagine absent-mindedly touched the protective film behind her ear and asked it. "Oh, it's not that expensive, but it's a gift for you." Nair stammered in reply. Though the protective film was quite costly, she felt embarrassed to ask for payment, especially since Exizagine appeared rather impoverished. "All right, I wanted to ask if this protective film is something everyone has to wear?" In this unfamiliar place, Exizagine chose to conform to local customs. Although she had no understanding of the glands or the necessity of the protective film, she did not wish to stand out in this environment. "No, generally females do not wear it, and males who are already mated do not need it either. The protective film serves to safeguard the chastity of male beastmen. It not only protects against their heat, but also signifies the preservation of their purity," Nair explained, seemingly sensing Exinzigene's confusion. "Females don't need it? Aren't they female?" Exinzigene asked, puzzled. "Correct, females do not undergo beastly transformations, hence they typically do not need to wear it, even if they are attracted and go into heat. There are usually plenty of male beast men around them, so it does not affect them. Males who are already mated also have no need for it. After bonding, the gland membrane is dedicated to their female partner. And females provide emotional comfort to males, preventing them from going berserk," Nair elucidated, seemingly aware of Exinzigene's doubts. "Exinzigene, it's all right. Although you are a genderless individual, the laws of the Federation are significantly fairer than those elsewhere. The government will not discriminate against you, so you can live well in the Federation," Nair reassured her. Exinzigene was certain she had not misheard. She had heard several references to her being genderless. Yet she was adamant that she was a bona fide female. "Nair, how did you determine that I am genderless? Although you possess mammary glands characteristic of females, we do not perceive any feminine psychic energy emanating from you. Moreover," Nair cast a cryptic glance at Exizagene's lower abdomen. "That area appears to be an underdeveloped male organ. Therefore, you are classified as genderless." Exizagene felt her worldview shatter. Were they categorizing her as a genderless individual with an underdeveloped male organ? "Nair, I want to ask, I have only heard you mention genderless individuals and males. Throughout this journey, I have yet to see any females. Even those abducted to planet N18 are all male," although she harbored some unsettling thoughts. She voiced her inquiry nonetheless. "Females are exceedingly rare in the galaxy, with a ratio of approximately 1,000 males to 1 female. Due to their scarcity, females are kept under protection," Nair explained. That a chill ran down Exinzigene's spine. Her suspicions were confirmed. She had read numerous apocalyptic novels, and if the gender ratio were so imbalanced, the so-called protective film was merely a means of confinement, that in such circumstances, women would not possess much freedom, potentially becoming mere breeding tools in reproduction camps. Uncertain about her standing in this world, she felt fear. She did not wish to become a restricted being, forced to reproduce endlessly, since they regarded her as genderless. She resolved to embrace that identity for her safety. What Exigene did not realize was that interstellar society had evolved to unimaginable heights. If females did not wish to bear children themselves, under the soothing care of their bodies, males could simply provide sperm, and offspring could be cultivated directly in incubation chambers. Once Asocius had settled her into her new abode, he seemed quite busy and hurriedly departed. This was Asocius's temporary residence. The room was immaculate and exuded a faint, distinctive scent that belonged to him. Not the unpleasant odor often associated with men, but rather a refreshing fragrance reminiscent of willows. Cold yet pleasant. All the accommodations in this world seemed remarkably high. This one was no exception. Through the glass window, a panorama of high-tech architecture unfolded, with flying vehicles navigating the skies and a vast, glittering starry expanse above. This place appeared devoid of the pollution typically associated with the future. On the contrary, both the sky and environment were pristine. She had anticipated struggling to adapt, but was pleasantly surprised by how well she fit in. Aside from the initial shock, Entices gazed down at the scene outside the window. Although she was positioned quite high, she could vaguely make out a few pedestrians below. This elevation prompted her to reflect on her past life. Who had pushed her off the cliff? Was it a rival from her debut? Or perhaps the unscrupulous Huang boss whom she had kicked in the groin when he attempted to exploit her? She found herself ensnared in her thoughts. When Entices returned, he encountered a striking sight. A slender girl clad in a black coat that was ill-suited to her frame, her ink-black hair cascading down to her waist, and her beautiful eyes gazing downward. Due to her height, the girl stood on tiptoe, her delicate ankles more refined than the finest silk. She was extraordinarily fair, surpassing the majority of beastmen in complexion. He squinted slightly, recalling the conversation he had overheard earlier at the Light Brain. Please observe if she has any psychological scars. If she exhibits signs of distress or suicidal tendencies, promptly send her to the Federation's first hospital psychiatric department for counseling. Entices' cold expression grew even more frigid as he approached her, wrapping her in an embrace, holding her tightly. The unique fragrance of the girl invaded his nostrils, prompting him to tighten his grip further. Want a bungee jump? He asked, holding her from behind, pressing her body closer to his. His warm breath cascading over her neck, sending shivers down her spine. Suddenly aware of his strong chest against her, Entices froze, turning her head to meet his intense gaze, feeling a tightening around her waist. She smiled awkwardly as she remarked, "So, how does the Federation's city look?" Sensing the pressure around her waist increase, she quickly realized something. "You misunderstood. I have no intention of ending my life." Perhaps the sincerity in the girl's eyes led Entices to overlook any deceit. Or perhaps the softness of the girl in his arms was simply too delightful, prompting him to reluctantly release her from his grasp. That apologies to Entices felt his hold loosen. She too relaxed. Only then realizing how intimate their previous position had been, she lifted her gaze to him, catching only a glimpse of his chiseled, handsome profile and the semi-transparent protective film attached behind his ear. Noticing her stare, he slightly lowered his head, meeting her clear, pure gaze, which stirred something peculiar within him. Entices felt uncomfortable under his unwavering scrutiny. "The clothes you're wearing are a bit large for you. I brought you some fresh garments," he said, gesturing toward the neatly folded clothes by the entrance. Recalling the oversized men's clothing she wore, she replied, "I'll wash them and return them to you. No need. I'm going to take a shower now." Perhaps the atmosphere in the room had grown too awkward. Entices quietly picked up the clothes from the entrance and dashed into the bathroom. Chapter 4. Identity Processing. Fortunately, despite the advanced technology of the Interstellar era, she was still able to comprehend how to operate the bathroom switches. After freshening up, she donned the clothes Entices had provided. Though they were men's garments, they fit surprisingly well, apart from the top being a tad tight around her chest. Perhaps males lacked understanding of female anatomy. The upper undergarment was made of rather thin fabric. She had developed exceptionally well, and even without supportive lingerie, her breasts were naturally full and perky. Luckily, the material was of high quality, preventing any unsightly outlines. Layering the top concealed any potential issues. After scrutinizing herself in the mirror and ensuring there were no abnormalities, Entices exited the bathroom. Entices must have been busy. He had already left the room. Feeling a bit stifled from the heat in the bathroom, she decided to get some fresh air by the window, only to find it tightly locked. And no matter how she tried, it would not budge, and the lock was of a design she could not comprehend. Given their earlier interaction, it seemed Entices had locked the window before leaving. Concerned she might attempt to jump. With no choice but to return to the empty room, she surveyed her surroundings. The space was quite barren, save for a large bed. After pacing around the room a few times, she sat at the edge of the bed. She was indeed exhausted. Everything that had transpired today required her to process thoroughly. She hoped it was all just a dream. Lying back on the bed, she reached out to touch the soft blanket, inhaling the refreshing willow scent. Feeling a sense of security, she closed her eyes and soon drifted into slumber. That'd be why the time Entices returned after dealing with the traffickers on planet N18. It was already quite late. He first noticed the clothes he had previously draped over her, now clean and neatly hung in a certain spot that he recalled Entices mentioning she would wash them and return them to him. Yet he was taken aback by the primitive method of her cleaning. She had hand-washed them. Had she not utilized the cleaning robot? Even humans from millennia ago seemed to have employed washing machines. In the past, the Sojus would have undoubtedly tossed the half-dried garments back to the cleaning robot, but this time, oddly, he did not. Despite the incongruity of the garments hanging there amidst the otherwise tidy room, they still retained the unique fragrance of the young girl, mingled with the scent of her shower gel. The mere thought that this piece of clothing had been tenderly scrubbed by her delicate hands stirred an inexplicable thrill within him. His heart felt as though it were brimming, leaving him in a disconcerting state of confusion. Seeing the bedroom door firmly shut, he assumed she had already retired for the night. That he approached the table, lifted a glass of water, and took a couple of refreshing sips, which helped alleviate his fatigue. Had this protective film truly become ineffective after just 2 days? He glanced around the living room, retrieved a new protective film from a drawer, peeled off the old one, and applied the new. The film, akin to newly formed skin, enveloped the area behind Sojus's ear, its cool touch awakening him further. Without a sound, he stepped into the study. The following day, at the federal government office, the rescued beastmen had long been settled in. Perhaps concerned about her potential suicidal tendencies, Sojus had personally accompanied her to the office. Due to his unique status, he merely provided a brief explanation before allowing Entices to enter and handle her own affairs while he waited outside. Once she had completed her matters, the government would take care of the rest. He thought that in truth, his presence was unnecessary. Perhaps he simply did not want her to face these tasks alone after having seen her frail figure gazing out the window last night. "Hello, miss." Hearing someone call, Entices glanced around, noticing that she was surrounded by male beastmen. With uncertainty, she directed her question towards the one who had addressed her. "Are you calling me?" she inquired hesitantly. "Yes, miss." The tall beastman felt a bit bashful. It was his first time interacting with a female, albeit a genderless one. However, the beauty of the girl before him and the melodious quality of her voice compelled him to draw closer. "Could I have your light brain contact?" The beastman mustered the courage to ask again. "Light brain? That should be akin to a phone in this world. But I don't have one," Entices replied earnestly. This question felt akin to someone in contemporary society asking for a WeChat ID. One could decline without issue, but stating one did not possess it was as good as a direct refusal. "Ah, I see that my apologies for the intrusion." Disheartened, the beastman walked away. His first attempt at asking a genderless individual for contact details had met with such an outright rejection. This was the greatest setback he had ever experienced. Entices paid no further heed to the beastman and proceeded to the office, where she informed the staff of her purpose. The government had previously notified them, and since the First Legion had already registered the group of abducted beastmen brought from planet N18. The personnel were not surprised to see her. They merely sighed upon observing the fragile and polite, genderless individual before them, lamenting how such a lovely child had fallen into the clutches of scoundrels and must have endured considerable suffering. Nevertheless, work had to continue. She was a newly registered beastman within the Federation, appearing utterly harmless, thus requiring information registration similar to that of obtaining an identification card. Name? Entices, as in the green of the Zichin. "My heart is perpetually at ease." "You are familiar with ancient culture. What a beautiful name," the staff member remarked appreciatively. "Thank you, genderless." "How old are you?" the staff member inquired, already filling in the gender without waiting for Entices' response. Although she wished to assert her femininity, the interstellar context seemed somewhat different, and besides, she had yet to encounter a single woman since arriving here. Indeed, not even another genderless person like herself. Thus, she resolved to adapt to local customs. 21, Entices responded. "Miss Entices, you hardly appear to be 21. You look much younger." Still, the staff member filled in 21 on the age line. "Perhaps I just look youthful." It was not that she looked young. Rather, in a world where beastmen were notably tall, her height was rendered almost insignificant, making her appear like a minor. "Are you still studying?" "No," Entices answered truthfully. Back on Blue Star, she would have already graduated at her age. Having skipped grades, although she ultimately entered the entertainment industry, her academic credentials and abilities were indisputable. She had once been a top student. "Should I arrange for you to attend school, Miss Zichin?" The staff member presumed the genderless individual before him had likely faced discrimination on some planet, or perhaps had been too impoverished to afford education. "No, that's not necessary. That I've already been educated. Following that incident, I have little desire to continue studying in this world. It may not even be needed." "Miss Zichin, you need not worry. The Federation implements compulsory education." And you will not have to pay tuition. In fact, diligent students receive generous rewards from the school and government each semester. Then what if I don't study and choose to work? Entices inquired. The Federation will arrange housing for you. But without proof of education, you will not be assigned a job, nor can you work, and you will be required to pay taxes annually. Entices felt overwhelmed. This meant she would have to find work herself, with no guaranteed placement due to her lack of credentials, and still be liable for taxes. What could she possibly do? Return to the entertainment industry? Or would her previous studies even hold any relevance in this interstellar context? Miss Zichin, you should first prioritize education. You are still quite young, as long as you perform well academically. The Federation government will provide support for your schooling and housing. Of course, those who do poorly will not receive assistance. Very well then. Please make the arrangements. Certainly, miss. The staff member began to input her details for a particular university when a strikingly handsome figure strode in. Colonel Entices, the staff member stammered, caught off guard by the presence of someone he normally only saw in holographic images. Today, Entices appeared even more dashing and stoic in person. What luck to see him in the flesh. Entices was equally astonished by Entices' personal visit, and she was soon taken aback by his startling words. The 9th Military Academy. What? The staff member queried uncertainly. Enroll her in the 9th Military Academy. I will act as her guarantor. The staff member was taken aback to learn that this exceptionally beautiful genderless individual had a connection to Entices, the guardian of the Federation. Entices had never taken a wife. Could it be that he had an affection for genderless individuals? Colonel Entices, the tuition for the 9th Military Academy is not covered by government subsidies, the staff member informed him. The tuition will be deducted from my account. With no time to ponder the implications, the staff member hastily filled in Entices' name on Zichin's documents. This exquisite genderless girl would undoubtedly fare better with such a prominent figure watching over her. After all, while the Federation's laws were commendable, it was not uncommon for idle troublemakers to stir unrest. With such a protector, it would be less likely for her to face bullying upon leaving the office. Entices felt a twinge of confusion. Given my constitution, why would they suggest I enroll in a military academy? Students from the 9th Military Academy are guaranteed job placements upon graduation. I see. In the Federation, this academy must be quite prestigious. As for the tuition, I will find a way to repay you later. Entices stated there's no need for that. Unbeknownst to Entices, the 9th Military Academy was Entices' alma mater and the most esteemed institution in the Federation. Those who attended were either the elite among beastmen or those with wealth and influence. Entices, of course, fell into the latter category. The federal government provided her with a light brain and housing, leading her to believe she could no longer trouble Entices and bid him farewell. The light brain resembled a three-dimensional phone, and with simple navigation, Entices located her assigned residence in a remote city on the Federation's planet. This world featured hovering trains akin to the subways of Blue Star, and due to their affordability, they were the preferred mode of transportation among the beastman populace. With only a modest amount of star currency provided by the government, she could not afford to squander it. Thus, she opted for the hovering train, only to discover it was packed with passengers, predominantly male beastmen. To her surprise, she even spotted a few genderless individuals who piqued her curiosity. These genderless beings were not particularly tall, but still taller than Entices. Their appearance lacked the ruggedness typical of males. Instead, they appeared lean with somewhat noticeable feminine traits, albeit not overly pronounced. And their features were not particularly striking, some even less appealing than the males. However, she was astonished to find so many genderless individuals aboard what appeared to be a mode of public transport for the impoverished. As genderless beings occupied the lower echelons of this interstellar society, they were largely deprived of high-paying employment opportunities. Most non-binary individuals can only take the hover train. Upon boarding, Entices noticed that many of the orcs were not shocked by her non-binary status. Rather, they were astonished by the sheer beauty of such an individual. Upon closer inspection, her delicate and graceful features were even more enchanting, and she exuded a subtle yet captivating fragrance that drew several male orcs to her side. With no available seats on the train, Entices had to find a vacant spot to stand, the aisle crowded with people, leaving her squeezed in between a few males. Though she wore male clothing, her exquisite figure compelled those around her to take a breath of surprise. The orcs, while not pressing closely against her, made Exizijing appear fragile and vulnerable, evoking a sense of pity. She scrutinized the unfamiliar orc who was slowly encroaching upon her space. Tall, with a deliberately styled hairdo, he did not seem like a destitute orc. She wondered why he was aboard this hover train, typically reserved for the impoverished. The orc, in turn, appraised the girl before him. In his experience, he had always looked down upon non-binary individuals. Yet here stood a non-binary beauty, flustered and trying to maintain her composure amidst the cramped surroundings, which sparked a protective instinct in many of the orcs around her. Could it be that within the realm of non-binary individuals, there existed such exquisite beauty? He mused, contemplating the sensation of having her delicate form lose balance and fall into his embrace should the train come to an abrupt halt. Feeling the orc's predatory gaze upon her, Exizijing's expression turned icy, an unsettling chill creeping through her. She subtly shifted aside, attempting to retreat, only to inadvertently bump into another male behind her. Startled, she quickly apologized. "I am sorry, didn't know. It's fine." The orc behind her seemed to revel in the contact, awkwardly staring ahead, though he felt quite flustered by the encounter, his body growing restless. Yet as she moved away from that touch, her arm brushed against another orc in front of her. Exizijing felt an unprecedented embarrassment as they seemed to close in around her. Chapter 6. Right next door, suddenly, a robust arm reached out. The orc's powerful physique parting the crowd on either side of Exizijing, creating a small passageway against the wall. The orc gestured for her to stand there, and she felt the crowd parting, allowing her to swiftly move to the wall for support. Ahead of her, merely half a meter away, stood the boy who had created the space for her. This area felt relatively spacious compared to the earlier crowded aisle. "Thank you." Exizijing expressed her heartfelt gratitude to the striking red-haired boy who had cleared a path for her. "It's nothing," he replied, his deep, magnetic voice momentarily leaving her in a daze. The orc glanced down at the non-binary individual before him. Such a stunning non-binary beauty. No wonder the orcs on the train were drawn to her. Perhaps sensing her anxiety, he chose not to linger, redirecting his gaze elsewhere. When the train arrived at the station, the boy did not pay her any further heed, merely scanning the surrounding orcs with indifference before turning to exit. Once he vanished from sight, Exizijing exhaled a sigh of relief and glanced at the station number. 17. To her surprise, they were disembarking at the same stop. Without further contemplation, she followed suit. The distance from the hover train station to her home was considerable. Rachel walked back, aware that the delicate and beautiful girl he had protected on the train had also alighted. But why was she following him? The red-haired boy felt a twinge of confusion as he glanced back at her, but dismissed it, proceeding forward. Not long after, he sensed someone trailing behind him. Turning to look, Exizijing felt a bit awkward, wondering if he perceived her as a stalker. However, she was also intrigued, according to the address displayed on her light brain. She was coincidentally on the same route, that I am also headed this way, she stammered. The red-haired boy paid her no mind and continued walking to 86th Street, Building 103, Apartment 307. This was the residence assigned to her by the government. To her surprise, she noticed the red-haired boy pausing before Apartment 306. What a coincidence, Exizijing remarked awkwardly. Rachel realized that the extraordinarily beautiful girl before him was, in fact, his new neighbor. "Rachel, that's my name. I hail from the Garbage Star and have been in the Federation for a year," he introduced himself. Sensing the neighborly greeting, Exizijing hastily replied, "I'm Exizijing that I just arrived in the Federation yesterday. It's a pleasure to be your neighbor, Dung." The iris recognition was successful, and the door swung open. Rachel said nothing further, stepping inside and closing the door swiftly. What a seemingly aloof, yet inherently kind young man. Exizijing mused, contemplating how to open her own door. Just then, she heard a chime, and her door unlocked. Entering her new abode, she surveyed the simple layout. A one-bedroom apartment approximately 60 square meters, though small. It was adequately furnished, complete with a bathing area and kitchen that was pristine, and she envisioned this as her cozy little home. Determined to familiarize herself with this new world, she activated her light brain. A notification flickered in the lower right corner, piquing her curiosity. Upon clicking it, a window popped up displaying a blank profile with no details. She opened the message. "Have you made it home? 1408. If you need anything, feel free to reach out. If you're short on star coins, just let me know. 1535. Are you doing well? Are you adjusting to your new place? 16. 12. Let me know how school goes after you start. 16. 49. The last message had been sent just 2 minutes ago. It was from Asa. The earliest message was sent 5 minutes after she had parted ways with him. She was still unfamiliar with her light brain and had not been attentive to the messages. Nor did she know how Asa had added her. Yet upon arriving in this world, Asa had been quite kind to her. And since she owed him for her tuition, she was surprised that someone who seemed so reserved had actually sent her multiple messages without receiving a reply. I just got home. 16. 52. I'm still getting the hang of the light brain, so I apologize for the late response. 16. 52. Thank you for your concern. I'm doing well and adjusting to the new place. I'll message you once I get to school. 16. 53. The response came almost instantly from the other side. Okay. 16. 53. Feeling reassured after receiving her message, Asa shut off his light brain, brushing his hand against his now dry shirt, which still retained a hint of the unique fragrance belonging to her. He found himself perplexed, having spent several hours fixated on the light brain, waiting for her response, when he saw Entices apologize for not noticing his messages. He felt a sense of relief wash over him. "It's fine," he typed, but before hitting send, he noticed another message pop up and discreetly deleted it, instead only typing OK in the notes section. He quietly added her name, Zijing. Having familiarized herself with the light brain to a considerable extent, Zijing was uncertain how Asa had acquired her contact information. She assumed it could have been through the identity office and did not dwell on it further. In the dialog box, she added Asa's name to her contacts. Chapter 7. Every discipline must hold its own value, including male ethics. I apologize, Miss Zijing, but we currently do not have any spare dormitory accommodations. Temporary classrooms have already been assigned, but due to your late enrollment this year amidst a high influx of students, we do not have any extra dormitory arrangements available. The 9th Military Academy operates under a fully enclosed management system, meaning that both meals and lodging are provided on campus. Whatever the teacher arranges is fine. The administrative teacher reviewed Zijing's records, which were mostly blank. Apart from her striking appearance, there was little in her background or abilities that indicated she could gain admission to the 9th Military Academy. However, she was a designated student of the principal. Please bear with it for a few days. I'll arrange a dormitory for you. Are you a herbivorous type of orc? You should head to the planning department for now. The administrative teacher was also taken aback, as Zijing's records did not specify her type of orc, yet it was common for non-binary individuals to be herbivorous. Given her physique, the planting department would suit her best. At this time, the academy had already commenced for a month. Zijing, as a midterm transfer student, was placed in the planning department. To her satisfaction, she discovered that there were 3 or 4 other non-binary individuals in the same department, though not many. It was still a relief and prevented her from feeling out of place. At least this military academy was not entirely composed of male orcs. Naturally, her arrival created quite a stir in the class. It was well known that the 9th Military Academy is one of the highest-ranking institutions in the Federation, where students are typically of notable caliber. Yet here stood Zijing, a non-binary individual, and an exceptionally beautiful one at that. "Hello, I'm Kara." The herbivorous orc, a genderless being from Class 1, approached with a sense of curiosity and introduced themselves. Kara possessed a head of curly white hair adorned with a pair of modest yet distinct ram's horns. Despite their short stature and round, glistening eyes, Kara wore a blue dress that reached just above the knees. Gazing at Zijing with an inquisitive expression, as a sheep orc, it was typical for ewes to lack horns while rams boasted them. However, Kara's diminutive height and delicate voice led Zijing to form a swift judgment about this genderless individual. "Hello, I am Zijing," she responded. Kara exclaimed, "Zijing, are you also genderless? You are truly beautiful, surpassing all the females and genderless beings I have encountered." Kara grasped Zijing's hand in astonishment. At that moment, a number of orcs gathered around, with some being genderless and others male orcs standing further back. Without exception, these orcs towered over Zijing. Although these genderless beings were not true males, their heights, nearly reaching 180 centimeters, instilled a sense of envy in Zijing. She also observed a peculiar phenomenon among the orcs in this class. There were sheep orcs, cow orcs, rabbit orcs, and so forth, with a striking majority appearing to be herbivorous. "What do you mean by herbivorous orc?" Zijing inquired with great curiosity. Kara was taken aback that Zijing would ask such a question. But recalling that she was new and likely unfamiliar with the nuances of the Ninth Military Academy, she explained, "In our planning department, Class 16 is predominantly composed of herbivorous orcs. While they may not possess the innate combat prowess of carnivorous orcs, their natural sensitivity to planting and ability to purify plants play a significant role in our federation. After all living beings require sustenance." Through Kara's introduction, Xi and Zijing learned that the most prestigious departments in the academy were the Command Department, Mecha Department, and Combat Department, while the Planning Department and Healing Department were regarded as logistical fields. Kara was an exceptional herbivorous genderless orc. Given that herbivorous orcs were inherently at a disadvantage, and genderless ones even more so, it was remarkable that she had awakened such a rare purifying ability, that in a world where consumable plants contained trace amounts of toxins, purification was crucial to ensure food safety. However, few orcs possess such capabilities, making Kara's admission to the Ninth Military Academy all the more impressive. Not all members of the planning department were herbivorous. It also included several carnivorous orcs with notable talents. Moreover, the Ninth Military Academy maintained a strict regulatory framework. Despite the existing hierarchical dynamics among orcs, students did not dare to act against genderless individuals within the academy. The curriculum of the planning department left Xi and Zijing utterly astonished. Courses on the proper posture for carrying a yoke, tutorials on growing vegetables, instructions on watering fruit trees, and the correct techniques for pruning and grafting were among the offerings. Faced with such content, Xi and Zijing felt as though the ground were crumbling beneath her. Why? In this technologically advanced interstellar society, and at such a prestigious institution as the Ninth Military Academy, was she required to learn these rudimentary agricultural skills? And what was this about husbandry studies? Pruning saplings? During a practical lesson in the school's agricultural plot, a patient, white-bearded goat instructor explained the intricacies of planting various trees and plants. "Now, you all demonstrate," the instructor prompted. The students stood frozen, fearing that any misstep could lead to the demise of the saplings. It was known that, in this advanced interstellar society, plants and vegetables were valued even more than meat due to their difficulty in cultivation and preservation. The fruits consumed by the orcs were the result of the expertise of graduates from esteemed institutions. Amidst the students' hesitation, a beautiful young girl boldly snipped at the branches of a sapling, trimming the excess with confidence. The remaining students gasped in astonishment. She must be a new student. Has she studied planting before? How could she be so audacious after attending just a few classes? As the students remained in shock, the white-bearded goat instructor's eyes lit up. Yes, that is precisely how to prune. Make a few more cuts. This will facilitate better nutrient absorption for the sapling." Before he could finish, the lovely girl continued to deftly trim the branches. "Exactly. You are performing splendidly, my dear student," the goat instructor exclaimed, clearly thrilled by the prowess of his new pupil. "Classmate, I don't recall seeing you before. Are you the new transfer student?" the goat instructor inquired eagerly. "Yes, teacher, I am X and Zijing," she replied, feeling a twitch at the corner of her mouth. This was rudimentary planting knowledge. She had cared for plants before and was well acquainted with these methods. Yet she never anticipated that at such a prestigious academy, she would be learning such elementary concepts. "Wonderful. X and Zijing, our planning department has finally welcomed an outstanding student. Be diligent in your studies, and you shall earn extra credits for your efforts." Observing her fellow students nearly in a frenzy of excitement, Xi and Zijing could only think one thought. She needed to change her major. Author's note: I am genuinely pleased to see readers analyzing the narrative. Indeed, the realm of interstellar fiction can be exceedingly fantastical, with the distinctions between female, male, and genderless beings often becoming convoluted. Thus, the classifications of herbivorous and carnivorous creatures are simply meant to emphasize the theme of survival of the fittest, with herbivores portrayed as being at the lower end of the food chain. This is akin to the dualistic concepts presented in the anime Animal Orchestra. Chapter 8. Listening to the voice of the ocean dragging her weary body back to Building 103. Room 307 on 86 Tate Street. Xi and Zijing, still haunted by her prior experience of squeezing into a floating train, chose to avoid further contact with unfamiliar males. Reluctantly, she hailed a cab, which expedited her return but at a steep cost. Her dwindling balance now seemed even more precarious. Uncertain when her dormitory arrangements would be finalized and with taxi fares rising, she realized that her funds would not suffice for many more rides. Lying in her cozy nook, She rubbed her sore arms, contemplating how, on her very first day of school, she had spent hours fetching water for the trees, not due to the absence of high-tech watering devices, but rather to ensure students could effectively manage their watering techniques through the most rudimentary methods that in truth, Entices' physical stamina was not lacking. During her idle days, she had spent countless hours dancing in practice rooms, far surpassing the endurance of the average person. However, her financial situation was becoming untenable. She activated her holographic device, searching for potential ways to earn money. She could sing, dance, and possessed various other skills, yet she was unsure if such opportunities existed in this interstellar realm. As soon as the holographic device powered on, a chat window from Entices sprang to life in the lower right corner. Opening the chat, Entices typed, "Clocking in. Today is my first day at school. I am heading to registration point 7, 40 Entices. Received point 7, 50 Entices. How does the school feel? Are you adjusting? 8, 30 Entices. How are your classmates? Are they treating you well? 10, 56 Entices. How about the teachers? Can you understand the courses? 11, 36 Entices. You're not allowed to use your holographic device during class, so message me after point 12, 46 Entices. What time does class end? 15, 39 Entices. I've spoken with that old man. The principal said he has already arranged your classes point 16, 40 Entices. Call me when you're free point 18. 30. The last message lingered in the afternoon, and Entices was surprised to see so many messages from someone who appeared so cold and aloof. She had labeled Entices as a seemingly frigid yet chatty individual. To her astonishment, he had even contacted the principal. In retrospect, Entices was indeed a highly competent guardian, attentive in every aspect. With a light touch, she activated the video call, and a handsome orc appeared on the holographic screen. The striking face she had not forgotten was now devoid of the coldness from their first meeting, set against the backdrop of what seemed to be his study, spotlessly clean. Orderly and stark, Entices, I didn't check my holographic device. I'm sorry, that ain't no problem, he replied. Seeing the person he had been thinking about throughout the day brought Entices a sense of reassurance that it had only been a day since they last met. Yet he found himself constantly yearning for her. The young girl remained as lovely as ever, her fair skin, elegantly arched brows, and rosy lips animatedly recounting the day's events. You needn't worry. Entices, that I am quite safe at school. Entices found himself inexplicably captivated by the girl before him, to the extent that thoughts of her incessantly intruded upon his daily affairs, that he recalled her astonishingly unforgettable fragrance. The delicate, fragile curve of her waist nestled within his embrace. Perhaps it was his prolonged gaze upon her that rendered him momentarily dazed, for he soon noticed that the backdrop behind the girl seemed rather distinct from that of the school dormitory. Are you not in the dormitory? He inquired. Well, as I joined the class midway, the dormitory is currently full, and it will take a couple of days for arrangements to be made. Thus, I am returning home to sleep. The girl replied candidly. Entices felt a twinge of displeasure. The 9th Military Academy maintained stringent regulations, with evening classes also in session. The girl, possessing such beauty, would be at risk if she ventured home late at night. It was indeed safer for her to reside within the school. All right, understood, but it seems that old fellow is incapable of handling even such a simple matter, he remarked, perceiving the man's previously icy demeanor grow even colder in the video call. Entices hastily added, the school is quite pleasant. My classmates are very welcoming. There are several individuals like myself who identify as a gender, and the teachers are also very kind to me. Entices' observations were not unfounded. Her experiences today had indeed been positive, save for her discontent with the subject matter. She had contemplated asking the man before her if there was a way to switch subjects, but recalling his mention of the principal and the assistance he had provided her, she could not bear to impose upon him further. Well, that is good. Entices finally relaxed the slight furrow in his brow. Entices, thank you for your concern, but if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave now. She said, very well. After ending the Starbrain video call, Entices delved into the online segment, which featured a category for short videos akin to the video streaming and live broadcasting platforms of Blue Star. However, with the advancement of interstellar technology, videos had transcended mere visuals. Each video offered immersive options. Upon entry, viewers could experience the tantalizing aroma of culinary delights in food videos, feel the crashing waves in diving videos, and appreciate the essence of songs. albeit the melodies were rather unappealing. Perusing the music chart, the top song, Heart of the Ocean, was represented by a singular, simple note. Upon clicking it, she felt herself enveloped by an expansive ocean. Waves caressing her face as ethereal melodies emerged from the depths. The song resonated with a singular a siren's haunting serenade, accompanied by enchanting harmonies that in that moment. Shinzi Jean felt as though she too had submerged into the sea. Safely buoyed by the video's fantastical nature, only able to hear the siren's enchanting song that as the song concluded, the siren's exquisite voice lingered in her memory, devoid of lyrics, yet rich in melody. When Shinzi Jean returned to the song rankings, she noticed that all top 10 entries were sung by a beastman named Yu, characterized solely by their melodic tunes. Undeniably, the siren's voice was exceptionally captivating. The view and comment counts reached an astonishing 100 billion, but the beastman population far surpassed that of humans on Blue Star, leaving Shinzi Jean momentarily astonished. It seemed that music indeed held a significant place within this realm. Reflecting on her past as an idol on Blue Star, where she had composed numerous songs and excelled in singing and dancing, she pondered whether uploading her own compositions could earn her star coins if they garnered views and clicks. Resolute, Shinzi Jean recorded her first song, Summer, crafted years prior. Given her gender identity in this world, she was cautious not to reveal her true self online, thus adopting the moniker Jean, ensuring her address and personal details remained private. After meticulous verification, she released her inaugural piece, Chapter 9, Guardian of the Divine. Switching fields was no trivial matter. It necessitated not only a profound understanding of the subject, but also exceptional competence. Approval was required from the respective subject's instructor, as well as the director and principal, culminating in a series of approvals before a transition could occur. Indeed, that sounds quite troublesome, she mused. There was an opportunity for a subject switch once per semester. With this year's assessment scheduled for a month hence, by the way, Shinzi Jean, have you considered which field you wish to switch to? Or do you know which subject instructor would be willing to accept you? No individual would wish to provoke a smiling person, especially one as seemingly beautiful and innocent as her. Even the managing teacher, despite his busy schedule, took the time to address this mundane query. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. By the way, the dormitory arrangements have been made. Once I register my iris code after moving in, I will come to see you. How surprising that it was arranged so swiftly, especially after I just mentioned to Asojus that it would take a few days, she thought. After a brief pause, the managing teacher added, you might consider visiting the academy library to familiarize yourself with the foundational theoretical knowledge. All right, thank you, teacher. Much of the knowledge one truly sought could not simply be gleaned from the brain. Particularly regarding the courses offered at the academy, the library indeed represented a rapid means of understanding the basics of this interstellar realm. Without hesitation, Shinzi Jean headed toward the library. On her way, she encountered a chaotic scene. An unknown liquid seemed to cover the ground, and a pungent, acrid odor filled the air. The girl instinctively wrinkled her nose, attempting to shield herself from the stench with her hand. Her palm felt itchy, a slight prickling sensation, and upon inspecting it, she discovered a small length of vine. She could not recall having touched any plant. Yet she was certain of her encounter. The slimy texture was unpleasant. With her other hand, she grasped the vine, which seemed reluctant to part from her grasp, requiring several tugs before she could cast it aside. Suddenly, a loud crash resonated as something collided with an object, followed by a powerful force surging toward her. The dark mass appeared to sense her presence and narrowly altered its course, fortunately sparing her from significant harm. Despite this, the creature's sharp claws grazed her delicate arm. Not far from where the creature halted sat a black cat, casting a disdainful and disgruntled glance at the person it had collided with. Shinzi Jean regarded the contemptuous feline, lightly touching the scratch on her arm. Thankfully, it was not particularly painful. Did I ask this the academy's black cat? She wondered, but before she could ponder further, the black cat transformed into a shadow and darted away. The incident with the black cat quickly faded from her mind as she arrived at the academy library. Her knowledge of this world was limited. She learned that beastmen possessed a unique mental perception. The higher their mental level, the stronger their abilities. Typically, ordinary beastmen exhibited D or C grade mental powers, while those reaching A or higher were directly recruited by prestigious interstellar institutions. Asojus, for example, possessed the rare SS grade mental power, the highest currently recognized across the galaxy. While females also had mental power levels, due to physiological reasons, SS grade was exceedingly rare, with it being the highest. However, the mental power of females differed from that of males. Remaining were the agender individuals, often considered underdeveloped male beast men, having lost certain functions. Perhaps due to this inherent third gender, many agender individuals found themselves psychologically misaligned, leading some to identify as female, due to their physiology. Agender individuals typically did not possess particularly high mental power levels. Enrollment in the academy necessitated a mental power assessment. However, as Shinzi Jin had entered midway, she had not undergone such testing that TO switch fields. One would need to attain at least a B-grade mental power and meet various competency criteria. Perhaps she ought to test her mental power level first. Within the library, she approached a grand and sanctified area, reminiscent of a cathedral. This evoked memories of ancient texts she had encountered previously. The sun god Adam and the great cathedral, among others, that an inexplicable sense of familiarity piqued her curiosity that as she contemplated entering. She drew the astonished gazes of those around her. Thankfully, a beast man intercepted her. This is the domain of the faithful. You cannot enter without caution, for it may lead to a curse. That a curse? She echoed. The beast man nodded. Yes, a curse that could result in death. That I merely wish to explore and seek some information. Upon hearing her words, the beast man, who had initially perceived her beauty and apparent interest, kindly reminded her of the restrictions. Perhaps wishing to protect the exquisite agender individual from harm. The sanctuary is not a place to enter casually. Sensing the beastman's good intentions, Shinzi Jin refrained from further inquiry. At that moment, the grand doors of the sanctuary were swung open by a pair of elegant, fair hands. The figure that emerged was graceful, radiant, yet exuded an air of disdain. An inferior agender being. Are you? He remarked. Shinzi Jin beheld the golden-haired man, taking in his strikingly handsome features, yet overshadowed by an aura of arrogance and gloom. She found herself momentarily speechless. How could such a beautiful person wear such a contemptuous expression? This place is not meant for you. Yet, there exists an indescribable allure that compels one to submit. Instilling a sense of trepidation against defiance, the orc beside her tugged at Ekin Zijing's sleeve. He was the guardian of this place the guardian. Indeed, this individual, despite his usual arrogance, possessed remarkable prowess. Lionel was a temperamental orc, and we all harbored a certain fear of him. Guardian. Ekin Zijing reminisced about tales of the sanctuary, rumored to house numerous miracles. That it was said that the deity who originally created the sanctuary left behind a trove of treasures and wonders for the new guardian upon departing. Turning to the orc who provided her with explanations and reminders, Ekin Zijing expressed her gratitude. That it's no trouble. I am also a gender. A gender as well. Yet, the orc before her felt no different from any ordinary orc. His stature not lacking. Yes, I am Jorah, from the Mecha class, 5th group. I am Ekin Zijing, from the Plant Studies, 16th group. Jorah's presence conveyed to her that not all agender individuals lean towards femininity. Perhaps it was merely the third normative orientation in this interstellar realm, which she simply could not perceive. Chapter 10. A vegetarian diet is essentially grazing. This was a 4-person dormitory, seemingly occupied solely by her at present. Where the others? Ekin Zijing inquired of the classmate who had escorted her, only to discover that it was Jorah who had brought her to the dormitory. The classmates residing here are all high-ranking orcs. A few are away on missions, and others are somewhat unclear about their whereabouts. All right, thank you. This arrangement suited her just fine, as she had the dormitory to herself for the time being. Jorah, would it be possible for you to accompany me to the mental strength level test? Jorah glanced at Ekin Zijing, pondering if she truly wished to undergo the mental strength evaluation. Feeling a sense of camaraderie with this beautiful and polite agender individual, Jorah reflected on the inherent unfairness of their world. Despite having ascended to A rank and being admitted to the 9th Military Academy due to her exceptional capabilities, agender individuals often faced unique treatment from the orcs. Even she, an A rank agender, had experienced bullying. How much more so for this delicate and lovely agender girl before her? Jorah's heart swelled with empathy, prompting her to respond without further contemplation. Very well. The two set off to the mental strength testing facility. There, 2 instructors awaited them, one of whom was responsible for the mental strength assessments. Ekin Zijing approached and explained her purpose to the instructors. That I apologize for the trouble. Teachers, that it's quite all right. After registering on the hollow brain, 2 minutes elapsed. Ekin Zijing then followed them into another room, which housed 10 tables and 5 or 6 instruments. Point 2 individuals were operating the devices. Point 1 of the instructors gestured towards a table, instructing her to take a seat. Exan Zijing nodded and complied. The technicians began calibrating the instruments, subsequently transmitting data to her visual field. Beep! Exan Zijing opened her eyes, only to find the instrument flickering incessantly without displaying any level. How peculiar, one instructor remarked. What seems to be the issue? It typically displays directly. Why does this instrument appear malfunctioning, flickering nonstop? Does the absence of a level indicate a lack of mental strength? She inquired. Not necessarily. If there were no mental strength, the light wouldn't illuminate at all. It at least confirms the presence of mental strength, just not the specifics. After some contemplation, another thought struck. Could it be that the instruments are malfunctioning from prolonged use? Let us try a different one. Beep. The same response occurred, with red lights flashing erratically. After testing all the instruments, the response remained unchanged, leaving all the orcs in the testing facility astonished. Teacher, I am at a loss regarding this. It has never happened before, that we shall find a solution. However, Exan Zijing's hollow brain data transitioned from blank to a question mark. Indeed, a question mark? This is unprecedented. For the first time encountering such a situation, the testing instructor offered an alternative suggestion. There is another method. We can directly test the Mecha B level mental strength, can operate Mecha of the same level or lower. In other words, a B level can only operate B level or lower Mecha and cannot operate A level Mecha, lest it leads to mental exhaustion. She was advised to start testing with lower level Mecha. However, she sought to assess her mental strength to switch fields, and with no concrete level established, she could not change her field or operate Mecha. She could only proceed step by step. Soon, mealtime approached, and the academy boasted several dining halls. Yet the one closest to the plant studies department offered the most abundant and delectable dishes. The first floor served fruit and vegetable dishes, while the second floor catered to meat lovers, and the third floor provided simple nutritional supplements, overseen by one individual, merely requiring energy provisions. For several days, she had dined on salad alongside Kara, the taste being far from exquisite, merely the primitive flavor of raw vegetables. Observing Kara, who relished the meal like a little rabbit, Exan Zijing could not resist asking, Kara, I wish to eat meat. Kara appeared momentarily stunned, halting her chewing. Zijing, aren't you a herbivorous orc? Exan Zijing struggled to explain. I also eat meat. Kara's eyes widened. I thought you were vegetarian like us. After a moment of mental reassurance, she added, It's all right. Asojus is also a carnivorous orc. I am not afraid of you being like him. Eating meat is quite good. Kara, you know Asojus? Exan Zijing inquired. Few orcs were unaware of Asojus, especially at the 9th Military Academy. He was the pride of the entire Federation. Is Asojus that impressive? Exan Zijing pondered. Asojus graduated from the 9th Military Academy. Did you not know, Zijing? I did not. She genuinely had no knowledge of this. Kara did not press further. There is meat for sale on the second floor. Would you like me to accompany you? Zijing? No, thank you. I will take a look first. Upon reaching the second floor dining area, Exan Zijing was taken aback by the variety of dishes available. While numerous, the preparations were simple and uniform, with some meats appearing only slightly cooked. She opted for a piece of meat that seemed adequately cooked and did not look too unappealing. Craving the meat, she cautiously took a bite. How to describe it? It was meat, cooked yet still somewhat gamey. Had it been her former self, she would have likely spat it out immediately, but now she swallowed it down, determined not to waste it, grateful that she had purchased only a small portion. The orcs on the second floor were equally astonished. Such a beautiful agender female, whom they had only heard about previously, was now before them for the first time. Moreover, this agender female was also a carnivorous orc. Upon returning to her dormitory, Exan Zijing pondered whether she could prepare her own meals. Though the dormitory was spacious, it lacked a kitchen. She ultimately decided against it, considering that she might purchase some ingredients during her next break to prepare and bring back. She opened her hollow brain, noticing a message from Asojus flashing in the lower right corner. She clicked on it. Asojus, how have you been today? 10:33 Asojus. On planet D10, we have discovered traces of the insect race. Please take good care of yourself. 16:00 Exan Zijing. Take care. Wishing you victory. 18. 53 As a colonel of the 1st Legion, safeguarding the Federation's safety is also part of my duty. Reflecting on what Kara had mentioned earlier, Asojus was an idol and pride for many that if one day other orcs discovered her connection with such a prominent figure, she wondered how she would explain it. Thus, she quietly changed Asojus's contact name to Ice Cube Face Chatterbox. Chapter 11. The dual pupils bestowed me a hint this class was an outdoor session for the plant studies department. In her haste to arrive, she stumbled on the stairs, turning back to see an unusually lengthy segment of fresh, green vines emerging from the ground. Under normal circumstances, how could such a smooth, even cut appear on the stairs? Suddenly sprouting a vine. Perhaps this phenomenon was as peculiar as the world itself. "Hey, are you all right?" A voice called from behind her. She turned to find a stranger, an orc, whose eyes reflected concern. She smiled softly. "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern." The orc appeared momentarily stunned, a look of awe crossing his face. "You are so beautiful." Entices was at a loss for words, attempting to redirect the conversation. "Why is there a vine growing at the staircase?" He glanced down at the ground, somewhat perplexed that IT wasn't here before. Why has it suddenly appeared? The girl had no desire to engage in prolonged conversation with him. As they were not well acquainted, observing her intent to leave, the orc inquired, "Classmate, which department are you from?" "I'm from the plant studies department, that I must hurry to class, or I will be late. Goodbye." With that, she rushed away, leaving him with an elegant silhouette. The boy watched her retreating figure, murmuring to himself, "What a stunning agender female. If only she were from our department." As Zijing arrived at the cultivation department's grounds. The class had just commenced. The weather was splendid, and the lessons were held outdoors for the past few days. Finding her designated spot, she adeptly began to till the soil, a small plot assigned to her. Each student in the cultivation department had a clearly marked section. Today, they were to plant tomatoes to her astonishment. In this interstellar realm, where plant resources were exceedingly scarce, such an ancient species still existed. The variety of vegetables cultivated in the botanical department was, in fact, far more diverse than those available for sale outside, that if she were to cook for herself, she might as well purchase directly from the department. Yet, despite these thoughts, she resigned herself to the task of turning the soil that in truth, she had always enjoyed tending to small plants, relishing the sight of them taking root and sprouting in the area she had nurtured. Experiencing their growth firsthand, suddenly, she felt something stirring beneath the earth. Leaning down for a closer look, she was astounded to see two slender green vines emerging from the previously barren ground. Where could they have come from? Zijing was momentarily taken aback. Raising her gaze to survey her surroundings, her bewilderment. New vines were continuously stretching forth from the soil, gradually thickening and spreading to envelop the entire area in encircling waves. "What is this?" a student exclaimed in terror. Their astonishment. The vines seemed to possess a life of their own, slowly coiling around the frightened student, tightening their grip. The tools in their hands clattered to the ground. "It's a mutated plant. Run. How can there still be mutated plants? Help!" A cacophony of screams erupted as students fled in panic. Zijing found herself trapped in the midst of it all, surrounded by creeping vines. She too thought of escape, but as someone collided with her in their frantic dash. A thick vine ensnared that individual, who struggled desperately to break free, only to discover the increasing strength of the mutated vines. In a horrifying instant, one vine pierced through their chest, silencing their cries. Blood, screams, panic, fear, and despair filled the air. Zijing felt cold sweat bead at her temples. Why? Why was this happening? This was her first genuine encounter with the terror that the species of this world could evoke. As she attempted to flee, she realized that vines had also entwined around her ankles. She struggled fiercely, trying to pry the tendrils from her legs, but found her strength woefully inadequate against the mutated flora. A glimmer of silvery light flashed before her, snapping her back to attention. She beheld a tall figure clad in silver, skillfully wielding a sword that severed the wildly growing vines. The sound of slicing through vegetation echoed in her ears, and with a mere flick of the wrist, the dense mass of vines collapsed around her. Power, strength, the essence of a true warrior materialized in her mind. Was this what it meant to be strong? Truly, it was astonishing that in that fleeting moment, the silvery figure turned to meet her gaze. He possessed an exquisitely refined face, with deep-set eyes that seemed to hold the vastness of the cosmos within them. Upon closer inspection, she noticed he had that moment. Their eyes locked, and she saw his obsidian-like irises constrict slightly. Even amidst the chaos of the rampaging vines, Entices' resolve did not waver. She, too, needed to find a way to extricate herself from this predicament. Perhaps there were still sharp branches among the vines that as she pulled, her palm was cut, blood dripping onto the tendrils at her ankles. The vines seemed to react, momentarily loosening their grip. Feeling someone approach, she looked up to find him standing before her, his calm gaze fixed upon her, as if the recent brutalities were utterly detached from him. He seemed unperturbed, even as the green leaves of the plants stained his pristine robes. Was he there to save her? Could you please cut the vines? She began to ask, but before she could finish, a large, bony hand had already grasped her delicate neck. That moment, numerous vines began to creep toward her, gradually wrapping around her ankles, climbing up her waist and chest. The girl's eyes widened in disbelief as she seemed to scorch the one who had gripped her neck. Cyril, sensing the warmth radiating from her skin and the depths of confusion in her clear eyes, felt as if his heart were being seared by flames, a sensation akin to being torn apart. In a panic, he released his grip on her throat. At this point, she was ensnared by multiple vines. Gripping his lightsaber tightly, Cyril prepared to sever the tendrils binding her. She coughed violently, tears streaming down her cheeks as she looked at him, her expression complex. Before she could contemplate further, the vines continued their relentless advance. As she reached out to the encroaching tendrils, a surge of dread washed over her. No! She cried out. In that moment, the warmth in her palm ignited as she pressed against the vines. To her astonishment, the tendrils recoiled, allowing her to finally break free from her bonds. Entices was left in shock, her eyes filled with the gratitude of having survived a dire encounter. Cyril drew his lightsaber. Methodically severing the retreating vines, he cast one final glance at the girl, who was now on her knees, gasping for breath, before silently turning to leave. "Wait!" Entices called out. He paused for a brief moment, then resumed his stride forward. As she rose, she pondered before inquiring, "Did you just try to kill me?" The man halted but did not turn back, his lips parted slightly. "Yes," he replied. "Why? We have never crossed paths before." "Have we?" From the moment our eyes met, your heterochromia hinted to me that I would become angry, jealous, bleed, harm, feel resentment, and experience fleeting joy and sweetness because of you. Therefore, you are very dangerous." Without another word, he departed. The girl stood frozen, unable to comprehend the weight of his words for a long while. Chapter 12. Have you been bullied, girl? The rampant mutated plants had caused numerous casualties among students, creating quite a stir at the 9th Military Academy. Reports of the first invasion of mutated plants in the academy had been filed. The last occurrence of such a large-scale invasion had been over a century ago. Fortunately, students from the command department had been nearby, rescuing many. "Has the situation in the cultivation department been handled?" the principal inquired. "The enforcers have already gone to eliminate the mutated plants. Lord Yelira has come personally. And here is the list of casualties among the students. Please take a look, principal." After carefully reviewing the list 3 times, the principal finally felt reassured upon not seeing the name of the androgynous individual he had repeatedly cautioned about. "Outdoor classes in the cultivation department will be suspended for the time being. We have dispatched numerous specialists and enforcers to investigate. The cultivation department is adjusting its schedule, aside from a few indoor theory classes. The past few days have been relatively light." Feeling a sense of relief after the calamity, Entices remarked, "Is Carla still in the cultivation area?" "Indeed, the seedlings nurtured in the cultivation area are the fruits of our labor. Carla holds those plants dear. Although the area is currently sealed off for student safety, we still hope that some seedlings remain unharmed. But this is very dangerous. No one can guarantee that the mutated plants won't suddenly attack again." Having personally experienced the chaos when the mutated plants rampaged, she had seen Carla's devotion to the seedlings. But this was far too perilous. "Should we notify the teachers?" one of the beast men suggested. "No. If the teachers find out, Carla will be punished for trespassing despite the academy's strict prohibitions." That another beast man, a close friend of Carla, countered. "She has no sense of discipline on her own. That if anything goes wrong, the entire cultivation department will face the consequences," another beast man shouted. "But if we tell the teachers and she gets punished, given her low academic scores, she might face expulsion from the academy," an androgynous individual interjected, emphasizing the difficulty of being admitted to the 9th Military Academy. "What shall we do? Are we just going to let this group report her and risk the academy penalizing Carla?" The group exchanged anxious glances. "Stop," Exenzijing declared after a prolonged silence. "Who among you saw Carla enter?" The girl fixed her unwavering gaze on the beast man, eager to report. "They said they saw her," he stammered, caught off guard by her sudden scrutiny. "Who are they? Did they witness it firsthand? What are their names? Which class are they from?" Her barrage of questions left the beastmen speechless, unable to provide a coherent answer in this atmosphere of uncertainty. They whispered about reporting, but if they truly intended to do so, they should proceed now. If it turned out that their claims were false, they would be guilty of defaming a fellow student. They had no idea how the academy would handle such a situation. Several excited orcs exchanged glances with one another, and indeed, if orcs were truly witnessing this scene, it was undoubtedly due to something they had observed within. Moreover, should it ultimately be discovered that Kara was not in the plantation, the one who reported her would also find themselves facing consequences, as the early bird that catches the worm is often the one that gets shot. Strangely, the crowd seemed to have lost their earlier fervor. Entices, recognizing that her method of intimidation had borne fruit, exited the classroom. How could Kara be so impulsive? The mutated plants were still an unknown, and she had ventured in alone. That it remained uncertain how long her earlier words would manage to intimidate this group. Although her own abilities were indeed rather feeble, she had observed that the cultivation area had long been cordoned off, and nearly all the dangerous plants had been cleared away, so there should be no significant threat. She thought to herself that she would go to the vicinity of the plantation to see if she could spot Kara and call her back. Due to the plantation's new layout, many orcs still harbored fears of the mutated plants, and they would not dare approach that area. Furthermore, considerable time had passed, and numerous orcs had been dispatched to clear any remnants of the mutated flora, rendering the place far less perilous than before. She did not wish for Kara to fall into a crisis, especially not one involving the Academy's disciplinary actions. Exenzijing moved swiftly. She had trained her body for dancing and previously ran 5 kilometers daily. So this distance was mere child's play for her. She stealthily entered the cultivation area, and indeed, upon entry, she spotted Kara standing not far away in the seedling field. The ground was in disarray, ravaged by the prior onslaught of mutated plants. And before Kara stood a tall, imposing male orc clad in uniform. Kara's face was pale as she faced him, her lips parted slightly as she gasped for breath, revealing her anxiety. In her hand was a plant with somewhat wilted leaves. The orc stood with his back to Exenzijing. She could not discern his face or expressions. That a trembling, androgynous figure stood before the tall, robust male. Had Kara truly been caught? This was disastrous. In this world, androgynous individuals face considerable challenges in survival. Kara was the most diligent and determined androgynous person she had ever encountered, striving to rise above her circumstances. If she were indeed apprehended by the guard at this moment, she risked expulsion from the academy, which would mean the academic credits she had worked so hard to gain would be lost. Having located her, Exenzijing felt she could not turn a blind eye. Alarm bells rang in her mind. This thought flashed through her consciousness. Without further contemplation, she shouted towards the towering orc, pointing to a location not far ahead. "Help! There are mutated plants over there." Exenzijing sprinted towards the tall orc with all her might. The orc was indeed drawn to her attention, but he turned to see a petite student pointing in terror at a direction, her slightly tilted head obscuring her features. Without further thought, he dashed towards the direction indicated by the girl. Exenzijing observed as the man in uniform was indeed lured away by her gesture, and she hurriedly approached Kara, grasping her hand. "Are you out of your mind? You ventured in here alone for these plants. Come with me, or we'll be caught and face punishment." Kara, still startled by the imposing orc, did not regain her composure, allowing Exenzijing to pull her towards the exit. As they ran, Exenzijing remarked, "Let us not discuss this now. If that guard discovers I've deceived him and captures me, neither of us will be spared. You truly have the worst luck, getting caught by the guard right after entering. I've observed that the mutated plants have all been cleared away. There's no danger. I merely wanted to test my luck. Perhaps I wouldn't get caught, and besides, I haven't been caught yet." "That person isn't from the guard," Kara replied, her academic credits already alarmingly low. And poor academic performance would lead to deductions. Survival of the fittest. Low credits meant expulsion, and being caught by the guard would result in the same fate. Those plants had consumed much of her mental energy to sustain, and she could not bear to see her hard work wasted. However, she hadn't anticipated that Exenzijing would come to her aid so recklessly. "Aren't you afraid of expulsion?" Xn Zijing paused, momentarily taken aback. After all, she was merely a student who had gained admission through connections. She valued the opportunity to enter the 9th Military Academy, but it was evident that Kara placed even greater importance on this chance. Before they could finish their conversation, a tall orc approached them. This was it, Xn Zijing thought to herself. Panic rising, he moved swiftly, his figure blocking their path. The tall orc, clad in uniform, gazed at Xn Zijing with displeasure in his deep, captivating blue eyes. Only then did Xn Zijing catch a glimpse of the orc's face. His features were strikingly handsome and rugged, with a straight nose and well-defined contours. His physique was long, lean, and muscular. Exuding a powerful masculine allure, he was undeniably attractive, drawing the gaze of everyone around him. Yet at this moment, his facial muscles were tense, and his blue eyes conveyed a sense of displeasure at having been deceived. "Deceive me?" the man said, his voice low and slightly husky, laced with disdain. Xn Zijing felt her heart race under his piercing gaze. "You didn't recognize me without seeing my face," he continued. "How is it possible that they are so close to the exit? The direction I indicated is exceedingly far. How could he have caught up to them so quickly?" "Ah, you must have misseen that I truly did see mutated plants invading earlier," Xn Zijing insisted, her voice rising in urgency. "Guard, I understand your priority is to ensure the safety of the students. Perhaps you should investigate further." Ayla Lyra could not be fooled again by this cunning little mouse that he had just rushed over to check and found nothing amiss. And it suddenly struck him that the student was playing games with him, and he felt quite displeased that "I've caught both of you. Come here." The man gestured impatiently at the young girl before him. "What do we do?" Xn Zijing. Kara gripped Xn Zijing's sleeve tightly, panic evident in her demeanor, even more so than before. "What else can we do?" "Split up and run," Xn Zijing shouted, pulling Kara in the opposite direction. The two fled in unison, each taking different paths. Ayla Lyra frowned discontentedly, leaping forward and extending his right hand towards the smaller, seemingly easier to catch girl. Xn Zijing felt her collar grasped from behind, and with a sudden tug, she fell into the robust embrace of the tall orc. His muscular chest was solid, and despite the impact, he remained unmoved. Ayla Lyra caught a faint, sweet fragrance unique to the girl wafting into his senses, causing his grip on her collar to loosen. Xn Zijing. Kara turned back, witnessing her friend being captured. "You run first. It's better for one to be caught than both of us. I'll face the Academy's punishment." Though Kara wished to drag Xn Zijing along, she was aware that it was Ayla Lyra who had apprehended her. His strength was formidable, and there was little hope for escape. "Just go already. What are you waiting for?" Xn Zijing urged her. With no other choice, Kara gritted her teeth and ran without looking back, silently hoping that Ayla Lyra, as an enforcer, would not have jurisdiction over the Academy and would not subject Xn Zijing to punishment. Ayla Lyra released his hold on the girl's collar, and Xn Zijing, shaken by the fright, slowly turned around. She found herself awkwardly staring up at the towering orc, who stood over 2 meters tall. "Guard, I truly ran into the wrong place. I never meant to deceive you. Could you let me go?" The guard. The man's voice was deep and husky, yet melodiously captivating, laced with a hint of mockery. "You don't recognize the uniform I'm wearing?" Chapter 13. It is not my companions that are frivolous, but rather my eyes. Uniform? Xn Zijing suddenly realized that his attire did not resemble the standard uniform of the Academy's guard. Most notably, she had never seen anyone else in the Academy wearing such a style of uniform. The man's tall, lean figure was clad in attire reminiscent of military garb, yet it lacked the rigidity typically associated with a soldier's uniform. "Who are you?" the girl asked, trembling slightly. "Ayla Lyra, the enforcer." "That is my name. Enforcer. What does that mean?" Yet the trepidation in her heart dissipated somewhat, as he was not affiliated with the Academy. Perhaps she would not face punishment after all. "You are Xn Zijing, correct?" The man's lips curled into a barely perceptible smirk, tinged with amusement, his voice low and husky to W. "What is it?" "According to federal law, Article 367, intentionally obstructing an enforcer's duties and deliberately deceiving an enforcer. You will accompany me to..." Xn Zijing gasped in shock, regretting that she had not clarified the situation earlier. She had assumed he was a member of the Academy's guard, believing she and Kara could escape. In truth, Ayla Lyra did not genuinely wish to apprehend her. He was merely captivated by the expressive countenance of this cunning and alluring androgynous individual before him. and he felt a desire to tease her. Furthermore, the faint scent of the girl, which lingered in his senses after she had fallen into his embrace, stirred an uncomfortable sensation within him. "What is it? Do you have an objection?" The man, towering and slender, often found himself in the company of orcs who shared his stature. However, for the first time, he was observing someone much smaller, akin to a little mouse, that he felt a mischievous urge to tease the girl. Being a straightforward individual, he acted on impulse, reaching out to grasp the nape of her neck. That a mere gentle tug was enough to send the girl stumbling into his embrace, that he was curious about her weight. Was she truly so light? Could there be such a frail orc? Alarila suddenly contemplated lifting this delicate, fragrant, and androgynous figure to gauge her weight, questioning whether she had been deprived of nourishment, but he followed through with his thought, and in a rather blunt manner, actually hoisted the girl by the scruff of her neck, lifting her off the ground. Indeed, she felt remarkably light, he mused, yet the sudden sensation of being suspended and the constriction around her neck caused Entices to lose her composure. Panic surged within her. Was this man truly going to harm her simply because she had played a trick on him? The overwhelming feeling of suffocation and the terror of being airborne rendered her disoriented. She struggled, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks to the imposing figure before her, that a muffled groan escaped the man as her foot landed squarely against his groin. His face contorted, muscles tensing. His blue eyes darkened with displeasure, resembling frost under pressure. Entices' cheeks flushed crimson. She realized the gravity of her actions and quickly retracted her foot. Had she truly injured him with such a blow? But orcs were known for their strength. How could he be so vulnerable? Yet, that was indeed a sensitive area. Alarila, possessing prowess rivaling that of a Sojus, was caught off guard by the girl's audacity. Very well. Entices, you are quite bold, he thought, feeling a bead of cold sweat form on his brow. He set her down, extending a finger to tilt her chin upward, compelling her to meet his gaze. "Do you realize where you kicked me?" Entices turned her face away, evading his touch and retreating a couple of steps. Alarila ceased his advance. Her skin was exquisite, smooth and pale, devoid of any blemishes. Resembling the delicate surface of a freshly shelled egg. "That I am sorry," she murmured, her voice barely audible, yet still reaching Alarila's ears. That a faint smile graced his lips, according to Article 143 of the federal law. "You have committed the crime of intentional harm. That as an enforcer, I possess the authority to arrest you." "Apologies," Entices stammered, swallowing hard. Observing her frightened demeanor, Alarila felt an urge to pinch her cheek, but restrained himself. Battling the tempest of emotions within, "If I lose my composure, I may never marry a female partner. You, my dear, are the culprit for this predicament and must bear the consequences of your actions today." "What should I do then? To the hospital?" "Yes, I'll take you to the hospital," she exclaimed in a flurry. The man's lips twitched slightly as he advanced once more, a strong hand encircling her slender waist while the other grasped the back of her neck. In a deep, resonant voice, he slowly remarked, "Are you suggesting I should visit the hospital out of embarrassment?" The sudden proximity of this unfamiliar male, coupled with the overwhelming scent of his masculinity, caused Entices to flush deeply. He leaned closer, inhaling the fragrance emanating from her, declaring, "Your scent is quite captivating. You appear to be in good health." His ambiguous words filled her with a sense of shame. What vulgarity! How dare he? She forcefully pushed away the audacious orc, not wishing to lay eyes on the rogue any longer, and hastily fled. Upon returning to her dormitory, she noticed a subtle change in the common area, as if someone had tampered with it. Reflecting on the earlier encounter, she sought solace in cold water. Rushing to the bathroom, as she reached for the doorknob, the scene before her rendered her motionless. As if frozen in time, the bathroom was enveloped in steam, and through the haze, she discerned a tall, lean yet muscular figure. His visage was undeniably perfect and exquisite, droplets of water cascading down his silver-gray hair. Accentuating his enchanting features, his skin, a pale hue with a healthy glow, and his long neck, coupled with elegantly defined collarbones, rose and fell with each breath, showcasing a body brimming with explosive strength. That as her gaze traveled downward, disbelief washed over her. He was bathing. Entices was instantly petrified, her cheeks aflame, her mind blank. She never anticipated encountering him in such an intimate setting, nor did she expect to walk in at that precise moment. She had seen everything she ought not to have. Trembling, she quickly shut the bathroom door behind her. Desperate to escape this mortifying situation, she felt compelled to articulate some form of explanation. Was he truly her roommate? It dawned on her that she had never inquired about the identity of her cohabitant. Despite having spent many days in this world, she realized that androgynous beings held no gender biases against ordinary males. Yet she was undeniably a girl. Moreover, the person in the bathroom, his silver hair and that unforgettable, exquisite face, was the very individual who had, for a fleeting moment, contemplated ending her life. What was she to do? If he was indeed her roommate, she would have to confront him daily. Her thoughts were a jumbled mess when the bathroom door swung open, revealing Cyril, wrapped in a towel, droplets of water still clinging to him. His hair was damp, and he stepped out, his gaze landing on the girl seated on the sofa. She wore a simple blue-gray outfit, her black hair cascading, revealing her delicate, fair neck, a striking contrast that was undeniably enticing. Her bosom swelled, and upon locking eyes with him, her expression flustered, cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkled like stars, and he found himself drawn to her, wishing to explore the depths of her gaze, that as he approached. Entices' heart raced, her face growing warmer. "I didn't know you were bathing," she stammered, her words tumbling out awkwardly. "No harm done," he replied calmly. Cyril observed the girl, hesitant to meet his gaze. Was she still frightened by his previous actions? "Are you afraid of me? I assure you, I will not harm you," he stated, followed by, "That day was my fault." For the first time, an orc lowered his noble head before an androgynous being, his voice melodious and soothing. Little did Cyril know, Entices' blush was not solely due to her fear of him. The memory of their earlier encounter in the bathroom, combined with his sudden closeness, while clad only in a towel, had left her utterly flustered at a faint, tantalizing scent wafted from her, akin to exquisite confections or the delicate fragrance of gardenias. Cyril noticed beads of sweat trickling down her forehead, and unable to resist the urge, he reached out to wipe them away. "I apologize for my actions that day. I have no right to take anyone's life." Entices' cheeks flared once more. She instinctively recoiled, stuttering, Cyril withdrew his hand, resting it at the edge of the towel. "For the next few days, I will remain in the dormitory. My room is right next door. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to call for me." With that, Cyril turned and returned to his room. Entices exhaled a sigh of relief, her cheeks still ablaze. She dashed to the bathroom, intent on splashing cold water on her face to quell the heat. Turning on the faucet, she splashed icy water onto her face, each drop jolting her into clarity. Shaking her head, she endeavored to suppress her embarrassment. Chapter 14. Reactions unaccustomed to using the communal washing machine in the dormitory. Especially for intimate garments, she preferred to hand-wash them herself, discreetly hanging them in her room near the ventilation. Not far from the balcony, there was a sink where she typically did her laundry. "What makes you choose to wash your clothes by hand?" Cyril leaned against the balcony railing, observing her with curiosity at her unconventional habits. It's so peculiar. Few people hand-wash their clothes anymore. They simply toss everything into the machine. I'm aware, he replied. The young girl remarked that she had grown accustomed to hand-washing her own intimate garments. Suddenly, an unsettling silence enveloped the air. She pondered how long this orc would watch her wash her clothes. Cyril, still perplexed, continued, "This dormitory has always housed 3 individuals. Typically, ordinary people would not have the opportunity to reside here. Are you unaware of how you came to be here? This dormitory is considered one of the better accommodations in the entire academy, designated for orcs with considerable strength and mental fortitude, as well as those from respectable family backgrounds." Yet, the androgynous being before him exhibited neither mental prowess nor combat strength. He could only perceive her as exceedingly weak. Cyril leaned closer, their distance a mere half-meter apart. "I don't know. Perhaps it's due to the lack of available dorms. After all, allocations are handled by the faculty." Cyril offered no further commentary, observing her struggle to wring out the garments in her hands. "Do you require my assistance?" "No. Thank you. I can manage on my own," Entices hurriedly replied, flustered. It was one thing for him to see her other clothing, but she felt embarrassed to let him touch her delicate undergarments. "You seem quite uncomfortable with my presence," Cyril remarked, furrowing his brow as he gazed at her. This statement momentarily caught her off guard, but she quickly smiled and replied, "Not at all." Was it truly necessary for her to articulate that there was a distinction between the sexes, and that it was peculiar to be accustomed to the touch of the opposite gender? "I am from the command department, Class 1. Should you need anything in the future, feel free to approach me. The Command Department. It was well known that the top-ranking programs at the 9th Military Academy included the Command Department, and she had witnessed Cyril's prowess in combating mutated plants that he was indeed formidable. I wish to know which departments allow for auditing courses. She felt that merely relying on others for protection was insufficient in a military academy. Why not seize the opportunity to learn more in such a favorable environment? At the very least, when faced with genuine peril in this interstellar realm, she might possess a greater chance of mounting a feeble counterattack. Cyril raised an eyebrow. Generally, instructors do not permit students from other departments to audit courses. However, if you are genuinely interested, you might want to explore the combat department. The instructors there would likely welcome students. Entices felt a surge of joy. She truly wished to explore other departments, as her physique offered little in this world dominated by robust orcs. Thank you. I shall return to my room now. She wrung out the last of her clothing. Very well. Cyril watched her as she made her way back to her quarters. Once inside her bedroom, Entices activated her light brain, repeatedly searching for information. Eventually, she stumbled upon the mecha department. Hesitating briefly, she clicked on it, even though she possessed no foundational knowledge regarding mecha operations in this world. She had never encountered mecha before. As an advanced product of this interstellar intelligence, operating a mecha required not only physical strength, but also an exceptionally robust mental capacity. It was conceivable that a person with a weaker physique could still operate a mecha if their mental prowess was sufficiently strong. However, mental strength was generally correlated with physical condition. She mused, if someone lacked physical fitness, how could they possibly sustain formidable mental strength? Mecha operation was a sophisticated form of mechanical control, yet due to its exorbitant cost, few dared to purchase one unless driven by a profound passion or necessity. Gazing at her pitifully scant star coins, she found even her daily expenses to be a challenge. Then she recalled the song she had recorded a few days ago on a certain video platform. She clicked on the video platform and logged into her account, only to be greeted by a notification with a staggering number of likes. Over several 100,000. As she scrolled through the comments, she found, "Have we just discovered a new gem? Is the host a female member of the Merfolk? Her voice is so enchanting, and the lyrics are unlike anything I've ever heard. What a novel song. The host's voice is so soothing, it's making me feel all sorts of things. Hey, you over there with the impressive height and abs. What do you mean by feeling things? The hostess singing is simply divine. She performs so wonderfully. Not only the melody, but the lyrics also reflect an extraordinary creator that I wonder who penned them. Truly talented." Agreed. Seeing that the lyrics were self-composed is astonishing. This host could easily be a big name. The host sings beautifully, but alas, I cannot hear her in person. Such a pity. The host has such a gentle vocal tone. I can't help but wonder what she looks like. She must be even more beautiful than I imagine. I wonder if she will ever stream live. That I was having a rough day, but after listening to the hostess recording, I felt surprisingly soothed. Can the host please stream live singing? I beg you. Entices exited the comment section and opened her video account, discovering she had accrued tens of thousands of star coins. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the video views could indeed be monetized. Her first song had made quite an impact. Upon reviewing her personal center interface, she was astonished to find over 10 million followers. Truly, the interstellar population was vast. Her first foray into an interstellar video platform, and merely posting a single video, had garnered such attention in just a few days. Chapter 15. The neighbor turns out to be a classmate. The video platform sent out a notification. Entices opened it to find, "Dear user, congratulations. Your follower count has reached 50,000, granting you access to live streaming features. This platform required a minimum of 50,000 followers to unlock the live streaming function." Video views were not the primary source of income. Most users opted for live streaming to receive more rewards through audience donations. After some contemplation, Entices filled out the necessary information and activated her live streaming capabilities. Her initial purpose for this endeavor was to generate income and establish a more stable financial foundation. She modified her personal profile, androgynous entity, irregular updates of songs and live streams, content, music, and cuisine. Recalling the food she had tasted, she was taken aback by how, despite the advancements in this interstellar world, the culinary recipes had been lost. The food produced was genuinely unpalatable. Perhaps she could prepare meals herself and stream the cooking tutorials. allowing others to learn and avoid making inedible dishes from high-quality ingredients. She considered gathering some props and materials, noting that preparing food in the dormitory was impractical. She had no intention of revealing her face during the live stream, as this world still harbored animosity towards androgynous individuals. Who knew if someone might take offense and eliminate her without hesitation? She contemplated acquiring a cloak or mask, as well as some more visually appealing attire. As someone who cherished the stage, she refused to present herself without ample preparation. Her current clothing was far too ordinary, and she wore it frequently as an androgynous individual navigating the academy. She was easily recognizable. Of course, gathering such items at present was not feasible. She would have to wait until the weekend. Lost in thought, she gradually made her way to the mecha department, where a class on mecha structure construction was being held. This was one of her elective courses, and the academy permitted auditing. She had always been fascinated by mecha, not merely the machines themselves, but also their construction and framework. Attending the class in person would provide a far more precise and detailed understanding compared to merely perusing the library or searching her light brain. However, she was surprised to find the class so sparsely attended. In a lecture hall designed to accommodate hundreds, there were only 5 or 6 students present, and the surrounding atmosphere was eerily quiet. Without further thought, she approached the back of the classroom, seeking a seat in the corner by the window. She noticed a lone student in the rear, head bowed, shoulders slightly hunched, body trembling slightly, occasionally emitting muffled sounds. This individual was seated near the very spot Exizagene had hoped to occupy. What was this person doing? Were they unwell? Exizagene cautiously approached, only to regret her curiosity upon witnessing a shocking and unspeakable scene. The individual was secretly engaged in an act within the classroom, and Exizagene was immediately overcome with revulsion, her skin crawling as she yearned to escape this mortifying situation. Yet, as she took a step back, she inadvertently collided with a sturdy wall of flesh. This person's chest was remarkably solid that a man steadied her slightly swaying form, turning to whisper in her ear, "What are you looking at? Are you so entranced that you can't even watch where you're going?" Rachel followed the gaze of the young girl, and Exizagene felt her face flush with embarrassment. When she looked up, she saw a familiar man behind her, handsome and tall, adorned in a crisp white shirt, every button fastened perfectly in place, his posture impeccably straight to that moment. The towering male furrowed his brow, intently scrutinizing the orc ahead, as if assessing him, only to display a hint of disdain afterward. Exizagene turned her head, her eyes widening in astonishment. Rachel? That distinctive mane of red hair could only belong to her neighbor. Meanwhile, the orc, who had been secretly engaged in a particular activity, seemed to sense the 2 piercing gazes directed at him. Annoyed by the interruption, he glanced toward the source of the stairs. He was in the throes of his mating season and had finally found a comfortable corner devoid of orcs to work in, only to discover he was being watched. Besides, what was with their expressions? In the entire academy, it seemed everyone was either asexual or male. Did they not have their own problems? Why did they need to watch him? That striking red-haired individual could only be Rachel, and who was that slightly shorter but stunningly beautiful asexual female beside her? She was breathtaking, far more lovely than the female he had just imagined. He felt that he now had a concrete image for his future fantasies. Rachel wrapped her arms around the slender waist of the girl before her, protecting the petite figure in her embrace, gently covering the girl's eyes with one hand. Upon seeing the filthy individual before her, Rachel frowned slightly and extended a leg to kick down the culprit orc. Get lost. The orc, now on the ground, hastily pulled up his pants and scurried away in disgrace. Hearing Rachel's words, Exizagene quickly broke free from her embrace, her face flushed with embarrassment. Why, you're here too. Her tone was rushed and her gaze evasive. After witnessing the earlier scene, she found it difficult to meet Rachel's eyes. Rachel couldn't possibly think she was a pervert, could she? Rachel raised an eyebrow. I came to attend class. Did I ask there a problem? And no. Exizagene hastily waved her hands, feeling too apprehensive to engage Rachel in further conversation. She feared that anything she said might lead to misunderstandings. Then why are you still standing here? Exizagene quickly found a seat further back, away from the recently departed orc, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief and gather her thoughts. The instructor, an elderly man with graying hair and thick reading glasses, entered the classroom, exuding an air of sternness. He appeared unfazed by the number of students present, likely accustomed to the raucous nature of these boys, who were generally eager to pilot ready-made mechas. When they broke something, they either repaired it or bought a new one. Who would enjoy such a niche and tedious subject? Moreover, the costs and components of mecha production were not something any orc could afford. An S-grade mecha, even for just one arm, would cost upwards of tens of millions of star coins. Therefore, it was entirely normal for this course to lack students. Yet, upon noticing a beautiful asexual female seated nearby, diligently attending the lecture, the instructor thought to himself that perhaps the asexuals were curious enough to attend a class, only to never return. After an hour of class, Entices found herself engrossed. The details explained were far superior to anything she could glean from textbooks or the star brain. After all, this was a teacher from the 9th Military Academy, and his theoretical knowledge and explanations were undoubtedly at a masterful level. She recalled the red-haired youth seated not far from her, Rachel, her neighbor who had previously helped her on the train. What a coincidence! I didn't expect you to be a student at the 9th Military Academy as well. Are you interested in the mecha manufacturing course? Rachel turned to see the girl smiling at him, having noticed her the moment she entered the classroom. Not entirely. After a moment's thought, Rachel added, my mechas often get damaged. Only by repairing them myself can I truly understand their issues, so I usually choose to do it myself. Chapter 16. So, it was Mimi, huh? Does that mean you repair the mecha parts yourself whenever they break? Rachel, you're amazing for doing that. The girl offered her compliments without reservation. To save costs. Realizing Rachel, like herself, came from a garbage planet and wasn't particularly affluent, she thought it made sense. Repairing mechas must be expensive, which is why he was so diligent about learning to fix them himself. But wait, aren't you a student? What do you often do? Fight. Is it really that easy to damage a mecha? Are you heading back after the break? Rachel asked. Huh. Entices suddenly thought of how both she and Rachel lived on 86th Street, making it convenient for them to go back together. Plus, having him around would make her feel safer on the way, wouldn't it? Without further thought, she responded, sure. After exchanging contact numbers, their relationship seemed to grow closer. After class, as Rachel exited the classroom, he spotted the orc from earlier engaged in an act of self-indulgence. The orc's expression turned to one of shock upon seeing the menacing Rachel approach him. Rachel. What do you want? Rachel, uninterested in explanations, forcefully dragged the orc to the restroom. Bang. The sound of a few heavy thuds accompanied the orc's pitiful cries. After dealing with him, Rachel disdainfully washed his hands, leaving behind a chilling warning that you're not to appear in front of her again. The her was, of course, Entices, and the orc understood this all too well that he felt aggrieved. He was the one being watched and then beaten. Why was he so unlucky? Yet he dared not complain, knowing Rachel was not someone he could provoke, that he could only be more cautious in the future and avoid them. Returning to her classroom, Entices sensed a different atmosphere. The once boisterous room was now eerily quiet, with several orc groups huddled together. What is going on? Kara? Entices inquired as she approached her friend. Kara glanced around before whispering, Zijing, did you know we're getting a transfer student today? They say you'll stay for a month. Kara's tone was tinged with apprehension. It's just a new classmate. Why are you all so scared? Zijing, you don't understand. This transfer student is a carnivorous orc who was previously in a higher tier. He lost control and bit someone, so he was confined but often escapes. That I've heard he even eats other orcs. Kara's claims grew increasingly fantastical, leaving Entices feeling baffled. While herbivorous orcs naturally feared carnivorous ones, it seemed unlikely for someone to lose control and eat another orc within the academy. Kara, don't be so jumpy. This is the academy. There are teachers and guardians here, that if he were truly dangerous, he would have been caught already. Right? I'm not scared. There are guardians. What is there to fear from a new carnivorous orc? Besides, Zijing eats meat too. Maybe he is as soft and harmless as you. But I'm still scared. I've heard he is extremely vicious and might start fights. They've even shackled him. Kara spoke animatedly, while Entices felt increasingly perplexed. All right, stop overthinking it if he is shackled. He can't harm anyone. That we just need to avoid him. As class began, the crowd dispersed, returning to their seats. Everyone, this is our new student in the horticulture department, named Guyuk. He was previously a student in a higher tier, but is transferred to our class for a month due to special circumstances. Let us support each other, the principal announced from the front. Entices looked up to see a young man dressed in black, that he was strikingly handsome, with unusually fair skin for an orc. His hair was styled in a neat wolf-tail fashion, and he had sharp bangs framing his forehead. With black eyebrow piercings and ear piercings, he exuded a rebellious aura that on his head were a pair of black cat ears. And his orange slit-pupil cat eyes made him appear youthful, that a black iron collar adorned his neck, which he also wore on his wrists and ankles. During this month, Guyuk was restricted from consuming any meat and, like everyone else, could only have vegetables or nutrient solutions. Fighting was prohibited, as were any violations of rules that as a high-level orc. He was also expected to contribute positively to the class, that if he misbehaved again. The students were encouraged to report him, that a wave of whispers erupted in the classroom, that a student from a higher tier. His strength must be at least A grade to know. Look at the restriction collar on his neck. That S&S grade. What did he do to deserve that collar? He is so powerful. What if he suddenly bites me? Hearing the commotion, the young man looked displeased, huffing at the orcs in the front who were gossiping. What are you discussing? If you're not satisfied, just challenge me to a duel. Even if I'm restricted, I'll gladly accept your challenge. That as Guyuk spoke, his prominent canine teeth were clearly visible. Orcs are known for their combative nature, and engaging in personal duels is permitted. It is distinctly different from mere brawls that in an instant, the orc was too frightened to utter a word, tightly sealing his lips. Clearly intimidated by him, the youth snorted disdainfully, a group of cowardly individuals. He was restrained in strength, yet they still feared him. Shinzi Jin merely cast a glance, a sense of familiarity washing over her. It turned out to be Mimi, the black cat that had scratched her that day. That as the youth passed by Shinzi Jin, he coldly huffed, "Hey, what are you looking at? Are you envious of my good looks?" Shinzi Jin was momentarily at a loss for words. "What is wrong, Ziching? Do you know him?" Kara inquired softly to "I think I've seen him before." "Really?" Ziching, although Guyuk is quite handsome, he seems like the type who would bite. "All right, enough chatter. Let us go to class, Kara." After class, Shinzi Jin and Kara headed to the cafeteria. "Ziching, are you going to eat meat today? It's not very tasty, so I won't eat that great." "I knew it, you delicate little darling must prefer vegetarian food. The cafeteria has just introduced a new salad dish that I found delicious last time. You really should try it," Kara exclaimed excitedly. "Sure." Upon reaching the serving window, Shinzi Jin noticed that the first floor was not as crowded as usual, and the queue was significantly shorter. Shinzi Jin and Kara stood in line as they normally would, only to hear a disgruntled voice from the other side of the counter. "Can you hurry up with the card? You're taking so long that I can't even get a warm meal." "Well, the salad isn't exactly hot, is it?" she thought, feeling a strange sense of familiarity with that voice. "That I can serve faster than you can pick up your food. You herbivores not only lack combat prowess but also move slowly in the cafeteria. Hurry up! Clatter! Clatter!" The sound of spatulas hitting large pots echoed through the air. "Those at the back, keep up in line. No cutting in, or I'll jump out and give you a beating." The cafeteria was unusually orderly and quiet. "Why are you here?" Before her stood the black-haired, wolf-tailed youth, donned in the cafeteria lady's apron. His pointed ears peeking from under a cap, a mask covering his face, holding a spoon with an expression of impatience. "Wasn't this the new transfer student, Guyuk? How had this little black cat, after being demoted to a plant study student, ended up serving food in the cafeteria?" Seeing Shinzi Jin with her plate, Guyuk displayed a look of surprise. "What is with that expression?" He scowled, striking a pose of utmost confidence. "Oh, what if my living expenses have been completely drained? What is wrong with taking a part-time job?" "Oh, so it's voluntary." Chapter 17. Like a date, Shinzi Jin and Kara sat in their usual spot. And this time the vegetable salad was indeed much tastier than before. Shinzi Jin took a few more bites. Having come to this world, her appetite had noticeably diminished, and she felt she had lost quite a bit of weight. Realizing she couldn't be picky, she forced herself to eat a couple more bites. That it seemed that after school, she would have to find a way to buy some ingredients to prepare her own meals. Clatter! Suddenly, a large iron bowl appeared on the table, filled with several medium-rare meat steaks. The owner of the large bowl was none other than Guyuk, who had just served them. Kara, who was eating her salad, was visibly startled by the sight of the meat, inching closer to Shinzi Jin. "Have you finished serving?" "Of course, my speed is top-notch," Guyuk replied proudly. Looking at the two bewildered girls, he added, "I'll join you for the meal." Kara asked, "Can I refuse? Weren't you prohibited from eating meat?" Shinzi Jin remarked as she gazed at the boy's plate piled high with meat. "Rules are meant to be broken. Who would dare report me?" He chewed on a piece of meat, and said, "If I don't eat meat, I'll lose strength, faint, and become weak." Such a decline in my formidable orc battle power would be a loss for the Academy. Indeed, it was Mimi. No one could force him to do what he was unwilling to do, Ji Yuk added. All those herbivorous orcs fear me, and they're all quite ugly. I don't like them. You re the only one who looks good and isn't afraid of me. Eating alone isn't enjoyable. Who could refuse Mimi? Guyuk's fluffy ears twitched as he took another hearty bite of meat, chewing thoughtfully before asking, "Who is Mimi?" It's nothing that a week of studies finally came to an end, ushering in Shinzi Jin's first weekend. Upon opening her light brain, she noticed a message from Mimi. "Mimi, finally a break. I'm so sick of this stupid school. I can't wait to be free, Mimi. One day, I'll blow this ridiculous school to smithereens. Mimi, I'm bound by so many restrictions that I can't even go to the miasma forest to vent my frustrations by hunting mutated beasts. I can only play games and take out my anger on weaklings. Mimi, what are you planning to do during your break? Mimi, want to play games together?" A certain enticing individual replied. "That sounds interesting, but I have some matters to attend to this weekend. Let us plan for next time. Mimi, I'll take you on an adventure." Messages exchanged with Rachel 24 hours prior. Shinzi Jin, Rachel. "I am not too familiar with this area and would like to procure some items over the weekend. Could you accompany me?" Rachel, tomorrow. Shinzi Jin. "Yes, I may need quite a few things over the next couple of days." Rachel, "Sure." Shinzi Jin, "Great. I feel much safer with you around than I might have a lot to buy, so I may need your help carrying some." Rachel, "No problem. I'll assist you." Shinzi Jin, "I'll treat you to a meal afterward." Rachel, "Sounds good." That on the other end of the light brain, a tall, muscular man with a scarred face appeared, visibly excited upon seeing Rachel connect. Rachel, "This time the prize money is substantial. If you win 10 matches in a row, you'll earn 60 million star coins. With your skills, it'll be a breeze." This information was hard to come by, so remember your brother when you win, alright? You're feeling good about this week. Right. Not coming to the arena this week. Please cancel my participation. What? Why not? Aren't you in dire need of star coins? The scarred-faced orc was taken aback, knowing that orcs from the Garbage Star were infamous for risking their lives for star coin earnings in the arena. "I have something important to attend to this weekend." Seeing Rachel's serious expression, the orc was left astonished. What could be more important than earning star coins? Something more significant. At that moment, Rachel received a message from Shinzi Jin. Shinzi Jin, "I'm ready and waiting at your door. Let us go out together." Before the orc could finish speaking, Rachel abruptly ended the call. Rachel dashed to the bathroom mirror, tidying her slightly disheveled red hair, before quickly changing into a looser and more attractive outfit. As Rachel stepped out of her room, she spotted Shinzi Jin standing a short distance down the hallway, facing him. Sunlight cascaded over her shoulders and face, accentuating her fair and exquisite profile, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful and impossible to look away from. Rachel unconsciously quickened his pace. "Let us go," Shinzi Jin said with a smile. "All right. Where exactly is the procurement location?" Shinzi Jin inquired, somewhat unclear about the area, which was exactly why she had asked Rachel to accompany her. At least he was a local. "I've called for a ride," Rachel replied. Shinzi Jin recalled their first encounter on the hover train, where Rachel had come to her aid during an embarrassing moment, as she had taken the hover train due to her financial constraints. Rachel also lived on 86th Street and had taken the hover train as well. Was his economic situation also dire? "I'm sorry, Rachel. I'll cover all expenses for today, as outing.its fine." Rachel was at a loss for words. Did this beautiful girl think he was poor? In the interstellar realm, those who could afford to play with mechas were certainly not impoverished. He took the hover train out of habit. He hailed from the Garbage Star, where the best mode of transport was the hover train. Living on 86th Street was merely a nostalgic choice, and he had always resided in the Academy dormitory. Too lazy to move. Rachel pursed his lips and remarked, "I'm not as poor as you think." Ekazijing immediately shut her mouth, realizing she might have hurt the male's pride. How foolish of her to speak so directly. However, considering that he had taken the time to assist her and even incurred expenses, she would have to compensate him from another source later on. Chapter 18. Shopping. Upon arriving, the Interstellar Mall was quite expansive, adorned in a plethora of luxurious European architectural styles and bustling with activity. Rachel indicated that she could find nearly everything she wished to purchase here. First, she needed to gather items necessary for her live stream. such as high-quality recording equipment and headsets. The video equipment could be adjusted through her personal holographic device for aerial filming, and she sought to acquire soundproofing materials as well. She certainly didn't want her singing to resonate throughout the entire building. Rachel was an exceptionally competent shopping companion, possessing knowledge of virtually everything, and he remained remarkably quiet, fulfilling his role as a dutiful escort. After acquiring these essentials, she spent over 80,000 star coins. Although it pained her somewhat, she was motivated by the thought that once she had everything set up, her live streaming would yield profits. Thus, she grit her teeth and purchased it all. When Zijing observed Rachel storing the items into a spatial button, she felt rather foolish. She had seen such spatial buttons on her holographic device before. Even a 10 square meter button cost over 1,000,000 star coins. She had assumed that Rachel was as impoverished as she was. A pitiful soul unable to afford such luxuries. Little did she know, the only one truly impoverished was herself. For orc warriors, spatial buttons were essential. Without them, where would they store their mechas? She pondered, feeling quite fortunate that such advanced technology existed in the interstellar realm. She needed to earn star coins diligently, first repaying the tuition that ASOS had paid for her, and then purchasing a spatial button for her own convenience. Thinking of clothing and equipment, she said, "What is wrong? Is there anything else you want to shop for?" "I want to buy a few outfits," Zijing replied. Rachel gazed at the strikingly beautiful girl before him. Since their acquaintance, she had consistently donned very plain attire, always opting for simple male clothing, long pants and long sleeves. Undoubtedly, she was a stunning androgynous female. Unlike other females who wore dresses, she had never donned one, that he mused that she would look even more beautiful in a lovely gown. "All right, I will take you there." For video streaming, certain clothing and accessories could enhance the ambience, and she held great respect for the stage. Even for a live stream, she desired to excel. Rachel led her to a boutique, where an enthusiastic robotic sales assistant greeted them. "Hello, what can I assist you with today?" Zijing looked at the garments on display. They were all quite ordinary dresses suitable for daily wear, too mundane to achieve the video effect she desired. "Do you have other styles?" The robotic assistant's mechanical eyes scanned the area. "That we do have more options. Please follow me." That he felt somewhat awkward having Rachel accompany her further into the clothing area, given the differences between genders, so he gestured for Rachel to wait in the lobby outside. Inside, the clothing was indeed more elaborate, with many Western European-style garments displayed in glass cases, exuding an air of nobility. She selected 2 sets in the smallest size. Her figure was actually quite proportionate. However, orcs generally had larger physiques, including the females, and these garments transformed into oversized fits on her. Once Zijing entered the clothing store, Rachel began perusing the women's clothing for the first time, feeling an indescribable mix of emotions. Though somewhat awkward, he also felt a sense of joy. The feminine attire displayed outside varied greatly, yet all were predominantly dresses. He thought of Zijing's delicate features, her fair and tender skin, and her excellent physique. She would undoubtedly look even more stunning in these dresses. "Excuse me," another robotic assistant approached Rachel. "How may I assist you?" Rachel pointed to several outfits he had taken a liking to, all of which were rather small in size. Small as they were, Rachel's aesthetic sense was impeccable. The colors and styles were beautifully coordinated. "Please wrap these up for me." When Zijing finally emerged from the fitting room, ready to have her chosen garments packed, she noticed Rachel nearby, having just stored his spatial button, with a hint of apology. She smiled and said, "Rachel, sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. You must have had a tough time." "It's nothing," Rachel replied, effortlessly taking the neatly packaged clothing from her hands and placing it into his spatial button. "Hey, why do I feel like there are a lot fewer clothes outside now? Did I miscount?" "No, do you still want to buy something else?" I still want to purchase some food." The 2 strikingly attractive individuals standing together unwittingly drew the attention of many passersby. Perhaps due to it being the weekend, more orcs had begun to frequent the mall. As they approached the shopping district center, the crowd thickened, becoming increasingly congested. Zijing glanced around, noticing an abundance of male orcs, and couldn't help but lament that the gender ratio here was even more skewed than she had initially imagined. Several unscrupulous orcs began to close in on Zijing, but upon meeting Rachel's fierce and watchful gaze, they dared not approach. Rachel, feeling uneasy, grasped the delicate wrist of the girl and drew her protectively closer to his side. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, he shielded her securely. among the generally towering orc population. Her stature was diminutive. Should anyone accidentally bump into her, she would certainly struggle to withstand it. Entices understood that Rachel was protecting her and chose not to voice her thoughts, though the faint blush on her ears betrayed her inner feelings. The girl was positioned exceedingly close to him. As Rachel shielded her, his gaze fell downward, landing upon her chest, two soft, white mounds. Though separated by fabric, the sight was enough to quicken his pulse that he quickly averted his eyes. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, striving to shift his focus away from her. The girl's skin was pale and soft. Her wrist felt like satin beneath his touch. What's wrong? Entices sensed his grip tightening around her wrist. Catching sight of his momentary distraction, that moment, a lecherous orc seemed to catch a whiff of her sweetness in the crowd, deliberately jostling forward, attempting to get closer to Entices. Rachel furrowed his brow, remaining silent, loosening his grip on her wrist, and instead wrapping his arm around her shoulder. In this manner, she found herself nestled against the sturdy orc's side, perfectly avoiding the unwanted advances of the other orc. From this angle, they truly resembled a couple. The crowd is growing, he murmured, his voice slightly hoarse, clearly betraying the turmoil within him, as he feigned calmness to soothe the girl in his embrace. Their proximity felt too intimate. Entices sensed his body temperature rising. She looked up at his chin and the exquisite contours of his face. Rachel, she called, causing him to stiffen momentarily, that he lowered his gaze to meet hers. She was tilting her head back, her clear eyes gazing into his, her cheeks flushed. Her eyes shimmered with moisture, her lips parted slightly, as if inviting him. His heart skipped a beat, racing uncontrollably, as if it might burst forth from his chest. He responded, his atoms apple-bobbing as he spoke in a low voice. Entices bit her lip, a flicker of confusion crossing her face. Are you feeling hot? Somewhat, he loosened two buttons at his chest, revealing a well-defined and alluring collarbone. The gesture was both enticing and strikingly masculine. She swallowed hard, her face growing increasingly flushed. Unable to resist, Entices stole glances at his chin, thinking how handsome Rachel truly was, especially when he had just tilted his chin upward. Shall we leave quickly? Up close, she was captivating. Her fair complexion, soft pink lips slightly parted, and her fluttering eyelashes made him swallow hard. Rachel felt an impulsive urge to kiss her, to claim her entirely, but he knew such a move would be too forward. Instead, his hand unconsciously tightened around her slender waist. Chapter 19. Frenzied orcs after much effort, they finally squeezed their way outside. Inhaling the fresh air, Rachel reluctantly released his grip on Entices. Did you apply a new perfume? You smell delightful, he remarked. Rachel had encountered many fragrances before, which often had overpowering notes, but the scent emanating from her was naturally refreshing and pleasant. Having finally regained her composure after the recent throng, Entices replied, No, I never wear perfume. That a gentle breeze tousled her hair, revealing her fair and delicate skin. Without any makeup, her face now bore a subtle blush, akin to the tender petals of early summer flowers that Rachel's heart skipped a beat. His lips suddenly dry as he said, Entices, please don't look at other orcs in that way anymore. What? Entices scratched her ear, ensuring she hadn't misheard him. The orc before her wore a serious expression as he continued, They aren't worth your attention, that if you want to see something, just look at me. I can show you. Entices' eyes widened in disbelief, utterly unable to fathom how such coarse words could emanate from the mouth of the tall, earnest beast before her. Indeed, she had misjudged him. No, could she really be so lewd? Who would possess such a peculiar inclination to observe others in such a manner? Rachel seized Entices' hand and placed it against her own chest, proclaiming, You may first experience it elsewhere. I am quite strong. Entices' petite face flushed crimson. No, that's unnecessary. I have no interest in watching others engage in self-pleasure. At that moment, she yearned to escape this place immediately. Oh, very well then, Rachel replied, a hint of disappointment evident as she stroked her chin. So, my physique truly is lacking. No, that's not what I meant. Entices felt increasingly tongue-tied with each attempt to clarify. I am parched, it's hot and dry. Please fetch me an iced beverage. Rachel glanced at the throng of shoppers in the mall and said, All right, wait for me here. With that, she ventured further into the crowd. Once she saw that Rachel had finally wandered off, Entices let out a sigh of relief. She found a shady corner to sit down, attempting to calm her earlier emotions. The sensation of having touched Rachel's muscular chest seemed to linger at her fingertips. She shook her head, silently berating herself for her behavior that day. That moment, a commotion erupted in the nearby crowd as several beastmen appeared to sense something amiss, all turning their gazes toward a specific direction. Among them, one beastman, clutching his abdomen, was being supported as he staggered out. The air was soon filled with the cacophony of police sirens, ambulance wails, and other chaotic sounds, signaling a scene of turmoil. Not good. A beastman has gone berserk. Run. Entices furrowed her brow, puzzled by the unfolding events. Just then, a series of footsteps echoed nearby. Clad in orderly uniforms, they were the law enforcers. She looked up to see the leading man, his azure eyes glancing at her as he passed, only to swiftly avert his gaze and lead his subordinates into the chaotic throng that a sudden jolt of realization struck. It's him. That rogue, yelled Lyra, establish a perimeter and disperse the crowd. The enforcers surged into the masses, efficiently cordoning off the area and creating a large circle around the onlookers. It was then that Entices finally saw the source of the commotion. In the center of the densely packed crowd, a massive black bear, nearly 5 meters in height, writhed in agony, indiscriminately attacking any nearby beastmen. The bear itself bore numerous scratches, appearing as though it had clawed at its own flesh. Heavens, it's a berserk B-class beastman. Someone gasped from the crowd to know when a beastman loses control and transforms, their rank can actually increase. It must now be at least A-class. Oh dear, an A-class berserk beastman. They possess no rationality and will attack any creature within reach. We must flee at once. Why are we still standing here? Do not worry, the enforcers have arrived. With so many of them, especially Commander Yeliro on site, he is a double S-class beastman. He can easily handle an A-class berserk beastman. I've never witnessed an S-class beastman in battle. Today is my lucky day. I cannot miss this, despite the danger of a berserk beastman. The crowd seemed to hold a deep trust and admiration for the S-class Yelira. Listening to the murmurs around her, Entices felt a twinge of confusion. Perhaps due to her petite stature, she found herself positioned at the forefront of the crowd, affording her an excellent view of the unfolding scene. Now, the imposing figure of Yelira stood before the enraged black bear, his expression grave, exuding an aura of dominance, his azure gaze fixed upon the beast. The berserk B-class beastman seemed to sense the intimidation emanating from him. Yet the agony of its own body and its violent instincts rendered it uncontrollable. With bloodshot eyes, the black bear let out a roar before charging towards Yelira. Yelira's expression remained unchanged. A cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, he extended his right palm toward the charging black bear, and a powerful gust of wind materialized, crashing into the bear and sending it tumbling. In a swift motion, Yelira appeared before the bear, his left fist striking its jaw with tremendous force, sending it hurtling through the air. With a resounding thud, the black bear crashed to the ground, sending dust billowing into the air. Gasps of astonishment arose from the crowd. This truly the power of an S-class male. It's astounding. Indeed, he didn't even need to switch forms, in mere moments. He decisively subdued the berserk beastman. Effortless, resolute, and remarkably efficient. No wonder the crime rate among beastmen has plummeted since Yelira took charge. Who would dare cause trouble under his jurisdiction? Yelira shook his slightly numbed arm and commanded, "Secure it with a restraint collar and transport it back to the prison." Though the transformed black bear was colossal, the enforcers, seasoned in their duties, swiftly deployed steel chains designed to suppress mental abilities. Binding the incapacitated bear securely to the ground, that moment, one enforcer approached Yelira, reporting, "Commander Yelira, this black bear beastman is registered as a married individual." A new wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. What? How could a married beastman go berserk? Did his mate not provide him with adequate mental support? Heavens! Isn't there a calming agent available? How could he have succumbed to such a fate? Chapter 20. The female mate. The beastmen couldn't help but feel sympathy for the fallen black bear. They were all beastmen who constantly feared descending into a berserk state themselves, a sensation of agony beyond their control. A soul-wrenching torment. Additionally, once berserk, they would lose all rationality, reverting entirely to a primal state. Yelira's brow furrowed deeply upon hearing this. Typically, berserk beastmen were those who had never paired with a female. After a beast man was subdued by the enforcers, as long as no substantial harm had come to their life, they could be injected with a high concentration of tranquilizers and placed in a labor reform, potentially compensating with a hefty fine, and might yet find their way back into society. However, the case of a male with a mate was markedly different. Their rights to life were not entirely under their control. Any decision regarding whether to take them for calming or to proceed with enforcement measures required the explicit consent of their female mate. That Yalalira's frown deepened further, but he waved his hand, instructing, "First, contact his mate." Understood. The enforcer complied, retrieving the data on the Berserk Beastman's mate from the enforcement database and dialing her communication. Beep, 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 disconnected. Beep, 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 disconnected again. Sweat beaded on the enforcer's brow as they continued, beep, 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 again disconnected, after attempting to contact her over a dozen times. All met with disconnection. The enforcer felt increasingly flustered. Did I end the interstellar realm? Female beastmen were esteemed, often capricious and demanding. It was not unusual for them to hang up on multiple calls. Yet, this was the communication of the enforcers. And generally, they would not reach out unless it was significant. The mate of this berserk beastman was truly overstepping bounds. Did she intend to allow her beast husband to be subjected to the cold, harsh treatment of enforcement? However, speaking ill of or questioning a female was punishable, so they dared not voice their thoughts, only murmuring among themselves, "Commander Yelira." The enforcer looked to their superior, a look of embarrassment on their face. Yalalira's displeasure was evident. That in the interstellar realm, females held great esteem. Their will paramount. Without any response from the female, they could not proceed with action against the black bear, but he pulled out his communication device. Searching for the contact information of a female named Xia and dialing her directly. Beep. This time, it connected swiftly, revealing Xia's face, adorned with a look of dissatisfaction. Upon recognizing that it was Yelira calling, Xia answered without hesitation. Indeed, the face on the other end was that of the handsome, austere commander. "Commander Yelira, what can I assist you with?" After conveying his purpose, Yelira requested that the enforcers await her arrival. Swiftly ending the call, feeling a wave of nausea at the sight of her face, which seemed to exude a desire to undress him. Interstellar females did not shy away from their desires, their eyes glimmering with a predatory longing. Behind Xia, several male companions, scantily clad and bearing unsatisfied expressions, appeared to be vying for his attention. Yelira shuddered at the thought. His gaze then fell upon a certain young girl in the crowd. She was radiant, her lips slightly parted and strikingly beautiful, with lovely, glistening eyes fixed upon him. Yelira felt warmth spread within him, the discomfort from the earlier encounter with the repugnant female dissipating entirely, fresh and elegant. It was clear that this little mouse was far more pleasing to the eye. Ekenzijin. Why was this rogue suddenly gazing at her? Before long, the female named Xia arrived, and one could not deny the efficiency of interstellar transportation. Xia donned a long, voluminous dress, perched atop delicate high heels, her face artfully made up, clearly having put effort into her appearance. That in the beast world, males often outshone females in terms of looks, and despite Xia's elaborate attire, she could not escape this truth. However, in comparison to the 10 or so beast men trailing behind her, she appeared considerably less impressive. With an air of superiority, she strode into the crowd, flanked by a dozen towering males, all of whom were undoubtedly her loyal protectors. This was Exenzijing's first encounter with a female of this world, and she found the reality somewhat different from her expectations. Observing the respectful demeanor of the beastmen, it was evident that their reverence was rooted not only in status, but also in the unmistakable femininity of the individual before her. This female was slightly shorter, distinctly different from the androgynous female she had envisioned. The androgynous ones resembled underdeveloped male beings, whereas this female possessed a charm that was uniquely feminine. That a gasp resonated through the crowd. So, this is what a female is like. Even though there was a protective barrier around her, I could feel the stirrings of her pheromones awakening something within me. Hey, stop daydreaming. You can only detect female pheromones when you're particularly close. How could you possibly sense anything from this distance? So, this is what the beastmen used to distinguish between females and the androgynous ones. Xia approached Yelira, attempting to execute an elegant yet somewhat awkward gesture of greeting, and spoke, "Greetings, Lady Yelira. You're even more striking in person than in the Starbrain videos. I am Xia, and I would like to introduce myself. Yale regarded her with indifference, a flicker of disdain surfacing within her. She replied coolly, "Is this brutish bear beastman your husband?" Xia glanced at Yale, offered a smile, and then expressed her distaste for the subdued black bear beastman beside her. "Yes, he is indeed my husband, that if he displeases you or interferes with your duties, I am more than willing to sever our bond at any moment." As she turned to look at the infatuated Yale, the onlookers were taken aback. To dissolve a marital bond. That was a fate far worse than being sent to a prison of execution, much crueler than death itself. A beastman forcibly divorced from his mate would meet his demise. Yale's expression soured. "Since you are his wife, have you not provided him with any mental comfort? Why has he suddenly turned violent?" Sensing Yale's skepticism, Xia remained unfazed and candidly shared her thoughts. "He is merely a crude, impoverished B-class male, lacking in any remarkable features, that I do not have any affection for him and have not offered him any mental comfort for the past year." Another wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Good heavens! A bonded male is not the same as one who isn't bonded. Once marked, they crave intimacy with their mate all the more. How could the bear beastman endure a year of neglect? That's simply pitiful. Even without the comfort of a female, isn't their suppressor? Why would the bear beastman still go berserk? Chapter 21. The rarity of females. The murmurs of the crowd reached Xia's ears. As a noble female, she felt no shame. Beastmen who are not favored by females are deemed inferior. There is no law in the stars compelling a female to provide comfort to her mate. Seeing Yale's silence, which seemed less cold than the demeanor of the lawmaker before her, Xia enthusiastically offered, "Lady Yale, you need not worry. You are an exceptional SS-class beastman, so handsome. If you were to become my mate, I would ensure you receive profound mental comfort daily. You would never have to risk transformation." The beastmen behind Xia, overhearing their mate's unsolicited affection towards another male, wore expressions of discontent. Yet, none dared to voice their objections, fearing the wrath of their mate and a fate akin to that of the black bear. The onlookers were once again stirred by Xia's words that it is well known that females are esteemed. A male who receives a female's affection cannot refuse, lest he face severe punishment from the law. Listening to Xia, Yale's frown deepened, that a sense of disgust washed over him. But his unease was alleviated once more as he glanced at Xizijing not far away. "Xinjiang, why is she looking at me again?" Noticing that Yale remained unmoved, Xia grew anxious. This was a rare opportunity she could not afford to squander. While she pondered her next move, she tentatively inquired, "Lady Yale, might you consider becoming my mate?" Yale shot her a cold glance, suppressing his disgust, too apathetic to utter a word of refusal. Xia stood awkwardly beside Yale, growing increasingly frustrated at his silence. Observing the crowd's attention on them, she felt a surge of irritation. However, she was a noble female. How could a mere male dare to reject her overture? "Lady Yale," Xia asked again with a hint of trepidation. Xia, the Starbrain records indicate that you are a B-class female, correct?" "Yes, that is correct. And I am an SS-class male, that I require at least an S-class female for mental comfort. Thus I must decline." That a gasp erupted from the crowd. Indeed, Yale was an advanced SS-class male. Unlike ordinary males, should a typical male refuse, he would inevitably face punishment. Yale, true to his role as a law enforcer, employed this method of refusal, preserving the female's dignity while effectively denying her. However, to be publicly confessed to by a female was a significant event. That it was well known that females, proud and resolute, would never stoop to pursue a male in such a manner, as it would tarnish their image. The beastmen present understood the unspoken truth. Females are often unreasonable and spoiled, and Xia was no exception. Although it was unthinkable for a female to publicly propose the bear beastman as one of Xia's husbands, had already suffered such cruelty. Who was to say she wouldn't treat other husbands similarly? While this was standard behavior among interstellar females, the sight of the bear beastman being abandoned after going berserk evoked pity in their hearts. Xia, will you take the bear beastman with you, or shall I hand him over to the enforcement agency?" Yale nearly ground his teeth as he spoke. "Hand him over to you," she replied coldly and nonchalantly. Effectively determining the bear beastman's future, Xia's demeanor incited considerable ire among the beastmen. Yet, they felt helpless. After all, she was a noble female. This was simply the nature of females, and they had grown accustomed to it. Yale-Lyra's gaze drifted once more to Entices, but this time, the cerulean depths of his eyes revealed a hint of melancholy. Entices. She had been scrutinizing Yale-Lyra, unable to ignore the brilliance of this lawmaker. Both in strength and beauty, none of her 30-odd husbands could compare. Even though Yale-Lyra had rejected her, she bore no resentment. Yet, why did Yale-Lyra's gaze keep drifting towards the crowd? She scoffed at the notion of paying attention to the common beastmen. But now, drawn by Yale-Lyra's gaze, she turned her attention to a striking sight. Before a group of towering male beastmen stood a beautiful androgynous female, her figure curvaceous, skin pale and delicate, features exquisitely attractive. Especially captivating were her deep brown eyes and rosy lips, which drove Xia into a frenzy of jealousy that a lowly androgynous female, outshining her in beauty. Xia's heart brimmed with unprecedented envy and resentment. Entices also noticed Xia's gaze. As Xia approached Entices, the surrounding beastmen, keen to avoid being beaten by her entourage, quietly backed away, leaving only Entices standing firm. When Xia reached Entices, she noticed that the androgynous female stood a half-head shorter than her, inducing a cold snort from her lips. It was one thing for a disabled beastman to exist, but to be shorter than a female was simply unacceptable. She questioned with an unfriendly tone, "Hey, androgynous female, are you here to seduce the males?" Entices. I see that my bear beastman husband has been driven to madness by your allure. Otherwise, why would he have transformed previously? Let me see if your protective barrier is even intact. Xia, having spoken, reached out her hand towards the protective film behind Entices' ear, upon sensing the unfriendly gaze of the female before her. Entices instinctively turned her head to avoid the contact. She was unaccustomed to the malicious touch of strangers that in an instant. Xia was enraged, and with venomous words, she exclaimed, "You inferior, underdeveloped genderless being. How dare you evade me?" Chapter 22. Handcuffed, immediately retorted, "Why should I not evade? Who are you to me? Do I know you? By what right do you touch me?" The onlookers collectively gasped, only then realizing that there stood an exceptionally attractive genderless female at the center of the crowd. Yet, this genderless female seemed overly audacious, brazenly defying a female that was well known that incurring the ire of a female could lead to dire consequences. Xia, incensed, declared, "I am a female." Entices fell silent. She had clearly heard their previous exchange and the discussions among the surrounding beastmen. Though she initially intended to remain uninvolved, she found herself being drawn into the fray. She resolved to fight back, thinking, why should females be allowed to slander others without consequence? Your male beast husband, due to your malicious indifference, has gone berserk as her spouse. You neglect your responsibilities, carelessly handing him over to the enforcement agency for disposal. With your husband in a life-threatening state and grievously injured, you openly express affection towards other males, displaying your selfishness, leaving him without the currency to purchase the necessary medicine, while tarnishing the loyalty of that male beast man who yearns for you. Most importantly, without ever having met me, you dare to vilify me and threaten me. How audacious you are! Entices' words resonated with the onlookers, creating quite a stir. They had never contemplated such defiance against a female. For females were deemed noble and beyond reproach. Yet this beautiful girl unabashedly voiced their unspoken thoughts that Xia's eyes widened in disbelief. You despicable, ugly genderless being. I can do whatever I please with my male partner. You have no right to judge me. Never before had she faced such accusations, and as she stared at the extraordinarily beautiful girl, she felt an urge to tear her face apart. With a swift motion, she raised her hand to strike the girl's cheek. The surrounding beastmen shielded their eyes, unable to bear the impending violence. They imagined that with Xia's fury, the girl's face would surely be left swollen. But the anticipated sound of a slap never came. The crowd paused, slowly lowering their hands, and when they opened their eyes, they beheld the imposing figure of Officer Yale-Lyra, who had appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Standing protectively beside the girl, his hand firmly grasped Xia's arm, halting her attack. Seeing him, Xia was taken aback. Yale-Lyra, what are you? before she could finish her question about why Yale Lila would defend that insufferable genderless female. He spoke, "The genderless being has openly insulted a noble female. You need not dirty your hands as an enforcer. It is my duty to handle her." Upon hearing Yalalila's words, Xia's mood brightened instantly. Indeed, such a genderless being did not warrant her personal involvement. The laws of the Federation would take their course. Then, with a swift motion, Yalila produced handcuffs from his spatial button and secured them around Entices' delicate wrists, the sound of the cuffs snapping echoing in the air. In disbelief, Entices stared at the man before her. Yalila, after handcuffing her, Yalila, taking advantage of their height difference and their close proximity, gently pinched the soft flesh at Entices' waist. The action was so swift that only the two of them were aware of it. Seemingly understanding Yalalila's subtle gesture, Entices immediately fell silent, though the blush creeping to her ears betrayed her unease. That old rogue. Is it so easy to pinch a girl's waist, seeing Entices handcuffed? Xiao was naturally filled with glee. Being taken to the enforcement agency would surely be a painful experience for her, a mere genderless being, a substandard form of differentiation, not even a true male. Dared to challenge her. Let Lord Yalila deal with her accordingly. I recall the last male beastman who publicly criticized and slandered a female received a year of detention. The implication was clear. Naturally, Entices was taken by Yalila to the enforcer's specialized interstellar vehicle. Throughout the journey, neither spoke, with Entices contemplating the excessive protection afforded to females in this world, as well as Xia's final words. Would she truly be imprisoned for a year? Yalila remained silent, his thoughts unknown. The interstellar vehicle had not been parked for long before it landed smoothly. The door opened, and Yalalila's tall figure was already standing outside. Not getting out? Have we arrived so soon? What, do you wish to go to the enforcement agency? No, no, no. Entices quickly jumped down. Yalila reached out to grasp her hand, skillfully unlocking the handcuffs around her wrists, revealing faint red marks on her fair skin. Furrowing his brow, Yalila murmured, "Let us go." Noticing Yalalila's intention to release her, Entices asked in confusion, "Aren't you afraid of punishment for letting me go?" "Afraid? Of what?" "An enforcer letting a criminal who insulted a female go free." "You are not a criminal, and I believe your words were justified that I am an enforcer. How will you justify this later?" Despite his somewhat rogue demeanor, the male before her did not seem as rigid as the typical beastmen. "You've said it yourself. As an enforcer, I will have my methods." Yalila looked at the girl before him, who appeared concerned for him, and smiled slightly. "What's wrong? Are you moved? Do you wish to repay me?" With a puzzled look, Entices inquired, What do you need? How can I repay you?" Yalila reminisced about the softness of her waist he had just pinched. It was truly tender and plush, as was her mouth. She was delightful all over. Pointing to his face, Yalila suggested, "Give me a kiss, and I will tell you, old rogue, you haven't changed your lecherous ways. Fine, you're too tall. You need to bend down first." Chapter 23. The scoundrel Yalila felt a surge of delight. He hadn't anticipated that the typically unruly girl would be so obedient at this moment. Considering their height difference, he slowly leaned down. To his surprise, the girl reached out and pinched his handsome face. Ouch! The pinch was not gentle. Her nails even broke the skin, sending a jolt of pain through Yalalila's mind. Yet he couldn't bear to push her away. "Hey, are you a dog beast man?" Entices released her grip on Yalalila's face, snorting, "That was my kiss." Indeed, this was her form of retaliation against his earlier unwelcome touch on her soft waist, a response to Yalalila's teasing in the academy. Yalila rubbed his stinging cheek. Feeling quite vexed, he licked his dry lips and without hesitation leaned down to capture the girl's rosy, moist lips. Entices was taken aback, stunned by the sudden kiss. She had never expected Yalila would kiss her. Yalila cradled the back of Entices' head with one hand while wrapping the other around her waist. The girl found it hard to breathe. Thinking, what is this scoundrel doing? She wanted to break free, but was firmly held in place by his large hand, unable to move even an inch. Seizing the opportunity amidst the kiss, she bit down hard on Yalalila's lip. The taste of blood igniting his heightened senses with sharp pain. This guy even bites back. The tall man retaliated with more fervor, deepening the kiss, and the taste of blood filled their mouths. Only when he sensed the girl's breathing become rapid did Yalila reluctantly release her warm embrace. The girl was furious, glaring at the man before her. raising her hand to slap him. Her attack was nothing more than a gentle tap to someone as powerful as Lila. But in that moment, the girl, with her kiss-flushed face and moist lips, appeared irresistibly alluring. Lila found himself momentarily entranced. And despite his strength, he did not evade the impending slap. Smack! The sound rang clear. Ta! Is that all you've got? Like a cub. The cold sensation of her hand against his cheek only served to deepen his infatuation. Struggling to suppress his rising desires, he took a few steps back. Before Ekijin stood a male whose appearance was far from flattering. Half of his face was bright red from the slap, his lips swollen from her bite. Yet he spoke in a low, husky voice, filled with restraint. You injured me last time, and now you've pinched me that I kissed you, so consider it even. Then, unable to look at the captivating girl any longer, fearing he might lose control, Lila retreated to the driver's seat of the interstellar vehicle, slamming the door behind him as he sped away. Ekijin turned to glance at the departing vehicle, exclaiming, "What was that?" He bullied her, yet he fled in disarray. What a scoundrel, a foul miscreant. In the driver's seat, Lira was not at ease. He could only slowly draw on his smoke to alleviate his discomfort. If at this moment Ekenzijing knew that the flush on Lira's face was not from anger, but rather from restraint, one wonders what her thoughts would be. The cursed Lira sensed a shift in his physical state. He reacted so intensely to that genderless individual, a reaction so strong that he found himself yearning to draw closer to her, an SS-class psychic beast man. His once proud self-control had become alarmingly fragile in her presence. He desired to delve deeper, to bridge the gap between them, but fortunately, he managed to restrain himself just in time, or else he would have truly been unable to resist her. Upon returning home, Ekenzijing was still in a daze when a sudden thought jolted her, and she scolded herself for her carelessness. How could she have forgotten about Rachel? She had returned home first while Rachel was still out buying drinks for her. Thus, she quickly opened her light brain and sent a message to Rachel. Sorry, something just happened that I've gone home. Rachel, I'll be waiting for you. Just as Rachel emerged with 2 cups of adorably stickered drinks. He looked around, seemingly searching for someone. Not spotting that familiar figure, he became slightly anxious that he then overheard several beast men discussing the recent incident. A particularly attractive, genderless individual had been taken away by the enforcers. A particularly attractive, genderless individual? Could it be Ekenzijing? Clenching his fists, Rachel's concern was palpable, and disregarding everything else, he prepared to head to the enforcement office when he suddenly received a message from Ekenzijing. Upon seeing that she had already arrived home, he felt an immediate sense of relief wash over him. Chapter 24. The gift. Upon returning home, Rachel spotted the young lady waiting at the entrance. She was as enchanting as ever, though her lips were slightly swollen, and her hair appeared somewhat disheveled. Clearly, she had not yet had the chance to check her reflection since arriving home. Otherwise, she would have realized that she looked more captivating than ever. As Rachel approached, the young lady hurriedly exclaimed, "Rachel, you're back so soon. I just arrived myself." Thinking I'd wait for you, that Rachel's gaze remained fixed on her slightly swollen red lips, and he could detect a faint, alluring fragrance emanating from her. However, mingled within that familiar scent was an unfamiliar masculine odor that made his expression flicker with displeasure. Yet, when he looked into her expectant eyes, words failed him. What right did he have to question her? Rachel, I forgot to buy the ingredients today. Since you helped me so much, I wanted to cook something delicious for you, the young lady said, her disappointment evident. And no worries, we can use the Interstellar quick purchase. What do you want to buy? Rachel swiftly activated his light brain, drawing closer to her in an intimate manner, subtly attempting to mask the unpleasant scent that lingered around her. Online shopping. How did I not think of that? Especially with the Interstellar network being so advanced, she exclaimed. Let us use my light brain, and you could teach me along the way. The young lady pressed her delicate hand against Rachel's as she lifted her light brain interface. The softness of her skin made Rachel momentarily dazed and lost in thought. Soon, the young lady had opened her light brain, and their hands were so close that he could distinctly hear the rhythmic beating of her heart. Due to the height difference, Rachel's upper arm nearly brushed against her well-developed chest. Forcing himself to regain focus, Rachel gently navigated the interface of her light brain, locating the food shopping section. Let us see what you need. I'll take a look. Okay. Thank you, Rachel. The moment he saw her sweet smile and those crystalline eyes, A wave of warmth flooded his heart, causing him to hastily avert his gaze that he then retrieved all the items Entices had purchased. Believing she had bought very little, only to discover a heap of neatly packaged goods upon returning home. She quickly placed an order for the ingredients, surprised by the variety available. After selecting several fruits and vegetables, along with numerous types of meat and other necessary seasonings, she realized it took her an entire hour to finalize her order, which ended up costing over 10,000 star coins. Yet, even in poverty, one must not neglect the pleasures of the palate. Having completed her shopping, she began sorting through the clothes and items she had bought for her live stream, meticulously unpacking each one that, however, amidst her belongings. There was one large gift box that she didn't recall purchasing. Opening her light brain, she reached out to Rachel. "Rachel, did I accidentally bring your things home? I don't remember buying this." The response from her light brain was swift. "That's your item." "Huh. Is that so? I suppose my memory isn't the best." Not giving it much thought, Entices opened the large gift box to find it filled with beautifully packaged dresses, all brand new and still bearing tags. Each piece was stunning and perfectly suited to her aesthetic. To her astonishment, the sizes appeared as if custom-tailored for her. "This? I'm certain I didn't buy these." "Did Rachel?" Entices messaged Rachel. "There's so many beautiful dresses in this gift box. Did you buy them for me?" Rachel replied, "Yes." Rachel continued, "They are for you. You deserve them. They look great on you. Oh my." Entices' face flushed crimson. It was her first time receiving such a direct gift from a boy. Although they were merely ordinary dresses, the gesture touched her deeply. She had seen similar items while shopping and noted their prices. But in an effort to save money, she had refrained from purchasing them. To her surprise, Rachel, who seemed so much like a straightforward man, had not only bought her clothes but also exhibited such good taste. After some contemplation, she decided to accept Rachel's kindness. The clothes had already been bought, and she genuinely liked them. Why refuse such a thoughtful gift? Who else could fit such small sizes? Thus, she replied through her light brain, "Thank you so much. You've helped me so much today and bought me these lovely dresses that I don't know how to express my gratitude. In the future, please don't buy me anything. It's too extravagant. In appreciation, let us skip the nutritional supplements today. I'll cook something delicious for us to share. Next time I'll also buy you a gift." Rachel read through the messages she sent. He prepared to respond with something simple. However, upon seeing her mention buying him a gift, he deleted what he had previously typed and replied succinctly, "Sure." Chapter 25. The cooking livestream. The ingredients arrived promptly, and Entices realized she had purchased quite a lot. She installed a flexible camera on her light brain, adjusting it to a suitable angle to ensure only her arms and the ingredients would be visible. As she began preparing the ingredients, the camera captured the process from above, set to avoid recording any other parts of her body. "Would you like to start a live stream?" Entices' video account had a solid fan base, and as soon as she began broadcasting, many beast men flocked to her stream. "Isn't today a singing stream? I'm sure I followed the right account. Why is she suddenly in the kitchen? Wow, those delicate, fair hands belong to the streamer. They're absolutely gorgeous. I fell in love at first sight. The streamer planning to cook. This is exciting. Did you not check the streamer's profile? Today isn't just about singing. She is also cooking live. Not to mention, those legs, no, those hands are stunning. I can guarantee that no other hands in the entire Federation, let alone the whole galaxy, come close to being this beautiful. I declare that from today on, I'm no longer just a voice enthusiast. I'm a hand enthusiast. Just a genderless individual trying to seduce male beast men. Nothing more. Those hands look fake." User 5558643. What is your deal? Is this a new account? Why come in and slander someone else? What is wrong with being genderless? Did a genderless individual eat your family's meat? Don't be a troll just to disparage others. It's more despicable to harbor such filthy thoughts than anyone else. Listening. Donating starships listening. Donating starships X5 listening. Donating starships X100 system notification. Listener donations have exceeded 10 million star coins. Upgraded to blue text. Oh my, starships. Am I seeing this correctly? Each one costs 100,000 star coins. This listener just donated 100 of them. Rich, truly rich. Simply wealthy beyond imagination. System prompt. Listening has applied to become the administrator of the live broadcast room. System prompt. As listening's total gifts in the live broadcast room have exceeded 10 million star coins, the system has automatically approved the application request. System prompt. Listening has kicked user 555-8643 out of the live broadcast room. Entices was taken aback, her hands momentarily frozen in astonishment. She had just begun her live broadcast, intending to prepare a dish, and in such a short span, the room had become so lively. Moreover, this listening had gifted an astonishing 10 million star coins. Goodness, is the effect truly this remarkable? Though she was surprised, she felt compelled to express her gratitude. After all, this generous individual had bestowed such lavish gifts and had even expelled a troll from the broadcast. Thank you, esteemed listening, for the Interstellar Battleship gift, and thank you to all for watching my live stream. The host's voice is so melodious, simply enchanting, that I am certain that Summer is sung by the host. After all, one cannot find a more captivating female voice across the entire galaxy that I wish to hear the host sing Summer again, that I'm not singing today. I will start with cooking instead. Thank you all for your support. How can such beautiful hands of the host engage in such messy activities? They ought to be well cared for. Indeed, I can't even begin to imagine how exquisite her flawless hands must be. System prompt. Listening has kicked user 226-84695 out of the live broadcast room. What the heck, brother upstairs, is it mating season for you? This is a serious live broadcast room, not a place for your primal urges. Listening is so decisive, just kicked him out. Entices paid them no mind, selecting a large chunk of meat. She expertly cut a whole piece into sizable portions, placing them on the cutting board with remarkable skill. Showing no signs of clumsiness. What the hell? Did I just see that? How can such beautiful hands commit such a brutal act, chopping the meat into large pieces? The host is remarkably adept, thinking of the kicked-out brother's words. Witnessing the host's fierce chopping makes me feel a bit tense. Don't say that, brother. I feel a bit of pain too. I'm back on my alternate account. I will no longer say inappropriate things. Please don't kick me, I beg you. Why is it that the moment I return on my alternate account, I see the host chopping meat? It's so painful, so cruel. Entices placed the chopped meat into the pot, adding water, cooking wine, ginger, and star anise among other seasonings. This step is referred to as removing the gamey odor. The meat from the beast world has a stronger flavor and a substantial fishy smell. Here, the orcs do not remove the odor, opting to roast it directly or cut it into large slices, akin to cooking steaks, eating them almost raw. I cannot fathom how they perceive the taste. For Entices, it is simply too overwhelming. Must cooking be this complicated? I've had boiled meat before. It pales in comparison to roasted meat. What are those wooden ingredients the host added? I've never seen them before. Once she confirmed that the pot was boiling, Entices began to introduce the ingredients one by one. This is ginger. It can remove the gamey taste and odor. It is not available in the food section, but you can purchase it at the pharmacy. I recognize ginger. It's a common medicinal herb among the common orcs, very pungent and used for dispelling wind and cold. Is it really suitable for cooking? This is star anise. It can only be bought at the pharmacy. This is cinnamon, also available only at the pharmacy. After introducing several ingredients, the orcs noticed that these uncommon components were all from civilian pharmacies. Can these truly be used for cooking? After some thought, Entices explained, besides the few ingredients I've just introduced, do not consume medicines indiscriminately. Random consumption can harm your health. What a novel and complex method. Can this really be eaten? My father educated me from a young age not to eat things carelessly, especially medications. Consuming medicines recklessly can indeed be fatal for orcs, host. Entices divided the meat into two categories, one purely for removing the odor, and the other for braising. The meat designated for odor removal was ready first. It merely required a simple blanching to eliminate the fishy scent. Entices retrieved it, preparing to make a portion of braised meat. Hey, what is going on with the meat the host just fished out? It really doesn't smell anymore. Boiled meat is usually the least palatable. How is it that the host's oddly seasoned meat smells so delightful? Is it ready? Host, can we eat now? Chapter 26. Live broadcast. The Interstellar Culinary Live broadcast can share the aroma of food in real time. Not yet. This is just the first step. Blanching is to remove the blood and gamey taste from the raw meat. Entices explained that, it seems rather tedious. It feels quite complex, yet it truly smells wonderful and no longer has that gamey odor. Subsequently, Entices heated oil in a pan, adding rock sugar to caramelize the base. Is this cooking? How can you add sugar to the oil? How can sugar be added to a dish? I would rather the meat be savory. I can't even imagine how meat and sugar could create a dish. What have I just witnessed? Forgive me for saying that the previous meat smelled delightful. I was mistaken. I now realize I cannot accept this, that I hereby confess. The host is a dark cuisine chef. Seeing the almost frantic comments in the chat, Exa and Zijin found their reactions somewhat endearing and did not elaborate further, pouring the drained pork into the pan for stir-frying, allowing it to take on color. Adding something akin to garlic for fragrance. Once it was nearing completion, she added an appropriate amount of salt, interstellar pepper, 5-spice powder, soy sauce, and sesame oil, covering the pot to simmer for 20 minutes. The process was nothing short of mesmerizing. Executed flawlessly, leaving the orcs in the live broadcast room spellbound. As the seasonings were gradually added, the meat simmered in the pot, releasing an enticing aroma that wafted into the noses of the viewers, tantalizing their taste buds. Wow, it smells so incredible. How can it be this fragrant? Oh my goodness, it's the first time I've encountered food with such a delightful aroma, and the finished product looks surprisingly beautiful. I long to take a bite. Did I really want to try it? I too wish to sample the host's culinary skills. The cooking tutorial has been shared with you all. You can attempt to make it at home. It tastes wonderful. If you have any questions, feel free to leave a message for the host. This will be the end of today's broadcast. See you next time. With that, she ended the live stream. Today's broadcast was unexpectedly successful. In addition to listening's generous gift of 10 million star coins, there were several other gifts that accumulated to over 12 million star coins in total. With the platform's 50-50 revenue split, this means she would earn over 6 million star coins. Just thinking about it made Exa and Zijin feel elated. Later, she planned to edit each dish into videos, categorizing them for culinary enthusiasts online, which should attract quite a bit of traffic. Realizing that inviting Rachel might not provide enough food, Exa and Zijin prepared several additional dishes, ensuring generous portions. There were fish, and the braised meat was already ready, making a total of 4 dishes and 1 soup. This marked the first time Exa and Zijin would savor the blue star cuisine she had longed for since arriving in the interstellar realm. The brainwave signal from Rachel indicated she would soon arrive after tidying up her home. The young girl's dwelling was not particularly spacious, yet it was warmly decorated, creating an inviting atmosphere that made one feel immersed upon entry. As Rachel stepped inside, a faint, familiar fragrance enveloped her, prompting a smile as she found this unique scent quite delightful. That you've arrived. Please have a seat. Ekin gestured toward the dining table before moving to the kitchen to bring out the dishes one by one. Rachel glanced at the dining table, a simple wooden surface adorned with an array of delectable dishes. Her eyes widened in astonishment, the aroma of the food making her swallow involuntarily before regaining her composure. Rachel typically consumed nutrient solutions, which were convenient, as he believed that merely satisfying hunger was sufficient. However, after tasting the dishes prepared by Exa and Zijin, he realized what true food was. The flavors were simply exquisite. After the meal, Rachel surprisingly took it upon himself to handle all the washing, cleaning, and tidying up. Despite being a guest, he was quite insistent, and Exa and Zijin could not dissuade him, so she allowed him to proceed. Once Rachel was well taken care of, Exa and Zijin retrieved the remaining braised meat, dried it, packaged it, and felt it might still be insufficient, so she prepared a substantial amount of jerky and various flavors of fish jerky. After completing everything, she was astonished by the sheer quantity. The provisions she had were sufficient for half a month. Contemplating the multitude of items she needed to bring to school proved to be quite inconvenient. Then she recalled the Interstellar space button. The reward she had just earned from her live stream felt like a timely boon. Upon discovering the shopping area associated with the space button, she decisively placed an order, spending over 2 million star coins. She still had some star coins left, which Exa and Zijin intended to use to repay Asojus's tuition fees. However, when she activated her light brain, the incessant chatter of the chat interface remained stagnant. The front lines must be particularly perilous and busy. Asojus likely had no time to check his light brain, understanding the dangerous nature of the war and fearing to disturb him. Exa and Zijin refrained from sending him a message, deciding instead to ask him directly upon his return. What Exa and Zijin was unaware of was that interference devices were present at the front line against the Zerg. These devices disrupted the Zerg's brainwave signals, preventing their further proliferation and evolution. The ultrasonic waves simultaneously interfered with light brains, so apart from specialized communication devices at headquarters, all Orc light brains on site had no signal. Chapter 27. The orc's academic score of 0 that day. Xianzijing's confrontation with a female orc in the street was captured on video, drawing the attention of many orcs who labeled her as brave for publicly rebuking a female. Headlines suggested that she had defended him, only for him to scold her while she merely wished to touch his protective membrane. Many clicked, expecting to witness something explicit, only to find a video featuring Xia and a genderless individual. This genderless individual was strikingly beautiful, which was unfortunate. Being arrested by enforcers for publicly berating a female was quite the bold act. This world had desensitized male orcs to such occurrences, as they had often contemplated speaking out but never dared to. It was unexpected that a genderless being, whom they typically looked down upon, would be so audacious. The onlookers could not help but admire the beautiful genderless individual, yet they lamented the fact that such a person, possessing both beauty and courage, had been apprehended by the enforcers, hoping only for her survival. Many orcs with a sense of justice, or those who had suffered at the hands of oppressive females, sent private messages to the enforcement agency, urging leniency for the genderless individual. Yet, without exception, these pleas fell on deaf ears. These posts barely garnered attention for an hour before being suppressed, and searching for the video yielded no results. It was as if the brief flicker of that video had never existed. In the enforcement agency, the personnel observed their superior lost and thought more than once over the past few days. Wasn't Arlyra on a mission? Who possessed the prowess to injure the esteemed SS-ranked Arlyra? Her mouth was swollen, and her face bore a distinct bite mark. What sort of hazardous mission could inflict such injuries? However, noticing their superior occasionally touching her own mouth in contemplation, the others realized, was Arlyra experiencing infatuation. Upon closer examination of her wounds, it was evident this was not a matter of duty, but rather a failed courtship. Where she had been bitten by a female, she sought to woo. "Chris, come here," Arlyra called upon, observing certain trending terms related to Xianzijing slowly gaining traction in the star brain. "What is it, Director Arlyra?" Arlyra pointed to the trending terms. "These videos are severely impacting our enforcement agency. Suppress them all and contact those who posted them. If they continue, invite them to the enforcement agency for a cup of tea." Chris, initially taken aback by Arlyra's injuries, soon regained composure, understood that moment. Arlyra's light brain rang. Without hesitation, she answered that IT was the old director. "Arlyra, today Ms. Xia specifically reached out to inquire when you would be free to have dinner together. And she also asked about the sentence for the genderless individual who publicly insulted her, that we need to keep a close watch on her situation. I checked, and there have been no recent admissions of genderless individuals." "What is going on?" Arlyra's expression soured. "Xia was indeed a troublesome woman. I let her go." "You let her go? Arlyra, you are aware of the law, publicly insulting a female, and you released her so easily? And what happened to your face? Did a dog bite you?" The old director scolded, exasperated. "Yes, I was indeed bitten by a dog. I am willing to accept punishment from the enforcement office. 100 lashes. Willing to endure 100 lashes just to release a genderless individual? Arlyra, you have gone mad. This is exactly what happens when you remain single for too long. You're becoming increasingly childish. Without a good female to guide you, your behavior is becoming more immature by the day." "Enough, Director. Please do not press me any further," Arlyra retorted, somewhat displeased. "Not press you? Have you looked at your age? I have long known that you scored 0 in the orc husbandry course during your time at the academy. Look at you now. It appears you are still a virgin. You act fierce and brutal, with a temperament as unpredictable as the weather, and yet no female would consider you. After all this time, Xia finally invites you out. What do you think?" Arlyra's face bore a look of disdain. "I would rather receive another 100 lashes." The old director, momentarily speechless, pondered for a moment before suggesting, "I will help you decline her invitation. You cannot continue to act this way. All right. And about your personal matters." Before the old director could finish, Arlyra abruptly ended the call and returned to the execution room. "That old man is so insistent about marriage. It is quite bothersome." Chapter 28. Devilish training during her holiday. Xianzijing, fearing she would not have enough supplies, indulged in more online shopping. Upon returning to the academy, she prepared to attend additional mechanical maintenance classes. To her surprise, she received a notification from her class that the seasonal exam was approaching, and this time, it was not an internal assessment. Their head of the planning department had drawn the short straw, resulting in an examination in the mysterious forest. Why was this a misfortune? The planting department was the weakest among the academy's programs, even inferior to the medical and logistics departments, though previous assessments had utilized a lottery system. They often relied on luck. External examinations were typically claimed by departments with formidable combat abilities. Entering the forest would provide excellent training opportunities for those strong in combat, but for some students in the planning department, it was tantamount to a death sentence that, oh dear, how unlucky. The department was instantly filled with lamentations. What if I die the moment I step in? Alas, our planning department is truly unfortunate. Who could have guessed we would be so weak? I heard this exam requires passing to earn 30 academy points. Not to mention, if we encounter danger and abandon the exam, we would lose 50 points if points drop to a certain level. We could be expelled from the academy. Haha. At that moment, a dashing black-haired boy with cat ears stood atop a desk, hands on hips, laughing heartily. Finally, I have a chance to cast off these shackles. Ha! It was good yoke. Silence, everyone. The department head is here. The class instantly quieted down. The upcoming seasonal exam was only a week away, and considering everyone's physical fitness and the exam's content, the department had specifically invited the combat department's instructor Helen for training. Instructor Helen? Everyone knows that the combat department's rigorous training is legendary. The student's expression soured at once. The do not wear such faces as if you have just ingested unpurified food. To invite Instructor Helen. Our department spent 2,000 gene of purified fruits and vegetables. The do you know what that means, you bunch of little rascals? While our department truly has your best interests at heart, I hope you can all pass the exam under Instructor Helen's training. Of course, this was a lie. They had only spent 200 gene on fruits and vegetables. Instructor Helen, what do you think? These kids seem quite understanding. They are indeed quite adorable, just a bunch of little rabbits. A booming voice erupted. Get out here, all of you. Instructor Helen kicked open the doors of the classrooms, shouting at the students, you bunch of little rascals. What are you still doing? Hurry up and follow me. At a training base within the academy. So this is the combat department's training facility. The training base resembled a massive square, surrounded by fences and walls, with a tower at the top. Instructor Helen. Are we training here? A student could not help but ask, is this really the combat department's instructor? She seems so fierce, like someone who could devour 10 rabbits in one bite. Of course. Hurry up. Stop dawdling. Indeed, combat department instructors had a penchant for scolding. Instantly, all the trainees rushed out. My name is Helen, but you can also call me Instructor Helen. Remember, from today onwards, we are here to train you until the exam concludes. I too possess a primal nature. I understand your inherent physical capabilities and will not train you according to the conventional standards of combat training. Starting today, you shall run 50 kilometers around the training ground. As soon as the words left my lips, a chorus of wails erupted. Wah, instructor, you can't treat us like this. What? Oh no, instructor, this will surely exhaust me. Please spare us. Silence. You are my students now. That I do not care how you conduct yourselves in your daily lives. However, you must adhere to discipline. Should you violate the rules or fail to meet the set goals, prepare to face the consequences. Wah! Instructor Helen scoffed. A bunch of insolent children. Keep it up, and I'll deduct your credits. Instantly, the entire training ground fell into a chilling silence. Action. Begin running. All the trainees took off in a frenzy. Indeed, you must persevere until the end, you little rascals. Students from the combat department run 100 kilometers daily. So this should be a breeze for you. Remember, you are orcs. Your natural physique is robust. Do not let the challenges extinguish your primal instincts. Press on. Chapter 29. Saint Yashin the instructor is not a beast. Nor is Guke. It is no wonder Gyork is remarkable. Even with his power sealed by the restraining ring, his physical stamina remains intact. Completing 50 kilometers is a walk in the park for him. As he finishes first, the remaining competitors consist of a few physically capable carnivorous orcs and some ordinary orcs. The very back, a substantial number still have not finished. These are the asexual beings. Zijin, I feel like I am going to collapse. How much further do we have? Kara gasped, her legs trembling. Yet she persisted in her in contrast. Zijin, although not particularly fast, found this distance less arduous than Kara and the other asexuals. Just hang in there, have to go. In truth. Ekijin also felt the strain. After all, human physical capabilities are inherently inferior to those of orcs. Fortunately, in her past life, she had danced daily as an idol and maintained her basic physical training. So her condition was still commendable. albeit her arms seemed excessively slender compared to the massive muscles of the orcs. Kara could no longer endure and collapsed onto the ground. The orcs reacted swiftly, lifting her onto a stretcher and transporting her to the infirmary. More and more asexuals began to fall. Among the crowd, several orcs snickered. Asexuals truly are the weaklings of the beasts. They cannot handle it. Look, that attractive asexual is still running. Ekizijin felt her own energy waning. Thankfully, she had chosen to dress modestly, wearing faded long pants and long sleeves instead of a skirt, making it easier to run. Run like a male. At that moment, Gyork's voice echoed in her ears. She genuinely felt she could not continue, yet all the asexuals around her were collapsing. Zijin, remember you are male. You are not a weak beast. I am not male, she shouted, exhausted. Asexual females are also considered incomplete males. The do not think that looking like a female makes you one. Keep running. She felt an overwhelming urge to strike him. You are the real man here. Indeed, there was not much distance left. She just needed to hold on a little longer. Although Gyork's encouragement was rather irritating, it inadvertently silenced the mocking laughter of the male orcs, for with Gyork present, who would dare to ridicule Exigin? Finally, she reached the finish line. Wow, amazing! Zijin, you did great. The asexual had managed to cross the finish line. Exigin collapsed onto the ground, utterly drained. She lacked the strength even to stand. She could only glare at Gyork, who seemed entirely unfazed, his demeanor as brazen as ever. You cannot simply sit down after running, but he approached and pulled her up. In that moment, Ekizijin did not wish to utter a word and closed her eyes. To have completed 50 kilometers on her own feet was beyond anyone's imagination. Hey, don't fall asleep. Gyork reached out and poked her. What are you doing? Let me rest for a bit. Ekizijin opened her eyes to look at Gyork. Her flushed face, damp with sweat, enhancing her charm. After returning to her dormitory, Ekizijin felt utterly exhausted, lying motionless on her bed. Cyril brought her a glass of water and a towel. Thank you. Ekizijin took the towel and placed it over her face, disregarding everything else. She was too fatigued and needed rest. Cyril understood her exhaustion and remained silent, patiently waiting for her to awaken. The girl's room was tidy and infused with a subtle fragrance, intoxicating to the senses. Perhaps too fatigued, the towel covering her face became bothersome, and she tossed it aside, revealing her sleeping visage to the air. Smooth, fair skin, delicate features, long eyelashes, beautiful eyes, a well-defined nose, and a gently upturned mouth. The girl's breathing gradually steadied, radiating a languid aura that invited closeness and affection. From the moment you hesitated to take her life, you would inevitably fall in love with her, just as foretold in your prophecy. Henceforth, you would bear the weight of your prophecy and endure its accompanying suffering. Unable to resist, you found yourself drawn closer to her. Unlike the other orcs, Ekizijin exuded a pleasant fragrance after her workout rather than the unpleasant stench of sweat, filling Cyril's senses with an intoxicating allure. The young man slowly leaned down, kissing her lips gently and cautiously. It was a sweet kiss, reminiscent of blooming flowers, a desire to claim and possess. He longed for the girl before him to belong solely to him. Unable to contain himself, he deepened the kiss. The girl finally reacted, her brow furrowing slightly before relaxing. He released her, observing her rosy lips part slightly. He leaned in again, capturing her lips, indulging in delicate caresses and gentle bites. The girl let out an unconscious soft hum, her tender voice igniting a yearning within him. Yet, he knew he could not continue. Otherwise, she would awaken. Cyril stepped back from the edge of the bed. Distancing himself from her, he resumed his elegant demeanor, though lingering traces of desire remained on his cheeks and ears. However, the enchanting sensation from moments ago lingered in his memory, impossible to erase, a warmth that beckoned affection. When Exigin awoke, she slowly rose to drink some water and noticed Cyril standing a short distance from her door. How long had she slept? Why was Cyril still lingering at her door? Cyril, what brings you here? Upon hearing her voice, Cyril smirked. What, do you find me undesirable? Exigin quickly shook her head, adamantly denying it. Then a thought struck her. Cyril, did you not have any assessment training? Cyril pondered for a moment. The command department did not arrange for an expedition to the Misty Forest, he added. Because we were not assigned to the Misty Forest assessment, we were given a more rigorous combat evaluation. People competing against each other is infuriating. The command department is so strong. These evaluations are mere trifles for them. I envy you to do you think I will succeed in this assessment. She sighed. Cyril approached, smiling, and ruffled her hair. You're working so hard. You will surely succeed. I want to grow stronger too. Tomorrow, I must return to St. Yatian and maybe away for some time. So sudden? St. Yatian? Is that Cyril's home? Yes, St. Yatian needs me. All right. Chapter 30. She has always loved research, hasn't she? That night, she slept restlessly, hazily recalling past events. The technological reform of the mechanical era was soon to be humanity's greatest invention. As the analysis paper concluded, thunderous applause erupted. That I assure you, this is the best analysis paper I have ever heard. Senior Lu Shu is truly impressive, worthy of being Professor Carl's prize student. Next, from Class 1 of Science and Technology. Xn Zijin, presenting the relationship between technology and humanity. Why does her paper title resemble Senior Lu Shu's? She is so beautiful. Why is she standing there, not presenting? In this crowded venue of academic discourse, is she here to amuse us? Why is she just standing there in a daze at that moment? Xn Zijin clenched her fists, her palms slick with sweat, her body trembling uncontrollably from anxiety. She had never anticipated that Lu Shu's paper, content, PowerPoint, and title would mirror her own. Yet the relationship between technology and humanity was the culmination of countless sleepless nights, crafted with her utmost dedication. She had only shared it with one person for review, her most esteemed teacher, Professor Carl. Why? Why was Lu Shu reciting her painstaking work word for word? Gazing at the sea of faces in the audience and the professor seated on stage, Ekijin felt her strength drain away. What was the point of rereading work already presented by another? Would she be accused of plagiarism, of copying Lu Shu? How absurd. What is she doing? Why does she stand there in a daze on stage? Is she putting on a show? Does she seek fame? I never anticipated that the technology class would host such a dim-witted student. If you won't present, then step down, down, down. A chorus of derisive jeers intensified. With more and more insults hurled at Exijing, that a single tear slipped from her eye, landing on her chest. She bit her lip in defiance, struggling to suppress the urge to cry out loud, and turned her gaze towards the teachers and professors she once admired and trusted. Their expressions were cold and indifferent. Her world had collapsed. Ignoring the murmurs of the crowd, she fled the auditorium. Hey, don't run away. Hurry up and read your paper to everyone. Surely, she didn't come up here empty-handed for a performance. Look at her, so pretty and young. One wonders if she gained admission to the technology class through backdoor means. Keep your voice down. Could it be that she is intentionally evading responsibility? Ekin Zijing stumbled and fell to the ground, raising her head to gaze helplessly at the sky, her eyes filled with bloodshot pain. Why? She arrived at the research institute, almost in despair, questioning her once respected professor. Why, Professor Carl? I sent the thesis only to you. Professor Carl regarded her calmly, his tone nonchalant. Do you know who Lu Shu's father is? He is the director. He has the entire central backing him. Xn Zijing was stunned, her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at him. Teacher, how could you be such a person? Xn Zijing. Let this matter go. You are remarkable. You entered the Technology Institute at such a young age and are now the youngest graduate student there. Your thesis and all research outcomes will be given to Lu Shu, who will offer you a salary and benefits far superior to those at the Technology Institute, though we didn't discuss this thesis with you due to time constraints. But as compensation, you will graduate smoothly with your doctorate. I don't want any compensation. Ekin Zijing interrupted Carl, her voice laced with fury. Those are my painstakingly loved research results. I only seek fairness. I did not enter here for any benefit. Why should he take away what I have tirelessly created? You are stealing! Ekin Zijing screamed in a fit of rage. Shut up, Ekin Zijing. What do you mean by stealing? You are merely a poor person who relies on scholarships to cover tuition. You can barely afford meals. What do you know about stealing? Poverty is a sin. You are the one who is taking. Ekin Zijing let out a hollow laugh. So it is, my efforts are merely summed up in his words. Suddenly, she burst into loud, maniacal laughter, as though she had lost her mind, tears streaming down her face. Carl frowned, watching her intently. That I have decided to withdraw from the Academy of Sciences. The girl walked weakly down the street, her slender figure appearing exceptionally graceful. Hello, Mr. A bespectacled gentleman suddenly blocked her path. That I asked, there's something you need. Her voice rang out like a golden aureole. Dressed simply and sporting a modest ponytail, the girl's strikingly beautiful yet disheveled appearance captivated passersby. So beautiful, truly magnificent. And her voice is so enchanting. The bespectacled gentleman couldn't help but praise her repeatedly. Perfect, simply perfect. Miss, I am Manager Lou from Bala Media. Would you like to join us? We have over 1 billion viewers. Over 1 billion viewers? The girl paused, repeating the phrase. Indeed. Manager Lou was exhilarated. With your looks, our company guarantees you will become an instant sensation upon your debut. A sudden rumbling sound interrupted her thoughts. She had gone several days without food, and indeed, having left the Technology Institute, she was now without a single cent. Her expression shifted slightly. Seeing this, Manager Lou quickly released her. Miss, you haven't eaten, have you? Our company cafeteria serves delicious meals. We sincerely invite you. You can first check our company qualifications and various compliance documents. Chapter 31. Lessons learned. As her thoughts returned, she pondered. What could lead a person to initially despise you, wishing to crush you, only to suddenly treat you well? I suspect he is mentally unstable, Gregor remarked. Did I ask that so? Cyril seems quite normal most of the time, she replied. But he has returned to Saint Etienne. Gregor, do you know Saint Etienne? Of course, Gregor exclaimed, retrieving a dried fish from his pocket and waving it in front of a cat's nose. His eyes lit up. What is this? It smells so good. Then tell me, what is Saint Etienne like? After a moment's thought, Gregor began. Saint Etienne is a planet, neither belonging to the Federation nor the Empire. IT is quite independent, possessing its own sovereignty, military, and church. Moreover, it is said to have once been inhabited by the divine race. In short, it is very peculiar, yet formidable. IT does sound quite powerful. Where is Saint Etienne located? In the Northern Star sector? I'm not exactly sure, but there is someone you can ask. Cyril. He hails from Saint Etienne. Seizing the moment while Entices was still processing this information, Gregor playfully bit her hand, savoring the taste of the dried fish as he spoke in a muffled voice. Entices felt a bit dizzy. Yet she used her other hand to gently push his face away, running her fingers through his soft, slightly curly hair as she withdrew her hand. Meow, you are so adorable. Gregor looked up at Entices, his eyes sparkling. That he licked his lips. Tasty. Is there more? Do you know Cyril? Entices inquired. Gregor's ears perked up, half erect. We used to play together as kids. He then smacked his lips. He is a bit of a neat freak. Quite annoying. Meow, you are so adorable. The girl affectionately patted Gregor's head, feeling its plush texture. Gregor huffed at the beautiful girl, his sharp fangs becoming more pronounced. As if provoked, he protested, Don't touch my head. Then, with a swift motion, he swatted her hand away. After a moment's contemplation, he bit her delicate, fair hand. This is also quite delicious. Unlike the dried fish's flavor, his bite was gentle, his sharp teeth not breaking her skin, as he nibbled while huffing. If you keep petting my head like a dog, I'll bite your hand off. He maintained a fierce demeanor, yet his actions belied his words, resembling an irritable kitten. All right, I understand, meow. Gregor reluctantly released Entices' hand, issuing another warning. And don't call me meow. Got it, meow. The other beastmen stood dumbfounded. Was this really the same Gregor who would fight at the slightest provocation? Could it be? Gregor is a masochist. He enjoys this. Many beastmen who had been beaten by Gregor were eager to retaliate, brandishing chains, whips, and various implements of restraint, storming towards Gregor. Brothers, don't forget, Gregor is wearing a level restriction ring. He is just an ordinary beast now. Together, we can definitely overpower him. Let's bully him back. Counterattack. Indeed, while he was a bit detestable, he was quite handsome. The other beastmen echoed in agreement. Just as Gregor finished showering and was about to sleep, a cacophony of footsteps erupted outside. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the lock on Gregor's door was kicked in. These bastards. As he watched the horde of beastmen flood in, Gregor's temper flared. Get out. The beastmen exchanged glances before charging forward, attempting to pin Gregor to the to their astonishment. Gregor, with a single punch, knocked each of them out cold, collapsing onto the floor, gasping for breath. Damn. Have I really been inactive for so long that my muscles have stiffened? However, these fools were far too weak. Who are you lot? You worthless scum. Gregor stood up, adjusted his clothes, and glared at them. Then he glanced at the various implements in their hands and chuckled, lifting what resembled a small whip. You wanted to play with these toys? Moments later, anguish howls echoed from Gregor's residence. After enough torment, Gregor snorted. All useless, he then approached one of the beastmen and kicked him. Hey, hurry up and scram. The group struggled to their feet, limping away, cursing Gregor as they departed. He asked, terrifying. Who said he was a masochist? He asked, clearly a lunatic. Chapter 32. Pre-exam preparations. I don't want to study. What do you not want to study? Beast husbandry. Georg lamented. As the examination approaches, students at the academy are frantically cramming. They are no longer confined to fixed subjects. Instead, they select their own courses to specifically target the areas in which they struggle. However, for me, I excel in every subject, except for one particular course that vexes me immensely. Why on earth is this subject even considered a core discipline? I cannot comprehend, that I don't understand either, Entices added. Is it the Beast Mastery course that causes you such anguish? What scores do you typically achieve? 0, Georg replied. That can't be true. What about the other beastmen? Entices continued to inquire. The combat-oriented students fare slightly better than I do. But not by much. That a passing score is 60, and hardly anyone manages to achieve it. Entices raised an eyebrow. If everyone is performing so poorly, how is it that you are the worst? Georg immediately countered. You cannot say that. Most students in the combat department excel in physical combat. Who would appreciate a theoretical subject devoid of practical application? It's perfectly normal to have a specialization. With a hint of pride, Georg acknowledged his advantages in strength, endurance, and intellect as a male, yet he found himself utterly stymied by beast mastery, an almost anti-beastman subject, while his chosen combat discipline was generally disliked by his peers. His excessive specialization had significantly hindered his credit accumulation. However, there was one exception among the combat students. One individual consistently scored full marks in beast mastery. What a disgrace to our combat department. Who is it? Entices inquired with curiosity, though she suspected she might not know the person Georg referred to. Georg looked at her and replied, Rachel, the traitor of the combat department. A disgrace to all males. Oh, Rachel. Wait, you mean Rachel? I actually know her. How could she be a traitor to your combat department? She scores full marks in beast mastery, a sycophant to females. Isn't that a betrayal to us males in the combat department? Zijing, are you still attending the mecha construction lectures today? Kara approached hurriedly. Not for now. With exams looming, I should focus on subjects where I can earn credits, she responded. Kara pondered for a moment. That's fair. Would you like to join me for the plant purification course? This subject in the agriculture department can earn significant credits. Plant purification? I doubt I possess the capability. Did I ask that all right? Entices asked. Kara assured her, but you've never tried, have you? How will you know if you don't test your abilities? Very well, I suppose. The plant purification course is quite simple. It merely requires purging the impurities from already ripe fruits and vegetables. In this era, naturally grown plants and meat often carry toxins and cannot be consumed directly. Excessive consumption can hasten the berserk transformation in beastmen, hence the emergence of the profession known as purifiers. Few beastmen possess the ability to awaken as purifiers, resulting in high food prices. As for Kara, being genderless, she successfully awakened her purification abilities, which explains her fragile physique, yet enrollment in the 9th Military Academy. The abilities of a purifier are also linked to mental strength. The higher the mental capacity, the more food one can purify. Kara, here, have some snacks, Entices offered, retrieving a bag of previously prepared vegetarian snacks from her spatial pocket. Kara accepted them eagerly, not hesitating to pop one into her mouth. Her round eyes sparkled with delight. Wow, they're crispy and so delicious. What are these, Zijing? Vegetable crisps. They're all yours, Entices said, handing her the entire bag. Thank you, Zijing. This makes me so happy. Kara beamed. I'll teach you everything you don't understand in the purification class later, that if we happen to be transported together during the exam in the Mistral Forest. I'll ensure you have food to eat. Kara, thank you, Entices expressed, touched by her kindness. Kara waved her hand dismissively. No need for thanks, although I would prefer you to be transported with Georg. He is strong, which would keep you safer. However, the Mistral Forest is vast, and if we become separated, at least you won't be without food. Entices wanted to mention that she had plenty of food in her spatial pocket. But seeing Kara's eager expression, she chose to remain silent. Chapter 33. Fire. The purification course appeared deceptively simple. Several raw food items were provided, all unpurified, and thus inedible, as they could accelerate the berserk transformation in beastmen. Each student was assigned unpurified basic food items, which were enveloped in swirling black mist, obscuring their original vibrant colors and rendering them dark and dull. Entices was astonished to encounter this black mist once more. During her time in the laboratory on Blue Star, it had been her primary research focus. She never expected to find such phenomena in the cosmos. Kara had various fruits and vegetables laid out before her. Concentrating her mental strength, she gradually expelled the black mist from the food, restoring the once dull vegetables to their vibrant hues, while the faint blackness dissipated between the leaves. How impressive, Kara! The fruits and vegetables you purified look even more vibrant now, Entices remarked. After finishing her purification task, Kara appeared somewhat fatigued and returned to her seat. Smiling at Entices, my mental strength can only purify so much. I still have training with Instructor Helen this afternoon, and I need to conserve some energy. Suddenly, she recalled, by the way, Zijing, you mentioned that the food looks better after purification. What do you mean? Indeed, the raw food items were somewhat dull and carried some black mist. But after your purification, none of that remains. Didn't you notice? How could that be? Kara exclaimed, astonished. Both purifiers and ordinary beastmen could only perceive the degree of food contamination. Visually, it was invisible, unsure how to explain. Entices insisted, but I truly saw it. Not only with these food items, but I also noticed many plants had a faint black mist. However, I assumed they were simply in a static state, leading me to believe that the plants in this star system inherently appeared this way. Kara nodded slightly, her gaze sweeping across Zijing and the other students' food items, her eyes narrowing. Zijing, would you like to try to see if you possess purification abilities? But I don't know how that I can teach you. All right. First, try to feel it, then place your palm close to these unpurified food items and attempt to channel your mental strength, following Kara's instructions. Zijing extended her hands toward the food. Do you feel it? The impurities within the food seem to recoil from your mental strength. Yes, the faint blackness appears to disperse as I approach. Now, focus your purifying power and channel your mental strength to cleanse them. Okay, I'll give it a try. Listening to Kara's guidance, she slowly attempted to harness her so-called mental strength. She discovered that the black impurities within the food gradually scattered. Seemingly fearful of her touch, that it appeared to be working, and she intensified her mental strength to continue the purification. However, suddenly, the food before her erupted into flames. Fire! Is the food burning? Entices gasped, her pupils dilating as someone nearby quickly doused the flames with water. Be careful. Step back. A large basin of water was poured onto the flaming food, and just when everyone thought the flames would be extinguished, they remained unyielding. What is happening? The surrounding students glanced over. Confused. Isn't this a food purification course? Why has it turned into cooking? Entices was equally stunned. She never imagined that attempting to channel her mental strength would lead to such an outcome. Ignition was far beyond her expectations. Moreover, the flames blazed even more fiercely, impervious to the water, that if this continued, the entire classroom might be engulfed in flames. Put out that fire. Entices' mind raced, unsure why imitating the other beastmen's method of channeling mental strength resulted in such a dire consequence. Yet extinguishing the flames was her immediate priority. Uncertain if her silent wish had any effect, the flames gradually subsided. Though not completely extinguished, they were at least less vigorous than before. Kara breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, it's finally dying down. The flames had inexplicably begun to extinguish themselves, but it was a relief nonetheless as Kara listened to the surrounding students murmur in confusion, her brows furrowed. Zijing, this is about purifying food, not incinerating it. With that thought, Kara surveyed the area until her gaze landed on the plant that had just burned. Although it no longer resembled its original form, she could sense that the food had indeed been purified. And even more so than after her usual purifications. With such a high concentration of mental strength, Zijing, how do you feel? Are you dizzy, unwell, or fatigued? Not at all. That I feel perfectly fine. Zijing, what is your mental strength level? How could it manifest as flames? I have no idea. Chapter 34. The assessment. As the time for the assessment drew near, Instructor Helen intensified the training regimen for the group. Without sufficient physical fitness, how could they navigate the vast and treacherous misty forest? How could they withstand the predations of their peers? It was crucial to remember that even if they obtained a task token, if they did not guard it diligently, they would be vulnerable to being robbed by stronger students. Standing before the gathered students, Instructor Helen proclaimed, "Although your physical capabilities may not match those of the combat-oriented students, as your instructor, I must fulfill my responsibilities toward you." With that, she commanded, "From today onward, we shall increase our training intensity. Each of you shall run 50 laps. Upon completion, regroup and continue with intensified training. You have 2 hours. Begin." At the sound of Instructor Helen's command, all the students from the planning department focused intently, joining in the rigorous training. After a few days of targeted exercises, many had seen improvements in their physical condition. Although Entices' physique was not particularly strong, she possessed remarkable endurance, enabling her to persist. To her surprise, she discovered that her physical condition was gradually improving through these workouts. Even though the long-distance training had initially exhausted her, she found herself adapting over time. While she still could not match Guyueka's speed, she was no longer lagging behind. After a week of intensified training, the assessment in the Misty Forest soon approached. The task was simple: survive and be the last to exit without withdrawing midway. The assessment badge remained in their possession. The Misty Forest was expansive, hosting various departments for the assessment. Listen closely. Especially the planning department, the assessment officer reminded that if you cannot endure, if you encounter danger, you must press the cancellation button, according to the assessment regulations. Of course, those who chose to cancel would not only be deemed as having failed the assessment, but would also face a deduction in their student points. Each student should carefully consider the cancellation button in their hands. Listening to the officer's words, the students felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. The officer's words underscored the brutal nature of this examination. Should luck not be on their side, or should they lack the necessary strength, they risked immediate elimination. This assessment also affected their academic credits and could even lead to expulsion from the academy. Thus, every student was in a heightened state of tension. The examiners observed the actions of all the students closely before issuing the command. "Proceed, and may fortune favor you," as soon as the words were spoken. Everyone arrived at the entrance portal to the Misty Forest. Guyueka approached Entices, his hair tousled as if he had been running his hands through it in agitation. "What's wrong? Guyueka, are you nervous?" Guyueka reacted as if someone had stepped on his tail. "How could I be? Even if the academy does not assess, I frequently venture into the toxic forest to hunt mutated beasts. I am not worried about you." After saying that, he seemed to recall something and leaned closer to Entices, whispering, "Hey, Entices, once we enter, I'll come find you." "Find me?" Entices couldn't help but chuckle. Setting aside the vastness of the Misty Forest, the communication barriers within rendered it impossible to locate anyone, as each student was teleported to a different spot. "That I'm being serious. Don't jest." Guyueka replied, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone as he nudged Entices playfully. "Cough, cough, cough." Entices was momentarily caught off guard by Guyueka's push, quickly regaining her composure. "That if you don't believe me, then fine, just go in. If you can't hold out, press the cancellation button." Seeing Entices still in a daze, Guyueka turned and walked toward the portal, but by the time she snapped back to reality, he had already stepped through the portal. With a sigh, Entices shook her head and followed him in. Upon entering the portal, Entices felt her feet leave the ground, and she stumbled sideways. Fortunately, she reacted quickly, grasping a nearby vine for support. The forest. Entices surveyed her surroundings, realizing she was utterly alone. The trees were dense, and looking up, she could see no sky. This location seemed less than ideal. Each student was equipped with a wristband that provided no network access, only basic indicators displaying their exit locations to prevent unexpected attacks from mutated beasts and plants. Each student was armed with a laser gun. However, the laser gun could only harm beasts, not fellow students. Should a student be found attacking another, their credits would be directly deducted, and they would lose their qualification. Students would land at various points within the forest, guided by their wristbands to retrieve the task tokens placed by the academy and safely exit from the designated exit. Successfully completing the assessment required gathering a limited number of task tokens. Once all were taken and submitted, any remaining students would be eliminated. Chapter 35. Bullying. Following the wristband's guidance, Entices selected the nearest task card location. She considered herself fortunate thus far, having encountered no significant dangers. The Misty Forest was notoriously convoluted, home to numerous mutated beasts and aggressive, toxic plants. Not far off, she spotted other students. Unfamiliar with the planning department, she recognized them by their physiques and the distinctive uniforms of other departments. They were beastmen. There were 3 of them, and they seemed to know each other, having avoided being scattered by the teleportation. The beastmen clearly noticed Entices as well. They regarded her with disdain, followed by astonishment. A genderless waste from the planning department? Entices was well aware of the high-level beastmen's disdain for genderless individuals, having encountered it before in the academy, but never had she witnessed such blatant prejudice as in the eyes of those beastmen at that moment. Within the misty forest, the wristbands imposed restrictions to prevent beastmen from endangering others' lives. Entices, wishing to avoid confrontation, quickly changed direction, attempting to bypass them. "Stop!" One of the beastmen stepped forward, blocking her path. "Why are you running? Are you afraid of us?" Entices halted, replying, "What do you want?" The beastman scrutinized her, and despite finding the genderless individual before him beautiful, his innate brutality and disdain for genderless beings prevailed. "Let me see if you've obtained a task token." Entices hurriedly explained, "I haven't received a task token. There is nothing for you to steal. Just because you say you haven't means you haven't." Someone suddenly shoved her hard. Entices staggered, falling into the dirt. The ground was littered with sharp stones, scraping her knees and palms, sending sharp pain coursing through her. Frowning in pain, she glared at the towering beastmen before her, slowly rising to her feet. She understood that within the assessment, it was permissible to rob other students. The wristbands had restrictions, but as long as no life-threatening harm was inflicted, they felt justified in their disdain for genderless individuals. However, the strikingly beautiful genderless girl before them appeared far weaker than they had anticipated. The brutish beastman felt a twinge of unease under her pure and innocent gaze, his eyes darting away. He feigned bravado, saying, "You're so weak. What are you doing participating? Are you just begging to be bullied? You might as well cancel your assessment that IT was nothing more than bullying." They often engaged in such behavior, especially against a particularly weak, genderless individual. They believed that genderless beings should recognize their status as lesser creatures, viewing them as inferior regardless of their enrollment in the 9th Military Academy. Bullying existed within military academies, where the strong preyed on the weak, as members of the mid-tier strength among males. They were often bullied by those stronger than themselves. They deemed it their right, attributing their plight to their own inadequacies. Their inherent disdain for genderless individuals, coupled with their towering superiority complex, drove them to torment, destroy, and amplify their own brutality, deriving a twisted pleasure from it, spotting her from a distance. They found the petite genderless being an easy target, her frail form starkly contrasting with their own robust physiques. Yet upon closer inspection, her beauty was even more striking than they had anticipated, rendering them momentarily speechless. Having pushed her, they were curious to see how such a beautiful face would appear in tears. Even as she fell, her delicate skin bore a few small cuts, and she glared at them with indignation. Bullying the weak is truly shameful. The girl stood up, calmly brushing off the dirt from her clothes. The bullies, who had been poised to hurl malicious insults, were momentarily taken aback. "Are you stunned?" This little weakling got pushed down. Genderless beings are inherently inferior. One beastman nudged the towering one beside him, reminding him of their role as bullies. How could they show pity toward a weaker creature? The front beastman avoided the mesmerizing gaze of the beautiful girl, muttering defensively, "She's just a lowly, weak creature. What is wrong with bullying her?" Another beastman echoed the sentiment, feigning ferocity, "That I've heard that your planning department is the worst in the Federation. How did such a stunning, genderless individual come to be? I suspect you must have traded favors for your opportunity." Entices cast a cold glance at them. She truly cannot resist. She is no match for them. Their sole aim in doing this is to force her to disqualify herself as soon as possible. With one less contender, their competition diminishes. Even an androgynous individual, who poses no threat to them, is still subjected to their cruelty. What does it matter if the androgynous one is aesthetically pleasing? Do not presume that their pitiful demeanor will deter them from bullying her. Their goal is to make her cry, for once she does, she will surrender willingly. Just as she attempts to rise, she is shoved again, crashing heavily to the ground, this fall more devastating than the last. With more scrapes adorning her body and dirt clinging to her skin, she senses the gaze of several onlookers, coercing her to withdraw from the competition voluntarily. They seem to relish witnessing such a scene. The expressions of rage and contempt on her face, to those brutish beings, appear as innocent inquiries. Do not gaze at us with such a pitiful countenance. Look at how pale you are, perhaps you should plead with us. Otherwise, you might as well forfeit and withdraw entirely. Observing Shinzi Jin's ashen complexion, her eyes no longer fixate on them. Instead, her exquisite visage bears a look of stubborn defiance as she gazes into the distance. There stands a man with golden hair, his countenance strikingly handsome and distinct from the ordinary. Clearly, this handsome man has witnessed the bullying of the weak, yet his expression remains unperturbed, as if nothing concerns him. Shinzi Jin remembers him. Chapter 36. Abnormalities, Mutant Beasts. Reynolds has been observing from a distance, scrutinizing them since the onset of her torment. As he watches the group encircle her, he merely gazes indifferently, as though he were a bystander. Unaffected by the unfolding events, from the moment she was pushed down, his expression remained tranquil, as if he were witnessing something utterly mundane. What are you looking at? The brutish beings, fixated on the defiant girl they have been tormenting. Notice her beautiful eyes no longer directed at them, but fixed on the figure behind. Following her line of sight, they see a tall, handsome beast man, his golden hair complementing his strikingly handsome features. Adorned in an opulent robe of gold and red, intricately embroidered with silver threads depicting exquisite totemic patterns. Reynolds, a rare genius of the 9th Military Academy. Few are unfamiliar with him. However, he has always preferred solitude, which explains his icy indifference to such matters. Having finished his appraisal, Reynolds seems utterly uninterested and walks away. One of the brutish beings turns to Shinzi Jin and remarks, "What a pity. Reynolds never meddles in others' affairs. Your beautiful eyes pleading for his help are in vain." Pleading for help, she had harbored a flicker of hope that the godlike man might extend a hand, even if only to rebuke them. Yet, he regards her with the same indifference and arrogance he displayed upon their first encounter, as if nothing concerns him. "Are you not engaged in your tasks?" Shinzi Jin retorts. The brutish beings are momentarily taken aback. "Reynolds possesses formidable strength, yet you waste time bullying me. The task tokens will not collect themselves. When the assessment time concludes, if you have failed to acquire the tokens, your mission remains unfulfilled," Shinzi Jin gently reminds them. Upon hearing her words, the leader of the brutish beings immediately changes countenance, hastily departing in an attempt to secure a task token before Reynolds. The others follow suit, leaving Shinzi Jin alone in the aftermath of their bullying. Being bullied? She considers herself fortunate to encounter such an experience. Discrimination against androgynous individuals still exists in this world, and it is far more severe than she had anticipated. Previously, within the academy, there had been guardians, and at least no one dared to act so brazenly. Yet now, outside, devoid of oversight, they run rampant. After a considerable time, Shinzi Jin slowly rises, moving in the opposite direction from them. She wishes to avoid further encounters, for neither her strength nor any other aspect can withstand them. The number of participants in this academy assessment exceeds 10,000. It is likely that in areas with dense crowds, chaos has already erupted. To encounter a handful of brutish beings in this secluded location is, perhaps, a stroke of luck. The name tag of Kara on her wristband has already dimmed, indicating that Kara has been eliminated. Glancing at the other marker on her wristband indicating the location of the task token, she resolves to find a way to complete her task. She makes her way toward the depths of the forest. Here, she pauses to catch her breath, surveying her surroundings. At this moment, a gentle rain begins to fall from the sky, droplets clinging to the leaves like glistening jewels. The trees are tall and lush, their branches intricately intertwined, and the rain seems particularly heavy here, pattering against the robust trunks. Suddenly, her ears twitch, keenly detecting an approaching presence. She turns warily, and upon recognizing what it is, her heart jolts in alarm. It is a mutant beast, a large one, its size 2 or 3 times her own, cloaked in black with scales glimmering ominously, its sharp teeth and claws poised to attack as it licks its tongue and gazes at her hungrily. A mutant beast, she is taken aback. This type of mutant beast she has seen in the Starbrain archives. It is among the lowest tier in terms of both attack power and threat level. Yet, even a low-tier mutant beast poses a danger. What to do? Trembling, she retrieves a laser gun from her spatial button. She knows she is no match for this creature. A single lunge from it could spell her demise. Without a moment to ponder, as the mutant beast closes the distance, Shinzi Jin glances at the towering trees entwined with vines and begins to climb. The mutant beast, with its keen sense of smell, watches her ascend the tree in frustration, roaring as it charges towards her, dislodging branches and leaves in its wake. Its furious roars echo as it struggles against its own impotence. Shinzi Jin holds her breath, her heart racing as she clutches the laser gun tightly. She takes a deep breath, aims for the beast's eye, and pulls the trigger to a thunderous boom reverberates as the fireball explodes in the mutant beast's pupil. Blood spraying forth as it howls in agony. Tumbling from the tree, IT writhes in pain, clutching its gaping, blood-soaked wound, its anguished cries growing increasingly harrowing. Seeing that the beast has not yet succumbed, she fires several more rounds. After struggling for a while, it finally loses strength and collapses. Shinzi Jin slumps against the branch, grateful for the immense power of the laser gun. Otherwise, she would not know how to escape. Breathless and shaken, she gazes down at the colossal creature below. Rainwater washes over her face. Cold and uncomfortable, she curls up against the tree trunk to rest. After a while, the discomfort dissipates, and the sounds of the trees rustle around her. Leaves swaying gently, drifting down from the branches. She wipes the moisture from her forehead and looks around, confirming her safety before shakily descending from the tree. Her body still feels out of sorts. Her temperature elevated, particularly in her lower abdomen, where a sharp pain radiates. Chapter 37, Discomfort. The rain has diminished significantly, and the urgency to complete her task compels her to steady her breath, wringing out her damp sleeves as she regards the task token not far from her. She yearns to complete the task swiftly. The sooner she finishes, the sooner she can find peace. Although Shinzi Jin possesses an extraordinary tolerance, her physique pales in comparison to that of the beastmen. Perhaps the prolonged exposure to rain and the shock of encountering the mutant beast have caused her to feel feverish, leaving her weak and in pain. Following the guidance of her wristband, she sets off toward the designated area. The journey does not take long, and just as she approaches her destination, she is relieved to find that the task token is unguarded. The task token hovers in midair, scattered randomly throughout the maze forest. After securing the token and safely departing, her assessment will conclude. However, the token hovers at a distance, and lacking the ability to fly or leap, she contemplates how to reach it. Suddenly, a figure appears before her. Reynold? What does he intend? Noticing the task token already inserted into his wristband, she wonders, Reynold, do you not already possess a task token? Are you truly intending to seize this one, which I have worked so hard to uncover? Reynold gazes at her, having caught a faint scent wafting from her direction. Subtle, yet tantalizing to a high-ranking orc. His sense of smell is notably more acute than that of an ordinary orc. Upon encountering the androgynous figure before him, drenched and devoid of any discernible gender, he noticed that her hair and cheeks were soaked, and her clothing clung to her form, accentuating her delicate curves. The alabaster skin of her neck and chest was tantalizingly revealed, suggesting a physique that seemed more exquisite than that of other androgynous beings, or even females. Her slender form possessed surprising allure in certain areas, igniting an unprecedented warmth within him, particularly as he drew closer, inhaling the increasingly intoxicating fragrance that surrounded her. Lai Nu air was sacred, untouchable. The deity he revered had never compelled him to enlighten the masses, only to follow his own whims. That he had lived in ignorance and restraint, never once succumbing to impulse, self-indulgence, or desire to to him. The distinctions between the feminine and masculine of the world were inconsequential, that he also held a certain pride, regarding all creatures with equal disdain, finding the status of interstellar females to be inconsequential in his eyes. Yet, as he approached this androgynous figure, an unfamiliar sensation arose: discomfort. Yes, it was indeed discomfort, a certainty that this being was inducing a physical aversion within him. Lai Nuair attributed all his peculiar reactions to her presence. That it was no wonder that orc males harbored such disdain for androgynous beings. Perhaps this was the underlying cause, that he pondered the fact that the scent emanating from most orcs was largely due to their glands being exposed to the air. Have you forgotten to apply your protective membrane? He remarked, noticing her absent-mindedly touching the area behind her ear, which felt bare, indicating the absence of any protective layer. It seemed likely that the recent rain, combined with climbing trees and her elevated body temperature, had caused the membrane to shed. While she had no need for such a thing, it was prudent to wear it to avoid suspicion. Indeed, It has fallen away, he concluded with a knowing expression. You, an orc, so brazenly exposing your glands. It's no surprise if a mutated beast were to devour you. What did he mean by that? Was he cursing her to be consumed by a beast for failing to wear a protective membrane? What a vile and contemptible individual he was. In response, Entices retrieved a spare protective membrane from her spatial pouch and applied it before him. The cool sensation provided relief to her heated body. It's already in place. Did you not claim you would not seize the task card? The unique aroma lingering around the girl had yet to dissipate, and it seemed only a matter of time. Noir observed her as she clumsily clutched the task card, her vulnerable demeanor contrasting sharply with her fierce determination. With a disdainful scoff, he turned away, leaving Entices in a state of disbelief. Her eyes wide as she stared at his retreating figure. Noir was like a ghost, fixated upon her, and if she recalled correctly, she had deliberately taken a longer route to avoid his path. Yet he had clearly approached with the intent of claiming her task card. Why had he simply walked away? She had assumed him to be an ultimate foe, one she could not hope to defeat. Feeling feverish, her body temperature elevated, the discomfort from her abdomen, which had subsided, now intensified. Yet the task card lay within reach. Enduring the discomfort, Entices sought a longer vine, using a small knife from her spatial pouch to cut it down. Unable to reach the task card herself, she resorted to utilizing an external tool. After severing a section of the vine, she forcefully flung it towards the task card. Once adjacent to it, she skillfully trimmed a few thicker vines and bound them together. With great effort, she secured the vine to a tree branch and climbed along at long last. She reached the task card, panting as she plucked it from its resting place, observing it in her hand. She inserted the card into the slot of her wristband. The discomfort within her grew more acute, her head spinning, and beads of sweat began to form. That moment, she suddenly heard footsteps. Startled, she looked up to see a golden figure materializing before her. Noir. Why had he returned? His cold gaze fell upon her face, where beads of sweat glistened like tiny pearls on her forehead. Trembling slightly, upon seeing him, she smiled as if encountering a monster, her pale lips parting to utter. Noir. Then, with a sudden thud, she slipped from the tree, falling into the earth below, and lost consciousness. Noir observed the fallen figure, frowning as he approached. Towering above her, he noted her long lashes. Resembling butterfly wings, motionless in slumber, she lay with her eyes closed, peacefully resting. Hey, he called, but she did not stir as he crouched down, reaching out to touch her skin, which was burning hot. Foolish girl, how could you allow yourself to come to this? He regarded Entices, who was not only covered in mud, but whose cheeks flushed a vibrant red, reminiscent of a tempting apple adorned with rouge. Noir placed his palm on her forehead, frowning as he realized she seemed to be feverish, and not in a normal way. The closer he drew to her, the more intense her alluring scent became. His gaze inadvertently fell upon her rosy lips and ample bosom. Foolish girl, he suppressed the rising heat within him. His eyes drifted downward, and he noticed the pristine fabric of her trousers stained with crimson, the rain-soaked material diffusing the evidence of her injury. Chapter 38. Desecration. Is she hurt? A trickle of blood seeped from her flat abdomen, causing Noir to frown, but he lifted her effortlessly, tearing at the fabric around her waist, exposing her smooth, fair and slender legs to the air. For reasons unknown, those legs were perfectly proportioned. Though slender to the point of seeming breakable, they were long and straight, their skin radiant as if sculpted from crystal. Noir stared at her legs, mesmerized, never having imagined that a mere androgynous orc's body could possess such beauty. His throat tightened as his gaze fell upon her ivory thighs, the pink skin glistening alluringly. Below her flat abdomen, blood continued to flow, yet the source of the wound remained hidden. This. Noir's golden eyes widened in alarm. She resembled the divine figure described in Scripture. He could not be mistaken. She was the embodiment of the divine. Yet why was she bleeding so profusely? Would it cause her harm? Would she perish? He still had not comprehended the peculiar fragrance enveloping her. Noir's attractive brow furrowed. The girl's legs, straight and elegant, glimmered with whiteness that was nearly blinding. Displeased, he removed his outer robe and draped it over her exposed thigh. Cradling her in his arms, he could not help but frown. She felt so light, so soft. Had she not eaten enough? Why was she so diminutive? He drew her closer, softening his grip, disregarding whether the stains on his pristine robe were blood or mud, and strode directly towards the exit. Jean, feeling unwell, dreamt of someone gently wiping her cheek, coaxing her mouth open to feed her an unknown bitter liquid. Startled awake, she found herself in an unfamiliar place, her body clad in clean garments. Lifting the covers, she recoiled in shock at the sight of vivid crimson staining her lower half. Understanding dawned on her. Why has my period arrived so early? She had always been punctual, and this was not the date she expected. Moreover, having never experienced dysmenorrhea before, she mistook the discomfort for a cold. Before losing consciousness, the last image etched in her mind was that of Nuer. Had he discovered her true nature? Had he realized she was female and not merely an androgynous being? Would he report her? What fate awaited her? Would she, unable to appease a male orc, be relegated to a breeding camp like any ordinary female? At that moment, the door swung open, and Nuer entered, his expression grim, a peculiar flush on his cheeks that an indescribable aura enveloped him, and bloodstains marred the fabric of his arms. Jin's face flushed crimson. Surely, the blood on him could not be hers. "My lord, you are awake." The look in his eyes shifted, tinged with an unusual heat. "Liar, what has happened to you?" "My lord, you are bleeding. I searched for so long, yet could not find the wound. Moreover, the physique of the master is indeed extraordinary. It seems as though this individual is illiterate. My heavens, what kind of education exists in this interstellar realm? She has even bared herself before him. Yet, she claims to be unaware of certain matters. Lenoel, are you not familiar with the concept of femininity? Indeed, the master is female, but a typical female does not bleed. The divine does not permit him to gaze upon forbidden sights, lest they tarnish his noble eyes. Yet he cannot suppress his anxious desire to comprehend the wound. No, she is his divine master. The sacred tome records that the master is indeed like her, female and capable of bleeding. Is the female of this world so different from her? Is there truly no monthly cycle? Why does Lenoel incessantly refer to her as master? The deity of his faith bears no relation to her whatsoever. Lenoel, can you truly forget? Forget that you have seen my body. Whatever the master says, Lenoel complies that he has gazed upon the master's body. Such an act is sacrilege and disrespect. He must be subjected to the divine altar, scorched by flames, to atone for his sins. Once the master has recovered, Lenoel shall return to the sanctuary to face punishment. Punishment. For what? The searing flames can incinerate all wickedness. Is he unwell, wishing to self-immolate? You need not burn yourself. Simply forget the memory of having seen my body. Lenoel seems to grasp something at last, his eyes brightening as he exclaims, "Thank you for your forgiveness, my master." He then touches his forehead lightly, extracting a strand of consciousness from his brow, a fervent and beautiful memory of the master's exquisite form, which he wishes to cherish forever. Yet he cannot. He must not sully the master with his impure gaze. Entices stares in astonishment as Lenoel withdraws a strand of golden thread, truly remarkable, capable of inducing self-amnesia. "Master, I no longer recall any part of your body. My mind is a blank slate." It seems he has merely extracted the memory of her form, that he still perceives the void, the bloodied wound. Has this fellow allowed her to bleed continuously? Please fetch me some cotton cloth and clean trousers. Considering her own space, she believes she possesses such items. You go first. Change out of the bloodstained clothes, then burn them, and come back in clean attire. Understood, my master. After changing his clothes, Lenoel received permission to re-enter. Kneeling before Entices, "Master, is your discomfort a punishment for my previous disrespect? Ever since I met you, I have felt something peculiar in my body." Peculiar? In what manner? Having donned fresh attire, Lenoel still bore a flush upon his cheeks, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He bit his lip, seemingly enduring something that I have never experienced this before. Entices' gaze fell downward. Chapter 39, Self-Sufficiency. Entices' eyes widened in astonishment. Her face flushed. That I asked this fellow doing this intentionally. Did you not purge the memories of what you saw? Why do you still feel this way? I did purge certain memories to a blank slate. Yet ever since returning from the misty forest, my body has felt this way. That I beseech you, master, retract the spell you cast upon Lenoel. What is wrong with Lenoel? Blaming his natural reactions on her. Does he not comprehend? Yet, the disdainful gaze he typically bears is now imbued with sincerity, mist gathering in his eyes. The girl rolled her eyes, glaring at him, retorting, "This is your natural response. It has nothing to do with me. I have not cast any spells upon you." Lenoel pondered in silence for a few seconds. That my master is divine. She would not employ such despicable sorcery to punish me. But, do you understand this reaction? Can you assist Lenoel in alleviating it? Have you not dealt with this yourself? Surely, you can manage it. Entices stammered. Manage what? Lenoel did not comprehend what the master was implying. This fellow is utterly ignorant of normal reactions? How pitiful to have never experienced such basic responses that he usually prides himself on being above others. Master, I implore you to assist Lenoel. I do not know how. Could you teach me? I cannot help you. If you cannot manage it, simply rinse with cold water. Why does he keep questioning her? Is cold water effective? No wonder Lenoel feels so overheated. It turns out that cold water is the solution. Entices was speechless. Lenoel, you have time to arrogantly disregard everyone. You might as well attend biology class. Biology class? Lenoel listened to the master's instructions, though the 9th Military Academy never offered such a subject. As an orc, this knowledge is typically innate. Lenoel is an exception. Do you have a light brain? Yes. Add me. Entices swiftly searched for relevant information and operational tutorials, transmitting them all to Lenoel's light brain. From now on, study this, and handle matters yourself. Lenoel's eyes widened in shock as he beheld what Entices had sent. Master, the sanctuary forbids viewing such materials. It would sully our souls. Stop calling me master. From now on, learn more about this knowledge to avoid being ignorant of the most basic things that I in this wild, lustful interstellar beast world. How can there exist someone so utterly oblivious? Lenoel resolved to heed only the master henceforth. You may watch secretly on your own. It is a matter to be comprehended rather than spoken of. Will you not accompany Lenoel to watch it together? Perhaps teach me? Lenoel called after her. I will not accompany you. You may watch alone. Were it not for the clarity in the golden-haired man's gaze, she might have thought him a rogue for earnestly uttering such words that Lenoel's expression dimmed instantly. Very well, what is he disappointed about? He could remain by her side indefinitely. After all, the master possesses a delightful fragrance. Leave, go take a cold shower. Understood, my master. And go far away to bathe. Lenoel's eyes dimmed for a moment. All right. Entices chose to ignore him, casting a glance at Lenoel. After an unknown length of time in the bathroom, approximately several hours later, Lenoel re-entered, kneeling on one knee before Entices. His complexion appeared somewhat pale, his lips devoid of color, his golden hair damp and hanging loosely. Upon seeing Entices lost in thought at the edge of the bed, he approached her a few steps. Master, the discomfort has indeed lessened considerably. Entices finally snapped back to reality. Have you finished washing? After soaking in cold water for so long, you must be chilled to the bone, let alone any reactions. Lenoel lowered his head, though he had not entirely suppressed it. Nevertheless, he reported to Entices, Forgive me, master, for I must leave you for a moment. There are matters at the sanctuary that require my attention. Entices scrutinized Lenoel, that if you have business, go ahead. Understood, master. Lenoel gazed at Entices, who appeared frail due to her bleeding period, that he hoped that upon his return he would always find his master well. Master, you have just recovered from your fever. Do not catch a chill. Allow me to tuck you in properly. Lenoel gently tucked the blanket around Entices. Now, I shall take my leave. Entices nodded. Hurry back. She no longer looked at Lenoel, leaning against the headboard, closing her eyes. Once assured that Lenoel had departed, Entices groped her way out of the room. This place seemed to be Lenoel's residence, spacious and opulent. Along the way, she observed the decor reminiscent of ancient European churches, along with exquisitely carved murals and wall paintings, which evoked a sense of mystery and awe. She had seen European-style churches before, but none had ever been as intricate and magnificent as this that it appears that Lenoel has brought her to the sanctuary. Chapter 40. The fragrance-inducing unrest, the sacred place within the academy that one should not enter casually. It is said that those who intrude will be incinerated by Lenoel himself. How bold of him to bring her here! Entices wished to sever any ties with Lenoel and quicken her pace towards her dormitory. The orc she encountered along the way bore unusual expressions, prompting her to pull her clothing tighter. Suddenly, a towering orc lunged at her, muttering, "So fragrant, so fragrant." Entices instinctively recoiled, but before she could dodge, an unknown orc had already transformed into beast form, attempting to pounce upon her. Entices' face drained of color as she turned to flee, only to find the man who had just passed her now blocking her path, his hand reaching out to seize her. "You smell so good, don't run." Entices was instantly bewildered. What on earth is happening? Why are these orcs suddenly losing control? At this moment, Entices' face turned a ghastly pale, and she struggled desperately to break free from him, turning to flee in the opposite direction. The group of orcs pursued her relentlessly. Behind her, several towering and formidable male orcs had already transformed into their beastly forms. Entices sprinted frantically towards the dormitory. What on earth was happening? How had this group suddenly spiraled into chaos, as if they had caught a whiff of something intoxicating? Entices found herself on an unfamiliar floor and in a panic. Burst into a seemingly sturdy room, as she slammed the door shut. She realized that the orcs were still stationed outside, banging on the door with a deafening thud. She was paralyzed with fear. What was wrong with these creatures? Just then, Entices felt a wave of warmth envelop her, as a pair of arms tightly encircled her. "Let go of me," Entices protested, struggling against the immense strength of her captor. Yet unable to move an inch, the scent was familiar, and it sent her mind reeling. "What are you doing? Let me go." Turning her head, she found herself face to face with Guyuk, his wolf-like dark hair framing his face. "Guyuk, what are you doing here?" Guyuk, visibly surprised, exclaimed, "Entices, you smell divine. How did you come into my dreams?" "Guyuk, release me," Entices retorted, giving him a forceful shove. Guyuk, momentarily shaken, widened his eyes. "How did you end up in my dormitory?" It dawned on Entices that in her frantic escape, she had inadvertently stumbled into Guyuk's quarters. The door to his dormitory had appeared the most secure since he had replaced it with the sturdiest option available after a previous incident. "Guyuk, stop with the pleasantries. Why have those people outside lost control? Why are they suddenly chasing me?" Guyuk leaned in closer, a hint of curiosity in his tone. "Strangely enough, you smell even more alluring today. More fragrant than dried fish." He drew near, his nose nearly brushing against her delicate neck, inhaling her scent. His deep orange cat-like eyes transformed into slits, fixating on her. The warmth of his breath on her earlobe sent shivers down her spine. "Stop it." She took a few steps back to create distance between them. Guyuk traced his sharp, elongated nails thoughtfully, his eyes shimmering with an unidentifiable emotion. "I also detect the scent of blood on you. It's enticing. Are you injured? Do you have a dog's nose or something?" She retorted, but his gaze grew increasingly intense, taking on an aggressive quality, and his small fangs became more pronounced. Suddenly, he pulled Entices into a tight embrace. "Hey!" Entices was caught off guard, her body colliding against his solid chest, the warmth radiating from him causing her face to flush and her heart to race as she struggled helplessly. "Let go of me, Guyuk." Instead of releasing her, Guyuk tightened his hold, his voice dropping to a deep, magnetic timbre. "You smell so good, Entices." With that, his lips descended upon her, his fingers gliding along her slender waist. Entices' eyes widened in terror. "Let go of me, Guyuk. What are you doing? Let me go." She fought against him, but he remained unyielding. His lips found her sensitive collarbone, teasing her, and Entices felt a jolt of realization. Guyuk had changed after catching a whiff of her scent, particularly the scent of her monthly cycle. She panicked, nearly on the verge of tears. "Guyuk, please, regain your composure." Her voice broke through to him, and he looked up, his pupils dilating as he suddenly released her. "Entices, did you forget to apply your protective shield?" Guyuk shouted. Entices was momentarily stunned. "Guyuk, have you lost your mind?" She replied, rubbing the back of her neck, "That I applied it." "Then why do you smell so intoxicating?" "You nearly made me lose control," he insisted. Entices watched as Guyuk's expression shifted, his ears twitching, his demeanor darkening. "I can smell the scent of male arousal from the orcs outside, and your fragrance is potent. They must be on the brink of mating season, and your scent has triggered them prematurely." Mating season. Entices felt her cheeks flush crimson, her heart racing. What to do about this group of terrifying orcs? "We need to find a way to mask your scent," Guyuk said, frowning as Entices recalled Guyuk's earlier demeanor and his words. She realized that if the orcs had lost control due to her scent, concealing it was indeed the best course of action. Without delay, Guyuk dashed to the window, securing the doors and drawing the curtains to block all light. He then wrapped her in a large bundle of bedding, effectively sealing off her scent. Guyuk took a restrained breath. X and Zijing, stay here, that I will find something to mask your scent. Do not leave my dormitory. X and Zijing nodded, watching as Guyuk rushed out. Lying on the bed, she heard the sounds of him opening the door, followed by a series of thuds and anguished groans, interspersed with the roars of beasts and the muffled thuds of orcs being knocked unconscious. What if the orcs, having caught a whiff of her scent, caused trouble once they regained consciousness? She could sense that her own scent was distinctly different from that of the orcs, and she feared they might capture her for research into her peculiarities. Cold sweat broke out on her back that no, she needed to make them forget. Hastily, Ekin Zijing activated her holographic device and located the section for Lenoir. Lenoir, can you help erase the memories of those orcs? Master, I am en route to your location, Lenoir replied. Are you busy? She asked. Your request takes precedence, Lenoir assured her. Location confirmed. After what felt like an eternity, the lights in the room flickered on, and the door swung open. Guyuk entered. Carrying something in his hand, he tore open the medicine box and carelessly discarded the packaging onto the nearby table. Ex and Zijing, I'm back. Guyuk bore numerous wounds, with bruises marring his face and blood trickling from a cut on his forehead and lips. He was panting heavily, clearly exhausted. What happened to you? Ex and Zijing sat up. Did you get injured while fighting those orcs outside? Guyuk scoffed. Those pathetic fools couldn't possibly injure me. Even with my powers sealed, I could take them down in under 10 seconds. Ex and Zijing recalled the sounds of struggle she had heard earlier, which had ceased abruptly. Guyuk's injuries looked severe. Had he sustained them while retrieving medicine for her? Where had he acquired this medicine? Why would someone with Guyuk's strength be so badly hurt? Guyuk adjusted the black collar around his neck, which seemed to restrain his powers. If it weren't for this damn thing, I wouldn't have gotten hurt in the first place. Ekin Zijing noticed the red marks on his skin where the collar had constricted him, indicating he had tried to forcefully use his abilities. Hurry up, I can smell your scent even more acutely now, Guyuk urged, handing her a peeled pill. Take this that it won't harm you, and will help mask your scent. Ekin Zijing quickly accepted the pill, swallowing it dry without a second thought. As it slid down her throat, a cool sensation spread from her stomach to her limbs, soothing her frayed nerves and alleviating the discomfort in her abdomen. How do you feel now? No adverse reactions? Guyuk inquired. None at all. In fact, I feel much lighter, she replied. Good. This stuff is highly coveted by those brutes, which is why it was so difficult to obtain. He explained. How long will its effect last? A month, he answered. Curiosity piqued, Ex and Zijing wondered where he had procured such a rare item that required him to risk injury. Guyuk, where did you get this medicine? Can it be bought? It's not available for purchase. Only a select few top-tier researchers can create it. Ordinary orcs can it's a beauty-enhancing tonic developed by the military academy for high-ranking females. Its primary function is to mask the pheromones emitted by females. The production costs are exorbitant, and the materials are extremely rare, only accessible within military circles. Generally, only A-rank and above females can use it. Xin Zijing was taken aback, realizing the immense value of the medicine. Given the world's treatment of females, such potions were likely costly to develop and would be strictly regulated by the Academy's guard forces. She was astonished that Guyuk had gone to such lengths to obtain this medicine for her. Ekajijin Gaiwok drew closer to Xin Zijing's face, gazing intently at her for a while. Today I finally understand why there are distinctions between male and female among asexual individuals. You. Ekin Zijing was startled by the sudden proximity of the youth, instinctively raising her hand to slap his cheek. However, upon noticing the injury on his face, and recalling that he had been hurt while fetching medicine for her, she lowered her hand. Gaiwok's eyes burned with intensity as he stared at Xin Zijing. He was remarkably handsome, exuding a wild youthfulness that starkly contrasted with his usual behavior. His striking features were the kind that most girls in their adolescence would find appealing. Xin Zijing, I can no longer look you in the eye. Xin Zijing internally scoffed. Then why do you keep staring at me? I thought asexual individuals were all brothers. Gaiwo pondered his unusual impulsiveness today and how he could feel such a way towards someone he had always considered a brother. Moreover, her scent was intoxicating, causing a faint flush to rise to the roots of his pale ears. The atmosphere grew awkward as Zijing noticed Gaiwoke's injured visage and expressed her concern. Gaiwoke, do you need to apply medicine to your wounds? No need. I am male. Such minor injuries are nothing that he had endured far worse, breaking bones and suffering severe injuries without a care. Gaiwoke shook his head dismissively. Oh, the two fell into silence. Ahem. Gaiwoke cleared his throat and inquired, how did you get hurt? What is that smell of blood? How was she to explain that it was merely her monthly cycle? A natural bodily reaction that occurred every month? No, wait. If it happened every month, would it trigger the beastman's mating urges each time? How could she possibly explain this to Gaiwoke? As these thoughts crossed her mind, her complexion paled and Gaiwoke noticed the change, asking, what is it? Is your injury serious? Let me see. Zijing shook her head, indicating she was fine. Gaiwoke, you know I am asexual. Asexual individuals are not quite the same as ordinary beastmen. He understood that asexual individuals fell under the category of disabled beastmen. What I am experiencing is not an injury. It is the physiological cycle of a female asexual that it is normal bleeding. Not a wound, Zijing explained. Physiological cycle. I have never heard of that among asexual individuals that is an asexual. I have certain physiological deficiencies, and this is one of them that I bleed every month. Wait, every month? Bleeding. Gaiwoke's tail bristled in shock, as if he had heard something utterly astonishing. Zijing, you appear so frail that if you bleed every month, won't you die? Gaiwoke frowned, concerned that it's nothing. It's a normal occurrence, Zijing replied, her brow twitching. She wished Gaiwoke would not overreact and frighten her. Gaiwoke observed her intently, realizing she was earnestly revealing the private matters of asexual individuals to him. Sensing her unease, he felt a pang of sympathy for her and began to worry that if you bleed every month, and your blood has a scent that triggers the mating instincts in beastmen, then you should come to me before it happens that moment. Gaiwoke appeared remarkably serious, shedding his youthful impulsiveness, instilling an unexpected sense of reliability and reassurance. I will find medicine for you, that he referred to a remedy that would mask her scent. Zijing felt a surge of gratitude. Thank you, Gaiwoke. Now let me see where you are injured. Gaiwoke gently grasped Zijing's arm. His expression focused. Upon noticing her slight tremor, the pallor of her lips from blood loss sparked an unprecedented feeling of concern within him. Zijing's face flushed crimson in an instant. Just then, the door burst open with a loud bang. What are you doing? Chapter 42. What are you doing? The door had been forcefully pushed open, revealing a tall, golden-haired man whose handsome features were marred by anger and displeasure. He glared at the two individuals who were so close together, particularly at Gaiwoke, whose large hands were firmly gripping the girl's shoulders. The girl's exquisitely beautiful eyes reflected resistance. She seemed to wish to struggle free. But her efforts were in vain. Her delicate, cherry blossom pink lips parted as if to speak. Gaiwoke, what are you doing? Lanyuoer's eyes were reddened, as if he were ready to tear apart the male before him. His tone laced with a potent warning. How dare this detestable black cat touch his sacred master in such a manner? It was utterly unforgivable. The usually aloof yet perpetually dignified Lanyuoer found himself losing control for the first time in his life. Get away from her. Seeing his master so close to the loathsome black cat ignited an intense jealousy within Lanyuoer, making it nearly unbearable that he swung a punch at Gaiwoke, who deftly dodged the attack. Lanyuoer's gaze turned even colder. Anyone who offends my master deserves divine retribution. You should be burned in holy fire for your sins. He raised his leg to kick, aiming to seize the wretched black cat. Gaiwoke nimbly evaded the strike and lunged forward to embrace Lanyuoer, aiming to slash at his throat with his sharp claws. Stop! Don't fight any longer! Zijing rushed forward, reprimanding the two males who were ready to brawl. Lanyuoer stepped closer, swiftly pulling Zijing into his arms. The sudden tug caused Zijing to gasp, her body collapsing softly against Lanyuoer, the close contact causing a faint blush to bloom on her fair, delicate cheeks, while her autumn-like eyes shimmered with glistening ripples. Master, how did you end up here? That disgusting scoundrel actually dared to do this to you. He turned his fierce gaze towards Gaiwoke, as if he could pounce at any moment to rend him apart. What had this detestable black cat done to his master in his absence? Did he attempt to hold her, or engage in something even more outrageous, like kissing her? It was utterly unforgivable, hearing this. Gaiwoke replied, Lanyoer, I haven't even asked how you barged into my dorm. Your dorm. You brought my master to this filthy place? Lanyoer glared at Gaiwoke, then immediately swung a punch at him. Gaiwoke dodged once more, countering with a strike aimed at Lanyoer's face. Lanyoer, you both stop. Seeing Gaiwoke and Lanyoer ready to clash again, Entices quickly interjected. Master, from now on, keep your distance from this filthy and despicable black cat. After hearing Entices' plea, Lanyoer halted his attack and retreated. Why does he call you master? Gaiwoke inquired, puzzled by Lanyoer's behavior. Entices extricated herself from Lanyoer's embrace. Lanyoer, did you extract the memories of those beastmen outside the door? Master, I have erased all of their memories from the day. Upon receiving the request from his master, Lanyoer had hastily rushed to the location, and upon arriving, he found only the unconscious beastmen. Without a second thought, he extracted their memories. Just as he finished, he heard the voices of his master and a male within the dormitory, and jealousy clouded his judgment. Entices sighed in relief, pleasantly surprised by Lanyoer's efficiency in clearing their memories. Meanwhile, Gaiwoke, feeling neglected, watched as Entices laughed and bantered with the other male. Noting their familiarity, and a wave of jealousy surged within him. Gaiwoke quickly took hold of Entices' hand, pressing it against his face in a display of possessiveness. Ah, Zijing, my face hurts. Entices looked up at the black cat before her. His exaggerated expressions and theatrical performance nearly made her burst into laughter, yet she ultimately restrained herself, noticing her lack of reaction. Gaiwoke exaggerated even further, feigning immense pain, a stark contrast to his usual unruly demeanor. Gaiwoke truly was not adept at acting. He was simply not made for the role of a schemer. That my face hurts so much. Zijing, could you blow on it for me? Zijing contemplated shaking off Gaiwoke's hand, but he tightened his grip. Considering that Gaiwoke had indeed sustained injuries for her sake, she refrained from pulling away forcefully. Gently stroke it, otherwise it might get frizzy. Gaiwoke relished the feel of Entices' delicate fingers on his face, finding it utterly delightful, and he was reluctant to release her hand. Meanwhile, Lanyoer observed the intimate contact between the two. The overly flirtatious dialogue, and Entices' apparent lack of aversion to touching Gaiwoke, filling his heart with an unfamiliar jealousy. At this moment, his heart throbbed with an excruciating pain akin to 1,000 needles, nearly suffocating him. His master was caressing another male, and he felt unworthy to covet his master. Yet the sight of such a scene pierced his heart with unbearable anguish as he gazed at the blissful expression of the black cat before him. Lenoel's countenance darkened further. After a brief moment of hesitation, Entices withdrew her hand. Lenoel, have you resolved your matters? Lenoel suppressed the palpable wrath emanating from him. As an elegant paladin, one lapse in control was sufficient. He then regarded Entices with a gentler gaze. Not yet did I receive the first request from my master, and set aside my affairs to come here. Entices was taken aback that Lenoel had abandoned his important task for her mere message, and she felt a twinge of guilt. Lenoel, you should return to attend to your matters. Is the master in danger? Lenoel will remain by your side. That it's all right now. Everything is fine. Thank you, Lenoel, Entices hurriedly explained. The affairs of the master were of utmost importance to Lenoel. Really, it's nothing. Lenoel, you should go back. Understood, master. Lenoel cast a glance at Entices. He would not defy his master's command, and with a warning look at the side, he departed, leaving that as Lenoel exited. He also took the liberty of clearing away the orcs lying outside. One could not tell where he had taken them. Once the dormitory was left with only Entices and Guyuk. Guyuk immediately rushed towards Entices. Entices, do you have feelings for Lenoel? What? Entices was somewhat perplexed by Guyuk's inquiry. Do you like Lenoel? Entices shook her head helplessly. No, I just met him. Guyuk couldn't help but recall Lenoel's jealous demeanor. That's good. Upon hearing Entices' response, Guyuk sighed in relief. By the way, why are you so concerned about our matters? Just a curious inquiry from a little lord. How did you end up entangled with such a disagreeable orc? Not jealousy. It seems Guyuk's notorious temper is more well known. Chapter 43. Mimi's devotion. It is said that only orcs prone to losing control are fitted with restraining rings. Prone to violence and brawling at the slightest provocation, even the dormitory was uniquely allocated a single room for him. Entices, how long will you bleed? Generally, it lasts about 3 days. Her menstrual flow was heavy. But fortunately, it did not last long, and she had never experienced menstrual pain before. However, since her arrival here, her lower abdomen had been plagued with intermittent cramps. 3 days of bleeding. Guyuk observed Exen Zijing's pale face, a frown unconsciously forming. For the next few days, you'll stay with me. I will take care of you. Guyuk's insistence left Exen Zijing momentarily stunned, but she quickly reacted. No, that's not necessary. No way. You look so weak. What if your scent triggers an orc's heat? Guyuk insisted. Exen Zijing was uncomfortable with the idea of staying in a strange place, especially under the invitation of a male. She was even more reluctant. Yet Guyuk appeared resolute, as if he would not relent until she agreed, though he had no ulterior motive. Thank you, Guyuk, but I have a bit of trouble adjusting to new beds. If anything comes up, I will find you. Exen Zijing declined politely. If you continue to weaken yourself, I will flatten you, Guyuk threatened fiercely. All right, I understand. Exen Zijing soothed, and Guyuk instantly calmed down. Upon returning to her dormitory, she was fortunate that Cyril had returned to St. Yatian, and the other two roommates had never seen her since she moved in, leaving her alone in the dormitory. The cotton cloth reserved for spatial distortion was plentiful. Inside, she had placed a unique water-absorbing chip. This was a distinctive moisture-proof product of this star system, clean and hygienic, with remarkable absorption capabilities. She had not expected it to work so effectively when sewn into sanitary napkins. The medicine Lenoel had given her was likely for a cold, while Guyuk provided a scent-masking medicine. Was there no remedy in this star system to alleviate menstrual pain? She felt a rhythmic pounding in her lower abdomen, akin to a heavy hammer relentlessly striking her womb, the pain radiating through her entire being. Exen Zijing profoundly experienced the agony her sisters had spoken of regarding menstrual pain, truly debilitating, the kind that could render one unconscious. Previously, the pain had been significant, but not to this extent. Now it was intensifying. She hurried to the common room to boil some water. Water boiled swiftly in this star system, within mere seconds. Once prepared, she set it aside to cool. Exen Zijing felt her head growing heavy and her body drenched in sweat from the pain. With pale lips pressed against the bed, she drifted into a hazy unconsciousness. At that moment, a black cat stealthily leaped through the open window into her room, directly onto her large bed. Exen Zijing had already succumbed to a half-sleep, her eyes tightly shut, her delicate brows furrowed slightly in discomfort. Her face pale from enduring the pain. Clearly, the girl was oblivious to the sudden presence of the cat in the room. The black cat treaded softly on the girl's plush bed, approached her side, sniffed, then nuzzled her neck with its nose and licked her earlobe. Subsequently, the black cat leaped off the bed and transformed into a tall, handsome man with dark hair. Guyuk cradled the unconscious girl in his arms, gently laying Exen Zijing on the bed, his movements tender, as if he were cherishing a precious treasure. That I knew it. You never take proper care of yourself, he muttered. The girl, due to the pain, had been clutching her lower abdomen. Guyuk reached out and felt her belly, alarmed to find it cold, the temperature shockingly low. Guyuk furrowed his brow. Is it that serious? Does it hurt? He tucked the blanket tightly around her, noticing the warm water she had prepared sitting in the living room. Exen Zijing felt as though she had fallen asleep. In her hazy state, it seemed something small had come in, licking her face before gently tucking her back into bed, covering her with a blanket and offering her warm water. The motions were delicate and tender. She was entirely unwilling to awaken. Her hand flailed aimlessly, inadvertently brushing against something soft and fluffy, which felt delightful to touch. That thing initially resisted, attempting to nudge her hand away, but the comforting, plush texture offered her a sense of security, prompting her to grip it tighter. Time passed, and she sensed a light weight upon her abdomen. When she shifted slightly, the small creature remained sprawled atop her. The fluffy sensation, combined with its warmth, gradually radiated into her cold lower abdomen. This presence was soothing, and in her drowsy state, Exen Zijing pondered. Morning sunlight streamed into the room, warm and inviting. Perhaps due to a night of rest, she no longer felt as miserable. The pain in her lower abdomen had also eased, feeling the weight on her belly. She lifted the blanket to find the black cat, now lazily lying there. Disturbed by the sudden brightness, that it stretched, its pink paw pads splaying, and drowsily kneaded her abdomen with just the right amount of pressure. Perhaps it was too comfortable. Exen Zijing remained still, and the black cat, upon noticing she was awake, halted its actions. Seeing that the girl had awakened, the formerly pale hue of her face was now tinged with color. Her brows and eyes relaxed. She seemed to have returned to her normal state. The black cat leapt off her belly and transformed into its beastly form. There stood a remarkably handsome, yet somewhat youthful face. Now gazing intently at her, their proximity allowing them to sense each other's breath in that instant. The girl's face flushed with embarrassment, and she quickly averted her gaze, sitting up and rubbing her eyes. "Good morning." Guyuk appeared to be in high spirits. Exen Zijing hesitated for a moment before slowly replying, "Good morning." Then she inquired, "Did you sleep here all night?" "Yes," he answered earnestly, nodding. The cat that had been sleeping atop her was Guyuk. Though in cat form, Guyuk was, after all, an orc, an adult male orc. "What is the matter? You insisted on keeping me here." "I had no intention of sleeping here." Guyuk feigned disdain and reluctance. "As if I love to cuddle," Guyuk thought to himself, relishing the scent and softness of Exen Zijing, which he found delightful. He couldn't help but wonder who had fallen asleep clutching his ear. Persistently calling out Mimi throughout the night, and even in his beast form, he couldn't escape being held and squeezed by her, who insisted on cuddling and kissing him. Exen Zijing's face turned crimson in an instant. How could this be? Her memory of yesterday was vague, but she recalled touching something fluffy and instinctively thinking it was a pet cat, particularly fond of its ears, belly, and tail. To Guyuk, seeing her flustered demeanor, continued, "I broke free several times, yet you clung to me stubbornly, insisting on sleeping with me. Have you forgotten?" Chapter 44. Scorching Guyuk's hair was disheveled, and at that moment, his cat ears had taken on a slight blush. In their humanoid form, the orcs possess both human ears and animal ears, which renders their appearance rather unremarkable, instead exuding an air of naturalness. Moreover, the orcs are endowed with striking looks that are remarkably appealing. Exen Zijing forced a smile, feeling somewhat awkward. "Haha, really? I don't recall. I'm so sleepy." "Haha, you must be mistaken. You haven't fully woken up." Upon hearing this, Guyueka's expression darkened momentarily, his orange cat-like eyes fixating on the blushing girl before him. The young man's throat tightened. A wave of the heat he had managed to suppress the previous night, resurfacing within him. He leaned closer to Exen Zijing, his voice husky and teasing from having just awoken. "Exen Zijing, do you have feelings for me?" The girl's eyes widened in shock as she stared at the handsome face inching closer, her cheeks burning hotter. How could that be possible? Guyueka clearly disbelieved her, recalling how she had shamelessly touched him everywhere yesterday, a feat only permissible for females. Who would believe that? The girl stammered in response, "No, absolutely not." Her stuttering was entirely due to the sudden proximity of the male and his suggestive remarks. Observing her flustered demeanor, Guyueka felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction, his lips curling into a smirk that revealed a sharp little canine. "That I knew it. With my looks, strength, and the care I show you, it is only natural for you to be unable to contain your feelings. That I want to hold it against you. How shameless!" Exen Zijing retorted to Guyueka, "You should return. I can take care of myself." Upon hearing this, Guyueka's expression soured slightly. Who was it that fainted last night, half sprawled on the ground? "If it weren't for me, you would have likely spent the night there." That he spoke the truth. Had he not intervened, she would indeed have been left asleep on the ground all night. Then, Exen Zijing retrieved some pre-prepared beef jerky and dried fish from her spatial pocket. She stuffed the treats into Guyueka's arms, saying, "Thank you, Guyueka. These are for you." Guyueka's eyes lit up upon seeing the dried fish. Accepting the offerings, he stood up. "All right, I'll head back now to..." Zijing watched as Guyueka departed through the window with the food in hand. Only when he disappeared from view did she let out a sigh of relief. The assessment in the maze forest had concluded. Exen Zijing hurried to the inquiry station to check her results. Fortunately, she had passed as the only asexual individual to succeed in the planning department. She felt a surge of happiness. The 9th Military Academy was stringent with credits. Students failing to meet the requirements or ranking at the bottom faced immediate expulsion. Having just transferred, her credits were minimal, and she had consistently lingered at the bottom. Lacking the purification abilities like Carla to earn credits, she would have to rely on alternative methods. That an asexual individual appearing in the maze forest? A rather unfriendly voice interrupted her thoughts. Exen Zijing turned to see 3 orcs who had previously bullied her. "You must be Exen Zijing," one of them sneered, clearly having done their homework. since encountering laneware during the maze forest assessment. The closest task token had been taken by him. They had been forced to search for another, only to find Ekin Zijing already in possession of a task token, seemingly unconscious. The towering orc had tightly cradled the exquisite girl in his arms, most of her body obscured by laneware's clothing, leaving only her smooth, white ankle hanging in the air, gently swaying with his movements. They dared not approach too closely, but the mingling scent of rain and something alluring stirred their desires. Although it was not the mating season, the sight ignited a restlessness within them that they could hardly suppress. Having lost considerable time due to the distance of the teleportation, all nearby task tokens had been claimed by the time they arrived, resulting in their failure to complete the assignment. Point 1 Orc scoffed. Excellent Zijing, how can a weak asexual like you even obtain a task token? Many orcs witnessed laneware carrying you out. The implication was clear. No wonder there are rumors that attractive asexuals are often taken in by nobles. Did something unspeakable happen between you two? With malicious words echoing around her, Ekin Zijing's face turned pale as she gritted her teeth and shouted. Shut up! In this world, the malice towards asexuals ran deep. They were trampled upon and humiliated, deemed weak and nearly defenseless. What's wrong? Did I hit a nerve? I haven't tasted the sweetness of an asexual yet. Why not join us in the future, and we won't bully you anymore? The girl remained silent, her delicate hands clenched tightly, her shoulders trembling. Her lovely face bore the marks of indignation and humiliation. Yet she felt utterly powerless. The three orcs reveled in their newfound power over her. What had begun as mere bullying had morphed into something darker. They now harbored a different desire. If they could possess the alluring asexual before them, what did it matter if she lacked the glandular membrane? Her beauty, her body beckoned to them, revealing why many affluent individuals preferred to keep asexuals rather than marry females, being of noble descent themselves. They had often bullied other asexuals. Yet, witnessing Ekin Zijing's stunning beauty evoked an altered perspective. Point 1 Orc stepped forward, extending a hand to caress the girl's cheek. Get away! Amidst the anger and shame, Ekin Zijing fiercely swatted the orc's hand away, then forcefully pushed back the one attempting to close the distance. As her hand made contact, an unfamiliar warmth coalesced in her palm, a sensation so swift that she scarcely registered it. Ah! The orc staggered back in shock, a sudden burning pain causing him to retreat several steps, his companions hastily supporting him. They beheld the scorched mark on his chest, a severe burn that elicited pained groans from him. Ekin Zijing, equally astonished, pondered what had just transpired. She had merely wished to push away the approaching orc. You possess psychic abilities. The orc was evidently taken aback. How could an asexual wield such powers? In the stars, only male orcs of S rank or above could awaken distinct psychic abilities. Setting aside her asexuality, they had never sensed her psychic level reaching S rank. Chapter 45. Encountering the old rogue again, everything unfolded so suddenly that even Ekin Zijing herself struggled to comprehend it. Instinctively, she had reacted against the orc's touch. Psychic powers? This wasn't the first time. She had felt something similar during the purification of food. However, she had no means to determine what it truly was. Having thought at the time that the mysterious dark energy combined with her lack of purification ability had merely triggered a chemical reaction resulting in the burning. Now, however, Ekin Zijing stared at her hands in shock. The orc with the burn on his chest writhed in agony, the charred marks glistening darkly as he moaned in pain. His gaze towards her was no longer mocking. Instead, it was filled with trepidation. Despite her apparent lack of psychic energy and her fragile appearance, which any orc could easily topple with a mere finger, witnessing her unleash powers that only S-rank orcs could manifest had left them utterly unconvinced. The orcs dared not advance further. Their injured companion continued to groan pitifully. The nature of the flame injury seemed unlike ordinary fire. Considering their robust physique and recovery abilities, they typically wouldn't suffer such distress from burns. Yet, their comrade appeared pale and drenched in sweat, as if enduring unbearable pain. Quickly, we must get him to the infirmary, one orc urged, and the two quickly assisted their injured companion away. Ekin Zijing glanced at her palms, attempting to summon the power she had just unleashed, but found herself utterly incapable. In truth, she did not know how to wield it. Flame power. She had vaguely heard that the Divine Lord possessed innate holy flame abilities. Her thoughts drifted further away. The church was the most radiant and glorious existence. Flames possess the ability to incinerate all impurities in the world. I am willing to worship the divine master for eternity. The deity enshrined within the sacred hall, as legend has it, wields the power to manipulate fire. Lenoel. Entices could not help but think of that individual who sought to obliterate all evil. Perhaps he knows something of significance. Instinctively, Entices felt compelled to seek out Lenoel. Previously, Lenoel had mentioned that once he had arranged all matters, he would come to find her in the vast universe. S-class orcs are exceedingly rare, and only those of S-class and above can awaken their psychic abilities. Within the entire Federation, there are merely a few hundred orcs who have attained S-class status. The 9th Military Academy serves as a breeding ground for powerful orcs, with this year's S-class orc count being notably higher than usual, yet still fewer than 10. What could possibly be the reason for her situation? Does she even possess psychic power? Why has she awakened her abilities in her past life? She had conducted research indicating that humans could, under specific circumstances or in particular locales, unleash a strength surpassing their inherent capabilities. As recorded in apocalyptic novels, humans might unleash their potential due to various reasons in designated situations, even transcending their physical limitations. Her curiosity had led her to experimental endeavors, which confirmed the human capacity to reach such states. However, when she sought to delve deeper into her studies, she was met with the unfortunate incident of having her work plagiarized. At that time, she was still young and immature, prideful in her own right, and her passion for science had led her to endure considerable hardship. Her self-esteem and resentment prompted her to abandon all her achievements, relinquishing her dreams, having been too naive to withstand the harshness of society. Her thoughts flickered through her mind. What are you daydreaming about? A sharp voice jolted Entices from her reverie. She lifted her gaze, only to meet the eyes of a man clad in uniform. He was strikingly handsome, with sharp brows, bright eyes, a prominent nose, and thinly pressed lips, his gaze exuding an undeniable dominance. The man stood tall, looking down at Entices from his elevated position. Old rogue? Entices was taken aback. How could that old rogue, Yalila, be here? Yalalila's brows twitched slightly. Old rogue? He stepped closer to Entices, his long, straight legs almost brushing against her. Entices immediately tensed, her arms instinctively crossing over her chest. Her eyes wide as she stared at him. Upon seeing Entices' reaction, Yalila chuckled softly. His laughter was refreshing yet tinged with mischief, leaving Entices feeling uneasy. You heartless creature, is this how you refer to me in your heart? Re-encountering the beautiful young woman before him, Yalila felt a flicker of solace in his otherwise empty heart. Heaven knows how much he has missed her since their last parting. Her delicate lips, her soft waist, her exquisite skin. Every midnight, memories of their kisses would awaken desires within him. He thought of her incessantly. Amidst a federation of billions, their meeting was merely a 1 in 100 billion chance. And encountering her twice was undeniably fate. The little one he longed for was a student at the 9th Military Academy, that he conjured numerous excuses and finally settled on reapplying to enter the academy under the pretext of investigating residual mutated plants. Hoping to see her once more, the one who occupied his thoughts even in slumber. The young woman remained as enchanting as ever, her cheeks tinted with crimson, her large, watery eyes brimming with caution. Poised to pounce like a little tiger, Yalila suddenly burst into laughter, a softness appearing on his rugged face that was otherwise uncharacteristic of him, that he took another step closer, closing the distance between them, inhaling her unique fragrance. Now, the one he yearned for was right before him. A stray strand of hair brushed against her cheek, her fair, delicate face glowing with an alluring blush that Yalalila's throat tightened as he reached out. Intending to tuck the stray hair behind her as he leaned in, Entices could discern the fine stubble on his handsome visage, causing her to retreat in alarm, stepping back 3 paces. Her caution evident. Old rogue, what do you intend to do this time? This old rogue had a tendency to kiss people without warning. Seeing Entices' evasive demeanor, Yalila felt a pang of disappointment. His hand hovered in the air before he let it drop. Little one, have you missed me after all this time? His tone, though playful, was laced with an earnest desire to know the young woman's true feelings. He yearned to discover if she thought of him as he did of her. What could she possibly miss about him? They had only met twice, and this man, relying on his own strength, had initiated a forceful kiss. How utterly shameless! The memory of their first kiss with a member of the opposite sex left her cheeks ablaze. Rogue. He is utterly incorrigible. How could such a rogue possibly be an enforcer? The two roles were entirely incompatible. Lila observed the young woman, curious about her thoughts. Her once smooth, fair face had quickly flushed with shyness, and his earlier disappointment was swiftly filled by her reaction. His blue eyes darkened as he inquired softly, "What are you thinking?" Was she contemplating him too? Chapter 46. The sacred flame. The man deliberately elongated his final syllable, exuding an alluring sensuality. No, nothing. Entices hastily shook her head, fearing that if this old rogue discovered her thoughts, he would undoubtedly take advantage. Lila raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Entices evaded his direct question, swiftly changing the subject. Enforcer, this is the 9th Military Academy. Why have you suddenly come here? What do you seek? Of course. I came here to see you, Lila replied nonchalantly, casting a fleeting glance her way. Are you also questioning the affairs of the enforcers? All right, I won't pry. Entices shot him an exasperated look, unwilling to engage with this old rogue any further. She attempted to walk past him. Lila reached out, wrapping his arm around Entices' slender shoulders. Pulling her into his embrace, that he leaned close to her neck, inhaling her unique scent while his voice, deep and husky, murmured, "Be good, just let me hold you for a moment." That Lila's grip was firm, and Entices found herself unable to break free, left to endure his embrace. Listening to his deep, magnetic voice by her ear, she felt an inexplicable warmth creeping to her face. Let go of me. This is school. If you continue like this, I will call for help. Entices bit her lip defiantly. Lila chuckled softly, releasing her while gazing at her puffed-up cheeks, his spirits lifted. Very well, I shall let you go. That he released her, and watched as she hurried away, a smile curving his lips into an unknown expression as she fled in a flurry. Even as Entices darted towards the grand, ornate sacred hall, she recalled the golden-haired male, Lemuel, who called her master. Perhaps he held some answers. Perhaps the tomes within contained knowledge that could illuminate her understanding of why, as an ordinary person, she could unleash extraordinary powers. Desperately, she searched the shelves for the books that might offer her the answers she sought. Unbeknownst to her, Lemuel had approached her from behind. You might consider asking me directly. Lemuel observed the troubled, contemplative expression on her face and continued, the texts within the sacred hall do not encompass all that resides within my mind. Faced with Lemuel's devout demeanor, she pondered whether she could confide in him this secret. Yet, remembering the formidable nature of orc abilities and psychic powers, the very essence of defiance, she hesitated. The golden-haired orc's display of power was astonishing to her. Yet it seemed commonplace to them. She divulged to Lemuel her experience of awakening her abilities only when confronted with danger. To her surprise, the golden-haired male reacted with remarkable enthusiasm, his golden eyes shimmering with a hint of joy. The sacred texts reveal that the master of the gods is born of heaven and earth, the spirit of all things, reborn through nirvana. That is a consequence of this impending rebirth. You possess the elemental power of fire within you. With a sweeping gesture, the tall, golden-haired male summoned a thick tome from a distant corner of the shelf, surrounding it with a golden light before placing it into the young woman's hands. She hurriedly flipped through the pages, discovering it to be a detailed guide on how to harness psychic abilities. Its instructions on controlling powers exceedingly clear. Entices scrutinized the text, learning that the orc's abilities required a deft manipulation of psychic energy for activation. However, as she was not an orc and lacked any so-called psychic force, she pondered whether her earlier display of flames had merely been a figment of her imagination. Master, fire is the purest and most fervent energy in existence. You now possess it. Through mastering this force, you can wield any fire-based supernatural arts, but exercise caution, for your body is too fragile to endure powers that exceed your physical limits. Was Lemuel instructing her? In this world where strength reigns supreme, many covet the extraordinary powers she had unwittingly awakened. Perhaps she should embrace it. After hearing his words, Entices attempted once more to channel the power within her hands, hoping to manifest her abilities as described in the tome. After several attempts, the searing sensation she sought failed to materialize. Feeling disheartened, she lamented, Lemuel, I cannot feel any psychic energy within me. I cannot unleash it. Master, that is because you have yet to familiarize yourself with wielding such power. Upon hearing Lionel's words, Exenzijing's head drooped in disappointment. Lionel extended his right hand, and under her gaze, a golden light began to coalesce, slowly moving as if it were a living entity, gradually enveloping his arm. "Look at me. Attempt to envision an attack against me," he commanded. The handsome man with golden hair surrendered, offering himself wholly to the beautiful girl before him. She was aware of the sacred flame. During that purification lesson, Exenzijing had observed clearly that its color was entirely distinct from ordinary fire, and it could not be extinguished by water. The pain etched on the face of the wounded orc was undeniable. The searing of the sacred flame seemed to inflict a torment far beyond that of regular flames. It appeared that the wounds inflicted by the sacred flame brought about even greater suffering and were not easily healed. She did not wish to harm Lionel, nor did she want him to experience the anguish that the orc had endured. "I fear I might inadvertently hurt you," Exenzijing confessed. "It is all right. I have already summoned a shield in advance," Lionel reassured her. The ethereal shield he conjured could indeed withstand the majority of harm, allowing her to grasp the operation of the sacred flame more swiftly. His handsome visage was filled solely with sincerity and loyalty. With Lionel's affirming response, Exenzijing nodded. "All right." She endeavored to imagine him as an adversary, concentrating her mental energy for an extended period. "I cannot do it," she finally admitted. She was unable to genuinely inflict harm upon the man before her. "You can," Lionel urged, leaning closer to the girl, his hand resting gently on her slender shoulder, but he could not help but frown. His master was still so frail, so weak, yearning for protection and desiring closeness. Thus, he felt it imperative to awaken the power of the sacred flame within her. She was far too delicate, yet undeniably beautiful. He vowed to forever guard her, yet he hoped she would grow stronger. They were in close proximity, his gaze intense, his body inching closer. The warmth of his breath nearly caressed her neck. "Look at me. Concentrate your mental energy and ponder what has led to the manifestation of the sacred flame today." The orcs, several of them, sought to bully and humiliate her. She had ignored them, yet they persisted in their attempts to assault her. When they reached out to touch her, she resisted and fought back, injuring one of the orcs. What had she felt before unleashing the sacred flame? Anxiety, fear, anger, disgust. "They treated me as one of their kind." With that, she gently closed her eyes, focusing her spirit to feel the manipulation of the sacred flame. Moments later, a small flame flickered to life in her palm, her breath quickening as beads of sweat formed on her brow. Lionel stood silently, awaiting her next move. Exenzijing slowly opened her eyes and cast the flame toward Lionel's shielded right hand. Instantly, the small flame spread rapidly, enveloping the entire shield, before vanishing in an instant. Indeed, it was successful. Witnessing the extinguishment of the flame, Lionel quietly retracted his right hand, concealing it behind him. Observing Exenzijing's pale cheeks, he spoke gently. "You must be exhausted, master. Please take a moment to rest." Successfully channeling your mental energy to manifest the sacred flame for the first time is already an impressive feat. With continued practice, you shall master it. "Thank you, Lionel." Exenzijing smiled, though the simple act had drained her of immense mental energy. Mental strength is not equivalent to physical strength. She felt as though she might collapse from fatigue. "Master, allow me to escort you back," Lionel offered. "We can practice again next time." Exenzijing shook her head. "No need. I will return on my own." Lionel's outstretched hand faltered. Words he wished to express caught in his throat. His lips moved slightly. "Very well." Once Exenzijing departed, Lionel turned around and extended his right hand, which was now evidently reddened, with faint traces of burns left by the sacred flame. The sacred flame itself differed fundamentally from other flames. His golden shield could indeed resist the majority of attacks, yet it could not entirely fend off the sacred flame. Chapter 47. The Path of the Stars. It had been quite some time since she last recorded a video livestream. Upon opening the livestream software on her holographic device, countless private messages appeared, each marked with red dots. Exenzijing opened a few, noticing they predominantly urged her to stream or update her videos. Many viewers had followed her culinary instructions, procuring ingredients to prepare braised pork, which caused quite a stir within the food video section. Orcs who tasted it expressed astonishment at how delectable this method of cooking was, despite it being their first attempt, although their dishes lacked the flavor and aroma of Exenzijing's. The meals they produced provided them with unprecedented relaxation and enjoyment that in the orcs' perception. Food was merely a means to replenish energy, with most opting for convenient nutritional liquids to sustain their daily vigor. However, after experiencing the deliciousness of braised pork, they began to comprehend that the culinary delights described in ancient texts were indeed a form of enjoyment. During that period, the spices in pharmacies became scarce, stirring up considerable excitement. Entices was slightly surprised to find her video on braised pork ranking first in clicks on the food chart. She had not anticipated such fervor for culinary delights in New York world. Among the private messages, she spotted one from a mutual follower. Upon opening it, she saw it was from Listening, a prominent supporter who had previously rewarded her during her first live stream. Listening. When will you stream again? Listening. For the next live stream, could you sing? I wish to hear it again. She glanced at the timestamp. This message was sent several days prior. Due to the demands of her academy assessments, she had been exceedingly busy and had indeed not streamed in quite some time. Entices pondered. It seemed she was the first to leave the prominent supporter waiting. Thus, she replied using her account. Tonight I shall stream, and this time I will sing. She considered that music and food belonged to two distinct realms. Thus, she decided to separate the food section from the music section on her account to avoid an uncomfortable overlap. The soundproofing equipment and attire she had previously procured were conveniently stored in her space. So she took them out this time. Selecting a particularly exquisite outfit adorned with intricate embroidery, the dress hugged her curves perfectly. She donned a half-mask that concealed part of her face. Once she had dressed, she stood before the mirror, admiring the refined fit and achieving the effect she desired. She prepared her microphone, arranged decorations on the table, adjusted the sound settings, and calibrated the live stream camera. After confirming everything was in order, the agile holographic device floated above her head, and she initiated the live stream. It was her second time broadcasting in the Interstellar realm. Perhaps her fans had been eagerly awaiting her return. As soon as she announced the start of the stream, they flooded into the live stream room. The girl had long, lustrous black hair cascading over her shoulders, her proportions impeccable. In her past life on Blue Star, her long legs and figure could have secured her a spot in the highest dance academies. Clad in a well-fitted, elegant gown that accentuated her graceful form, the dress fell just above her ankles, the modest hem concealed, yet subtly teased, her fair skin, tempting one to touch that my goodness. Today, the host is fully visible. How beautiful, even with a mask. Her waist is so slender, her skin so fair, and her legs so straight and white that on television, no, only in novels would one find such proportions. This is simply my dream girl. If my future partner possessed such breathtaking form, I would bow 100 times to the beast god. No, 1,000. Don't get your hopes up. Unfortunately, the host is genderless. Such a pity. The host is genderless. It pains me to think of her being of the same gender. What a shame. Genderless beings are not truly female. We males can only resonate with females. Such a loss. Upstairs 10086. Hey, why the sudden lament? The host, even if female, would not belong to you. Do we appreciate her talents, not merely her appearance? Indeed, do not let the host's looks distract you. Though she is more eye-catching than others, the theme of today's stream is singing. Right, I have never seen the host sing live before. The last song she performed has already topped the music charts. Only the host can surpass the host. Listening, donate Starship Listening. Donate Starship X5 Listening. Donate Starship X100 Listening. Donate Starship X500 instantly. The screen was filled with dazzling effects, obscuring the audience's comments. The viewers were left in awe, their eyes gleaming with the allure of wealth. Entices had not anticipated Listening's fervor. The broadcast has only just begun, and no talents have yet been displayed. After a flurry of 500 interstellar spacecraft donations, which collectively might be valued at several million star coins, it is evident that the generous benefactor is truly not the illustrious Brother Howe, who would offer gifts without hesitation. A heartfelt thank you to the esteemed benefactor for their generous contributions. Entices graciously responds, Today, I shall present an original composition titled Mysterious Starry River. At the end of the star river lies darkness, while at the end of the galaxy lies hope. When you find yourself adrift in confusion, please tell me whom you seek for assistance. The edge of the universe is a new realm. In this unfamiliar expanse, you may pause, cease to breathe, halt your heartbeat, and suspend all actions. You shall forever drift into eternal slumber. Entices' crystalline voice resonates through the star network, reaching the ears of all the viewers. Her voice possesses a magical quality, immersing the audience in a profound experience of oppression, pain, sorrow, loneliness, and helplessness. Just as the viewers in the live stream are nearly suffocated by the gentle, yet heavy melody. The climactic segment emerges like a pair of strong hands pulling a drowning, helpless soul from the depths. Endless is the galaxy, where light and hope herald the arrival of a new century. A new civilization, a new order, and a new era that on this fresh journey, you will encounter new friends amidst a pristine star domain. Entices' voice carries an enchanting allure. Following her performance, the audience is enveloped in a profound silence. The barrage of comments in the live stream transforms into a serene landscape, as if everyone's thoughts, stirred by the song, gaze upon the stars and galaxies, feeling the solitude and immersion within the lyrics. Entices' voice, inherently sweet, combined with the intricate lyrics that have never before graced the interstellar scene, imbues the song with a unique essence, an irreplaceable charm. Chapter 48. Who is knocking at my window? Oh my, it seems I have glimpsed an unseen starry realm through the host's words that I felt so alone during the song. I fear I am sinking into depression, that I am in the vast expanse of the galactic sea. I feel as if I cannot touch the edges, with no place to belong that I est at the star river. It's like a solitary duck stranded in the ocean, gasping for breath, that I am experiencing the allure of the lyrics for the second time. What wisdom and cultural depth they convey. I can actually sense the essence of every word expressed in the song. Such poetic vocabulary could only be crafted by a top scholar well-versed in ancient culture. Did the host compose both the lyrics and music? Goodness, I can hardly imagine that such a perfect song could be created by a mere mortal. Listening. Donates 100 galactic mecha warships once again. A flurry of dazzling effects fills the screen, leaving the audience in a state of elation, nearly forgetting their own actions. Wow, how extravagant. This is beyond lavish. I've never seen so many galactic mecha warships in a single live stream. To know that only a super-rich benefactor, after platform verification, can bestow such gifts, and each galactic mecha warship costs 100,000 star coins. Oh my. This is money I could never have dreamed of. Upon witnessing the barrage of donations, Entices is evidently taken aback. This benefactor is showering her with such lavish gifts. Is the fervor of the Interstellar fans truly that intense? Can she even calculate the donation amount in Arabic numerals? Yet, she feels an overwhelming sense of humility, that I am truly grateful for your support. It brings me immense joy. There is no need to bestow such generous gifts. Listening. You are worth it, the wealthy benefactor speaks. Entices clicks into her private messages and finds listening. Thank you for your support and admiration. You need not send so many gifts. She is not in need of money. She feels she has enough now and is live streaming out of love and passion. Listening. It's all right. Listening. Your voice is more deserving than anyone else at Entices. I don't even know how to express my gratitude. Listening. Then shall we connect over the star network? Entices. All right, at that moment. Entices notices a shadow moving outside her tightly shut window, causing her heart to leap. She quickly composes herself, surprised that someone would be lurking outside the Academy dormitory. The Academy is known for its high security, with patrols from the Academy guards frequenting the area. How could there be someone so suspicious? Entices promptly informs her livestream audience that she will be concluding the broadcast. Then disconnects. With a cautious lift of her skirt, she approaches the window and peers through the glass. Outside, she sees a tall orc figure. Even though only a silhouette is visible, she can sense the individual's robust and elongated physique. He is pressed against the window, seemingly searching for something. After failing to find what he sought, he knocks on the window. What is he doing? Why is he specifically climbing to her dorm window to knock? No, considering his stature, if he intended to do harm, he could simply break the window rather than knock. Wait, why didn't she hear the knocking? Then it dawns on her. She had activated the soundproofing device, rendering her unable to hear the knocking on the window while singing. Entices hurriedly turns off the soundproofing, and rhythmic knocking resounds against the window. Furrowing her brow, she wonders who would climb a window at night rather than knock on the door. Entices approaches and opens the window. Before her stands a man with a prominent nose and deep-set eyes, exuding an air of displeasure, his familiar handsome face coming into view. You rogue. Why are you knocking on my window at such an hour? Yale Lyra is evidently taken aback. Having knocked for quite some time without a response, his anger transforms into astonishment at the sight of the exquisitely beautiful girl before him. The girl's delicate makeup accentuates her fair skin. Her eyes sparkling like crystals, and her lips a vivid red akin to rose petals. The dress, typically worn by females, fits her surprisingly well, accentuating her alluring curves, particularly the contours of her chest, surpassing any female in perfection. Yale Lyra swallows hard, initially planning to chastise the occupant of the dorm for being deaf to his knocking, but upon seeing her, his ire dissipates. "Little one, is it you who resides here?" Yale Lyra's voice is low and husky. Imbued with magnetism, Entices regards the man with caution, questioning why this rogue has climbed to her window. "I should be asking you why you're here, you ruffian, a law enforcer no less. Sneaking into the dorm of a non-gendered student at this hour. Little one, this is beyond my control. I am executing my duties, having detected residual energy from an anomalous plant that may be nearby. I knocked for quite some time, yet you remain silent. Are you a sleeping pig?" Now it is Entices' turn to be at a loss for words. She never anticipated someone would come knocking at her dormitory in the dead of night. She had been live streaming with the soundproofing on, hence she did not hear anything. Thus, watching Yale Lyra, the strikingly handsome law enforcer clinging to the window ledge, feels oddly out of place. "How long do you intend to stare? Little one, will you not let me in?" "Oh." Entices quickly steps aside to grant him passage that in a single leap. Yale Lyra gracefully enters the young girl's private space. "I'll clean up if I make a mess of your room." "No need to as a law enforcer. I have the right to uphold citizens' rights." Yale Lyra scans the room, observing several dresses displayed within. Though differing in design, he notices the one Entices had just donned at girls. Even those who dress plainly at the academy still cherish beauty. They secretly groom themselves within the confines of their rooms, indulging in the delight of wearing dresses. However, considering Entices' remarkable figure and appearance, he cannot help but wonder how many male orcs at the academy would be captivated by her after she adorns herself. Contemplating this, Yale Lyra feels an unusual pang of jealousy arise within him. "Do you have a fondness for dresses?" he inquires. "Well, somewhat. But is there any girl who does not appreciate beauty? It's just that these things are overly cumbersome and inconvenient." "I'll take a look in the living room." Yale Lyra surveys the surroundings, seemingly searching for the anomalous plant he intended to investigate. Entices rushes to the living room to pour him a cup of water. Handing the tea to Yale Lyra, she says, "Drink up." Yale Lyra accepts the cup and takes a small sip. "Sweet?" "Yes. Do you not like it? I added some homemade honey grapefruit tea. She often enjoys it." "What a peculiar taste for a guest." "Then don't drink it." Uncommon it is for her to brew tea for him, and yet he shows disdain. Entices reaches out to reclaim the tea from his grasp, but the man skillfully evades her, downing the tea in one swift motion. Once tea has been offered to a guest, it is improper to reclaim it. Entices silently grumbles to herself about this intruder's audacity. Yale Lyra quietly surveys the room. It is a standard 4-person dormitory, featuring a simple, clean common area. The single room is also equipped with a balcony. The dormitory is quite spacious. Just moments ago, he noticed that only Entices' room was illuminated. "Are you the only one living in the dormitory?" "Currently, it is just me. One of my roommates has gone home for personal matters, and the other two have yet to be seen since I moved in." Subsequently, Yale Lyra surveyed the room. The young girl's space was impeccably organized, with her desk remarkably tidy, devoid of any dust. She appeared to be a diligent and cleanliness-loving girl. The bedding was also in light colors, neatly folded, and the soft off-white sheets looked exceedingly comfortable to him, and he sensed an inexplicable sense of reassurance in her bedroom. The fragrance that belonged solely to her seemed even more pronounced. Taking out his light brain, Entices was momentarily taken aback, yet her hands foolishly retrieved her own device. Yale Lyra brought his light brain to touch Entices, resulting in a confirming beep. "Contact me if you need anything." Oh! Entices thought of it as a rather forced means of security. At least he was an enforcer, wasn't he? Yale Lyra stood up, his tall figure allowing him to look down upon the girl. The height difference was considerable. The soft, snow-white surroundings showcased him fully. His breath became slightly hurried, and he swallowed hard. Seeing Yale Lyra standing abruptly, Entices' gaze froze, which only added to his irritation, but he felt an overwhelming urge to tease her once more. "What's wrong?" The depth of his eyes bore an obscure emotion. Exine Zijing was clearly still unaware of her own impropriety, that I in the presence of others. You mustn't wear such attire again. Only then did Exine Zijing realize. Following his gaze to assess her upper body. The outfit was quite ordinary, but Yalalila's towering height, at least over 1.90 meters, and their proximity allowed him to discern her well-developed features from above. Instantly, the girl's face turned crimson as she grasped the implication. You old pervert, she exclaimed, flustered, hastily throwing on a jacket. Exine Zijing's wide, frightened eyes brimmed with indignation, which appeared to Yalila as a charming blend of innocence and allure. Yalila stepped closer, lowering his head towards her. That I haven't done anything, nor did I intend to look. Besides, we kissed, touched, and embraced. His words, though not as explicit as they suggested, were laced with a teasing undertone. The tall man continued, Stop calling me old pervert. You know how I feel about you. Otherwise, I might just end up doing something even more inappropriate. His tone was serious, yet his slightly hoarse voice was charged with mischief. You! Exine Zijing retreated a step, embarrassed by his flirtation. Yalila, noticing her flushed cheeks, felt a surge of delight, smirking as he pondered further tormenting her. Why the sudden blush? Are you thinking of something else? Wasn't our kiss enough? Perhaps I should be a little more daring. The girl glared at him, her face still aflame with embarrassment. The more he jested, the more uncomfortable she became. What is wrong with this old pervert? Is his orientation even normal? Isn't it said that interstellar males take pride in admiring females? If he harbors such feelings for a genderless being, he would surely be scorned by the beast men. Yet, here stands a man of formidable strength, persistently teasing a genderless girl. Perhaps he was merely an unrestrained beast man, indiscriminate in his affections, whether for a female or a genderless individual. Yalila, you should find a female partner instead of shamelessly pursuing a genderless person. Pursuing. Indiscriminately pursuing, in her mind. He was indeed such a beast. Provoked by her words, the towering male effortlessly seized her wrist, pulling her into his embrace, causing her to collide with his robust chest. What are you doing? Exine Zijing gazed up, her eyes wide. That I don't pursue everyone, he declared. Males are typically devoted, and I am no exception. For decades, I have only harbored such thoughts for you, as he finished speaking, seemingly to affirm his words. Yalila lowered his head and captured her lips, a fierce and wild kiss that swept over her like a tempest, as if to prove something. Exine Zijing felt lightheaded, yearning to halt the encounter. But he held her firmly in place, her lips stung slightly from his invasive kiss. Let go of me! Exine Zijing struggled, attempting to push Yalila away. Yet, the more she fought, the tighter he embraced her. His breaths grew heavier as his fingers traced her face, from her brows to her nose, and finally to her mouth, leaving no part untouched that I in this interstellar realm. If a male beast man becomes enamored with a being of the opposite gender outside of mating season, it often signifies profound affection. He sought to prove this to her. Startled by his sudden change, she pushed against his chest. Yalila, what are you doing? Stop this. Although she had never experienced such a situation, she understood the danger it posed. Yalila remained silent, lowering his head to kiss the pale skin of her neck. Exine Zijing trembled, her legs kicking wildly. The man easily restrained her, one hand gripping the back of her head while the other pinned her arms. Deepening the kiss. Yalila, let go of me, don't touch me. Exine Zijing's eyes brimmed with desperate tears. Yalila paused, gazing intently at the girl beneath him, his eyes dark and enchanting. She struggled to breathe, yearning to resist, yet found herself utterly powerless, cornered with no escape. His kiss was domineering and intense, as if he wished to consume her entirely. Her small rebellion seemed futile against this towering man, sensing her tension and rigidity. He coaxed softly, be good, relax a little. His voice was laced with a husky timbre. Exine Zijing's cheeks flushed as she struggled to maintain eye contact, but the depths of his azure gaze were unfathomable. Like an ocean without end. Her arms clung tightly to his sturdy form. Frightened by the intensity of his gaze, he pinned her down, his large hands sliding around her slender waist, caressing her slowly. No! She paled at his actions, grasping his shoulders, attempting to reject him. That it was clear to her that she was frightened, her large, shimmering eyes reflecting sheer panic. You don't want this? His voice was gentle, yet laced with an indescribable undertone. Exine Zijing shook her head. No, Yalila, put me down. The fear in her eyes glistened with unshed tears. T.O. yelled Lila. The sight of her tender, beautiful face, her lips slightly parted and blushing from his kisses, was irresistible. It was no wonder he lost control every time he was near her. Reluctantly, he leaned down to peck her forehead, finally releasing her. Where is the bathroom? In the living room. Chapter 50. Changing majors. Yale Lila was not easily swayed. Even during his periods of fervor, he typically remained composed. However, upon encountering Entices, his self-proclaimed restraint frequently faltered. He was easily stirred by her presence. The man turned on the cold water, splashing it on his face, attempting to cool himself physically. Half an hour passed, then an hour, yet the icy water did little to alleviate his discomfort. The physical reactions were exceedingly difficult to suppress this time. Frowning, he retrieved a suppressant from his space compartment, injecting it directly into his arm. Entices is truly a temptress, he muttered through gritted teeth, then pulled out an inhalable smoke agent, igniting it and taking a deep drag. Only then did he feel a slight easing of his discomfort. As he exhaled a plume of smoke, his gaze drifted to the darkening night outside, a wave of inexplicable frustration rising within him. He hadn't anticipated encountering her today, yet fate had conspired to bring them together once. Twice, thrice, he and the little one were indeed bound by a peculiar fate. His eyes shifted once more, landing on a delicate, triangular lace piece of fabric that caught his attention. The man's expression darkened as he instantly recognized what it was. Damn, she truly is a temptress. He felt as though he would inevitably fall victim to this woman throughout his life. The man had spent half the night pouring cold water in her dormitory, fearing a repeat of the uncontrollable scene that had just transpired. She, too, was reluctant to call out to him, believing it would be better to let the impulsive male cool off with a bit more cold water. At least it would deter him from having any thoughts of approaching her again. When she finally awoke, she noticed that her room, which had been slightly disheveled from her live fitting session the previous day, had been tidied up. Even the few stains on the windows and floor had been cleaned. It seemed that the old rogue had taken it upon himself to do so last night, and had left quietly upon realizing she was asleep. Entices made her way to the bathroom, preparing to brush her teeth and wash her face, her gaze falling upon a potted cactus on the sink. Is Lila out of her mind? She thought. Had she really spent so long in her bathroom last night just to pluck all the spines from her cactus and then reinsert them? Entices wanted nothing to do with Lila anymore. This old rogue, despite his age, had yet to find a mate and was fixated on her. There had to be something wrong with his mind. Just then, a notification chimed from her neural interface. A special alert with no additional notes. Awake? Entices replied. Old rogue. Lila responded. Are you addicted to calling me that? Entices retorted. You tampered with my neural interface and even set it to alert yourself. Lila explained. I merely set a special reminder. I didn't change the notes. You'll have to do that yourself to not label me as an old rogue, she insisted. Infuriated, Entices promptly labeled her as such. Are you insane? You've removed all the spines from my cactus. The old rogue replied, I've already purchased a new potted plant for you. It will arrive later. It's the most beautiful flower available, quite suitable for a little mouse like you. Entices immediately dismissed the neural interface, unwilling to engage with the perverse Lila any longer. She had classes to attend. Upon arriving at the teaching building, she was informed by a student that the principal wished to see her in person. Entices was taken aback, considering she was a new student who had gained admission through questionable means, her abilities being rather subpar. Yet the principal of the 9th Military Academy wanted to meet her personally. She stood before the door of the principal's private office and knocked. That a deep, resonant voice called from within. Come in. Entices pushed the door open to find a middle-aged man in a suit, standing with his back to her, perusing a thick book on the shelf. Are you Principal Brian? She inquired. Upon hearing her question, Brian turned to face her, his gaze resting on her for a moment before he set the book down. A warm and benevolent smile gracing his features that he gestured toward a chair across from him and said gently, Please have a seat. Principal Brian appeared to be in his 50s, dressed in a black tailcoat suit. His tie impeccably knotted, exuding an air of vitality that made him appear quite serious. Thank you, Principal, she replied. Brian smiled at her. It's no surprise that a Sojus requested I take special care of you. Entices was stunned. She had not anticipated that a Sojus would advocate for her to the principal of the 9th Military Academy. What is it you wish to discuss, Principal Brian? she asked, perplexed. Brian chuckled softly. Asojus is one of the most outstanding officers to emerge from the 9th Military Academy. You have been placed under his protection, and I have agreed to this. Initially, you were just an ordinary agender individual. And had you remained so, you could have continued until graduation. However, Brian smiled again, a look of profound satisfaction illuminating his kind face. I did not expect that you, as an agender individual, would activate your abilities. The excitement in his words was unmistakable. You are aware of this, she asked, astonished that news of her awakening abilities had reached the principal so swiftly. The Federation places great importance on the cultivation and education of high-level beastmen. Each year, military academies propose to the Federation a significant number of high-level beastmen. It is known that only those who reach an S level can awaken abilities, and individuals attaining such a level are exceedingly rare. Naturally, once you awaken your abilities, you will attract the Federation's special attention. For the sake of your future and that of the Federation, you can no longer remain in the agricultural department. Arrangements will be made for you to study in a higher department more suited to your development. Although she yearned to switch departments, Entices did not believe her abilities could support the Federation's future. Besides, she had inadvertently awakened her powers and found them exceedingly difficult to wield. Comparatively, she doubted she could even contend with ordinary beastmen, let alone high-level ones. Principal Brian, I unintentionally activated my abilities. However, given my constitution, I am still an agender individual, and I fear I may disappoint your expectations. Moreover, I seem to have yet to test my mental strength. She knew well that every beastman reaching above the S level would be given special attention by the interstellar community, and that beastman levels were tied to physical constitution. Yet, did her body truly seem capable of housing high-level mental strength? You must be the very first agender individual in the entire interstellar community to have awakened abilities, Brian remarked. That is likely true. It is nothing short of a miracle, is it not? Even the highest level beastmen require specialized study and training. His words stirred something within Entices. She gazed up at the resolute principal, emotion swirling within her eyes. Principal Brian, she began, hesitating, fearful that she could not bear such expectations that if an agender individual were to publicly transition into the realm of high-level beastman studies. Yet her abilities could not be adeptly wielded. The author has something to say. Ah, please, dear tomato father, let my review pass. I've been waiting since yesterday. Is it really so difficult to get a little approval? Chapter 51. Guyuk is punished. Principal Brian seemed to see through her hesitation. He gently placed a hand on Entices' shoulder and spoke earnestly. Child, being a gender must have brought you considerable hardship. Did the principal know? It was likely that all beastmen were aware. Being a gender inherently rendered one vulnerable in a world that revered strength, where the strong prey upon the weak was the norm. Do you wish to witness more agender individuals being suppressed, marginalized, or bullied? No, she exclaimed. I do not wish that. Every person's fate is unique, and your emergence has already proven that. Even as an agender individual. Do not underestimate your potential. Taking a deep breath, Entices replied, I understand, Principal Brian, that in fact. I considered switching departments before, but I realize my abilities are far too lacking compared to other beastmen. Therefore, I agree to transfer, but please do not hold excessively high expectations for me. After all, she herself did not know when she would be able to wield the holy flame power freely. And if using this ability left her so weakened, could her frail body ever match the might of such power? Principal Brian's expression shifted to one of satisfaction as he rose from his chair, walked to his desk, and handed Entices a document. This outlines your new department arrangements and upcoming study plans that I will assign experienced mentors to guide you through your new courses, helping you adapt more swiftly to the new environment and learning pace. Entices accepted the document, studying it carefully. Are you close with Guyuk Guy? The principal asked. That we are friends, she replied. Are you aware that he stormed into the laboratory and injured several researchers and guards? Entices hesitated, then nodded. That Guyuk had done so to suppress the scent she exuded during her menstrual cycle, which could trigger the beastman's instincts. That he had returned with injuries after retrieving medicine from the laboratory. Seeing that Entices remained unfazed, Brian pressed. That medicine was for you. Although Principal Brian was unaware of the specific purpose of the medicine, he sensed Guyuk's urgency in acquiring it and surmised it might be related to Entices. Yes, I had a slight issue with my body, and he helped me obtain it. She vaguely understood that the medicine was precious, having required significant investment from both the Academy and the Federation for its research. Even rare females could only partake in it if they reached A level or higher. She even suspected that her sudden ability to awaken was linked to that precious medicine. Will Guyuk face punishment for his actions? He was merely retrieving the medicine for me. If the Academy must impose penalties, even severe ones that could lead to expulsion, then I should be the one punished. Principal Brian chuckled. The Guy family will not allow him to be expelled so easily. After all, he is the most outstanding member of the Guy family. Brian paused for a moment before continuing. However, this incident is indeed serious. The Academy provides the Federation with numbered and quantified medicines, and he took one without authorization while injuring several beastmen. The Academy will certainly impose a heavier penalty on him. What sort of punishment will the Academy impose? Exen Zijing felt a twinge of concern. After all, Guyuk was also doing this for her. He had added an extra layer of chains to his legs and donned a bite muzzle, for that fellow had a tendency to bite. You need not worry about that, came the reassurance. The Guy family has donated a building as compensation, and Guyuk Guy is also an S-rank beastman. The Academy would not dismiss him lightly. One must understand how precious S-rank high-tier beastmen are. There are less than 10 in the entire 9th Military Academy. Although Guyuk Guy can be a bit unruly, he is far from being expelled. To casually dismiss an S-rank high-tier beastman would be akin to the Academy cutting off its own limb, especially considering there are many institutions beyond just the 9th Military Academy in the galaxy. Every year during the competitions, the Imperial Royal Academy far surpasses them. Upon hearing Principal Brian's personal assurance that Guyuk would not be expelled, Exen Zijing felt her anxious heart finally relax. Principal Brian, there are certain matters I believe I must disclose to you. Prior to the release of my psychic abilities, I experienced physical discomfort, and it was only after taking the medication Guyuk provided that my abilities were triggered. Exen Zijing stated this purposefully, fully aware of the rarity of females in the galaxy. However, she also understood that the Federation holds S-rank and above beastmen, especially those who have awakened their abilities. In particularly high regard, that if a beastman could awaken their powers due to this medication, then such a precious substance might no longer be exclusive to A-rank females and above. Exen Zijing harbored ulterior motives. Principal Brian appeared visibly astonished. You should know that any medication is subjected to countless trials by beastmen before it is developed. Moreover, the rare high-tier female consumables have been tested by thousands of beastmen, including male and genderless females, without ever producing the effects of enhancing psychic strength in females. At best, it merely masked the pheromone scent they emitted. The implication was clear. As a genderless female, how could she possibly experience effects that enhance the psychic abilities of true females? One must recognize that the nature of a female's psychic strength is entirely distinct from that of a male's. Principal Brian, I am quite certain, Exen Zijing replied earnestly. She could distinctly feel the alignment of her psychic power with her physical form after taking the medication. And she was indeed a true female. The drug had proven effective for her. Principal Brian, clearly excited, remarked that if this were indeed the case, the existence of a beast man with psychic abilities would be immensely beneficial for the Academy and even the entire Federation. They would not hesitate to utilize medications or other means to cultivate an ability user. He adjusted the glasses perched on his nose that if that is the case, the Academy can provide you with psychic capsules every month. Exen Zijing's eyes sparkled with delight. Just as she had surmised, the Academy treated ability users with utmost generosity, and she was thrilled that her gamble had paid off. This way, she would no longer need to worry about the scent that accompanied her monthly cycle. Nor did she wish for Guyuk to take further risks, that he had already faced multiple punishments, and she could only imagine how he would react next. However, there is one request. Exen Zijing. What request? She inquired. From now on, you must cease all contact with Guyuk Guy. Why? Exen Zijing asked, bewildered. Is it because he acquired the medication for me? If it were due to Guyuk's actions on her behalf, had he not already been punished? Moreover, she felt indebted to Guyuk for the gratitude a friend should show. She could not simply discard their friendship. Brian shook his head. It is not because of that. It is the request of the Guy family. The Guyuk is of pure blood from the Xiancat clan, and the Guy family would never allow him to remain close to a genderless female. Additionally, the Guy family has already arranged for his engagement with a future female partner. They plan to marry after graduation. Chapter 52. Met class. As Exen Zijing left the principal's office, the sun had risen high. its rays filtering through the clouds, warm and bright. She gazed into the distance, her mind buzzing with thoughts that a message arrived on her holographic device to me. I am in such dire straits. Not only have my pocket money been deducted, but my private vault has also been locked to me. I can't even eat meat now. I can only drink nutrient solutions. Sad cat expression me. What are you up to? Where have you been? Off to the mech-making class again? Me. Zijing, do you think I should sell my eyebrow piercings and earrings? Would that affect my handsome face? Ekin Zijing replied, Guyuk, we should no longer maintain contact. Please do not seek me out again. That it was a resolute and unyielding statement, yet without a firm stance. How could they ever sever their ties? She even found herself too timid to confront Guyuk directly, unable to meet his gaze and utter such cruel words. She shook her heavy head, resolutely turning off her holographic device and setting it to do not disturb mode. In time, things would improve. She would gradually forget, and that would be beneficial for both her and Guyuk. Following the principal's instructions, she made her way to the academy's mech class. Currently, they were engaged in a practical combat lesson. Xian Zijing was deeply interested in mechs, not only in the creation and operation of these machines, but also in the advanced technology of the interstellar era, a domain that had always been beyond her previous research endeavors. She yearned for the opportunity to experience the various components, parts, and operational performance of mechs firsthand. Mechs in the interstellar realm were exceedingly expensive. Ordinary beastmen could hardly afford to own one. As the saying in the beastman community goes, mechs were merely a luxury for the affluent. The 9th Military Academy's mech department provided students with mechs for class use. Although these were standard models, they still offered beastmen the chance to operate a mech. The practical course differed greatly from the construction class. The latter had only a handful of scattered students, with some permitted to audit, while the practical course was exclusively for those enrolled in the mech department or those with advanced beastman permits. For every male in this world, playing with mechs was undoubtedly a dream. As Xian Zijing approached the classroom, she was abruptly blocked at the door by a tall beastman. Hey, what department are you from? This is no place for a weak, genderless being like you. Get out. A male beastman clad in blue mech attire shoved Xian Zijing, who stood resolutely at the entrance. If you linger here, do you believe I want to call for the teacher to throw you out? Was this attractive genderless being blind? Did they really think they could just crash the mech class? Professor Byrne, the instructor of the mech department, was particularly averse to other beastmen attending his lectures uninvited. Xian Zijing regarded the male before her. She did not recognize him, but felt no fear. She responded politely, I am here to attend class. Seeing that Xian Zijing remained unfazed, the male pushed her forcefully again. Hey, are you deaf? I told you to leave. If you keep dawdling, don't blame me for being rude. With that, Xian Zijing found herself shoved to the ground, the male's aggression causing her pain and prompting a frown. Nonetheless, she stood up defiantly, brushing the dust from her shoulders. That moment, several beastmen, having heard the commotion at the entrance, gathered to observe. Hey, what is up with this genderless one? We told you to leave, and you still dare to linger? Don't tell me the newcomers are trying new tricks. Previously, at least there were some capable beastmen. Now, they've changed to pretty genderless beings. What is this? A beauty strategy. Please, this is a school with a robust mech course. You can't just waltz in with looks. The onlookers found Xian Zijing's defiance both amusing and admirable. Was she merely a pretty face without any substance? What is going on here? A middle-aged male, appearing to be around 50, approached, holding teaching materials. His face bore a hint of displeasure, clearly disturbed by the noise outside. Professor Byrne, the beastmen immediately stood at attention, respectfully saluting. Xian Zijing observed the middle-aged male's attire and surmised he must be one of the instructors in the mech department. Professor Byrne scrutinized Xian Zijing, his expression slightly discontent that a genderless being. You may leave. My class does not permit other students to audit. This is not a place for you. Seeing Professor Byrne treat this genderless being with the same disdain he reserved for other beastmen, one of the males eagerly asked Professor Byrne, shall we toss this beastman out as usual? It was clear that previous attempts by others to audit Professor Byrne's class had ended with them being unceremoniously expelled. Beastmen are famously resilient. Not everyone is as fragile as Xian Zijing. Professor Byrne glanced at Xian Zijing's slender frame, frowning that it seemed that such a weak, genderless female would likely suffer serious injury if thrown out. As a strict and traditional teacher, Professor Byrne addressed Exen Zijing. Did you hear? You should leave on your own. However, the girl remained undeterred, simply extending the documents the principal had provided her to Professor Byrne. Inside were the principal's recommendation letter and her academic dossier. Professor Byrne, I truly am here to study in the mech department. Here are my documents and recommendation letter for your perusal. Byrne took the document from the girl's hand, flipped through it a few times, and, with a hint of astonishment, remarked, a genderless individual has actually activated their abilities. The students in the mecha room, upon hearing this, were taken aback and began to murmur in disbelief. How could this be possible? How could a genderless female activate abilities? This is absolutely inconceivable. It must be impossible. Only S-rank or higher male beastmen can possess such powers. Moreover, this genderless individual appeared so weak, having fallen over with just a push. How could they possibly be S-rank? At that moment, a beastman could not contain himself and shouted at Exen Zijing, you genderless individual, are you attempting to sneak into the mecha course by fabricating false documents? Ignoring the beastmen's discussions, Exen Zijing remained steadfast in her resolve. Observing Exen Zijing's stubbornness, Byrne felt a sense of relief. Though this genderless individual seemed feeble, their psychological endurance appeared to exceed his expectations. Silence, Byrne exclaimed, unable to tolerate the incessant chatter of the students. This recommendation letter was personally penned by Principal Brian. How could it possibly be a forgery? He returned the document to Exen Zijing and said, come with me. Chapter 53. Is it possible to operate a mecha on your first attempt? The mecha practical class is perhaps the most extravagant hands-on course in the entire military academy, occupying an immense area and reportedly housing nearly hundreds of mechas. Exen Zijing followed Byrne to the far end of the experimental platform, where Byrne handed her a set of theoretical materials on mecha operation, indicating that she should review it first. Upon opening the materials, Exen Zijing found them to be detailed guides on mecha operation and various considerations, far more comprehensive than the resources she had previously searched on her star brain. You should take a look at the reading area and familiarize yourself with the basics. However, once the practical class begins, someone will guide you to the mecha room, and I will assign you tasks. Byrne instructed before turning to leave. Exen Zijing meticulously studied the theoretical materials. With her excellent memory, she could almost read 10 lines at a glance and retain every word, which was why she had been able to skip grades at such a young age on Blue Star and ultimately gain admission to the Academy of Sciences. Shortly after, she heard someone calling her, let us go to the mecha room. I'll help you get acquainted. Exen Zijing stored the theoretical materials in her spatial button and followed the Beastman out of the mecha room. Traversing the corridor. This is IT to S. Exen Zijing looked up. She beheld a vast space filled with various mechas, some of which were more intricate than any apparatus she had ever encountered. Byrne explained. This is a new type of mecha known as the flying mecha. It is a new product in the mecha series, and while its functions are similar to those of ordinary mechas, it boasts greater speed and simpler operation. It can soar and descend in the air, dive to attack enemies, and glide across the ground. That IT possesses a special technique that utilizes gravitational forces to attach heavy objects to its mechanical arm, allowing the arm to spin and accelerate in mid-air, giving it ample elasticity. Furthermore, it absorbs elemental energy from its surroundings, converting it into power for enhanced speed and agility. After explaining, Byrne pointed to the largest and most complex-looking mecha in the classroom, saying, this is the latest S-rank mecha, that if any of you possess S-rank mental power, feel free to give it a try. The mecha he indicated was Silver, a combat-type mecha that had evolved beyond mere terrestrial combat capabilities, now also exhibiting the flight abilities characteristic of S-rank mechas. Many students were astonished. They seldom encountered S-rank mechas, let alone the Academy providing such high-caliber machines for training. Unfortunately, none of them were S-rank beastmen. Though they yearned to operate it, their abilities fell short. Exen Zijing gazed longingly at the S-rank mecha, wishing to try it herself. Wishing to try? Byrne had appeared beside Exen Zijing without her noticing. Any male beastman would feel an urge to leap at the chance to operate such a formidable mecha, and it seemed this genderless female felt the same. Yes, Exen Zijing replied honestly. Which page of the theoretical book are you on? Byrne inquired. That I've read it all. Exen Zijing responded truthfully. Although her time in the reading area was short, the content of the mecha operation book was not extensive, and given her ability to read quickly, she had memorized it all, even able to recite it word for word. Byrne looked at the girl before him in astonishment. A book on mecha theory that would take him half a semester to teach was completed by her in less than 15 minutes. Even if she had finished it, could she truly grasp its contents? Were it not for the earnestness and sincerity in Xn Zijing's expression, Byrne would have been inclined to reprimand this seemingly naive student. Not wishing to argue further with the young girl, Byrne conceded, "If you say you've finished, then so be it. The instruction is still mine to impart. You are encountering mechas for the first time. You cannot operate an S-rank mecha directly. Only beastmen with S-rank or higher mental power can handle it. Otherwise, their mental capacity may be overwhelmed by the mecha's potent mental pressure, leading to mental damage or, in severe cases, becoming incapacitated. Since you have grasped the theory, let us start with a C-rank mecha." Understood, Zijing acknowledged Byrne's intention, realizing it was indeed her first encounter with an S-rank mecha, though she was captivated by its striking appearance. She was prudent enough to assess her own capabilities without overreaching. Approaching the C-rank mecha, she skillfully opened the door, settled into the seat, and instinctively activated the control stick. Her maneuvering skills appeared remarkably adept. Had they not known it was her first time operating a mecha, some beastmen might have believed she was a seasoned operator. Seated at the control panel of the C-rank mecha, Zijing had only previously engaged with theoretical knowledge and had never physically operated a mecha before. Though she appeared calm, her heart raced with exhilaration, and her palms were already sweaty. The C-rank mecha was the simplest and most accessible of its kind. However, its performance paled in comparison to the advanced models. With somewhat sluggish combat initiation and stiff movements, lacking the advantages of higher-tier mechas, this was not the mecha she aspired to operate. After briefly familiarizing herself with the controls, she exited the C-rank mecha and approached Byrne, saying, "Teacher, I would like to attempt a higher-tier mecha." "A higher-tier mecha?" Byrne was taken aback. "Didn't you feel dizzy or fatigued after operating the C-rank mecha? Does operating a C-rank mecha make one feel dizzy?" "Teacher?" Zijing inquired. Byrne shook his head. "Not exactly. Every beastman experiences some dizziness the first time they operate a mecha due to mental energy expenditure. However, you seem to have experienced little impact. Dizzy? Isn't that akin to motion sickness? Operating a mecha feels like a game. It's merely 3D dizziness. My physical constitution has always been excellent. I've never experienced motion sickness." He replied that no, "I feel completely capable," Zijing affirmed. Now it was Byrne's turn to be astonished. He began to truly understand why Brian had praised this genderless girl in the recommendation letter. "Very well, you may try the B-rank mecha. Do not force yourself to continue if you feel unwell," Byrne instructed, gesturing towards a nearby B-rank mecha. "Okay, teacher," Zijing replied, proceeding directly towards the B-rank mecha. She swiftly opened the door and climbed inside in one fluid motion. Chapter 54. The Guy Family, the B-rank mecha. Constructed from mechanical alloys, utilized materials far sturdier than those of the C-rank mecha, and featured more internal control buttons, making it significantly more complex to operate. Zijing controlled the console with finesse. Having just operated a mecha, she was even more adept this time. Her delicate fingers danced over the controls, and with a burst of brilliance, the mecha powered up. The mecha sprang to life, leaping and executing fluid attack motions. Every action appearing as if it had been rehearsed 1,000 times. Many beastmen currently operating mechas in class gaped in disbelief at the spectacle unfolding before them. Who is operating that? The movements are so smooth. Is that an A-rank mecha? Are you foolish? That is not a B-rank mecha. A nearby beastman slapped the forehead of another in realization. Then why does that B-rank mecha operate so smoothly? Like an A-rank? There are two possibilities. Either the operator is exceptionally skilled with the mecha, or they possess sufficiently strong mental power. After completing her operation with the B-class mech, Zijing felt only a slight fatigue. The B-class mech did not possess the agility she had hoped for. It still fell short of her expectations. However, considering it was her first attempt, she refrained from setting her standards too high. Also fearing that she might be unable to cope with the mental strain that came with operating a higher-class mech. Once she disembarked, she noticed Professor Byrne staring at her in astonishment. Confused, Zijing inquired, "Professor Byrne, what is the matter? Was my performance inadequate?" She waved her hand in front of the dazed Professor Byrne. Only then did he snap back to reality, exclaiming, No, your operation was exceptionally good. Nearly perfect." Hearing the professor's praise, Zijing felt a surge of happiness. Zijing, did you not experience any discomfort? Professor Byrne continued to question her. Operating a mech for such an extended period would surely consume a considerable amount of mental energy. Yet this genderless individual appeared completely unfazed. Not at all, just a slight soreness in my hands from holding on for too long, Professor, Ekijin replied candidly. Absolutely astonishing. Your records indicate that your mental energy level is unknown. I can now ascertain that your ability to operate a B-class mech implies you must possess at least a B-class level of mental energy. No, that cannot be right. You must have activated your abilities. Which means you have reached S-class. Professor Byrne exclaimed in disbelief that my goodness. This is unbelievable. The first genderless individual in the galaxy to attain S-class abilities. Moreover, to operate a mech with such proficiency on the first try, she must be a genius. The more he pondered, the more excited he became, eager to recruit this genderless individual into his department as a formal student in mech operations. However, before proceeding, he needed to ascertain her mental energy level to better match her with an appropriate mech and subsequently enhance her operational skills. Exine Zijin, what is your mental energy level? I'm not sure, she replied. You have never tested your mental energy level? He pressed that I have, but it seems there was no reading. Moreover, the equipment malfunctioned, she explained, upon hearing Exine Zijin's situation. Professor Byrne noted that her records indicated the same. Her mental energy was indeterminate. Additionally, he could sense, and so could all the beastmen, that this genderless girl exhibited almost no fluctuations in mental energy. Are you implying that you awakened your abilities with virtually no mental energy at all? Professor Byrne speculated. That appears to be the case. She confirmed that in light of this revelation, he realized that without a clear understanding of her physical condition, he could not allow her to operate other mechs. After all, if she truly possessed no mental energy, her successful operation of the B-class mech could have been mere luck, and the next attempt could result in catastrophic consequences. Let me contemplate this thoroughly, he said after a moment of reflection. Ekijin, you may require a uniquely tailored mech designed specifically for you. Are you Miss Ekijin? Please follow me. A figure clad in an exquisitely tailored tailcoat approached. Adorned with white gloves, his serious countenance conveyed an air of unyielding authority. Yet his demeanor was humble and polite, indicative of a loyal servant from an aristocratic background that appeared he had been waiting for her for some time. Who are you? Exine Zijin inquired. That I am the steward of the Guy family, he replied. Upon hearing the Guy family name, Exine Zijin instantly understood the implication and fell silent for a moment before responding. All right. The steward said nothing further, merely gestured for her to follow and led the way to find the family head. Ekijin trailed behind him. After boarding the Interstellar transport, they soon arrived at a luxurious European-style villa. Ekijin looked up and surveyed the interior, which exuded an air of elegance with its aristocratic decor and exquisite murals, each likely worth a small fortune. The steward halted at the entrance of the grand hall, gesturing for Ekijin to enter. Please, Miss Exine, come with me, he said. Greetings, Miss Exine. A man dressed in opulent attire rose from his seat, extending his hand toward her with a cultured smile. His resemblance to Gaiac was striking, suggesting he was Gaiac's father. Hello, Mr. Guy, Ekijin responded. Miss Exine, you are truly beautiful, Mr. Guy complimented without reservation, acknowledging that this girl surpassed any genderless individual or even female he had ever encountered. Thank you, Ekijin replied nonchalantly. She had not anticipated that the Guy family would personally invite her, and it was evidently regarding the matter of Gaiac. Once seated on the sofa, Mr. Guy produced several thick folders and placed them on the table. Smiling as he said, I believe Principal Brian has already spoken to you about this. Please, Miss Exine, peruse these documents and let us know if there is anything you would like to add or any requests you may have, whether it be star coins or jewels. If everything is satisfactory, we can proceed with your signature and seal. Ekijin remained silent, fully aware of their intentions. They simply wished for her to distance herself from Gaiac, seeing the girl before him lost in thought. Mr. Guy continued, the Guy family has held the title of hereditary earls, and Gaiac is the youngest and most exceptional member of our family, being groomed for the earldom that is an S-class beastman. His condition is precarious, and he is at risk of losing control. The family has already chosen an intended bride for him, Miss Lucy from the Karen family. The Karen family possesses comparable bloodlines, abilities, and status to ours. And Miss Lucy is a rare A-class female. They are a fitting match that I hope Miss Exine understands my meaning. Listening to Mr. Guy's words, Ekijin could not help but chuckle that no wonder Gaiac was so rebellious despite his youth. His marriage had been arranged without even considering his own wishes. I do not require any compensation, that I in fact. When Principal Brian informed me of this matter, I had already severed my ties with Gaiac. This is a family issue for you. There is no need to seek me out. And I assure you I will not interfere with Gaiac any longer. However, I do hope you will refrain from disturbing my life in the future, Entices stated, rising and making her way toward the exit, showing no attachment to the opulent building. From the moment Principal Brian broached the subject, she had instinctively grasped the significance of this matter for the Guy family. One was a volatile S-class male, and the other a genderless female. She understood it all too well, yet she was taken aback that the Guy family would personally summon her to issue a warning. Upon returning, Entices felt rather unsettled. When her holographic device powered on, a flurry of notifications flooded in, all from Gaiac. Mimi. Zijuan. What nonsense are you spouting, you fool? Be careful, or I'll hit you, Mimi. Where the hell are you? Are you really not going to reply? Mimi. Entices, what the hell is going on, Mimi? Are you really ignoring me? You must have a reason, Mimi. What happened? Can you tell me face to face? Mimi. Zijuan, did I do something wrong? Do you dislike my foul language? Mimi. Reply to me. I'll let you pet my tail and ears, just don't ignore me, Mimi. Where are you? I've searched the academy high and low for you. Mimi. It's been a whole day without a response. What's going on, Mimi? I've thought long and hard. I don't know why you would say such things. The remaining messages were even more numerous. And Entices lacked the courage to read on. She simply replied, let us not disturb each other. It is best if we cease contact moving forward, and promptly blocked Gaiac from her holographic device. Such a proud individual as Gaiac would undoubtedly comprehend her meaning. Being deleted should convey her desire to cut ties, and thus he would naturally refrain from any further interaction. Entices thought to herself. At that moment, her spirits were far from buoyant, feeling a persistent surge of frustration within her. Perhaps the only way to truly integrate into this world was to grow stronger. This time, she took the initiative to seek out Le Noel for training. Le Noel, please help me train my holy flame. Very well, Master, Le Noel replied as usual, forming a shield around his arm. Entices felt warmth gathering in her palm, and soon a burst of flames erupted from her hand. Without hesitation, she directed this flame toward Le Noel. This time, the fire was larger and more pure than before. Entices had not even needed to invoke the negative memory she had previously detested to summon it. As the flame struck Le Noel's arm, he furrowed his brow slightly upon impact, but quickly resumed his usual calm demeanor. Master, you are progressing swiftly. Would you like to continue? Entices cast a glance at Le Noel. Previously, he had suggested attacking his arm, claiming the shield could withstand anything. This had spurred her to activate her holy flame. However, she realized that if she could wield the holy flame freely, she did not wish to unleash her power upon her companion. Even if his shield could withstand the onslaught, there was no need for you. Lenold, I shall no longer practice on you, Entices resolutely declared. Lenold felt a tinge of disappointment, unconsciously tightening his grip on the long sleeves of his right arm. Very well, Master. Train as you wish in the future. The my current level of mental prowess is too low. I may not yet be able to proficiently wield the sacred flame that I seek to practice it and, in addition, to discover methods to adeptly transform my mental energy to activate the sacred flame, Entices elucidated. Lenoel sighed with relief. Do not worry, Master. These matters are not difficult. Lenoel can teach you. Thus, Lenoel commenced instructing Entices on the utilization of mental energy, how to amplify the power and range of the sacred flame. The most crucial point was to ensure the continuity of mental energy. For the stronger the energy, the swifter and more precise its release. Focus your mind and close your eyes. Gradually attune yourself to the vast reservoir of mental energy within. Soothe it. Absorb it. Do not let it disperse within you. Attempt to gather it, transforming it into your own energy. That Lenoel's voice was exceedingly gentle, his movements delicate and soothing, akin to the warm sunlight of spring caressing the heart, inducing a languid sensation, a reluctance to awaken. The man bore short, golden hair, his complexion pale, with deep and chiseled features, a straight nose, and thin lips pressed into a determined arc. His voice seemed to possess a magnetic allure, gradually easing her inner turmoil and conflict, rendering the very air around them tranquil and serene. Entices, a voice filled with rage and disbelief, suddenly intruded upon her thoughts. She opened her eyes wide in shock to find Guyuk glaring at her with a brooding expression. Guyuk, and Zijing stammered, taken aback. What brings you here to the temple? You question my presence. And Zijing, what have you been doing? Why did you not respond to my messages? At that moment, the girl felt like a woman caught in infidelity. Unable to utter a word, unsure how to confront Guyuk. She was not adept at facing farewells, oblivious to how to explain the severance of their connection. Master, do not be afraid. I am here. The golden-haired man firmly grasped the girl's small, flustered hand, his gaze calm and steady. The master's hand was so small, it could be entirely enveloped within his grasp. Her skin was delicate, akin to a piece of exquisite jade. Ji Yuk's eyes fell upon the man holding the girl's hand, and the sight was painfully vivid. It felt as though a sharp blade was relentlessly carving into his heart. Cut after cut. Chapter 56. Agitation. Fracture, release her. Guyuk's tone was frigid, his expression severe. You, golden-feathered peacock, what right do you have to touch Zijing? The boy's eyes were already flushed red, tufts of fur beginning to sprout from his body, hinting at a burgeoning frenzy. He fixated on the two individuals so intimately close before him, their actions resembling a declaration of possession. They were akin to lovers. His Zijing belonged solely to him, not to be claimed by another, especially not by this golden peacock. Upon witnessing this scene, a twinge of bitterness welled up within Exen Zijing. She withdrew her hand from Lenol's firm grasp. Lenol, please wait here. I have a few words to exchange with Guyuk. Lenol remained silent, merely observing her with his profound gaze, his face betraying no emotion, yet the emptiness in his hand elicited an unbidden pang of sorrow within him. Very well, I shall heed your wishes, master. Exen Zijing tugged Guyuk away to a more secluded spot. Once they were sufficiently distant, they finally halted. Throughout the process, neither spoke a word. It was Guyuk who broke the silence first. Had he been true to his nature, he would have erupted in anger, cursing her for daring to block him, claiming she had grown wings, frolicking so intimately with that golden peacock. Was she so indiscriminate, so desperate for a man? However, all the anger, resentment, and feelings of betrayal coalesced into pools of bitter water at that moment. Unbeknownst to him, an unprecedented sense of loss surged within, as if something was about to escape his grasp, to leap from his chest. Zijing, do you fancy that peacock? Guyuk's question rendered Zijing momentarily speechless. She looked up at him, and the boy before her bore no resemblance to the spirited youth she had first encountered. Instead, he exuded an aura of despondency. Guyuk, what I said on Starbrain was sincere. We must cease all contact henceforth. Upon hearing this, Guyuk's body visibly stiffened, a strained smile breaking through. Zijing, you are jesting. Are you not? You cannot possibly mean that. The fur on Guyuk's face began to thicken, a sense of uncontrollable turmoil surging within him, his sharp teeth elongating beneath the biting device. Exen Zijing felt for the first time the sensation of being preyed upon by a beast. I am truly sorry, I speak with sincerity. Guyuk. Why? Exen Zijing fell silent, unsure of how to respond to that sentiment. Did I it because of that peacock? He roared in fury. No, it is not about anyone else. Guyuk, I am simply a genderless individual, and you are a high-ranking beast man. I cannot provide you the solace you seek. The moment I sensed your feelings, it became clear that we are not suited for one another. But I do not care, he shouted, trembling. The youthful affection he harbored was so simple and pure, devoid of any impurities, that I care. You are a high-ranking beast man. Look at yourself now, on the brink of losing control. Guyuk's eyes blazed crimson, as if he had countless words he wished to express to the woman before him, who had grown so cold. He lifted her chin, his gaze fixated on her softly parted, cherry-red lips, and leaned in, yearning to bridge the gap with the very woman who had occupied his thoughts, yet who now uttered words of heartache. But as he leaned down, he encountered the rigid, cold bite device. The unforgiving device struck her cheek and lips, causing her tender skin to sting and elicit a soft gasp. Guyuk, in pain, quickly withdrew his head. Did I like you? I wish to kiss you. Zijing, as a man would with a woman. Yet now he found himself unable to perform even the simplest of kisses. Gently, he caressed her reddened lips, but his hands had already begun to distort, transforming into a half-beast form. Soft fur covering his fingers, that he retracted his claws, struggling to suppress the chaos rising within him. Zijing fears what I may become, he thought. Yet had she not adored his beast form in the past? I have shown you everything. I have shared my world with you. You cannot simply turn your back on me now. You once claimed to love my tail and ears, and I shall grant you free rein to touch them in the future. If you wish. The boy, in a fluster, lowered his head, crouching slightly to bring his ears closer to her reach, then thrust his tail into her hands, its agility wrapping around her wrist as if seeking to please her. The familiar, plush sensation flooded Entices' senses, and with a heart hardened by resolve, she flung the tail away. Stepping back, Guyuk, I have grown weary of you. You no longer amuse me. Do you not understand? The boy's face contorted in pain, disbelief and confusion evident within his expression. His heart ached violently. Do you find me distasteful? He murmured. Suddenly, the fur on Guyuk's body surged forth, sharp fangs extending, his hands fully transforming into clawed appendages. I have become a monster. You find me repulsive, do you not? Zijing, I am in agony. My heart is breaking. His clothing was torn as the beast within him erupted forth, and she could hear the cracking of bones as they rapidly expanded. The beastman's transformation triggered alarms throughout the vicinity, and a contingent of guards armed with suppressants rushed toward them. Zijing turned away, unwilling to gaze upon him any longer. The Dio not abandon me. Zijing, she feared she might be unable to withstand it alone, and without a backward glance, she resolutely departed, leaving behind the boy's heart-wrenching cries. Perhaps the transition from boyhood to manhood is always fraught with cruelty, mirroring the tropes of every idle drama, where partings are accompanied by the sound of raindrops pattering upon leaves, echoing the cries of despair. Zijing walked step by step back to her dwelling, perhaps unsure of how to confront that obstinate youth, for she did not look back even once at that moment. A radiant golden halo formed above her head, creating a natural barrier against the relentless rain that lashed at her face. Zijing turned to see Lenoel, clad in a golden robe with cascading golden hair, standing amidst the rain. Lenoel, what brings you here? Guyuk has exhibited signs of frenzy. He is typically combative and may even harm other beastmen. I was worried for your safety, master. Indeed, Guyuk has shown signs of frenzy. He must be suffering immensely, for I have heard that the transformation process is excruciatingly painful, and the suppression is even more tormenting. He would never harm me, Zijing asserted confidently. Even if he were to succumb to frenzy, Guyuk is likely the least probable individual in this world to cause me harm. No, master, a frenzied beastman possesses no reason. He is inherently an uncontrollable creature, and with that biting device, he is already a wild beast in a state of chaos. Enough. The man's anxious words had yet to be fully articulated when he was abruptly interrupted. Lenoel, if I were not a female, not your revered lord, devoid of the power of the holy flame, would you still treat me with such kindness? Chapter 57. Fall and redemption. That a heart-wrenching question lingered in the air, causing Lenoel's hand, which had coalesced around a shield of golden light, to tremble. As a devoted follower of the divine, the golden peacock, he was accustomed to pride, arrogance, and disdain for the weak. Peacocks, by their very nature, do not exhibit compassion for the frail, nor do they lower their noble heads to offer kindness to anyone. She was ordinary, diminutive, submissive, pitiful. Such beings had always garnered his contempt. Yet the circumstances had shifted. His lord, no, it was unclear when exactly, had taken on an unshakable presence within his heart. That it was not merely the faith of a devotee towards a deity. It was a different sensation altogether. Akin to the possessiveness a male feels towards a female, a man towards a woman. No, I am a believer of the Lord. You shall forever remain my lord, Lenoel uttered with a hint of urgency, his golden eyes filled with tenderness and concern. Zijing lowered her gaze, concealing her emotions, before suddenly smiling. What if I am not? She posed, her voice carrying a chill. You, so proud and disdainful, are unlike Guyuk. On that day in the forest of Mistral, you merely watched as I was bullied, while he would never do so. Even if he lost control, he would not harm me. So please, refrain from labeling him a beast. Her words bore a plea and a sense of protection. Zijing raised her head, her eyes reddened, and her delicate face appeared excessively pale. Her lashes fluttered, seemingly struggling against the impulse to weep uncontrollably. Yet she endeavored to maintain a smile. In that moment, a multitude of thoughts flashed through Lenoel's mind. He clenched and then relaxed his fists, yearning to embrace the girl before him, to gently comfort her. He recalled Gaiok's words to her. I like you, Entices. Uncertain of whom he should be jealous. He simply knew that his chest felt heavy. That I am sorry, Zijing, he finally managed to say after a prolonged silence. Perhaps wishing to abandon the title of Lord for now. Entices gazed down, her lips pressed together, her damp hair clinging to her forehead, and she offered no response to Lemuel's apology, only silence. Zijing, enough. Lemuel, do not follow me. Let me have a moment alone. The girl's voice was cold and distant. Halting Lemuel's words, he stiffened at her tone. Taking a deep breath, Entices closed her eyes, suppressing the anguish within as she walked towards her abode. It was only after the slender figure had departed that Lemuel raised his head, watching her retreating form for an extended period. Eventually, he buried his face in his knees, allowing the rain to wash over him. He had grown accustomed to solitude from a young age, and had never actively sought the company of other beastmen, that he too was proud, looking down upon all, arrogance ingrained in his very being. To him, everyone was the same, regardless of whether they were genderless or powerful beastmen. They were all equal in his eyes. What am I to do? He murmured weakly, gazing at his hands. What should I do? As night fell, dark clouds enveloped the sky, and the rain intensified. Water cascaded from the collar of the golden-haired man's attire, as he sat amidst the downpour, feeling as though he were the only soul left in the world. The droplets striking his face brought a chilling sensation that only deepened his confusion. The rain blurred his vision, shrouding the distant scenery, rendering even the falling rain indistinct. He extended his hand, yearning to grasp something. Resembling an abandoned pet, a dog cast aside by its master. Footsteps approached, and a gust of wind brushed against his shoulder, stirring fallen leaves. Suddenly, a slender, pale hand emerged within his line of sight. Get up. He raised his head in disbelief, finding the girl standing beside him, holding a hovering umbrella to shield them from the rain. Lemuel stared blankly at the beautiful girl before him. Her skin was exceptionally fair, almost translucent, while her long, silky black hair cascaded down her back. Her lips were a delicate pink, resembling blooming petals, glistening with vitality. Get up. How long do you intend to remain drenched? Seeing the rain-soaked peacock merely staring at her. The girl's hand remained suspended in the air, awaiting a response. She urged him again. Lemuel grasped her outstretched wrist. Her skin was icy to the touch. He pressed his cheek against her hand. The cool, delicate sensation seemingly soothing his troubled heart. Forgive me, he murmured, a blend of contrition, appeasement, and attachment in his voice. Life must continue. Since her last experience with the Mecha, she had received numerous invitations from Professor Byrne, urging her to transfer to the Mecha department. That it was evident she had accepted, for she found joy in the Mecha, relishing the sense of control it provided, a feeling of safety. She admired the intricate internal structures of the Mecha, its complex yet orderly mechanics. Professor Byrne had recently sent her a message, informing her of a gift he wished to present her. Understanding the customs of reciprocity, she had amassed a collection of small snacks she had prepared. Uncertain if the elderly professor would enjoy such childlike treats, Professor Byrne had procured a long-forgotten combat mecha, draped in a simple covering. Now coated in dust, that as she unveiled the mecha, a large silver-white machine came into view. Marked with numerous scratches of varying depths, a testament to the fierce battles it had endured alongside its previous master. Seeing Entices' captivated gaze, Professor Byrne began explaining the mecha's capabilities. It transforms in accordance with the operator's consciousness, capable of both offense and defense, while ensuring the user's safety. Its creator was undoubtedly an excellent mecha engineer. The design is exceptional. Its silver-white exterior boasts remarkable maneuverability, incredible speed, and a degree of cloaking functionality. Overall, it is an outstanding mecha. Professor Byrne assured her that if she found it unsatisfactory, the internals could be modified to suit her needs. That it's truly magnificent. Zijing exclaimed, unable to resist caressing its silver-gray surface with tender reverence. This mecha had remained in the warehouse for over a century, rendered unusable due to its materials and design. Professor Byrne sighed. It has been over a century. Over a century. Zijing's eyes widened in astonishment. Professor Byrne nodded, explaining it was once piloted by a female devoid of psychic power, but she perished on the battlefield. Chapter 58. The Mecha of the Fallen Warrior. Oh, Zijing lamented, gazing at the mecha. Such an exceptional female sacrificed herself on the battlefield. Isn't it said that beast men without psychic power cannot pilot mechas? Indeed, those without psychic power cannot operate any mecha, which is why I sought to retrieve this one from storage for you. Your psychic ability remains unclear, and I did not wish to hastily allow you to attempt other mechas. However, this one appears to require no psychic power to activate, and its internal operations are better suited for a petite female, which explains why, despite its excellence, no beastman has chosen to pilot it. Moreover, many beastmen have attempted to operate it, but found themselves unable to activate it. Even high-ranking beastmen, when channeling their psychic power, found it unresponsive, merely moving sluggishly before falling still. Others without any psychic ability fared no better than ordinary beastmen. Yet its previous owner was indeed a female, without any psychic power, which is why this remarkable mecha has remained dormant for over a century. It is beautiful. Entices gently traced the surface of the mecha. Yes, it is indeed beautiful. Professor Byrne agreed that I want to try and see if I can activate it. Entices said, her excitement palpable. Certainly, but Zijing, it has been stored here for over a century, that if you wish to use it, I advise you to refrain from channeling your psychic power initially, Professor Byrne cautioned, concerned that the prolonged storage might affect the mecha's performance. Entices nodded in understanding. All right. Taking a deep breath, she composed herself before slowly entering the interior of the mecha. Contrary to its weathered exterior, the interior was remarkably clean and well-equipped, with an abundance of operational controls, far more complex than a B-level mecha. Could this truly be a mecha that required no psychic power to operate? Entices gently closed her eyes, taking a moment to calm her mind before reopening them. She placed her hand lightly against the mech before her, and suddenly felt an extraordinary sensation emanating from within her, a resonance between her mental energy and the machine. Perhaps this mech was indeed different from what her mentor, Byrne, had described. It required mental energy to activate. Following the guidance in her mind, she focused her mental energy and began to power up the mech. That as soon as her mental energy made contact with the device, the mech sprang to life. Byrne, witnessing the unexpected activation, widened his eyes in astonishment. The mech began to spin rapidly and, under Entices' control, performed a variety of maneuvers, swinging, attacking, jumping, and dodging. Byrne stood there, dumbfounded. Goodness, I never imagined Entices could actually control it. At that moment, he felt a sense of relief. After experimenting with the mech for several minutes, Entices finally brought it to a halt and stepped out of the cockpit. How was it? Byrne asked eagerly. Entices appeared slightly fatigued, and Byrne noticed her state with surprise. This was the effect of overexerting her mental energy. Zijing, did you use your mental energy? He inquired, a statement rather than a question. Entices nodded. Teacher Byrne, when I touched the mech, I realized that it indeed requires mental energy to operate, contrary to what I previously thought. Furthermore, I could feel that controlling it consumes a significant amount of my mental energy. A level of exhaustion I have not experienced when operating C-class or even B-class mechs. Byrne was clearly taken aback that if what Entices said was true, this mech did require mental energy to start. Then why had so many students failed to pilot it despite harnessing their mental energy? Moreover, it had previously been operated by a female who had not been detected to possess any mental energy. Teacher, can you tell me who constructed this mech? Perhaps the builder could shed light on the situation. Doubt if we can locate the builder, we might inquire about the principles behind its activation. Orcs have lengthy lifespans, some even living for 5 to 6 centuries, that if that builder were still alive. Byrne shook his head. The builder of this mech is its owner, that female without mental energy. Entices was taken aback. A female without any mental energy, not only a mech pilot, but also a builder. In a world where females are cherished like delicate flowers, what an extraordinary being she must have been. However, it seemed to contradict her previous assumptions that if she were female, why would the Federation allow her on the battlefield, where she ultimately sacrificed her life? Were not females in this world considered invaluable and under the Federation's absolute protection? It appeared that she still had much to learn about this world, that I asked the sole orc capable of operating this mech. Byrne was naturally pleased that he stored the mech in the spatial pocket and unhesitatingly gifted it to Entices. Handing her the spatial pocket containing the mech, he said, I will apply to the Academy for this mech. It will be yours from now on. However, given that it has been sitting in use for over a century, some of its components may require appropriate modifications and upgrades. You can reach out for the necessary alterations. Xi and Zijing was somewhat astonished. Although this mech had been abandoned for over 100 years, she was well aware of the manufacturing costs and the value of the mech itself, that you're just giving it to me. Teacher, this is quite valuable, she remarked. Byrne nodded that it's fine. You don't need to contribute anything. Not me? Then who will pay for it? The Academy? Would the Academy simply gift an expensive mech to a student? Byrne observed X and Zijing's bewildered expression and recalled her recent exertion of mental energy, urging her, if your mental energy is depleted, don't push yourself. Take the mech and leave. Was this child truly so stubborn? She was receiving a mech for free yet still questioning it. Why do you care so much? This mech will require further modifications and upgrades, which will cost a considerable amount of star coins. You will be responsible for some of that. Xi and Zijing, still in shock, accepted the mech and politely bid farewell. She retrieved a large bag of snacks from her spatial pocket and stuffed it into Byrne's hands before running off without looking back. Once X and Zijing had departed, Byrne stared blankly at the food in his hands, the rich aroma wafting up to him that he inhaled deeply. It was the scent of his favorite delicacies, and no one knew that the seemingly stern and serious Byrne was actually a snack enthusiast in private. Feeling a surge of joy, Byrne eagerly opened his star brain and accessed the chat window where the old coot was waiting. The holographic image of Brian appeared. Old coot, I never expected that this genderless little girl could truly pilot this mech. Byrne exclaimed. Brian, equally surprised, soon wore a look of satisfaction. You gifted it to her, right? I have already done so. Byrne confirmed that that's good. This mech isn't cheap. We'll have to deduct from a Sojus later. He'll have to cough up a bit. Brian glanced at the snacks in Byrne's hand. A powerful mech instructor. How can you be so unrestrained, clutching snacks like a youngling? Byrne proudly raised the snacks. You see, I didn't want to accept them. But that little girl insisted on giving them to me. Just then, the connection was abruptly severed. Chapter 59. Breaking the clouds. As Byrne had mentioned, this mech, over a century old, indeed required modifications and upgrades. Perhaps due to its prolonged abandonment or the fact that its original owner had long since passed away, the interior of the mech was already showing signs of wear. During her earlier experience piloting it, Xi and Zijing had sensed that many internal components needed reinforcement. Thus, she contacted Byrne for guidance. Byrne informed her that when the Academy had taken custody of the mech, a professional mech engineer had already assessed it. Aside from some superficial damage, no internal faults had been detected. Did she still need to find a mech engineer? Given the mech's value, which had been neglected for over 100 years, surely any issues would have been repaired long ago if the engineer had found them. Yet, how could such problems have gone unnoticed for so long? Byrne explained that perhaps it was because no one had ever successfully operated the mech, so the engineer could not identify the specific internal damages. Until now, she was the only one who had managed to activate it. Thus, noticing the internal issues, this mech was constructed with remarkable precision. The assembly of its internal components was entirely different from that of ordinary mechs. Even more intricate. Therefore, unless a mech engineer completely disassembled the exterior, they would not uncover any problems. However, due to the mech's exceptional precision, it was likely that no engineer would dare to tamper with it casually. In this case, a fully formed mech typically accompanies its user. When the mech sustains damage, the user is the first to detect internal problems and seek maintenance from a mech engineer. Now that she was aware of some issues, she hesitated to operate it further and realized she should conduct more research. Long time no see. It was Rachel. Rachel seemed to have grown taller since their last encounter, standing even more upright than before. Long time no see. Xi and Zijing greeted with a slight wave. After they sat down, Rachel initiated the conversation. That I heard you joined the mech department? Xi and Zijing was a bit puzzled. Did Rachel know about this? Yes, I didn't expect the news to spread so far. Even the combat department students are aware that ITS not that far-fetched. I've been keeping an eye on you, Rachel replied, though he kept that to himself. Known for his few words, he shifted the topic. Are you interested in mech construction as well? Noticing the various types of books in Xi and Zijing's hands, he recalled seeing her attentively engage in mech construction classes before. Xi and Zijing suddenly remembered that Rachel was an orc capable of repairing mechs himself. Not only did he have his own mech, but he could also maintain it regularly. That it would surely be advantageous to collaborate with him on her newly acquired mech. Rachel, I have a mech that belonged to a fallen warrior. While piloting it, I discovered that some internal components are damaged. Could you help me take a look? Xi and Zijing gazed hopefully at Rachel. Rachel observed Exenzijing. She seemed different these days, not as cheerful as before, her eyes revealing a hint of weariness. Yet she remained captivating, with her delicately curled eyelashes, straight nose, fair skin, and rosy lips, leaving him momentarily entranced. Her deep brown eyes, now fixed on him, were as beautiful as ever. Rachel lowered his gaze to conceal his complex emotions and replied softly, "Sure." Rachel brought her to the Academy's specialized training ground for mechas, where X and Zijing took out the mecha. The large, silver-white mecha suddenly materialized in their midst, and Rachel appeared momentarily taken aback upon seeing it. Standing to the side, X and Zijing observed as Rachel skillfully inspected the internal structure and components of the mecha, followed by a thorough examination of its exterior. Eventually, he paused, a contemplative expression gracing his face. "Did I ask there a problem?" X and Zijing asked, feeling a surge of anxiety. Rachel had mentioned that his mecha often suffered damage. So did he sense issues within it as well? Surely he must possess the means to repair it. "There are a few areas that seem rather peculiar," Rachel pointed out, indicating several spots that I suspect that the design points in these locations may be compromised. But attempting to disassemble them forcefully could lead to the entire mecha collapsing. Listening to Rachel's explanation, Ek and Zijing felt a flicker of excitement. Indeed, Rachel was capable of discerning the issues. She hesitated, gazing at him. Rachel looked back at her, then picked up a pen from the table and began to sketch. After a moment, he raised his head and inquired, "If you happen to have the blueprints for this mecha, it would be worth a try." Blueprints? How could she possibly possess such a thing? Setting aside the fact that this mecha was over a century old, blueprints were typically held only by the original craftsmen who constructed the mecha. "Zijing, this mecha appears to be named Biyun." "Ah." X and Zijing was taken aback. "The mecha actually had a name." Rachel continued, "When you first brought it out, I merely thought it resembled the Piyun, but after my examination, I can confirm that this is indeed Piyun." "Da Piyun?" Rachel nodded. "Yes, Piyun. Those who engage with mecha should be familiar with it. After all, Piyun was an exceedingly renowned mecha over a century ago, celebrated for its remarkable speed and formidable offensive capabilities. Moreover, this is not an ordinary mecha. It cannot simply be classified by rank. Even though the operator is a female without psychic abilities, she can unleash the kind of power typically associated with an SSS-grade mecha." Xi and Zijing was astonished. She had not anticipated that Piyun was so extraordinary. An SS-grade mecha. An SS-grade mecha already represented the pinnacle of mecha craftsmanship, and those capable of achieving such a level were exceedingly rare. The fact that Piyun could truly reach SSS-level capabilities was nothing short of astonishing. However, this was merely speculation, for the mecha had over a century of history. Perhaps the latter had never fully grasped its intricacies, leading to such conclusions. "But without blueprints, is it impossible to repair this mecha?" she asked. Rachel shook his head. "The repair techniques for Piyun are the most advanced. Even contemporary mecha builders may hesitate to undertake its restoration." "What should we do?" X and Zijing asked, a sense of urgency creeping into her voice. Since it was confirmed that there were indeed internal damages, she was reluctant to attempt activating the mecha again. Forcing it to operate while aware of its impairments would only exacerbate the damage. Rachel pondered for a moment that if the Federation is unable to assist, there might be a place we can try. "Where?" she inquired. "The 60 mechanized star," he replied. "The mechanized star? It is known as a realm entirely composed of mechanical creations, a place abhorred by all other planets. But why?" Xi and Zijing was puzzled that if this so-called mechanized star possessed such advanced mechanical technology, why would it be despised by all? The inhabitants of that planet are obsessed with mechanical body modifications. They not only alter mechas but also objects, starships, and even their own means of transportation. To the extent that they have become infatuated with modifying their own bodies that on this planet, 23 of the Beastmen have undergone some form of human enhancement, rendering them what many would consider monsters. Genuinely half machine, half beast. X and Zijing was taken aback. Modify their own bodies? How insane must one be to do such a thing? Rachel looked at her and, sensing her shock, continued, "The Beastmen of the mechanized star are indeed, to some extent, mad. They will cruelly modify any outsider, regardless of their wealth or noble lineage, turning them into beings akin to themselves. Half machine, half organic. Such half-machine, half-beast hybrids have earned the mechanized star a notorious reputation across the galaxy." Upon hearing this, X and Zijing froze. Are those individuals truly so ruthless? But I am merely a genderless being. She hesitated. If what Rachel said was true, then those people were indeed a group of fanatics. As a genderless individual, would she not be subject to their chaos? Surely their governance would be in disarray, making it improbable for her to seek repairs for Piyun. Rachel seemed to instantly grasp Ekin Zijing's concerns and reassured her. As a genderless being, you need not worry. In truth, the inhabitants of the mechanized star often have physical deficiencies themselves, missing limbs or other impairments. In a sense, assembling their own bodies is not entirely unjustifiable. However, beastmen from the Federation, the Empire, and other star systems perceive them as monstrous. Moreover, the mechanized star has always been a resource-scarce junk system. Noble beastmen disdain these half-machine, half-beast hybrids and look down upon them, leading to mutual contempt. That's so. What do you mean? Xin Zijing inquired that if the entire galaxy cannot accommodate genderless beings, the mechanized star may indeed be a suitable refuge. At this point, Rachel's words became clear to Xin Zijing. Genderless beings were essentially those whose evolution was incomplete, possessing certain physical shortcomings. They were of lowly origin, despised and bullied, much like the inhabitants of the mechanized star who utilized machinery to augment their bodies. They too were shunned by the galaxy, labeled as repulsive monsters. Yet were they not driven to such extremes due to their own physical limitations? Some arrogant, high-born beastmen never deigned to acknowledge the inhabitants of the junk star or the genderless. However, when these subjugated beings gained the strength to resist, it was only natural that they would reshape themselves in retaliation. Thus, the perception of the mechanized star as a domain of madmen was, in some ways, a form of counterattack that I understand now. Thank you, Rachel. Rachel placed a hand on Xin Zijing's arm, offering a reassuring pat. Do not fret. Whenever you find the time, I will accompany you to the mechanized star to seek repairs for Piyun. Xin Zijing was taken aback. Rachel was a fully intact beastman. Would he not risk being captured by those lunatics and subjected to their frenzied modifications? Rachel seemed to sense her apprehension and smiled reassuringly. I am well aware of the circumstances surrounding the mechanized star, and I have visited frequently. After all, true mechanical expertise relies on their knowledge. Ekin Zijing slowly nodded. Her own abilities were far too insufficient. If someone as formidable as Rachel was willing to accompany her, the task of repairing Piyun would surely become more manageable. Thank you, Rachel. Ekin Zijing expressed her gratitude that, oh my, a female has arrived at our academy. Nearby, a group of beastmen erupted in joyful astonishment. There are 10 female beastmen with psychic abilities above grade B. Goodness, is that possible? I can't believe it. I have lived for 20 years and have never encountered high-grade female beastmen. You rascal, what do you think those female beastmen are doing here at the academy? I don't know, but I've heard they're here to select promising males as partners, to see if any catch their eye. This is the only opportunity to have close contact with so many B-grade females. I must go. I must go. I want to go too. What if one of those ladies takes a liking to me? The once quiet academy was suddenly abuzz with excitement. Numerous male beastmen surged toward the reception hall, eager to catch a glimpse of these legendary female beastmen. Naturally, this commotion caught the attention of the academy's security team. If all these students flooded the reception hall, chaos would ensue. The security team began to disperse the crowd, issuing warnings that failure to comply would result in the deduction of credits. Credits held significant value for students. But the chance for close interaction with females was deemed even more precious. Nonetheless, some beastmen attempted to sneak in, cautiously maneuvering through the throng. Despite their fervor, they remained careful, for females were traditionally treasured. If their enthusiasm frightened these precious females, it would be quite regrettable. Rachel, aren't you going to take a look? Xin Zijing asked curiously. After all, Rachel was immensely powerful, having achieved S-grade prowess at a young age. Given the rarity of females, such an opportunity to attract the attention of a high-grade female would surely be advantageous. Upon hearing Xin Zijing's words, Rachel's expression darkened. That I won't go. Rachel declared resolutely. Why not? Not going means not going. Why must there be so many questions? Rachel shouted in frustration, suddenly realizing that the girl before her could be terrifyingly innocent at times. Xin Zijing blinked her large, watery eyes, appearing puzzled. That I'm just curious. It's a rare opportunity, and you, Rachel, are so powerful that wouldn't it be a pity not to take a look? Rachel gazed into those beautiful brown eyes, and her anger subsided considerably. She grasped one of Entices' hands and kissed it lightly near her lips, saying, "Please refrain from suggesting that I should be with other females. Such hurtful words truly sadden me. All right." Entices was momentarily taken aback, her face flushing crimson. She quickly withdrew her hand and changed the subject. "Let us hurry and leave. Otherwise, we won't be able to squeeze out later." As the two exited the classroom building, they encountered a row of tall females clad in extravagant dresses, each accompanied by their respective guards, as they were ushered toward the reception room. "Look over there." One female nudged another beside her, pointing towards Entices. "Miss Lucy Callan is truly stunning." Chapter 61. Lucy followed their gaze towards Entices, a faint, barely perceptible smile gracing her lips, before she composed herself and remarked to the lady beside her, "Indeed, she is a remarkably beautiful, even dazzling beastkin." The lady beside her, upon hearing the noble Lucy Callan's commentary, joined in, lamenting, "What a pity she is a non-binary. How wonderful it would be if such beauty belonged to a male. I would undoubtedly choose him without hesitation." The female suddenly noticed the tall, red-haired youth beside Entices. "Oh, that exquisite non-binary has such an attractive beastkin by her side." He had been gazing down at her, and now he has finally lifted his head. "Miss Lucy Callan, I think I may be falling in love." She was referring to Rachel, whose looks were indeed strikingly handsome, with a tall, athletic build and well-defined muscles. Although he hailed from a lowly planet, his exceptional aura drew attention effortlessly. Lucy Callan also took note of Rachel, her previously composed expression fracturing slightly. "That non-binary possesses quite the charm," she mused. "The Guy family's cat, too, it seems, has a knack for attracting such outstanding beastkin. It's a pity that he remains merely a lowly non-binary." "Umph," she scoffed coldly. The lady beside her, interpreting Lucy Callan's sudden change in demeanor, assumed she had not found Rachel appealing, which only intensified her own delight. Lucy Callan was a figure of remarkable stature, both in mental prowess and family influence, far beyond what they could compare to. If she hadn't shown interest in that red-haired male, did that mean her chances of approaching him had increased? Many females began to glance around, searching for any potential males among the students who had yet to mature. "Oh my, females, they are actually looking over here. Oh my, they're so beautiful, so noble. How stunning. Not only are they lovely, but their figures are also so graceful that I can hardly imagine what it would be like if one of them were to take an interest in me and demand I become her beast husband. Don't get your hopes up. You're only a B rank. The academy is teeming with B rank beastkin. How could such beautiful females possibly notice you?" Entices felt several gazes directed at her and turned to see a group of exquisitely adorned female beastkin. They appeared quite young, dressed in opulent garments, bedecked with numerous unknown ornaments, unmistakably daughters of noble beastkin families. This was her second encounter with female beastkin in this world, while her previous meeting with Shia had left her feeling that her beauty was somewhat lacking. The 10 females before her, though all impeccably made up, had robust figures and lacked the delicate curves one might expect. The one considered the most attractive among them was merely average at best. That most attractive female was now staring pointedly at Entices, seemingly recognizing her, and casting a scornful glance her way. "Umph," Lucy Callan snorted coldly, leading her entourage into the reception room. Entices furrowed her brow, sensing a palpable hostility from these individuals. Was it jealousy over her appearance? This seemed implausible. After all, she was merely a non-binary. The males here were all strikingly handsome, yet she had not observed any jealousy directed towards them. Perhaps she was being overly self-important, Entices thought, shaking her head to dispel the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind. Those females held no relevance to her. They would never lower themselves to choose a non-binary as a mate. So why dwell on it? "What are you looking at?" Rachel, keenly perceptive, inquired softly. "Nothing, just suddenly felt like there were quite a few people here." Entices shrugged. Rachel, upon hearing this, gazed thoughtfully at the crowd passing by, his expression darkening as he pondered something. After dinner, Entices bid farewell to Rachel, contemplating that she would be better off utilizing her time to research more. Her understanding of the true nature of this world was dismally scant. She knew very little about various topics such as mechas, the major planets in the galaxy, and the insectoid tribes. Most importantly, she could not fathom how, in a world where males outnumber females, the population remained so vast, with the Federation alone housing hundreds of billions of beastkin. Given the protective measures surrounding females, they were indeed exceptionally precious. Contrary to her initial assumptions, there was no compulsion for them to serve merely as reproductive vessels. While there were birthing pods available for reproduction, these were technological products. Those born in such a manner were inherently inferior to those born from natural mothers, due to their inadequate physical constitution. The offspring produced through such artificial means often faced genetic defects, which explain the emergence of a third gender, the non-binary. Most non-binary individuals were products of these artificial birthing chambers. However, beastkin revered strength, especially among the powerful and noble. Why would they allow their genetic legacy to be that of a non-binary? Furthermore, non-binary individuals were not abundant in this world. This suggested that the vast majority of beastkin were still born through natural means. Though beastkin claimed a male-to-female ratio of 1,000, her observations during her time here indicated a more significant disparity than she had anticipated. It was even a luxury to spot a single female. She resolved to delve deeper into her studies and explore the library for any useful information. The library was filled with countless books, and she perused them slowly, pausing occasionally at certain pages to scrutinize them. Hoping to uncover something valuable, the library's windows were open, allowing the night breeze to flow through, gently stirring the curtains. The cool air rustled the leaves on the floor and tousled her loose hair. Entices reached up to stroke her soft, smooth black hair, a faint smile gracing her lips. She stretched her waist to relieve some tension, then turned to continue her search for useful materials. Just as Entices was engrossed in her research, a woman's soft moan suddenly pierced the air. The sound was strained and pained, as though the individual were enduring immense discomfort yet unable to stop. Entices abruptly lifted her gaze toward the source of the sound. That a tall male beastkin, partially undressed, was entwined with a seductively alluring female. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, his eyes were red-rimmed, and his lips were pressed into a thin line, his entire face contorted in ecstasy. Chapter 62. Reality. Entices gasped, covering her mouth in shock. That wasn't this the same group of female beastkin she had encountered earlier in the day? What on earth were they doing in the library at this hour? She quickly averted her gaze, relieved that the two engrossed beastkin seemed unaware of her presence, unable to focus on her reading any longer. She hastily exited the library, quickening her pace until she was far enough away to ensure that no sounds lingered. Only then did she slow down. With a sigh, Entices reflected on the unexpected scene she had just witnessed. "Master, what is the matter?" A gentle voice called from her side. Turning her head, Entices found a strikingly handsome man with golden hair standing before her. The man donned a tailored silver-gray uniform that accentuated his tall and upright stature. His features were well-defined, and a pair of amber-hued eyes sparkled with a crystalline glimmer. His lips, of moderate fullness, curved slightly, lending a three-dimensional depth to his visage. Upon seeing him, thoughts of the previously witnessed explicit battlefield rushed to Entices' mind, causing her heart to race and her cheeks to flush. "Noor, what is wrong? Why are you blushing so?" Noor approached her, concern etched across his face. He had long been aware of her presence. She had been gazing intently at the library, while he appeared to be lost in thought. Noor was acutely aware of the activities occurring within, yet the interstellar regulations were crystal clear. If a high-ranking female were to indulge any male, she must not be disturbed lest she face repercussions. "I'm fine." The overwhelming visual impact had simply taken her by surprise. Perhaps the explicit nature had left her momentarily disoriented. Then Noor's sudden greeting made her feel as though she had been caught in a compromising situation. "Zijing, it has been a while. Indeed, it has been several days." Ever since that rainy day when she had spoken those words to Noor, they had not crossed paths. That he had promised to protect her closely, calling her mistress with an almost clinging demeanor, yet it seemed he was now deliberately maintaining a respectful distance. This time, he no longer referred to her as mistress, instead adopting a more intimate and friendly manner, simply addressing her as Zijing. How could Noor bear to keep his distance from Zijing? He was afraid of being rejected by his mistress. He remained vigilantly behind her, cautious about approaching. As if his previous inclination to draw near without her consent might incite her aversion, that he attempted to establish an egalitarian relationship, refraining from referring to her as his mistress, and instead calling her by the name he had longed to utter. Zijing did not seem to mind this new form of address. That was good that AS for the earlier incident. Zijing would simply pretend she hadn't seen it. He feared that witnessing such events might evoke painful memories for her, despite having avoided her for several days. Yet, he felt compelled to advance and offer gentle comfort. Lai Nur had indeed seen the incident, but his emphasis on it only served to embarrass her further. I know. She was not the type to gossip or to make a spectacle of such matters. She could not bring herself to do that. Well, don't be upset. Upset? Why would she feel upset? She did not know those two individuals. Just as Exen Zijing was about to inquire further, Lai Nur spoke again. Lucy Karen is a high-ranking female. She merely acquires another beastman at the academy. Such private arrangements for lovers hold no weight compared to the unions dictated by families like Gregor Est at that moment. Exen Zijing realized that the female engaging intimately with a strange male in the library was indeed Gregor Est's fiancée. Gregor was prone to losing control. He could not depend solely on psychotropic medications for support. He needed the mental reassurance provided by high-ranking females. She understood that female beastmen could take multiple males as beast husbands. Yet the thought of that passionate woman being Gregor Est's betrothed left her feelings in turmoil. Shaking off her chaotic thoughts, Exen Zijing forced a calm smile, declaring, "Since he is already engaged, I wish him well. Their affairs are no longer my concern. Indeed, Lucy is from a good family and possesses advanced psychic abilities. She will be able to provide the necessary comfort to Gregor, preventing him from losing control." Reflecting on this, it became evident that high-ranking females possessed the ability to soothe, whereas the previous owner of the Cloudbreaker, a female devoid of any psychic power, lacked that comforting ability. If it were true that the females in this world could not activate psychic powers, what might be their fate? Lai Nur, is a female-S status determined by her psychic level? Exen Zijing asked, uncertain. Yes, the entire Federation and Interstellar Society spoke of the preciousness and rarity of females. But this was only true for high-ranking females, as they had the ability to calm the frenzy of males. For males, the psychic comfort provided by females was the true treasure, far surpassing the value of the females themselves. A tremor ran through Exen Zijing's heart. What of the females who had not activated their psychic abilities? If they held no significance for males, would they still be cherished or protected? Lai Nur sighed. You must understand, the Federation boasts a population of billions. Not everyone is born from mechanical wombs. Only children birthed by genuine females can possess the purest bloodlines and higher psychic powers. Exen Zijing felt a chill run down her spine. Her assumptions confirmed. Just as in the Vows of Roses, in a scenario where the gender ratio was severely imbalanced, the fate of women was not in their own hands, in this interstellar realm. For females without activated abilities and lacking powerful backing, amidst a federation of over 100 billion individuals, it was impossible for all beastmen to emerge from birthing pods. Human nature often opts for the most cost-effective means to attain the highest returns. Thus, what ultimately became of those females who had not activated their psychic powers? They ended up as surrogates, mere vessels for reproduction. That a shiver of dread coursed through Exen Zijing, her body growing cold as she pondered the fates of those replaced females. What horrors had they endured? What cruel destinies had they faced? She dared not delve deeper into these thoughts, nor could she continue to imagine the grim possibilities. Suddenly, she felt a surge of relief that she had never revealed her identity as a female. Though asexuals were weak, they retained their human rights. What of those females without activated abilities? They lacked even that. Exen Zijing lifted her gaze to Lai Nur. I sense something different about my psychic abilities. In this world, the higher a female's psychic power, the more beautiful her appearance. Conversely, those with low or no psychic power resembled their primal beast forms, some even exhibiting ancestral traits. She bore no glandular pheromones and could not soothe an out-of-control male. Her power seemed more inclined toward those typically activated in males. Indeed, mistress, it is evident that you lack the psychic abilities necessary to calm males. This is why, despite your striking beauty, you are perceived as an asexual being. Chapter 63. Selected for Strength. Exen Zijing received a message on her light brain. The message displayed the sender's name, Lucy Karen. She was certain she had no prior connection with this Miss Lucy. Why had she suddenly sought her out? Exen Zijing initially ignored the communication, but soon the messages flooded in, compelling her to respond. Most pressing was the fact that the message bore the Academy's official seal, indicating that this Miss Lucy had effectively trapped her into compliance. Then, more messages appeared on the light brain. You must make your way to the reception room. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. In the Federation, disrespecting an invitation from a precious high-ranking female was a consequence she could not afford to ignore. This Lucy was indeed direct in her threats, leaving Entices with no choice but to rise and head to the reception hall. The reception hall was modest in size, but exquisitely decorated, exuding an air of opulence. Inside, Entices spotted Lucy Karen clad in a high-fashion white strapless gown that showcased her splendid figure. The exposed skin bore several kiss marks, reminiscent of blooming red plums, hinting at the fervor with which they had been bestowed at that moment. Lucy Karen also noticed Entices, slowly appraising her before letting out a derisive snort. Just a despicable asexual. Entices scrutinized Lucy Karen and the young men surrounding her. 4 handsome young men stood by Lucy's side, impeccably dressed and exuding elegance, each possessing strikingly handsome features and well-defined physiques. Notably, all wore distinctive locking collars around their necks, black and intricately designed. Though upon closer inspection, it appeared that these collars were not restrictive, but rather decorative items of a more intimate nature. Among them, one stood out with his chestnut hair and adorned with silver earrings and a necklace, similarly fitted with an unspoken collar. This beast man seemed familiar. He was the very one she had encountered in the library. The owner of the mural she had seen, Lucy Karen, noticing Entices' closer examination, felt a surge of satisfaction. Her bright, captivating brown eyes and casually draped black hair framed a delicately sculpted nose and full, rosy lips. Though she was petite and dressed in a rather ordinary academy outfit, her exquisite figure was undeniable. How ironic, Lucy mused, an asexual who outshines even the most precious females. Lucy clenched her fingers, watching as this asexual gazed unabashedly at her collection of beast husbands, particularly the one she had recently acquired, that a swell of pride surged within her. Isn't he obedient? Only then did Lucy Karen gesture to the brown-haired man, who obediently approached her. The brown-haired man took the initiative to fasten the collar clasp around his neck to the chain held in Lucy's hand. Kneeling on one knee, he assumed a posture of submission. The man tenderly lifted one of Lucy Karen's hands, bringing it to his lips for a gentle kiss, caressing it with his tongue. Entices watched in astonishment, finally realizing that this Miss Lucy seemed quite engrossed in a sort of role-playing game. Or perhaps had simply tamed her beastly companions into pets, adorning them with collars. With just a wave of her hand, they willingly submitted, ready to obey her every whim. Lucy Karen, with satisfaction, stroked the orc's hair, noting his obedience and commendable physique, remarking that the customized collar she had made for them made them appear even more alluring. However, she suddenly withdrew the finger that had been licked by the orc, pushing him away with a hint of distaste, and proceeded to wipe her finger clean on his clothing. The orc's eyes reflected a sense of melancholy as he instinctively stepped back. Unfortunately, they were too obedient. Devoid of any thrill of conquest, and with those collars on, they appeared rather awkward. None could compare to the allure of the collar worn by Gryak. Lucy Karen shook her head in regret. Entices was taken aback. It seemed that Miss Lucy had some peculiar preferences when it came to her companions. The alliance with the gay family was proposed by me that I had met Gryak a few times during our childhood. And at that time, I only found him strikingly handsome. Though I was not fond of his character, he often bullied me, taking my possessions, never acknowledging the concept of female superiority over males, after being chastised by his family repeatedly. He only intensified his torment, reducing me to tears, declaring his deep disdain for me, that I was indifferent back then. In fact, after each of his family's reprimands, I would have several of my followers corner him, leaving him battered and bruised, that I wished to witness his submission beneath me, to extinguish his haughty spirit. Yet it seems that throughout the years, he has remained unchanged. Gryak is indeed a challenging one to tame. Entices was astounded. Tame? If you dislike Gryak, why pursue an alliance with the gay family? Lucy Karen did not appear to be the type to marry off for the sake of her family's future stability. With a light huff, Lucy Karen remarked, that was in the past. However, Gryak has grown up and become increasingly handsome, that he surpasses any of my beastly companions in excellence. Moreover, his character, stubborn, fiery, and insubordinate, regardless of his looks and strength. Personality dictates everything, that I suspect that with such traits, no female would willingly accept him as a beastly partner. Entices was aware that Gryak had a somewhat volatile temper at the academy. Impulsive in nature, but he would never adopt the submissive posture of crawling at a female's feet, that he even detested the idea of a beastly partner scoring 0 points in the academy. Nonetheless, I find his appearance with a restraint ring quite appealing that I have crafted collars for all my beastly companions, yet none look as striking as he does in one, that only Gryak, when adorned, truly embodies the essence of a wild beast. I even designed a specific collar for him, intending to tame him, waiting for the day he would genuinely become my beastly partner, to personally place it around his neck. Gryak's temperament may be a bit difficult, but it seems such traits run in his family, yet they possess an innate ability to charm females. What ability? Entices asked, perplexed. She was aware of Gryak's temperament, a short fuse ready to explode at any disagreement. According to the preferences of female orcs, who favored obedient and docile partners, Gryak's character might not yield favorable outcomes. His tongue is quite agile, and his waist possesses considerable strength. This could add unexpected pleasures to our future. Chapter 64. The Cage for Captured Beasts. Is this your idea of pleasure, Miss Lucy? Entices couldn't help but inquire that, of course. My affections are not limited to Gryak. I find many exceptional males appealing. I relish in their submission at my feet. Gryak is a must-have, and moreover, his family is quite satisfied with our proposed union. Miss Entices, did you summon me merely to discuss this? She asked. Certainly not. I merely wish to see what sort of genderless individual could temper Gryak's nature. Upon seeing you, I must admit, your appearance is indeed commendable, that I hadn't anticipated that Gryak could be swayed by looks. Entices felt somewhat speechless, sensing that perhaps her own state of mind was a bit unhinged. She felt that Lucy Karen had called her over for reasons beyond mere boasting about her beastly partner and her relationship with Gryak. Miss Lucy Karen, since you've finished your observations, I shall take my leave. That as Entices attempted to exit the reception room, she was halted by 2 of Lucy Karen's beastly partners, although there were only 4 of them present. Without exception, as a distinguished A-grade female, all her partners were high-ranking orcs. Even the one recently acquired from the academy was notable. The orcs surrounded her. Miss Entices, why the haste in leaving? I still have a few questions for you. Reluctantly, Entices turned back, standing still. What do you want? Is the red-haired male who followed you during the day also one of your admirers? Upon recalling Rachel, Lucy felt a surge of irritation. That strong and handsome male had turned out to be an S-grade. Clearly, her judgment was not in vain. Yet she hadn't anticipated that, despite her overtures as an A-grade female, Rachel would remain indifferent, even risking forced estrus by activating her A-grade pheromones. The red-haired orc named Rachel, despite being affected by the pheromones, had stubbornly endured the discomfort and fled without a backward glance. How infuriating! A being from a garbage planet openly rejecting a female's affection and running away. Moreover, after forcibly activating my pheromones, I found myself burning with desire. I couldn't possibly leave the military academy empty-handed, and I had no intention of indulging the beastly partner I brought along. Just then, I happened upon a student from the academy who was quite pleasing to the eye, and I decided to engage him in the library when it was less crowded. That it was merely a matter of acquiring another beastly partner. I wasn't concerned. Rachel, he is my friend. Why do you ask? Just curious. He seems to have emerged from a garbage planet, without any background in the Federation. I guess it merely his S-grade strength that allows him to survive here. What do you mean by that? Entices inquired, sensing an adversarial tone aimed at Rachel. That I'm simply speaking the truth. Since Rachel is your friend, his blatant rejection of a female should warrant punishment from the Federation. As I cannot locate him, you shall bear the consequences on his behalf. That as she spoke, Lucy Karen clapped her hands, and from seemingly nowhere, more high-ranking orcs surged in, encircling Entices. Lucy Karen chuckled with glee. I am but a powerless, genderless individual. There is no need for Miss Karen to bring so many high-ranking orcs to capture me. Entices looked at Lucy Karen, realization dawning upon her. This was intentional. From the very beginning, she had been targeted. Reporting to the academy, she would write that Lucy Karen had invited several students from the academy to the Karen family as guests. Miss Lucy Karen. Is public abduction also permissible at the 9th Military Academy? Lucy smiled. What are you talking about? It is common for prominent families to invite exceptional students or beasts from the academy to their households. The academy encourages such practices. Moreover, being chosen and taken by a high-ranking female is a dream come true for them. How can it be labeled as abduction? Entices was certain she lacked any of the characteristics possessed by powerful orcs. Indeed, she was merely a pitiably weak, genderless individual. How could she possibly attract the attention of a prominent family? Lucy Karen was clearly after her. At that moment, the surrounding male orcs swiftly seized her wrists, restraining her, rendering her immobile. The remaining males activated their formidable psychic powers, instantaneously nullifying any mental strength or abilities the young woman possessed, leaving her utterly defenseless. Entices was far too weak. Even the mere presence of Lucy Karen's male orcs was sufficient to easily subdue her. She longed to escape. However, Lucy and her group of beast men released an overwhelming male psychic energy that nearly suffocated her. In her heart, she signaled to summon the mecha containing the broken cloud from the spatial rift. Not caring whether it was damaged inside, that it was her most formidable weapon for survival. The beast man beside her detected her unusual movement and immediately seized her other arm, restraining her while snatching away the spatial rift containing the mecha and handing it over to Lucy Karen. Lucy Karen weighed the spatial rift containing the broken cloud mecha in her hands, then let out a cold snort, that a genderless being devoid of psychic power, thinking of summoning a mecha in front of so many high-level beastmen. How ridiculous! Even if summoned, it would likely be a rather inferior model, possibly Class C. I know, I almost forgot you were a genderless entity without any psychic power. The mecha you could pilot would hardly be above Class D. Even if you manage to summon it, what then? Will it break through the ceiling? Or will it be taken down by my beastmen in less than a second? Lucy Karen grew increasingly exhilarated, realizing that humiliating this enchanting yet envy-inducing genderless being was far more entertaining than taming her beastmen. Take her away. Lucy Karen waved her hand, and a group promptly escorted Entices away. Just throw her in there. Miss Lucy, this is a cage for imprisoning frenzied beastmen. The beastman holding Entices hesitated. Although he was absolutely loyal to Lucy Karen, this genderless entity was undeniably a living beast. Frenzied beastmen, once completely lost to madness, could not extinguish their inherent beastly nature. Furthermore, the cage contained a madman who had succumbed to frenzy a year ago. Throwing such a weak beastman in there would likely result in her being devoured to the last bone. Lucy Karen's brow furrowed in displeasure as she raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap to the loquacious beastman that if I say throw her, then throw her. Stop wasting words. The beastman rubbed his stinging cheek, too afraid to retort, and complied obediently. Put her in. Chapter 65. The wolf beast with a resounding clang. The heavy iron door slammed shut, and Lucy Karen left with a malicious smile playing on her lips. Inside the cell, Entices was thrown into the cage, which was enveloped in darkness, obscuring her view. The only source of light was a dim lamp overhead, casting a narrow beam that did not illuminate the surroundings. Leaving her unable to discern any changes in the environment, that a profound sense of fear and helplessness washed over her as she distinctly heard the heavy breathing of beasts within the cage. The ferocious creature inside seemed to sense the sudden appearance of prey. Delicious, it thought, finding this newcomer far more enticing than the previous offerings. The beast, initially languidly licking its sharp teeth, became increasingly animated at the scent of this newfound delectable prey. It sharpened its teeth, producing a chilling, crunching sound. This was a giant wolf beast, its pure white form standing out dissonantly in the dilapidated cage, though its limbs were bound by sturdy iron chains. Its powerful physique and deep green eyes were fixed intently on the prey before it. The sensation of being locked onto by a ferocious beast was deeply unsettling, that a beast that had lost control possessed no rational humanity. Once driven mad, its beastly instincts would consume it entirely, and a moment's carelessness could render one its meal. Entices was paralyzed with fear at the sight of the massive, frenzied wolf beast. Its gaze unblinkingly fixed on her. Was she to be slain by this beast today? Her heart raced, and her legs felt weak. The will to survive compelled her to gather her psychic energy in her hands, coalescing it into holy flames. Though she could not wield this power with mastery, and it appeared pitifully small before the imposing wolf beast, her final act of defiance was her only rebellion. The beast seemed intrigued by this unfamiliar, yet appealing entity encroaching on its territory. Rising to its full height, its massive form thundering against the floor as it lunged toward the source of the enticing aroma. The roar of the ferocious creature reverberated, causing Entices' head to buzz. The giant beast lunged toward her. The holy flames she had gathered, though small, were aimed at the wolf beast's deep green eyes, the most vulnerable part of any creature. Without allowing herself time for thought, she hurled the holy flames at the wolf beast's eyes. Though the distance was minimal, the wolf beast's reflexes were extraordinarily agile. It deftly sidestepped the small flame, which instead struck the iron bars of the adjacent cage. With a sizzle, the hardened iron turned a fiery red. Entices' eyes widened in terror. The speed and reaction of the wolf beast were astonishing. How could it evade her holy flames at such close range? Her attack had undoubtedly provoked the wolf beast, which let out a low, furious growl and charged at her once more. Entices hurriedly retreated in an attempt to dodge. But the massive creature had already pounced. Its colossal paw slammed down toward her waist, sending her crashing to the ground. In that fleeting moment, before she could rise, the wolf beast was upon her. Its elongated fangs poised to bite her neck. Faced with the imminent threat of death, Entices cried out in panic, just as she braced for the pain she expected from the fearsome wolf's jaws. It surprisingly did not attack. Instead, it drew closer, brushing against her, sending waves of shivers through her body, leaving her frozen in place. Now pinned beneath the massive paw of the wolf, she dared not move. At that moment, she was oblivious to the fact that if she attempted to struggle, this ruthless and bloodthirsty beast might sever her neck with a single bite. The snow wolf's nostrils flared as it exhaled warm air. Seemingly deep in thought, It appeared to relish the moment, its previously aggressive demeanor giving way to a more playful attitude as its tail wagged like that of a dog. Entices' face flushed red. As if water could drip from it, the wolf pressed a paw against her shoulder. What was happening? As a frenzied beast, it exhibited such peculiar inclinations. Did it need to rid itself of excess clothing before indulging in its meal? Lest it disrupt the flavor, it licked her gently, seemingly savoring the moment. Though the wolf had relaxed its weight, its massive paw and imposing head still pressed down upon her, causing her to involuntarily emit a soft whimper. The sound only heightened the wolf's delight. It suddenly lost the urge to devour this tender, fragrant creature and instead yearned to play with her. It was then that she comprehended the wolf's intentions. A wave of shame engulfed her rationality. If it intended to eat her, why the drawn-out charade? "You despicable beast," she shouted, her voice tinged with fury and a hint of tears, as she delivered a solid punch to the snow wolf's head. The wolf howled in response, its head remaining unyielding despite the blow. Anger sparked in its green eyes as it glared at the girl beneath it. Although her punch had not inflicted significant harm, it had undeniably provoked its wrath. This foolish toy dared to strike it. Chapter 66. The uncontrolled wolf beast seizing the moment while the snow wolf was momentarily stunned. Entices swiftly wriggled free from its massive paw and darted away. The wolf beast suddenly let out a roar, seemingly enduring immense pain as its form began to swell. In a fit of agony, it sought to destroy everything in its path, to rend apart any living creature within reach. The wolf appeared to be in excruciating torment. Its once deep green eyes had turned bloodshot. It caught sight of the petite, fragrant being not far from it, struggling to suppress an eruption of chaotic rage within. With a sudden turn, it charged at another structure, gnashing its teeth and crashing into it with wild abandon. Fortunately, the Karen family is affluent, and even the place where the frenzied beast is confined is exceptionally spacious. Allowing the wolf beast to rampage freely, chaos ensues wherever it goes. It does not cease its destruction, but rather seems to find some relief from the discomfort and fury that envelopes it through this madness. From a distance, the young girl observes the suddenly deranged creature, clutching tightly to her tattered garments. A wave of trepidation washes over Entices. The wolf beast before her is a stark contrast to its previous stable demeanor. If it had appeared merely as a fierce creature moments ago, it is now an irrational beast, utterly consumed by frenzy. Could it be a result of her earlier punch? She does not entirely believe so. This wolf beast is colossal. Even with her strike, it seemed unaffected, as if her efforts were mere child's play to it. Yet, why has it suddenly lost control? A thought strikes her. Beasts can lose control unpredictably, succumbing to their baser instincts. They are brutal, savage, and bloodthirsty, their actions entirely devoid of rational thought, driven instead by an urge to shred anything within their reach. The frenzied wolf had clearly cast a glance her way. Yet it did not attack. Rather, it sprinted in the opposite direction, wreaking havoc. The girl huddles in a corner, her tear-filled eyes fixed on the immense creature before her. She can distinctly observe that with each collision, the red mist emanating from the wolf beast thickens. Red mist? Why can she perceive this ethereal haze surrounding the beast? Moreover, she senses that this wolf is not merely a beast. It possesses an intelligence, a capacity for thought beyond that of ordinary animals. Wait. Recalling the moment before she was thrown in, Lucy's beast husband had mentioned that this place serves as a prison for crazed beastmen. Thus, the wolf before her is not a true beast at all, but rather a beast man who has succumbed to madness. Yet, shouldn't crazed beast men be confined in execution prisons? Why, then, is a crazed beast man being held in the Karen family's confines? Furthermore, Lucy Karen is an A-class psychic. Why would she allow a beast man to go mad? A sense of foreboding creeps in Entices' heart that a mournful howl pierces the air, the wolf's cries sounding pitiful. Then, with a thunderous crash, the wolf collapses before her, its once pristine white fur now marred by blood from the violent impacts it had sustained. Struggling, it uses its last vestiges of strength to rise. The red mist enveloping the beast is thick, causing her eyes to sting that if this red mist is the cause of the wolf's loss of control, could dispersing it alleviate its fury. She knows that the psychic females of this world can exert a calming influence over male beastmen, reducing their frenzy levels. But now, she can see the red mist surrounding this crazed beastman, as a female herself. Could it be that she, too, possesses the ability to soothe the tumultuous rage of the frenzied beastman? Determined, Entices attempts to channel her psychic energy, that as she approaches the crazed creature, the red mist begins to recede, almost as if it fears her presence. Just as she surmised, the frenzied beast suddenly emits a deafening roar. Yet it ceases its rampage. Instead, it becomes remarkably docile, even crouching obediently as she nears. Her assumption proves correct. It is indeed her psychic energy that has calmed the creature, causing the red mist to dissipate and restoring a semblance of tranquility. She intensifies her psychic efforts, gently unraveling the mist that clings to the beast, dispersing it, purging it. Yet the volume of the mist proves overwhelming. The exertion consumes her energy far more than she anticipated. Eventually, fatigue sets in, and Entices halts her efforts. The wolf now lies prostrate before her, its head lowered, emitting a soft, soothing whimper. Seeing her lack of resistance, it inches closer, delicately licking her fingertips before tenderly caressing her hand with its tongue. It lifts its head, its wet eyes gazing at her with a hint of yearning, as if pleading for her touch. She observes the creature, once fierce and wild, now humbled and gentle, its once pristine white fur now tarnished with dust and blood. Hesitating, she wonders if she dares to touch it. Perhaps having waited in vain for her caress, the wolf suddenly raises its head and licks her cheek, then nestles against her feet, nuzzling her gently. Entices stares in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words. The wolf, which had been licking her cheek affectionately, suddenly displays a keen intelligence. Its expression shifts, becoming awkward and self-conscious as it retracts its paw. Avoiding her gaze, letting out a low whimper as if to explain its previous actions. Entices senses the creature's sudden shift in demeanor. What has just transpired? The wolf had been so eager to please. And now it seems embarrassed. Her thoughts drift back to its earlier behavior. Could it be that the wolf now realizes the implications of its prior actions? The wolf, noticing the beautiful girl's gaze fixed upon it, recalls the series of events that had unfolded while it was in beast form. Not adept at concealing emotions, it becomes flustered and with a sudden growl, swiftly retreats, disappearing into the shadows of its confinement. Moments later, a silver-haired man appears, dressed simply yet exuding an air of quiet nobility. His strikingly handsome features are marked by a stoic expression, his green eyes locked onto the young girl with unwavering intensity. She is delicate and beautiful, her soft lips slightly swollen, and her arms bear faint traces of red marks. Her misty eyes seem to accuse him of past transgressions. The silver-haired man pauses, then approaches her, his deep gaze revealing unspoken thoughts. a hint of regret flickering in his eyes, as if lamenting his uncontrolled actions towards this unfamiliar girl. After a long moment of contemplation, he finally speaks, his voice low and gravelly, carrying an unexpected weight of maturity. "I apologize for what I did to you earlier. I will take responsibility." Chapter 67. The young master of the Karen family, his tone, is imbued with a gravitas that belies his age. The girl gazes at him, momentarily dazed, before asking uncertainly, "Are you the wolf beast?" When beastmen descend into a state of frenzy, any aberrant actions they take are entirely beyond their control, often leaving them oblivious to their surroundings. Moreover, she was cast into this prison by Lucy. The beastmen within have no bearing on her, and she does not require his accountability. "That I do not need you to take responsibility," she replies, shaking her head firmly. Upon hearing her rejection, the silver-haired man furrows his brow, a fleeting look of disappointment crossing his otherwise impassive features. "That my name is Miguel Karen. Can you tell me why you are here?" Typically, crazed beastmen are taken to execution prisons. Yet the Karen family, with its vast influence, often utilizes connections to circumvent such norms. This place has long served as a confinement for the family's rogue beastmen, reserved exclusively for those fully consumed by madness. The inherent ferocity of beastmen in their frenzied state makes them exceedingly difficult to control, particularly high-ranking ones, whose strength escalates significantly upon transforming into beasts. Usually, the family merely dispatches servants to deliver sustenance to those imprisoned. Upon hearing the man's name, Exen Zijing visibly recoils in shock, incredulity etched on her features. "You are a member of the Karen family. What is your relation to Lucy Karen?" Judging by his name and the potent aura he exudes, it is evident that he is no ordinary beastman, likely a direct descendant of the Karen family. How could someone of such high rank be confined here? The conditions of this prison seem neglected. As if the beastmen within are forgotten, lacking proper care or attention, the Miguel's expression shifts momentarily upon hearing Lucy's name, a glint of fierce resolve flickering in his eyes before he regains his composure. He gazes at the girl with a mixture of concern and tenderness, noting her disheveled appearance, her clothes torn, dirt smudged across her face, and various wounds marring her skin that a storm brews in his eyes as he realizes, "It was Lucy who brought you here." Exen Zijing remained silent, nodding slightly in tacit agreement. The man clenched his fists, and as he calmed down, his gaze deepened and turned icy, as if it held the weight of impending storms, evoking an involuntary sense of fear. He spoke coldly, "Rest assured this matter, along with the previous one, will not be left unresolved. That I will take you out first." Before long, Miguel pressed several unknown internal codes deep within the confines of the cell, and the massive iron door, initially designed to imprison uncontrollable beastmen, slowly creaked open. Typically, completely out of control and frenzied beastmen could not revert to human form. However, there were exceptions where their frenzy levels could decrease, allowing them to return to a normal state. Thus, the direct descendants of the Kalen family were privy to the cell's access codes, ensuring that should they ever succumb to madness and be confined, there would still be hope for escape. Miguel Kalen did not linger. Seizing the young girl's wrist with a firm grip, feeling the delicate, frail warmth emanating from her hand, he furrowed his brow, noting how slender her wrist was and how small her hands appeared. Had she not eaten regularly? She had become alarmingly thin. His grip tightened slightly around her delicate wrist. No matter, in the future, he would take her as his mate and have ample time to nurture her back to health. With a firm hold on the girl's wrist, he made his way towards the exit, eager to leave behind the repulsive and foul-smelling confines of the cell. Upon reaching Miguel Lee's residence, he finally released his grip on the girl's hand. The Kalen family's butler, with his keen eye, immediately noticed the two striking figures that had suddenly appeared before him. Though their garments were tattered and disheveled, it did nothing to conceal the air of nobility that surrounded them, particularly the white-haired man, who exuded a palpable aura of danger. His sharply defined features and graceful demeanor were impossible to replicate. That young Master Miguel? The butler rubbed his eyes in disbelief. After confirming once more, a look of astonishment crossed his face. "Good heavens, it truly is young Master Miguel." The butler quickly instructed the nearby servants, "Hurry and prepare clean clothing for the young master, along with ointments for his injuries." As he spoke, he gazed at Miguel with excitement. This young man was the most outstanding beast man of the Kalen family. Compared to Miss Lucy, young Master Miguel was the true heir of the purest Kalan bloodline. Ever since the passing of the patriarch, Miguel had inexplicably vanished and lost control over the past year. Although Miss Lucy, being an A-grade female, had taken on the family's important affairs, young Master Miguel was the rightful heir to the Kalan legacy. The old butler could hardly contain his joy at seeing the young master restored to health. "First, prepare clothing and food for this lady beside me," Miguel said mildly, nodding politely yet distantly towards the butler. "Yes, yes, young master," the butler replied eagerly. Now that young Master Miguel was safely back, the Kalan family would no longer suffer under Miss Lucy's reckless spending. "Young master, what has happened to your frenzy levels? How did you suddenly return to normal?" "Please check my frenzy levels," Miguel instructed. The nearby servant swiftly produced a small device to measure frenzy levels. Scanning Miguel's aura in less than a second, the data appeared. "Young Master Miguel, your frenzy levels have decreased from 100 to 70, returning to a stable state akin to that of 2 years ago." Such a dramatic drop. May I inquire if it was due to the mental soothing provided by a high-grade female? Given that Miguel was an S-grade beastman, a decrease of such magnitude in frenzy levels could only be achieved through deep mental soothing administered by a female of at least A-grade. However, the notion of deep mental soothing implied a more intimate connection. Yet Miguel had already transformed into his beast form, a size that would intimidate any female. Who could possibly provide such soothing in that state? The onlookers' gazes unconsciously shifted to Entices. The young girl possessed exquisite features, her skin pale and delicate, appearing as if it could shatter with the slightest touch. Her beauty was striking, and despite her petite stature, she was well-proportioned and captivatingly alluring. As Miguel's gaze lingered on her, his breath caught, and his heart raced with sudden intensity. Suppressing the unexpected heat coursing through him, he gently applied the ointment to her wounds. "Does it hurt?" Entices shook her head. The exertion of using her abilities to dispel the red mist from the wolf beast had drained her mental energy, leaving her feeling fatigued and weak. Miguel observed her pale countenance, his heart sinking that he wrapped his arms around her in an embrace, soothing her like a child, gently patting her shoulder. "It's all right. From now on, you will be my wife. I will protect you." This was his first intimate embrace of her while in his beast form. His movements were tender, as if cradling a precious treasure. However, Entices' eyes widened in shock. She attempted to push Miguel away, but his arms were as unyielding as iron bands, rendering her unable to escape. Leaning closer, Miguel whispered into her ear, his tone laced with allure, "Will you be my one and only mate?" At his words, Entices' mind erupted in a cacophony, leaving her momentarily stunned. Had she not already rejected him? "Miguel, I have said that you need not take responsibility for me." Before she could finish, his gentle voice interrupted. "Wolves are fiercely loyal creatures. Once they choose a mate, their commitment is everlasting. I have chosen you as my partner, and even death shall not sever that bond. That I will not allow you to escape." Before her stood the noble man, bowing at a precise angle, his simple attire failing to diminish the regal aura he emanated. "Shall we reintroduce ourselves? I am Miguel Kalan. May I have the pleasure of knowing your name?" "Beautiful lady, I am Entices. He will kill me. He will kill me soon. What should I do, mother? What should I do?" Lucy Kalan curled up at her mother's feet, cradling her knees, tears streaming down her face in fear. Indeed, she now regretted her earlier decision to resort to drugs to gain his favor. Her intense desire for control had led her to commit unspeakably cruel acts against Miguel in an attempt to tame him. Lady Kalan gently helped her precious daughter up, soothing her tenderly. "Lucy, do not be afraid. You are a noble high-grade female. They cannot harm you at will." But Mother Lucy looked up, her eyes pleading as she gazed at Lady Kalan. "Miguel is a madman. He is just like his father. They would not fear the law. It mattered not whether she was a high-grade female, that if they had been wronged, they would retaliate in the most brutal manner. Outsiders may remain oblivious, but as Miguel's closest kin, they were acutely aware of their cruelty. The Kalan family was not as gentle and humble as they appeared. Beneath that facade lay a heartless core. To them, the life of a female was inconsequential. Others might hesitate, but they would not. My dear daughter, I will ensure no one harms you. Rest assured, even my own son shall not harm my precious daughter." Lucy. Upon hearing her mother's comforting words, Lucy felt a slight alleviation of the panic that had gripped her heart. Mother, it is entirely my fault for being so foolish. I assumed that by employing the same method you once did, administering a high dosage of aphrodisiac to Miguel, he would naturally become my beast husband. Yet, to my astonishment, he suddenly regained his senses and fought against me with fervor, preferring to succumb to madness rather than touch me. Lady Karen gently stroked Lucy's head and replied tenderly, "Do not worry, my beloved daughter, my most cherished girl. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall always stand by your side and will not allow that ungrateful wretch to harm you." Lady Karen was the biological mother of both Lucy and Miguel. Years ago, she had set her sights on Miguel's father, a man of noble bearing and exceptional charm, whose lineage and prowess captivated countless women. Many had ardently pursued him, but he remained obstinately devoted to the belief that a wolf would only love one person throughout its life, mercilessly rejecting any advances he found unappealing. Had it not been for the formidable power of the Karen family, many a young woman might have sought to bring that proud man to justice out of sheer frustration. Only Lady Karen found an alternative path. If wolves were indeed loyal to but one, then all she needed to do was possess him, to breach his glandular membranes, ensuring his sole allegiance to her. It was during this endeavor that she conceived Miguel, believing that by becoming Lady Karen, she would earn the affection of that man. However, ever since that fateful encounter, Miguel's father had not permitted her even the slightest touch. That it must be said that Lady Karen had harbored feelings for Miguel's father. Yet what woman could endure such deliberate estrangement, hatred, and emotional neglect? Moreover, the wolf-beast man was not as humble and courteous as he appeared. He was, in fact, a genuine madman. Miguel's father was a great lunatic, while Miguel himself was but a smaller variant. Chapter 69. Will you want me? This time, Entices was genuinely welcomed as a guest within the Karen family. She had been formally invited to dine with Master Miguel, who requested her presence that evening. Done on that fateful night, Miguel extended his first official invitation for dinner. Rising early, she was awakened by a servant who had prepared a somewhat extravagant outfit for her. She donned a specially tailored gown that Miguel had prepared long in advance, the hem intricately woven with silver threads and adorned with embroidered lilies. The cinched waist accentuated her slender figure. "Where is Master Miguel?" Entices inquired of the androgynous female servant who was assisting her with her makeup. The servantess' skills were exceptional. What had been a slightly disheveled hairstyle was now smooth and elegantly styled, and her normally unadorned face bore a hint of makeup, rendering her visage all the more exquisite. "The young master seems to have stepped out for a moment. I am uncertain of his whereabouts." "He merely instructed me to prepare you, Miss Zijing," the servant replied. "Very well." Entices nodded, gazing at her reflection in the mirror. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded to her waist, with only a portion elegantly pinned up. The deep, glossy strands highlighted her fair, radiant complexion. Time passed unmarked, and despite the prearranged dinner time with Miguel, he had yet to return. A flicker of anxiety surged within Entices' heart, but she quickly quelled it. Opting for distraction, she approached the floor-to-ceiling window and drew back the curtains, hoping to glimpse the estate's surroundings through the glass. The estate was vast, resembling a castle, encircled by towering cliffs and dense forests. The weather that night was pleasant. Entices tilted her head towards the sky, where the stars shone brightly, and the moon illuminated the night with its silvery glow. Miguel had treated her well. In recent days, he had instructed the servants to care for her attentively. Remaining at the Karen estate for too long felt inappropriate, and she yearned to return to the academy, since Miguel's fury had diminished. He had been preoccupied with urgent matters upon returning to the Karen estate, and she had not seen him for quite some time. Descending the stairs, she was met by the respectful bows of the servants. "Is the young master still not back?" she inquired. "He should be returning soon," came the reply, and no sooner had the words left her lips than a figure hurriedly entered through the door, colliding with Entices. The man paused, visibly taken aback as he caught sight of the enchanting young woman before him. Miguel gazed upon her, his heart racing with fervor, momentarily lost in a reverie. "I apologize for keeping you waiting," he said, breathless. "It's quite all right." Entices shook her head, observing the hurried man before her, noting the increased crimson mist that seemed to envelop him. "Where have you been these past few days? Why does your fury seem heightened? Where did you go?" she began to ask, but sensing that it might be inappropriate, she shifted her tone. "Have you been dealing with particularly challenging matters lately? I perceive a rise in your fury." Hearing her concern, A flicker of joy illuminated Miguel's once stoic visage, dispelling the burdensome thoughts that had plagued him throughout the day. That I attended to some minor affairs today, which delayed me. That I'm sorry for making you wait. I brought you a small gift. I hope you will like it. With that, Miguel presented her with a large bouquet of black Bach rose, a flower legendary from the ancient blue star, a unique bloom gifted to a one-of-a-kind individual. Of course, you are my one and only. The black Bach rose was a rare and precious flower within the interstellar realm, cultivated under challenging conditions, rendering it exceedingly valuable. One solitary bloom could equate to a house in the slums. And the bouquet he offered contained no less than 99 roses. Black Bach? Zijing exclaimed, accepting the flowers with surprise, inhaling their delicate fragrance. These flowers are exquisite. Miguel smiled, the burdens of the day lifting as he observed her delight. He then produced a spatial button containing a mech suit. Your mech suit. Zijing did as she received the button. It dawned on her that it was from the mech known as Breaking Cloud. She recalled Miguel mentioning that his fury was a result of Lucy's actions. Observing his current state, she sensed that he was not in the best condition. Did you go find Lucy? Are you all right? She asked with concern. Miguel, indeed, had sought out Lucy, harboring a desire to tear apart the woman who had tormented him for so long. However, she merely cowered beneath Lady Karen's protection, and despite his rage, he refrained from confronting Lady Karen directly, aware that attacking an A-grade female openly would yield disastrous consequences. Thus, he had resorted to venting his frustrations by killing several of Lucy's beast husbands and reclaiming Zijing's mech suit. However, the forced activation of his psychic powers, combined with Lucy's relentless provocations, had left him in a precarious state, and he only managed to stabilize himself after injecting 2 stabilizers. Now, standing before the girl who occupied his thoughts, he felt a yearning for her comfort, his eyes betraying a blend of hope and melancholy as he spoke softly. It's all right. I was merely provoked by a few words from Lucy. What did she say? Zijing inquired, her curiosity piqued. What could Lucy possibly say to provoke a beast man to the brink of madness? As soon as she posed the question, she regretted it. After all, he was agitated due to such remarks, and here she was, asking him about it directly. Miguel sensed a remorse, and a sweetness blossomed within him. He feigned sorrow, lowering his gaze as he sighed. She said I was like my father. A worthless, pitiable, and lowly male, unwanted by anyone. How could that be? The young woman exclaimed, her concern evident. He cleared his throat, lifting his head with sincerity. Did I know? My father was never favored by my mother. It is only natural that they would say such things about me. As she gazed at the once handsome face now marred by despondency, she fervently reassured that it's impossible. You are exceptional. So handsome. She is merely being cruel. They've been putting you down since childhood. You must not listen to them. A glimmer of light sparkled in Miguel's emerald eyes. Throughout his life, both Lucy and his mother had echoed such sentiments that he had witnessed countless times how his mother and Lucy had disparaged his father, labeling him as lowly and unloved, and by extension, he too had been subjected to similar ridicule that as he matured, following his father's demise. Those venomous words had shifted onto him, though he tried to suppress the memories. They occasionally pierced his heart like a thorn, leaving a lingering impact. Did I ask that truly so? Do you think I'm handsome? He asked, uncertainty threading through his voice. Zijing nodded earnestly. Yes, indeed. You are truly exceptional. Do not let the malicious words of others taint your self-worth. Everyone is unique in their own right. Then, will you want me? Miguel's question took her by surprise in her efforts to comfort him. She had not anticipated such a query. His gaze brimmed with yearning, as if he desperately sought her answer. At a loss for words, she found herself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to articulate her feelings. Did she not feel anything? Chapter 70. His little companion, the man before her, was undoubtedly exceptional. Romantic, courteous, and respectful, and no woman could remain entirely impervious to his charm. However, their acquaintance had spanned merely a few fleeting days, rendering any notion of love prematured. As she stammered and hesitated in her speech, the originally vibrant green of his eyes dimmed instantaneously, the smile that had graced his lips vanishing entirely. That he lowered his head, murmuring to himself in a tone laced with despair, "Even you disdain me." The girl sensed the abrupt shift in the man's demeanor, her eyes widening in alarm as she hurriedly waved her hands in denial. No, no, I truly mean it. You are remarkable, that I just feel that we haven't known each other long enough. The man abruptly lifted his gaze, a hint of grievance and stubbornness flickering in his eyes. But you turned me down. You are unwilling to accept my proposal to be your partner. No. I, Ekenzijing, am just a bit anxious, she replied, perplexed. She did not comprehend the struggles he had endured since childhood, nor why his heart was so sensitive and fragile. Unbeknownst to her, the males in this world were profoundly eager for love. Many dreamt of having a wife. The sentiment of being unwanted was, without a doubt, one of the most vicious curses one could cast upon a man. That I would be willing. Miguel's previously despondent eyes suddenly sparkled with hope. He seized the girl in a fervent embrace, catching her unawares and burying her face into his chest. She inhaled the familiar, refreshing scent, her cheeks flushing instantly. The tall man held the slender girl tightly, resting his chin atop her head, inhaling her unique fragrance, yearning to envelop her entirely in his embrace. Unbeknownst to her, a subtle smile crept upon his lips. After a considerable time, he reluctantly released her from his grasp. Ekenzijing stood there, bewildered. Hadn't she just been comforting him? How had she so suddenly and confusingly agreed? What was their current relationship? Miguel, grinning foolishly, bore a faint blush on his typically austere face. One hand gently caressed her cheek, and with a somewhat awkward kiss, he brushed his lips against her forehead. Ekenzijing's body stiffened, her eyes widening as she felt the warmth of his breath upon her face. Miguel tenderly traced her delicate, fair skin, inch by inch, as if she were a precious treasure, gently stroking her repeatedly. "Demi Miguel," she stammered, her voice reminiscent of a kitten's playful purring, tugging at his heartstrings. He knew he must not rush. He had to take it slow, lest he frighten her. "Are you hungry?" His slightly hoarse voice held a magnetic quality that sent her heart racing. Ekenzijing recalled that she had spent the entire day tidying up and indeed felt a hint of hunger. She nodded in response. "Let us dine first." He released her waist and took her hand, leading her towards the dining table. After dismissing the servants, the expansive Western-style dining room was left with just the two of them. Ekenzijing felt somewhat constrained as she sat beside him, stealing glances at the man elegantly wielding his knife and fork to cut into his steak. He deftly sliced a large piece of perfectly cooked beef into smaller morsels, spearing one with his fork and offering it to her. "No, thank you, that I can manage on my own." She felt a flush of embarrassment. However, he remained undeterred, holding the piece of meat aloft without any intention of retracting it. Gently coaxing her, "Be a dear. Open your mouth," she complied, taking a bite and savoring it slowly. Once she had consumed a sufficient amount, she shyly declined further offers. Miguel smiled contentedly, placing his knife and fork down, retrieving a napkin to dab at the corners of her lips before he leisurely began to eat himself. Ekenzijing covertly admired the man before her. His physique was impressive, sitting upright with perfect posture. His profile exquisitely handsome, and his nose strikingly straight, compelling her to glance at him several times. Miguel, noticing her furtive glances, couldn't suppress a smile. "Would you care for a sip of red wine?" She hesitated, then nodded before shaking her head. She wasn't accustomed to alcohol, yet curiosity about the world's red wine piqued her interest. Miguel poured her half a glass and pushed it towards her. "Dio, try it and see how you like it." Taking a sip, she was pleasantly surprised by the delightful taste, sweet fruitiness intertwined with the wine's rich flavor, perfectly suiting her palate. "Dio, you enjoy it?" he inquired, unable to contain his curiosity as he watched her reaction. Ekenzijing nodded in affirmation. Observing her pure, innocent eyes, Miguel lifted his glass, finishing the contents within. Tonight, Ekenzijing appeared particularly enchanting, adorned in a gown tailored specifically to her size, her long, dark hair cascading over her shoulders, revealing her delicate collarbone. That a hint of rosy hue graced her cheeks, likely due to the wine, rendering her irresistibly alluring, especially under the soft candlelight. Miguel swallowed hard, unable to resist. "Beautiful lady, may I invite you to dance?" He rose, extending his long, fair fingers towards her, his deep, handsome visage adorned with a smile. After a moment's hesitation, she eventually nodded, extending her right hand to rest in his warm palm. He grasped her delicate hand, leading her in a gentle stride across the wooden floor as ethereal piano music filled the air. His movements were graceful and measured, and Ekenzijing followed in step. "Zijing, I never imagined you could dance so well," he remarked, feeling slightly lightheaded, her Her cheeks flushed from the wine. She softly replied, I practiced a bit before. You dance wonderfully too. Tonight, you are truly beautiful. The low, husky compliment from the man before her caused her steps to falter, her balance wavering. Fortunately, he was quick to steady her. I feel a bit dizzy, that it may be the wine. While delightful, it can pack a punch, that is that's so. Entices' stunning features became even more captivating in the dim light. Miguel gazed at the girl in his arms, his throat tightening. He fought against his rising desires, tightening his grip around her slender waist. May I kiss you? Zijing? Though it was a question, he could hardly wait for her response. One hand cradled the back of her head as he leaned down, pressing his lips against her soft mouth. Despite his outward gentleness, the kiss was fervent and possessive. Zijing struggled momentarily, but was held firmly against him. Unable to escape, she stared wide-eyed at the handsome face magnified before her, her heart racing. The sound of his breath grew heavy, claiming every inch of her breath, a passionate demand. Time seemed to stretch on, and only when she began to feel breathless did he reluctantly part from her lips, placing a final tender kiss upon her forehead. Observing her flushed complexion, he was enamored by her appearance. His companion always ignited an intense possessiveness within him, compelling him to ravage her, to consume her entirely. Shall we do that again? She blinked her beautiful eyes, meeting the striking gaze of the man before her. Shaking her head, very well, that he finally diverted his gaze from her luscious, crimson lips. Chapter 71. A crisis. Having lost control for far too long, Miguel needed to prioritize addressing the issues surrounding the Karen family. Over the past year, Lucy, as the most competent female in the Karen family besides him, had mismanaged family affairs to a disastrous extent that it was imperative that he take this time to rectify the chaos. Miguel, I wish to return to the academy, that he understood her request. Zijing had been forcibly taken from the academy by Lucy, using the Karen family's influence. Miguel gently stroked her soft, fluffy hair. Very well. You may return. Once I have resolved these matters, I will come to the academy to accompany you. Zijing did not press further, merely nodding in agreement. During these past few days of being pampered by Miguel, she had worn all manner of exquisite clothing and jewelry. However, contemplating returning to the academy in such attire felt impractical. She was about to change into her somewhat faded garments from before when Miguel's long, fair hand intercepted the dress she held. Zijing, I will always be here for you. You may wear whatever you desire. He then summoned the servants to bring forth dozens of casual, comfortable dresses, all tailored to her figure. Upon returning to the academy, Zijing sought out Rachel. After her experience with Lucy, she felt an incessant desire to grow stronger, and it was time to address the issue of breaking through the clouds. Rachel had not seen Zijing for some time, and she was no longer clad in the outdated long sleeves and trousers. Instead, she donned a light-colored long dress that suited her well-proportioned figure. Additionally, her complexion was rosy, and there was an unprecedented allure in her eyes and brows, evoking a pang of jealousy. Within Rachel, it seemed Zijing had changed recently. You seem different lately. Really? Is it because I'm wearing a dress today? Zinzikin cast a perplexed glance at her attire, finding nothing overtly revealing or inappropriate. She recalled how Miguel had, with a hint of dominance and fervent expectation, insisted that she change into a different outfit before she left that day. His satisfaction evident only after she complied. With his deep green eyes filled with affection, he had gazed at her and remarked, Zichin, you are beautiful no matter what you wear. The mere thought of it made Zinzikin's face flush with warmth. Who could explain why a man's words, when he was in love, could be so irresistibly alluring? Observing the young girl before her, whose cheeks were tinged with a rosy hue, Rachel felt a pang of heartache. The dress she wore seemed to lack the essence of the one she had gifted her. Zinzikin nodded and replied, I apologize, Rachel. I haven't had the chance to wear the dresses you gave me yet. And what about this one? Is it also a gift from a male? Rachel's voice rose slightly, laced with jealousy as she continued. You didn't wear what I gifted you, but you donned his with such evident delight. Zinzikin was momentarily taken aback by Rachel's probing questions. What was troubling Rachel today? She seemed so confrontational, a stark contrast to the amiable neighborly brother she had known. Furrowing her brow in confusion, she inquired, Rachel, what is wrong with you today? Is it because I didn't wear the dress you gave me? Is it about that man? Which man? The one who vanished while I accompanied you shopping. Returning with a swollen mouth, Zinzikin's face turned crimson as her thoughts raced back to that incident. Ayla Lyra, the old rogue. She had indeed been kissed by that scoundrel, rushing back home only to realize Rachel had observed far too keenly. A sense of embarrassment washed over her as she recognized Rachel's misunderstanding. No, let me explain. She hurriedly waved her hands. Did I ask there someone else? Rachel pressed on. You certainly carry another male scent, and it is quite potent. Feeling a tinge of awkwardness, Zinzikin realized that having spent so much time around Migueler, his scent had naturally clung to her. But why was Rachel acting so unusually today, as if she were a husband confronting a wayward wife? Just as Zinzikin contemplated revealing her relationship with Migueler, a sharp voice called out from behind, Rachel. Turning around, Zinzikin beheld a female in glamorous attire, her high heels clicking audibly against the floor, followed by a throng of males who appeared to be her companions. Upon spotting Zinzikin standing beside Rachel, the female's gaze flickered with a momentary awe before transforming into disdain. Zinzikin recognized her as one of the several females who had visited the academy that day. The one who stood next to Lucy. Rachel, where have you been these past few days? I thought I had mistaken you for someone else. The female approached with a beaming smile, attempting to link arms with Rachel, only to be deftly evaded. Unfazed, the female dropped her outstretched hand and continued, What I mentioned a few days ago about you becoming my first mate. Have you given it any thought? With a frosty demeanor. Rachel firmly replied, You are mistaken. I have already declined your proposition. The female, seemingly prepared for Rachel's refusal, countered, What is your reason? Have you found someone you fancy? She then cast a scornful glance at Zinzikin. Scoffing, is this your beloved? A genderless being. Her eyes brimmed with mockery and contempt, entirely dismissing Zinzikin. Rachel neither confirmed nor denied it, tacitly acknowledging the implication. Observing Rachel's ambiguous acceptance, the female suddenly wore a derisive smile, pointing an accusatory finger at Zinzikin. What qualifies her? A powerless, genderless individual devoid of basic reproductive capabilities. How could she possibly be worthy of the handsome Rachel? I'll tell you, Rachel belongs to me. Do not demean her, Rachel bellowed fiercely. You dare raise your voice for a despicable genderless creature? The female retorted, her tone dripping with arrogance. The Academy permits high-ranking females to select mates, and you are merely a lowly beast from a trash planet. How dare you reject me? Her male companion circled around Rachel, effectively restraining him. With narrowed eyes and a smile that belied her intentions, the female declared, Last time, you escaped. This time, luck has run out for you. I will have you. With a signal to her cohort, they lunged forward, and Rachel swiftly shielded Zinzikin, sending 3 of the approaching males flying with a powerful strike, positioning Zinzikin safely behind him. Chapter 72. Captured by the enforcement agency, you refuse me, and yet dare to harm my companion. The female exclaimed haughtily, pointing at the 2 individuals she found utterly unbearable. Rachel, the Academy allows high-ranking females to choose mates. You are but a lowly beast from a trash planet. How dare you refuse me? Her eyes narrowed, a smile gracing her lips, yet her hands were relentless in their aggression. The fact that the enamored males were willing to protect the genderless Zinzikin only fueled her fury. She charged forward, intent on separating the 2, while Rachel planned to take Zinzikin and escape. However, caught off guard by the female's sudden advance, Rachel's focus was momentarily compromised. The female, perhaps overwhelmed by the sheer strength of her opponents, found herself repelled before she could even touch them, the force of Rachel's S-class energy pushing her back. With a thud, she landed on the ground, and whether it was from the humiliation of being rejected or genuine pain from the fall, she burst into tears, wailing, A beast has assaulted me. As a high-ranking female, the males in this star system were hesitant to act against them. Even if they were in the wrong, if a male were to strike, he would face charges of disrespecting a female and be imprisoned in the enforcement agency. That moment, a crowd had gathered, likely drawn by an anonymous report, which included members of the Academy's guard and enforcement officials. You are accused of openly provoking and enraging a female. Please come with us. The enforcement officer approached the scene, and with a snap, handcuffs were placed on Rachel and Zinzikin. Feeling bewildered, Zinzikin panicked. Wait, what? It was she who instigated the attack. She fell of her own accord. We didn't even touch her. Come with us. Inside the enforcement agency, Ayla Lyra, donned in a uniform, lounged in the interrogation room, his legs draped over the table, exuding an air of nonchalance despite the keen glint in his eyes that spoke of authority. A man sat across from him, rhythmically tapping a document on the table, his gaze fixed on Zinzikin. After a moment's contemplation, he recited, with a hint of malice, "Witnesses report that you, as a genderless individual, were provocatively dressed in the academy, enticing males, and then were caught by a female, injuring her in the process." With every word, Zinzikin's heart raced. What nonsense is this? Who's spreading these lies? I did nothing. They are completely distorting the truth. The tall man with piercing blue eyes arched an eyebrow, his gaze unwavering as it scrutinized the young girl before him. She was different today, dressed in a fitted dress that, while simple, was intricately woven and elegantly patterned, accentuating her figure. Her dark hair was pulled back, with a few strands framing her delicate face, and her lips bore a hint of color, suggesting she had made an effort to present herself well. The enchanting figure she had longed for was now before him, a vision of beauty that left him momentarily breathless. Lyra stood, stepping closer to Zinzikin, halting just half a meter away, his gaze locked onto her exquisite features. What slander is this? Is it the accusation that you were provocatively dressed to entice males? Absolutely not. We did not harm her. She charged at us and fell before she even reached us. Oh, the man's eyes narrowed, a playful smirk gracing his chiseled features. So you admit to dressing provocatively to entice males? That is not it. Lyra, what do you mean? Are you even listening to my point? Zinzikin's eyes sparkled with indignation as she glared at the man, whose demeanor seemed less than serious. That you've never dressed this way before. You specifically chose this outfit for a date, didn't you? Upon hearing the enforcers mention your apprehension, I was told that the red-haired individual was quite protective of you at that moment. This remark, Ekazigin's face flushed with rage, and she exclaimed, "Do not speak carelessly. Rachel and I are innocent." The man appeared to disregard the girl's protests, continuing, "Is it that you fancy someone like the red-haired one? A hellfire youth?" Lila regarded the captivating girl before her, who wore only a touch of makeup, yet possessed an irresistible allure. Her face, now aflame with excitement, appeared as though it might overflow with tears, and her cherry lips were temptingly enticing. Does this woman not realize that her current demeanor could cause any man who beheld her to swallow hard? A fleeting image crossed his mind. Had that red-haired man ever laid his lips upon her? He then traced his finger across her lips, seemingly hinting at something. With a sudden motion, the girl forcefully swatted away the hand pressing against her lips. Lila felt a faint sting on the back of his hand as he lifted his gaze to meet her furious glare. What? Are you embarrassed? Or is it that after the red-haired one kissed you, you fell for him, hence your fierce defense? Lila teased. Upon learning that Ekazigin was among those captured by the enforcers, Lila felt a mix of joy and discomfort. He was delighted at the prospect of seeing her again, yet troubled by the reason for her capture, seemingly tied to a male who was fiercely protective of her. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, leading him to separate them for interrogation. However, he was unwilling to allow another man to question this woman. He desired to do it himself. To be quiet. I have said it before, Rachel and I are innocent. Do not project your filthy actions onto others. Her fervent defense was evidently for that red-haired man. Lila could feel his eyelids twitching in agitation. He did not wish to hear any of this. The woman he both loved and longed for resembled an untamed wildcat, and he yearned to witness her submit, to see her smile sweetly at others while remaining on guard around him. She had never defended him as she did that red-haired man. The man seemed provoked by her words. Filthy, you certainly did not react that way when you were kissed. It appeared you enjoyed it quite thoroughly. What is this? Now that you are away from him, are you so impatient? Have I not satisfied you? Chapter 73. Will you be my woman? The man continued, gripping Ekazin's chin, drawing closer, while his other hand caressed her delicate, flower-like skin, as if to comfort her, or perhaps to express his longing. Hearing such simple and direct words, Ekazin's face burned crimson, her breath quickened. She gritted her teeth, attempting to shake off the man's hand. You bastard! Let go of me! Do not touch me! The more she struggled to escape his grasp, the tighter his grip became, and she found herself unable to break free. Lila shifted his hand away from her face, instead seizing her slender fingers, his thumbs sensually caressing her soft skin, which had begun to redden from the restraints. The girl's skin was exquisitely soft, yet her wrist was bound by the cold shackles. With a swift motion, the man released her from her chains, carelessly tossing the silver cuffs onto the table. Your wrists are red. These shackles do not suit you, that if you like, I can find something else to bind you with, and then you can entice me again. Entice. The girl's eyes widened in disbelief. Being bound was considered enticing. Was he mad? Why did his mind always drift to such thoughts, as if he were the one constantly teasing her? The man smirked, leaning closer to her ear, his breath warm against her skin. In his eyes, her presence seemed to be an intentional seduction, igniting primal impulses within him that he had never experienced before. He felt an incessant desire to possess her, to dominate her over and over again. A man who had always been forceful and possessive, had never known love, respect, or how to make a woman happy. Throughout his life, he had taken what he desired through strength and intimidation, even when faced with the woman he cherished. He knew not the meaning of affection, only coercion and possession. Now, he acted as he always had. Yalalila's hand found its way to the girl's slender waist, gently kneading it, his warm palm encircling her delicate form. He felt an exquisite sensation beneath his touch. Did I miss you? Promise me, will you? Be obedient, and we shall coexist harmoniously. As for your affair with the red-haired man, I shall pretend it never occurred, feeling the warmth of his hand on her waist. The girl was instantly frozen with fear, unable to move a muscle. What did this lecherous man intend to do? Get away from me. What do you want? She cried out, her eyes wide with terror, struggling against him. Yet the man's strength far surpassed hers. Yalila observed the girl's pale face, now a mask of fear, and a twinge of compassion stirred within him. Suddenly, he laughed aloud. Why are you screaming so? Do you wish to attract the attention of everyone in the enforcer's office with your cries? To have them all misunderstand what I intend to do to you? The man leaned down, seeking to capture her luscious lips, causing Entices to gasp sharply, her body trembling as she turned away, attempting to evade him. Yet he held her shoulders firmly, pressing her against the back of the chair, leaving her with no avenue of escape and no hope of resistance. Entices' spirits plummeted, her mind buzzing with despair. This man was nothing but a lecherous fiend. Be good. Relax. It is not as if we have never kissed before. He craved this woman fiercely. Each time they met, inhaling her fragrant scent and observing her every expression ignited an insatiable urge within him to consume her completely, to relish her enchanting beauty. Yalalila's voice was a low, husky whisper, rife with longing. Do not touch me. Get away. With a sharp crack, the sound of a slap resonated in the air as the girl, filled with fury, struck Yalalila's handsome cheek. He was momentarily stunned, the sting of her blow igniting a fiery pain across his face. He lifted his gaze to Entices, his deep blue eyes narrowing dangerously. The girl trembled at the sight of his dark, predatory expression, her legs quaking uncontrollably. Tears welled in her beautiful eyes, spilling over her lashes as her gaze met his defiantly, her pale lips pressed tightly together in a show of resistance. His throat constricted with an overwhelming heat, and he found himself inexplicably drawn to her vulnerability, as if she were a wounded bird in need of solace. But he felt a pang in his heart, a desire to wipe away her tears. Why are you crying? He frowned, clumsily attempting to use his clothing to dry her tear-streaked face. Entices winced at his rough actions. That I do not wish to see you again. Leave me. The man's hand froze mid-motion, a shadow of disappointment flickering across his cerulean gaze before vanishing. That he seized the girl, pulling her up from the chair. His long arms encircled her, forcing her against the wall as he lowered his head to capture her tempting lips. The girl's eyes widened in shock, her face flushed with humiliation as she struggled desperately to push him away. Yet, no matter how hard she fought, she could not escape his grasp. Cornered, she resorted to biting his lips, causing him to wince in pain as a metallic sweetness filled their mouths. After what felt like an eternity, sensing her rapid breaths, Yalila finally released her, that he licked the wound on his lip. Enough of this. Will you be my woman? From now on, all that I possess, my wealth, my property, everything, will belong to you, all right? His coaxing tone repulsed her, and she turned her head away, her contempt for him laid bare in her eyes. Stung by her disdainful gaze, Yalila felt a dark hue settle over his deep blue eyes. This woman was truly impervious to both persuasion and intimidation. I already have a partner, Entices retorted defiantly. her body tense in preparation for any further advances from him. "And I warn you, do not touch me again." At her words, Lila felt a jolt of surprise, his face betraying his astonishment. "Who?" Just then, a series of loud knocks echoed through the room. "Lord Lila, the young Master Miguel of the Karen family has arrived. He insists on seeing you regarding urgent matters." That Lila's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he composed himself. Replying in a deep tone, understood that author's note. "Dear readers, the sky has fallen. This book has entered a restricted zone, and only those who have previously collected it can view it. That I do not know when it will be released again." Chapter 74. Jealousy. Upon entering the conference hall, Lila was met by a striking man with silvery white hair, fair skin, and chiseled features. He stood tall and muscular, his face sharp and handsome. "Young Master Karen, please enjoy some tea," the enforcer offered. Handing over a cup, Miguel accepted the tea, taking a sip as he regarded Lila with curiosity. "What brings a member of the Karen family to the enforcer's office?" Ilera arched an eyebrow playfully and inquired, "Esteemed enforcer, I have come to discuss a matter concerning my fiancée. It seems the enforcers have mistakenly apprehended her, and I implore you to release her." "Your fiancée? As far as I am aware, the young master of the Karen family has not been betrothed to anyone," Migler remarked, twirling the ring on his finger, his expression momentarily faltering. "It is Miss Entices, and as her guardian, I am both entitled and authorized to secure her release." Upon hearing this, Ilera raised an eyebrow, noting the shift from a red-haired individual to a white-haired one. This woman certainly had a knack for stirring things up. He recalled the earlier scene in the interrogation room, where that woman struggled fiercely, seemingly for his sake. The man before him, the young master of the Karen family, elicited a subtle smirk from Ilera. As he licked the corner of his lip, which had become chapped and painful from Zijing's bite, his sapphire eyes glinting with amusement. "So you are the person Zijing referred to as her companion." Migler regarded the exceptionally handsome man before him. Though youthful, he exuded an imposing presence that rivaled seasoned warriors. Migler was acutely aware of the man's formidable strength, even surpassing his own as the favored son of destiny. Yet, the sight of the man's swollen lips, clearly bitten, seemed to mock him, a silent taunt that ignited Migler's understanding. The man, who typically concealed his noble upbringing, suddenly displayed a visage of furious indignation. "Ilera, what have you done to her?" "Nothing of consequence, merely an expression of affection from male to female," Ilera replied languidly, reclining in his chair with an air of nonchalance. Yet, deep down, he recognized the absurdity of his own predicament, akin to a lost dog. Migler clenched his fists, his normally stoic face turning an ashen hue. Ilera, noticing this, could not suppress a derisive snort. "What is the matter? A male has every right to express his feelings towards someone he desires. Young Master Karen, do you doubt your own strength? If so, why not end your relationship and allow her to be with me? It would be far better than her being with you, a volatile and obsessive madman." Fury surged within Migler at these words, and he abruptly stood, an icy aura emanating from him as he lunged at Ilera. Instantly, the air in the conference room chilled, as shards of ice sliced through the air towards Ilera's face and throat. With a mere flick, Ilera evaded the attack, ice fragments scattering and leaving cracks in the walls and on the table. "How temperamental," he remarked, shrugging his shoulders, arms crossed elegantly as he leaned against the table. "You cannot hope to defeat me. Why subject yourself to humiliation? Forcing your powers will only hasten your descent into madness." The Migler's complexion was as pale as a ghost, beads of sweat dotting his forehead as he glared at Ilera through gritted teeth. Ilera's words struck at Migler's deepest fears. He dreaded the thought of becoming a bloodthirsty beast again, imprisoned in a cold, dark cell. What would happen then? And what of Zijing? "Miguel!" A voice suddenly pierced the tension, and a young woman stood before the two men, observing the charged atmosphere. The silver-haired man, slightly weakened, pressed a trembling hand against his chest. Her eyes blazed with fury as she shot a fierce glare at Ilera before rushing to the silver-haired man, wrapping her arms around his waist in an attempt to quell his rising fury. "Are you all right?" "Migler, please calm down. I'm here to don't worry." Ilera frowned, casting a cold glance at the girl embracing the silver-haired man, his eyes betraying an unfamiliar bitterness. Migler produced a stack of documents, flinging them towards the enforcer. "Esteemed enforcer, These are the agreements made between the Karen family and the Federation that I must take her with me under the name of the Karen family." The silver-haired man looked down at the girl who clung tightly to him, slowly lifting his gaze to reveal a somewhat pale face. He then grasped her hand firmly. "Let us depart," Zijing did as he watched their retreating figures. Alera's gaze dimmed, a sharp pain gripping his heart. That on their journey back, Zijing noticeably felt Migler's grip tighten around her hand, pinching her enough to cause discomfort, and she could sense the tremors in his palm. The atmosphere within the starry transport grew increasingly eerie. Silence reigned as the temperature seemed to plummet, causing her to shiver involuntarily. She instinctively wrapped her arms around herself. "What's wrong, Migler?" Zijing inquired cautiously, attempting to withdraw her hand, only to find Migler's grip tightening further. Migler suddenly raised his head, his gaze fixed intently on the girl's delicate, rosy lips, his expression darkening with a hint of ferocity. He lifted his hand, gently tracing her lips with his fingertip, but soon transformed his tender caress into something more forceful, that as if unsatisfied. He lowered his head and captured her soft lips in a kiss that felt less like a tender embrace and more like an aggressive claim. Zijing's eyes widened in shock as she stared at the audacious man before her mind swirling in chaos. She had never imagined that the usually gentle Migler could be so brutal. This was not a kiss, but rather an act of devouring her whole. Instinctively, she attempted to push him away, but he remained unfazed by her resistance, continuing to invade her sweetness with reckless abandon. Seemingly intent on erasing all traces of another. "Migler," she called softly, tears threatening to spill from her eyes. Migler, seemingly oblivious to her distress, pressed on, kissing her already swollen lips. "That hurts, Migler," she exclaimed, unable to contain her cry. Only then did he release his hold on her. "Zijing," Migler gasped, gazing at her tear-streaked face, her lips an agonizing shade of red. Panic surged within him as he realized he had nearly harmed her. "I'm sorry, Zijing. I was too overwhelmed just now," he hurriedly explained, gently massaging her wrist in hopes of alleviating her pain. That he knew his actions were inappropriate, but upon seeing the mark left by Alera's bite, he had lost control. In that moment, he wanted to annihilate everything. It felt like the only way to suppress the violence within him. Migler could not help but embrace the slender waist of the girl, burying his face in the crook of her neck, inhaling her unique fragrance as he murmured softly, "Zijing, please don't leave me. I fear losing you, and I dread the thought of you rejecting me. I would rather bear all the pain myself, even if it meant sacrificing my life. That I cannot bear to lose you." He did not wish to be as frail as his father, ultimately ending up in such a pitiful state. His tone brimmed with helplessness and fear, as if he were on the brink of collapse. Zijing paused, realizing Migler was not as he usually presented himself. What had he endured? She gently patted his broad back, soothingly saying, "Migler, do not overthink it. I am all right. I will not abandon you. I will stay by your side." Hearing her reassurance, Migler's anxious heart finally found solace. Yet he continued to hold her tightly, as if he wished to embed her into his very being. He would never let go, no matter the cost. "Are you truly involved with that androgynous being who appears even more delicate than a female?" A shadowy figure spoke in a dispassionate tone to the silver-haired man. Seeing no response from him, the shadow continued, "I must caution you. If your intentions are merely to engage with that woman, consider whether she can withstand your speed, strength, and temperature. Can you restrain yourself while engaging with her? Given her petite stature, mind your own business. Have you brought the goods? Furthermore, my association with her is not for mere dalliance," he retorted. "Since your return, you have clung to her as though fearful of me seeing her. Rest assured, my interests lie solely with cold machinery." "Then you had best adhere to that," Migler replied coldly to AT that moment. Any warmth had vanished from his expression, replaced by an unfamiliar chill and malice. "Ah, she is aware of your intentions and of your dual nature, is she not?" The shadow sneered. "Your words are excessive, of course, but as a friend, I advise you not to allow a woman to derail your plans, especially one as fragile as she." Chapter 75. I never want to see you again. Since the last incident when she and Rachel were captured by the enforcers, Zijing had not seen him for a long time. Uncertain of whether he had faced any repercussions, she found herself reluctant to engage with the enforcers. However, out of sheer necessity, she reached out to the law enforcement officer. Fortunately, upon receiving news, she learned that on the day she was released, Rachel had also been set free. During this period, the academy was on break. Upon returning home, Ekin Zijing knocked on the door of the adjacent room where Rachel resided, but received no response, which stirred a hint of concern within her. Opening her holographic device, she attempted to make contact. Ekin Zijing. Rachel, have the enforcers let you go? Ekin Zijing. Rachel, how are you? Are you all right? Ekin Zijing. I heard from the enforcers that you've been released. I knocked on your door just now, but you weren't home. Is everything all right? Ekin Zijing. Please respond if you receive this message. Rachel was not the type to remain silent for days on end. She had sent messages both days ago and just recently. Ekin Zijing. Rachel, where are you now? Pouring herself a glass of water, she sat in wait for Rachel's reply. After a considerable time, still no response came, heightening her worry. Had Rachel encountered some trouble? Ekin Zijing attempted to reach out to Rachel once more, yet this time her efforts were met with silence. The holographic device then pinged with multiple incoming communications from Yale Lila, causing Ekin Zijing to furrow her brow as she set the device to do not disturb. Deciding not to dwell on it further, she turned her attention to the holographic device in search of something useful. Contemplating the exorbitant costs associated with mech manufacturing, which demanded vast sums of star coins, she realized that maintaining the break cloud would similarly require significant funds. Although she had received a generous donation during her last live stream, she had initially thought it sufficient, only to discover upon searching online that the amount she deemed substantial was barely enough to purchase a single arm of a mech, let alone the minuscule chip found within high-grade mechs, a price beyond her wildest imagination. Moreover, the operational, repair, and maintenance costs of mechs were astronomical, plunging the impoverished girl into deep contemplation. With no other recourse, Ekin Zijing decided to browse a short video platform, contemplating that perhaps she could seize the opportunity to host a live stream during her days off to earn some additional star coins, thereby securing some financial backing for the maintenance of the break cloud. Ding, ding, ding. The untimely sound of the doorbell jolted Ekin Zijing from her thoughts. Frowning, she wondered who could be visiting at this late hour. As the only person familiar with her residence was Rachel, could it be a case of mistaken identity? After pondering for a moment, she decided to wait, reasoning that if it was indeed a mistake, the individual would likely leave. Unyielding, the doorbell rang again, soon giving way to a series of knocks. Bang, bang, bang. Who is it? A deep, gravelly voice resonated from the outside. Open the door, Yale Lila's voice. What could he possibly want at this hour? What do you want? She questioned, perplexed. Why are you knocking on someone else's door at this hour? Recent events have rendered the Federation somewhat unsafe. It's a public inspection. No need, just leave. Legal inquiry in progress. How outrageous. There are so many others you could check. Why target my home specifically? Is this some personal vendetta or a ruse? Recently, there have been reports of the insectoids infiltrating the Federation. Everyone must be checked. Do you wish to be subjected to a cold instrument pressed against your forehead by a male enforcer to ascertain whether you have been infested? Moreover, do you truly believe that this flimsy door could contain me? In truth, Yale Lila was correct. It was indeed a public inspection. Upon learning that Ekin Zijing resided here, he had redirected his fellow enforcers to other locations, driven by an overwhelming possessiveness that compelled him to seek her out personally. Ekin Zijing hesitated for a moment before opening the door, revealing Yale Lila standing before her. Are you an enforcer or a thief? Why didn't you answer my holographic calls, recalling her previous disdain for Yale Lila's shameless tactics? She had set her device to do not disturb. I was busy and didn't see them. Busy? Yale Lila raised an eyebrow, noting the open holographic device still active. You deliberately ignored my calls, feeling a twinge of guilt. Ekin Zijing swallowed hard and quickly changed the subject. What was that about checking for insectoid infestations? What has happened? You seem fine. With that confrontational demeanor of yours upon seeing me, you hardly seem under their control. The man leaned closer, towering over her, exuding an air of intimidation. What were you busy with? I called you several times, and you ignored my messages that Yalalila's dark, profound gaze appeared to harbor an ocean of unspoken sentiments. Startled by his proximity, Ekin Zijing instinctively stepped back to maintain some distance. Yale Lila. We have no connection. He felt a pang in his heart, but a smirk crept onto his lips. After you've teased me so many times. Now that my heart is ensnared by you, are you going to deny me? How shameless. When did I ever provoke you? What nonsense are you spouting? Once you are done with your inspection, can you leave? The man's lips parted, laced with seduction and allure. Shall we have a proper conversation? I promise not to bother you again, at least not in this manner. There is nothing to discuss, and besides, I am already seeing someone. Once you've completed your inquiry, please leave. She pushed against the tall man, feeling an incompatibility in their temperaments. His domineering nature clashed with her own. Now that she had Migler, any association with him was out of the question. Some matters were better clarified for the benefit of all involved. After a brief silence, she clenched her teeth and resolutely stated, "Yell Lila, let us cease all contact moving forward. Do not seek me out again. I do not wish to see you anymore." The man suddenly grasped her shoulders, compelling her to meet his gaze. His azure eyes bore into hers with a dangerous intensity. "Entices, what are you saying?" Yet she showed no sign of retreat. "Do you not understand? Yell Lila, do not call me again, nor attempt to contact me. I never wish to see you again." That he remained motionless. His handsome features clouded with gloom, as if he had pondered for an eternity before finally speaking. "Is it because of him?" At his words, Entices faltered momentarily, realizing he was referring to Migler. Yet even if Migler were absent, she would still prefer not to engage with him. His tone carried a subtle hint of melancholy before he reverted to his usual playful demeanor. "Have you slept with him? Is it comfortable being with him?" Caught off guard by his bluntness, Entices felt her cheeks flush crimson. "What absurdity are you spouting? Is that truly the case?" Yell Lila scoffed. "Let us pretend I was never here." With a resounding bang, the door slammed shut, leaving only the echo of the man's departing figure and the sound of the door colliding with the wall. Chapter 76. Just a woman after all. Kex. What do you think happened to the boss? Why does he look so sour upon returning? What else could it be? It's plain to see. He has been spurned by a woman. Who will report the insectoid found on 86th Street? You go. I want tea. I'll get scolded. You go. Make him go. The group jostled each other, while the man lounged languidly in his chair, his icy blue eyes betraying a sense of indifference that he had shed his uniform. Now clad only in a white shirt with an open collar that revealed his robust physique. Towering at over 6 feet, he wore black trousers with his feet casually resting atop the table. Even in stillness, with a drug hanging from his lips, he exuded an undeniable aura of power. "Ha! Just a woman. Entices, do you truly believe I cannot live without you? I refuse to believe I can't shake you off." Yell Lila retrieved another suppressive agent from his space pocket and consumed it, exclaiming, "Just a woman." 1, 2, 3, for ultimately, he consumed all 10 remaining agents, leaving the floor littered with the remnants. Damn it, he discarded the last empty vial. And just then a knock echoed on the door. "Come in." Yell Lila did not lift his gaze. The visitor was Kex, who at that moment appeared to bear the weight of guilt. "Speak plainly." The man's tone was laced with impatience. Clearly vexed, Kex cautiously stole a glance at Yell Lila's expression, mustering the courage to say, "Yell Lila, we have reports that an orc has been parasitized by insectoids on 86th Street," that as soon as the words left his mouth. Yell Lila's previously slumped form straightened with urgency, arranged for additional personnel to secure 86th Street. "Yell Lila, should we evacuate the area?" The fact that they had detected even a single insectoid indicated that there were likely more lurking nearby. If the creatures were to infiltrate the core regions of the Federation or the Council, evacuation would only serve their interests. Instead, they needed to bolster their forces. Yell Lila, insectoids have never been reported in the Federation jurisdiction before, and this area is not conducive to their proliferation. How could this occurrence happen now? Not long ago, it was the mutated plants, and now it is the insects, setting aside the fact that these insects are light years away from the Federation. And with the First Legion, Asocius, constantly suppressing them, it is impossible for them to reach the Federation. My Lord Yell Lira, what should we do next? First, we must gain control. Since these insects possess human consciousness, they will surely reveal something. Very well, I will personally lead a team to 86th Street to keep watch. Thinking of that ruthless woman, Yalalaira's heart softened once more that he could never be harsh with her. Seeing this, Kasai hurriedly stepped out to make arrangements, wishing to wash away the day's excess trivialities with the flow of water. Entices changed into fresh clothing and lay down on the soft bed, drowsiness overtaking her. Outside the window, a tempest raged against the glass. Suddenly, with a flash of lightning and a resounding thunderclap, a man with silver hair, drenched by the rain, stood outside. The girl, initially engulfed by sleepiness, was instantly awakened. She widened her eyes in shock. Miguel. Zijing, Miguel gently called out. Ekta and Zijing quickly scrambled out of bed and rushed to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down below. Are you insane? She shouted. You're just standing out there in the rain. In a hurry, Ekta and Zijing opened the door for Miguel to enter. Only then did she notice that Miguel's appearance was distinctly unusual. His silvery long hair seemed longer, and his face bore traces of hair. His once elegantly manicured nails were now unusually sharp and elongated. And he appeared taller than usual. A massive tail protruded from behind him, revealing his half-wolf, half-beast form. Ekta and Zijing was evidently startled, quickly shutting the door and grabbing a towel to dry Miguel's drenched hair. All the while anxiously inquiring, "What happened to you?" Miguel offered a wry smile, aware that no beast man would appreciate a half-crazed beast man, especially delicate females, and he noted the slight tremor in her hands, indicating her fright. After a moment of silence, the man pressed his lips together. Zijing, I'm sorry that I didn't mean to scare you with my appearance. This form should not have been presented before her, just as that person had said. Sometimes he could not control himself. Yet he longed for her especially to see her, but feared frightening her. Thus he could only watch her from outside her window in secret. That it was impossible to claim that Miguel's current state did not frighten her. After all, who, when preparing to sleep in the dead of night, would not be startled by a flash of lightning revealing a figure glowing green and white, staring up at them, with a hint of complaint? She asked, "What are you doing here?" However, her hands continued to wipe the wet wolf fur without pause, and as Miguel's form was somewhat large, Ek and Zijing grabbed a few more towels. "That I missed you." Zijing. Stopping mid-action, Ek and Zijing froze for a moment, then pretended not to hear and continued to ask, "Why did you suddenly half-transform? Did you not take any suppressants?" Miguel did not respond. Ek and Zijing pressed on. "Are you feeling unwell? How could a body stretched to its limits in a state of rage not feel unwell?" Finally, Miguel spoke. "I know this is presumptuous, but I couldn't help it. Every second you were away, I longed to see you." That he even yearned for her so much that it drove him to the brink of madness. "All right, if you're feeling unwell, let's not talk." Ek and Zijing tentatively sensed the red mist enveloping the man, attempting to use her mental energy to disperse it, but this time she was unsuccessful. "What is happening? Why isn't it working? Is it possible that my mental energy only affects beast men in a fully transformed state?" Noticing the girl staring at him in a daze, Miguel's heart tightened. "Zijing, did I frighten you? Is this form ugly? Will you reject me because of it?" After all, it was common for females to abandon males when they suddenly entered beast form. Ek and Zijing remained silent for a moment, then, coming to her senses, resolutely shook her head. "Miguel, no, there's nothing frightening about your current state, and on the contrary, in my heart, you have always been that handsome and charming Miguel." Her sincere praise warmed him. That Miguel's eyes blinked slightly. "Really?" "Yes, truly." His green gaze was filled with affection and tenderness as it locked onto the girl before him. His long lashes seemed to glisten as if they could shed tears, and his half-beast face bore an unprecedented softness. "Kiss me, Zijing." Chapter 77. The Unforeseen Attack. "Kiss me," he murmured softly, like a dreamer, causing the girl's cheeks to flush crimson. She gradually leaned in, pressing her lips against his cool, thin ones, cautiously kissing him. That a tingling sensation coursed through her entire body as Miguel's eyes widened. The girl, feeling nervous and inexperienced, kept her eyes closed, her petite pink lips merely brushing against his, lightly pecking at the corners of his mouth. Miguel's breath quickened, and he suddenly pulled Ek and Zijing into his embrace, drawing her close, as if he were a beast greedily seizing the fragrance that belonged to her, intensifying the kiss as he nibbled on her delicate, soft lips. With a soft moan, the girl struggled to endure his forceful embrace. The half-crazed beast man now seemed to find solace as the fur sprouting from his body began to recede, gradually returning to his normal state. Just then, Miguel abruptly halted. Lifting his gaze to the window, his eyes fixed intently outside, he tightened his hold on the girl in his arms. "What is it?" Sensing the sudden tension in the man, the girl couldn't help but ask curiously. Miguel released her from his embrace. "The wind has changed," he spoke in a low voice. That moment, the rain poured down even harder, enveloping the outside world in darkness. Accompanied by the sound of the rain, gusts of wind rustled the leaves. occasionally pierced by flashes of lightning. What do you mean? The girl could clearly sense the icy pressure emanating from the man, and she instinctively shrank her neck, pulling her shoulders closer to herself, curling up into a ball. Something is watching. Miguel concentrated his ice powers, causing the temperature around them to plummet as frost began to envelop the room, forming a solid protective barrier. Stay here, that I've created a barrier with the frost. The situation here is very unusual. Remain in the room and don't move. Give me half an hour to inspect the surroundings of this building. Don't look around or wander off, that if you hear any sounds from outside during that time, don't go to check. Wait for my return. What is happening? Although frightened, X and Zijing still endeavored to maintain a calm tone. The room was already shielded by a barrier. If whatever was out there wanted to attack, it would surely attempt to lure her to open the door and enter. Miguel frowned, offering no further explanation, and leaped out of the window, vanishing into the pitch-black night. X and Zijing gazed out at the darkness, illuminated only by the sporadic flashes of lightning that lit the sky. There was something amiss tonight. Though she could not pinpoint what it was, that an unsettling feeling crept over her, as if some ominous force was stealthily closing in on her. She wrapped herself in the blanket, sitting on the bed while gazing out the window. She disliked the darkness of this night, feeling an inherent danger. Stealing a glance at the time, only 10 minutes had passed, yet the rain showed no signs of stopping, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder. X and Zijing curled up on the bed, hugging her knees. The entire building trembled, and even the glass began to show fine cracks. Ah! The building echoed with piercing screams. What is happening? Zijing, come out! A man's urgent voice called from outside. Hearing Miguel shout, Ek and Zijing sprang to her feet. That no, something is wrong. Miguel said he would be gone for half an hour. Why has he returned so soon? Miguel, why don't you come in yourself? The voice outside seemed to pause for a moment before responding weakly. Zijing, I just went out to investigate and encountered both wild beasts and insectoid parasitic beastmen. They launched a surprise attack that I am still in a state of rage and have sustained serious injuries. My energy has been depleted, and I cannot yet dissolve the barrier I've set'd. Is that true? What is going on outside? How did wild beasts and insectoid parasites suddenly appear? Although the 86th Street area was on the fringes of the Federation, it was still under their jurisdiction. Why was there such a significant upheaval? Sensing the girl's confusion, Miguel made no move to exit. Instead, he extended his sharp claws and slashed at the door, instantly fracturing it and creating a gap through which he slipped inside. Miguel stood not far from X and Zijing, separated by a layer of icy barrier. Forcing his way in would only exacerbate the injuries he had already sustained. Hearing the sound of the door splintering, X and Zijing approached to see a deep, grotesque gash on the handsome silver-haired man's chest, blood trickling down his lean skin, staining it crimson. Ek and Zijing gasped, her heart trembling with concern as she took a few steps back. Miguel, you sure? Miguel gestured for her to remain calm, that it's nothing, just a flesh wound. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, coughing violently. Zijing, you must come with me. The situation on 86th Street is perilous, and reinforcements have yet to arrive. I can only feel at ease if you leave with me. The man's voice was frail, laced with discomfort, and his injured body, coupled with his weakened breath, painted a pitiable picture. Are you hurt? Are you all right? Cough. I'm fine, Zijing. That lizard has been driven away by me, so you needn't worry. Now, come with me, he urged, though his voice grew fainter with each passing moment, suggesting he was struggling to maintain his composure. The girl paused momentarily before inquiring of the silver-haired man, Miguel, where is the prominent red birthmark on my body located? The silver-haired man appeared momentarily taken aback, then fell into silence for several seconds before responding. Zijing, let us leave 86th Street first, cough. Miguel. And Zijing continued to call out the man's name, the red birthmark. Where is it? You know, yet this time he offered no reply. Instead, his expression suddenly twisted into a grimace, his voice turning cold and irritable. What had once belonged to Miguel was now replaced by another voice entirely. The once green eyes of Miguel now glinted a blood-red hue, fixating intently on the girl before him. You wretched creature! What games do you play with your man? How could I possibly know where that red birthmark is located? Is it on your chest? Or perhaps on your thigh? You two lovebirds and your flirtations. Are you now attempting to test me? Bullying a solitary beast like me. The beast man unleashed a torrent of profanities, clearly incensed, his anger escalating as he shed his Fade to reveal his true form. Chapter 78. The noble-bred illusion beast, his face bore partially regressed scales and small bumps. With large, round eyes darting about, and fangs peeking from the corners of his mouth. His hands transformed into sharp claws adorned with scattered scales, and a thick, sturdy tail swayed behind him. Upon closer inspection, this beast man resembled a lizard, its scales not entirely shed. That a chameleon? Entices stared in astonishment as the silver-haired man morphed into this scaled beast. Perhaps it was because most interstellar male beasts were strikingly handsome, but she had seen enough of them to be momentarily taken aback by the lizard beastman's appearance. Despite its oddity, the chameleon's large, round eyes were quite endearing to that moment. The girl gazed wide-eyed at the beastman. Yet in the eyes of the lizard, her expression only served to infuriate him further. "What do you mean, chameleon? You are the chameleon. What is that expression on your face?" The beastman erupted in fury. Brandishing his arms, his crimson eyes filled with murderous intent and raged, and nothing, the girl stammered. "You infuriate me. You are just as vile as that Miguel, both of you bullying me. I warn you, stop your nonsense and come out." Entices merely frowned, yet remained motionless in place. "Damn it, this insufferable genderless being." The beastman cursed, flinging off his cold demeanor, and struck the icy barrier with his tail. Yet the ice remained unyielding, not a single crack to be seen. "This is the barrier Miguel has conjured within this room, capable of withstanding my attacks. This ice is remarkably resilient. I cannot budge it even with all my might," the lizard beastman grunted. "Humph," the beastman scoffed. "Miguel is not here now. I wonder how long this wretched ice will hold." As he continued to assault the ice, each strike sent tremors through the air. Bang, bang, bang. With every attack, Entices frowned, observing the lizard beastman. His prowess appeared formidable. Under such intense assault, she wondered how long Miguel's protective barrier would endure. Checking her watch, she noted only 20 minutes had passed. She resolved to hold on a little longer. Each strike resonated with the faint sound of cracking ice. Crack, crack. The ice began to fissure, the sound of shattering growing increasingly pronounced. Glimpsing the time left, Entices noted mere minutes remained, and with the lizard beastman's relentless assault on the barrier, she felt the pressure mounting. The lizard beastman, noticing her fixation on the time, let out a scoff. "What are you watching? Waiting for Miguel to rescue you? I assure you, he won't arrive anytime soon. How absurd. Do you think I'm the only beastman here?" Upon hearing this, Entices lifted her gaze to the lizard beastman. "Are you implying there are others? What is their current status?" The beastman sneered. "You should focus on your own affairs. We have no acquaintance with you. Why would we bother capturing you?" "Haha," the lizard beastman chuckled mockingly. "Indeed, you are unfamiliar with us. We are merely targeting Miguel. Yet, who could resist leveraging your vulnerability?" Entices' pupils constricted as she regarded the beastman. "You intend to use me as leverage against Miguel?" The beastman raised an eyebrow at her words. With the final strike of his tail, the sound of cracking ice ceased, followed by a resounding crash as the entire barrier collapsed. Without further ado, the lizard beastman lunged at the girl with outstretched claws. Gathering the sacred flame in her hands, Entices unleashed it with fervor. The lizard beastman, evidently taken aback by the seemingly frail genderless being before him, was astonished to discover her latent powers. The sacred flame exploded against the lizard beastman's tough, scaled hide, producing a burst of fiery light and an intense heat. The girl stumbled back from the sudden force of the sacred flame. You possess abilities," the lizard beastman exclaimed in disbelief. That moment, Entices felt cold sweat bead in her palms. This small sacred flame had drained a significant amount of her mental energy. What would she do if the lizard beastman attacked again? In her current state, summoning another sacred flame would be quite the challenge. "Do you require assistance?" A sudden male voice echoed in the empty chamber, prompting Entices to look up in surprise. Standing at the window was a striking man clad in a law enforcement uniform, his expression unreadable. "Yale Lyra, what brings you here?" Entices queried, astonished by his unexpected arrival. Without uttering much, Yale Lyra summoned a blade of wind and directed it towards the beastman. The beastman raised his arm in defense, but the SS-grade beastly pressure was beyond his capacity to withstand. A sharp gust of wind struck the beastman, causing him to cry out in pain as he was slammed against the wall, spitting a mouthful of blood as the wall crumbled around him. Dust swirling in the air. Realizing the danger, the lizard beast man swiftly camouflaged himself to match the wall's color and attempted to escape, his speed suggesting he was not a combat-oriented beast man, but rather a cunning escape artist. Noble-bred illusion beasts. Who have you offended? Yale Lyra remarked nonchalantly as he approached Entices, seemingly detached from the chaos that had just transpired. After a moment of silence, Entices countered, "What brings you here so suddenly?" The discovery of parasitic insectoids on 86th Street prompted the law enforcement to ensure regional safety and conduct inspections nearby, Yale Lyra explained calmly. Taken aback, Entices pondered the implications of this news. As she hadn't received any word from Miguel, Yale Lyra turned to her, his gaze penetrating. Entices was puzzled by his strange scrutiny. Yale Lyra averted his gaze, casually remarking, "I arrived just in time to rescue you. Shouldn't you express some gratitude?" Recalling Yale Lyra's previous audacious demeanor, she noted his current impassiveness and concluded that cutting off contact had indeed borne fruit, leaving her feeling less apprehensive. "Thank you," she expressed sincerely. "Is that all?" He scoffed derisively. "What else would you have me say?" His gaze lingered upon her, as if appraising her physique. Yale Lyra proposed, perhaps a little pat on the backside. Entices was immediately incensed. Get lost. Chapter 79. A moment of reflection. You may leave now, the girl stated coldly. Yale Lyra appeared particularly busy today, frequently glancing at his holographic device. "Today, we discovered parasitic insectoids in 86th Street. You should refrain from going out for the time being," he said matter-of-factly. "Parasitized?" Entices gasped in disbelief. The tall man continued, "Fortunately, the affected area is quite distant from where you reside, situated in the western region, but he had been meant to lead the law enforcement team to investigate the western area. But his concern and longing for the girl had compelled him to come to her building instead, that if insectoids truly lurk in the western area, they will require your assistance. You must head there immediately."